Pay attention. Lan Yu, who crossed into the world of One Piece, returned to the East Kingdom after 3 years at sea. As soon as he disembarked, he learned that his father was seriously ill. Upon returning to the palace, his father revealed that he was one of the D clan and that the East Kingdom was originally called the Dawn Kingdom, which was renamed to avoid the world government. What shocked him even more was that his father wanted him to ascend the throne today, in the year 1517 of the sea calendar, at the dock of the East Kingdom in a new world. Phew, who would have thought that I would have been out for more than 3 years? Lan Yu jumped off the ship and couldn't help but sigh at the unchanged surroundings. He was a traveler, reborn into the world of One Piece. Born in the East Kingdom of the New World in the year 1498, this country did not exist in the original story. He had a difficult birth, and his mother, the princess of the East Kingdom, sacrificed her life for him to survive, naming him Monty Lan Yu. Monty is the royal surname, and Lan Yu means his mother hoped he would have the blue freedom of the sky. His father, the king, was a lovesick man, and after his mother passed away, he did not remarry, making Lan Yu the only prince and a guaranteed heir to the throne. By the age of 12 or 13, he wanted to go out to see what traveler wouldn't want to experience the wonders of the pirate world. But at that time, he lacked strength, and the king and the higher-ups stopped him. After all, he was the only heir, and if something happened, the royal line would end. Lan Yu was not foolish running around without strength, was just asking for trouble. So he trained hard and learned hockey, significantly increasing his strength. Eventually, after persistent persuasion, the king finally relented when he was about 15 or 16, allowing him to go to sea with a well-known pirate Shanks. He spent a year as an intern on Shanks' ship, meeting various big shots, and after realizing his own strength, he left and had another 2 years of adventure. He originally wanted to continue enjoying himself, but was called back due to urgent matters. Welcome back, Prince Lan Yu. The captain of the guard, Sariko, was already waiting there, and upon seeing Lan Yu, he knelt on one knee. Lan Yu frowned. Sariko, it's been 3 years. Why are you still kneeling? Did you forget what I told you? Don't kneel all the time. Your Highness' good intentions are appreciated, but the rules cannot be broken, Sariko replied coldly. Lan Yu shook his head. Your expression hasn't changed in 3 years. How are you supposed to find a partner like this? The girls will Sariko interrupted directly. Your Highness, this is not the time for such discussions. Please go to the palace. His Majesty doesn't have much time left. Fine. Lan Yu's expression darkened. My father was fine 3 years ago. How did he suddenly become seriously ill? If it's a natural illness, that's one thing, but if someone dares to do something, I will make them regret coming into this world. This was precisely why he had returned. Before leaving, he turned back and said, by the way, there's a little mouse on my ship, since I'm going to catch it. Yes, Sariko responded. Sitting in the carriage, Lan Yu lifted the curtain to look outside. It's been over 3 years, and not only has the dock not changed, but the prosperity of the city hasn't diminished at all. While it was said to be prosperous, 3 years without change was a serious problem for a country. This situation was related to the island where the East Kingdom was located. Just outside the island were rocky reefs, and if a ship wasn't careful, it could easily run aground and be destroyed. Therefore, outsiders could hardly come in, but the people of the East Kingdom could go out, as there was a complex route through the reefs that only the royal family, high-ranking officials, and a few citizens knew. The citizens needed approval to go out to sea, or they had to follow the national fleet, but no one applied at all. The national fleet only went out less than 20 times in 3 years, averaging less than once a year. They could only fish a kilometer or 2 away. Going further was too dangerous. Thus, the East Kingdom relied entirely on internal development. Without new things or new talents, they could only stagnate, just like what Lan Yu saw now, 3 years without change. Prince Lan Yu, you finally returned. Minister Simon was waiting at the entrance to the king's residence and hurried over as soon as he saw Lan Yu get out of the carriage. How's my father? Lan Yu went straight to the point. There isn't much time left. We are just waiting for you to handle the aftermath, Simon sighed. Lan Yu frowned. What exactly happened? The phone bug was fine just a while ago. How did he suddenly become unwell? His Majesty wants to speak to you personally about the specifics. All right. Lan Yu sighed and entered, while Simon stood a few meters away at the door. Father, I'm back. Lan Yu sat by the bed when there were no outsiders. The two father and son interacted like an ordinary family. Looking at his father's pale and frail appearance, Lan Yu felt a pang in his heart. He used to be so tall and mighty. Lan Yu, you've matured, his father said, placing his hand on Lan Yu's. Father, what exactly is wrong with you? Is it someone? Lan Yu placed his other hand over his father's. Don't overthink it. There aren't that many traitors in the East Kingdom. His father gently shook his head. This is an illness I contracted when I went to sea in my youth. It has been suppressed for many years, and it flared up once before you went to sea. At that time, I felt something was off and wanted you to train well before ascending the throne. so I'll let you go. Now, I can't be suppressed anymore. I probably won't be long for this world before I meet your mother again. Lanyu became anxious. The doctors in the East Kingdom aren't good enough. We can find someone from outside. It's useless. Even the best doctors overseas can't cure it. Otherwise, how would that Roger guy have chosen to die to start the Great Pirate Era? His father smiled faintly. Hearing Roger and the Great Pirate Era, Lan Yu's pupils constricted. Roger? The Pirate King Roger? Exactly. His father nodded. Weren't you curious how I knew Shanks? Now I'll tell you, I was on Roger's ship when I was young, and I wore a mask to hide my identity only those on the ship knew. Shanks was one of the crew members at that time. My illness is the same as what Roger had, but mine is milder, which is why I've lived until now. But in the end, I can't escape. Perhaps this is the fate of our D-clan. Every time we want to make a change, fate loves to play tricks on us, his father said self-deprecatingly. We, the D-clan? Lanyu narrowed his eyes. His father being on Roger's ship was shocking enough. And now there's this big revelation. Correct. His father nodded. You will be king in the future, and you need to know some things. The royal family of the East Kingdom and most of the citizens are actually from the D-clan. Your full name should be Monty D. Lanyu. Or rather, the Monty clan was originally called the Monty, and they changed their name to hide the D to avoid the world government. This Lanyu felt like he was about to burst from all the revelations today. First Roger, then the D-clan, and now Monty. Could it be that he had some connection to that extraordinary guy? His father seemed to guess what he was thinking and smiled. After being out at sea for more than 3 years, you should have met the naval hero Garp, right? Monty D. Garp. If he hadn't changed his name, according to the family tree, he would be my cousin 3 generations removed. And you must know the Revolutionary Army leader Dragon as well. He is also your cousin. Got it. Lan Yu understood by lineage. He was Luffy's uncle. His father continued. The East Kingdom was originally called the Dawn Kingdom, a country of the D-clan, and it was renamed and moved to this rocky island to avoid the world government. Now that we know the routes in and out, we rarely interact with the outside world to avoid exposure. I see. Lan Yu did no wonder the royal family knew the routes, but didn't trade much. They were afraid of being targeted by the world government and having troops sent to attack. He wanted to complain that he had been here for so long and hadn't even known about his D heritage. It was too ridiculous. Although we are semi-isolated, we have contact with many other D-clan members in the outside world. They send lonely people here to bring some new vitality to the country. Garp and Dragon are among them, and the contact information is in the royal treasury. Lan Yu asked, there's a connection with Dragon? Does that mean the Revolutionary Army is also related to us? Absolutely. His father smiled. If Dragon were doing something else, the East Kingdom might not help, but if it's against the world government, our D-clan can't sit idly by. His father then talked about some matters regarding the East Kingdom. Although this country was semi-closed, its thoughts were not stagnant. While the rules were somewhat deeply rooted, most leaned towards openness. Otherwise, it would have been like Wano country, where many people wanted to escape long ago. Of course, you're not completely prohibited from going out to sea. If you want to go, you can apply, but once you're out, you must never mention the East country. However, very few go out alone, as everything has to be done by oneself. Most people follow the Dragon. Having a leader means they can engage with the world government, which is much more enjoyable than being a pirate or a navy, right? There are also a small number who follow Garp. After discussing for a while, my father's expression turned serious. Lastly, I want to say, don't go blindly exploring the past of the D family. Before you have absolute strength, don't delve into matters from hundreds of years ago. Even if you want to investigate, it's pointless. Our ancestors destroyed many things, wanting us to forget the past and look to the future. The most important thing for you now is to develop the East country well. I understand. I nodded. Even if my father didn't say it, before I had the strength to confront the world government, I wouldn't be foolish enough to poke the hornet's nest. Now for the last matter. My father tightened his grip on my hand. You speak. I also tightened my grip on his hand. Today, you will ascend to the throne. So urgent? But father, you are now. I was taken aback. I had just returned and was being asked to take the throne directly. It can't be delayed. Everything is arranged. We were just waiting for your return. Once you finish your tasks, you can ascend to the throne. My father waved his hand. I've said what needed to be said. Call Simon in. But, no buts. Do you want me to leave without reassurance? My father's tone became slightly stern. All right. I was afraid he would get angry and harm himself, so I could only go out to call Simon. Simon came in and listened to my father for a few words before taking me to the prepared place. As soon as we arrived at the high platform, the square below erupted with cheers. It's His Highness Blue You. He's back. It's been more than 3 years. After the king fell ill, he was always anxious, but with His Highness back, there's finally a sense of security. He's become more handsome and composed. Which girl will become the princess? The crowd was excitedly waving their hands, and I smiled and waved back. Why are the king and the royal family of the East Country so beloved? It's because they are down to earth. Before going out to sea, I often mingled with the common people, chatting about everyday life. Although I couldn't solve some issues, just relying on my rich culinary skills won over the entire nation before crossing over. I was a foodie, and I would tell the chefs how to replicate dishes, and as long as they were 90 similar, that was enough. For this country that seldom communicates with the outside world, the people love new things, and since food is paramount, the new delicacies directly made me a national idol. Simon, are we really going to ascend to the throne now? I glanced at. Thousands of people were quietly asking below. So many people are waiting, Your Majesty. Do you think there could be a fake? Simon retorted from now on. You are the king of the Eastern Kingdom. Although it's a bit rushed and you're unprepared for a speech, please feel free to express yourself. Lanyu, you're just pushing me into the spotlight, and I don't even have a script. How am I supposed to perform? He took a deep breath. There were video phone bugs around, and more than half the country was watching. He could only go for it. Standing high up, Lanyu just started to speak. Good people, I am. The crowd exploded. No need for introduction. We all know you. You should be called Your Majesty. Your Majesty, we've been waiting for you to create new delicacies for 3 years. Now that you're king, keep it going. Make life more interesting. Before Lanyu could say much, the crowd went wild. The delicacies he had created before had already been fully enjoyed over the past 3 years. And now that he was back to be king, it was likely he would stay in the Eastern Kingdom for a long time. What did this mean? They were going to be blessed with good food. At that moment, a voice suddenly popped up in Lanyu's mind. Gained 1 million reputation, synthesis system activated. Lanyu chuckled, shaking his head and jokingly scolding. After mixing in this world for so long, I thought I would have to rely on myself in the future. Turns out, just ascending the throne activates the system. Where has it been all this time? If it had come earlier, how many great things could I have done? This synthesis system requires reputation to activate, and only now has the host gathered enough. The system surprisingly replied. Oh, it can chat? Lanyu was taken aback. No, wait. With over 1 million people in the Eastern Kingdom, over the past decade, even if each person gave once a year, it should have exceeded 1 million by now. In the 3 years he was at sea, bounties have been issued several times. How could his reputation be so low? Only people who know the host can generate reputation, and each person can only do so once a year, and they have to remember you for it to count. The system explained. You previously accumulated tens of millions of reputation, but the system used it all up when it brought you here to activate itself. Now that you've ascended the throne, with all the people of the Eastern Kingdom watching, you have finally gathered 1 million, and the system has officially activated. Got it. So you're a funded system. Lanyu realized. Indeed, the people of the Eastern Kingdom had given him tens of millions of reputation over the past decade, but while he was at sea, he was always masked, and outsiders recognized him by his disguise, not by his true self. What a waste. If he had known, he would not have hidden his face. If he had shown his face to gain reputation, with the system, he could have challenged the world government in 2 or 3 years. So what abilities do you have? Lanyu asked. The system directly threw a facial expression, replying, Please see the full name of the system. Lanyu. I know it's called a synthesis system, but how exactly do I synthesize? Seeing Lanyu looking frustrated, the system added, in the spirit of quality service. Let me explain. All right, go ahead. Lanyu thought. Aren't normal systems usually cold and unfeeling? This one even has service attitude. Synthesis system. It has one ability. Use reputation to combine 2 items into a new item. The abilities of a new item depend on the advantages of the original materials. There are 3 types of synthesis. 1 million reputation large synthesis, 100 success rate. 100,000 medium synthesis, 50, and 10,000 small synthesis, 10. Is the effect after synthesis powerful? For example, could 2 broken guns be combined into a weapon that can blow up a big ship? Lanyu asked. Don't underestimate synthesis. 2 trash flintlock guns could potentially create a weapon that destroys an island. The system replied, the better the raw materials, the better the effect. 1 million synthesis will definitely outperform a 10,000 synthesis. Specifics, you'll know once you synthesize it yourself. Also, if you use the same item for synthesis the first time and after that, there's an 80% chance of producing the same item. So think carefully before synthesizing. If the materials are unique, be cautious about which synthesis method to choose to avoid wasting them. By the way, this time the 1 million reputation is startup capital. It hasn't been spent. So you can do 1 million large synthesis now, or 100,000 medium synthesis. Your Majesty Lanyu. Your Majesty Lanyu. Simon quietly reminded him from behind as Lanyu stared blankly at the crowd. Oh, Lan Yu came back to his senses. He had been chatting with the system and almost forgot the main event. But he quickly asked in his heart, can the synthesis system create a medicine to cure my father? As I said, don't underestimate me. Then that's good. Although he knew there was a way, the coronation ceremony was ready, and the people were here. He couldn't just drop the ball, right? Lan Yu thought, first, handle this, and then when I cure my father, I'll return the throne to him. Sorry everyone, I got distracted and was thinking about something just now. Lan Yu said into the microphone. He then picked up some short and impactful phrases to hype up the atmosphere. Now that he had the system, he just wanted to slip away quickly. Once the speech was done, he waved goodbye and left. Simon, gather all the medicines in the country. Lan Yu commanded as he walked towards his father's residence. Simon shook his head. Your Majesty, it's useless. We've tried it long ago. And it didn't work on the former Majesty. I have a new method. Lan Yu thought. When this world couldn't be explained by the devil fruit, he could just make up some ability from the system. Even the best method is too late. Simon sighed. What do you mean? Lan Yu stopped and squinted at him. Something fell off. The former Majesty has been holding on, waiting for your return to ascend the throne. Once he saw you take the throne, he felt at ease to leave. As soon as these words were spoken, Lan Yu's pupil shrank, and he rushed towards his father's residence like mad. Upon arrival, he saw people handling the aftermath. Entering the room, he saw his father's peaceful appearance, and he clenched his fists, punching the ground so hard that his fists sank right in. Those around were startled, but everyone knew the situation, and no one dared to approach. Why? It was just a little bit away. I clearly found something that could cure him. Lan Yu hated himself. If he had returned an hour earlier, even a day earlier, his father would have been saved. But he left just as he was being crowned. Calming down a bit, Lan Yu asked in his heart, can you synthesize something to bring him back to life? The system initially wanted to retort with I already said, don't underestimate me. But seeing the situation, it changed its tone. Yes. But your father looks so peaceful and clearly has no regrets. Is it really good to bring him back? Moreover, I don't recommend reviving him now. You understand the reasons. Wait until you have absolute strength, and you can even bring your mother back together. Huff. Lan Yu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. All right, he understood. Reviving someone without strength would definitely cause trouble. Even if he was the new king, the hearts of the people were unpredictable. The noise from Lan Yu's punch earlier had attracted General Phoenix from the Eastern Kingdom. He walked in and stood beside him. The former Majesty passed away just as you ascended the throne. Isn't this the best inheritance? The former Majesty wanted you to bring back what you've seen from the outside world and make the Eastern Kingdom stronger, not to see you crying. Phoenix, I say you can't find a wife because of your poor choice of words. Lan Yu pulled his hand back, adjusting his emotions to stand up, giving him a glare. Anyway, you have a sad look. That phrase fits perfectly. Phoenix shrugged. You gotta be kidding me. Lan Yu was speechless. This over 40-year-old old bachelor just couldn't find a girl because of his bizarre vocabulary. Do you all know my father doesn't have much time left? Lan Yu asked. Yes, we didn't say anything to let you ascend the throne smoothly. Phoenix didn't beat around the bush. Really? Lan Yu sighed. This made him unable to accompany his father for the last journey. A few days later, the new king's ascension should be celebrated, but the former king's passing caught the people off guard. They had thought it was just a serious illness, but unexpectedly, he passed away just like that. Lan Yu wanted to follow his father's wishes and keep it simple, but the old king had a good reputation, and the people voluntarily kept vigil, making the situation black and white across the nation. In the royal administrative palace, after handling his father's affairs, it was time to get down to business. Lan Yu glanced out at the black and white scenery outside and looked at the two devil fruits on the table. One was unknown, and the other was the infamous but discarded Door fruit. If we're talking about the safest abilities in the pirate world, the Mirror and Door fruits would definitely rank among the top. They could open alternate spaces, and no one could find you hiding inside. But the Mirror fruit was eaten by Charlotte Brie, and from the beginning, Lan Yu had his eyes on the Door fruit. Once developed, it would have the effects of the Naruto's Kimui. Stealth, escape, ambush, infiltration, all functions maxed out. With the connections of the red-haired pirates and his own efforts, he finally got his hands on it. The other was given by the red-haired crew, claiming its ability was top tier. They sent it to him since they couldn't find the Door fruit, but didn't specify its exact abilities. However, now there was a synthesis system. Why bother choosing? Just combine them into something stronger. Let's see what kind of powerful item these two can create. Come on, system, let's do it. Lan Yu picked up the fruits. Both are unique. Don't waste them. Directly 1,000,000 prestige for a big synthesis. No problem. Instantly, The two fruits disappeared. A message popped up in his mind. Synthesis in progress. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Synthesis complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Dimension Gate. With this gate, you can travel to other dimensional worlds. This, Lan Yu's eyes widened. Is it the Dimension Gate I was thinking of? That's right, it's the gate that can traverse various dimensions, the system replied. The door fruit has the ability to cross. The other one is a teleportation fruit, and when the two are combined, the effects stack, resulting in this Dimension Gate. Lan Yu was delighted. So that was the teleportation fruit. What a great deal. It's a perfect match with the door fruit. It seems my luck is off the charts. Although Lan Yu didn't know the specific effects of the teleportation fruit, it was definitely something good since the red-haired pirates praised it. However, the fact that these two devil fruits combined to create the Dimension Gate really shocked me. Lan Yu was overjoyed. Now he could go anywhere, not just in the Pirate King world. Just a reminder, the Dimension Gate is incredibly powerful and consumes a lot of energy. With your current strength, you can only use it once a year, and it's random. Of course, as your strength increases, the interval will shorten. And you can also spend prestige. 10,000 for random, 100,000 to choose one of 3, and 1,000,000 to specify. Alright, this surprise is somewhat discounted. It's just okay. Lan Yu tapped his forehead. So the system and prestige are locked together? The things synthesized still require prestige. But prestige is convenient. Making him wait a year? Impossible. Another reminder. For worlds you have visited, you won't need to spend prestige. You could travel back and forth directly. Now that's more like it. Otherwise, if traveling to a world costs prestige both ways, the profit wouldn't be enough to cover the losses. Lan Yu sighed in relief. Synthesis system. Lan Yu felt that calling it the synthesis system was too formal. Don't you have a name? Which system has a name? As soon as he said this, Lan Yu could feel the disdain. Alright, then can I give you a name? Forget it. You won't come up with anything good anyway. It'll just be something like little synthesis, little completion, or a little system. Lan Yu. You guessed it. But it can't just be called the synthesis system, right? I'll give you some face. Call me Big Brother Synthesis. Done. From now on, it's Big Brother Synthesis. Lan Yu smiled. This title is quite respectable. He then asked, Big Brother Synthesis, how much prestige do I have left? It won't just be that 1 million, right? You still have over 20,000. The people from the Eastern Nation's remote areas haven't contributed yet, but there's not much left. Not bad. Over 20,000 is enough for 2 random trips to other worlds. Even if he could set sail now, Lan Yu had to weigh it. His identity was different. Doing big things to earn prestige? He was afraid of being exposed as someone from the Eastern Nation, and revealing himself when his strength wasn't enough would not be good. Currently, only the people of the Eastern Nation could provide prestige. Most had already contributed during his ascension, and the rest wouldn't give much now that they knew he was king, and most a few thousand more. This over 20,000 was a pleasant surprise. Earning prestige in other worlds without affecting the safety of the Eastern Nation. Perfect. Lan Yu asked again, how do I use the Dimension Gate? It's already integrated into your body. You can open it by spending prestige, as simple as opening a door with the door fruit. This is too convenient. Lan Yu laughed. Originally, he wanted to be a king and develop step by step, but now with the system and the Dimension Gate, following the old way, that would be foolish. In the future, whether to develop by rocket or airplane depends on what he synthesizes and which world he visits. Just as Lan Yu was about to try to randomly see which world he would land in, there was a sudden knock at the door. Kulmin. Lan Yu glanced at the door and said, Minister Simon entered and bowed. Your Majesty Lan Yu, the former emperor's matter has been resolved, and there is an urgent matter that requires your attention. What is it? Lan Yu asked as he sat down. Your marriage. Simon was direct. No rush, I'm only 19. Lan Yu shook his head, thinking it could wait a few more years. It must be urgent. It concerns the royal lineage. Simon said seriously. The royal family has only you. The sooner you establish a consort and have children, the better for the Eastern Nation. The Eastern Nation's royal family has been passed down for 3 generations with very few descendants. There were a few in his great-grandfather's generation, but now they were just nobles and not close to Lan Yu. I'm really not in a hurry. Lan Yu did not want to be delayed in doing big things. He was busy and had no time to meet women. Simon was already prepared. No need to meet anyone. There's a ready-made one. It's someone you brought back. I brought someone? Lan Yu was confused. He had no memory of that. Simon reminded him. Silico, as you instructed, sent a woman to the palace from the ship. Lan Yu immediately understood. Was it that little mouse? It was hard to deal with at sea. Turns out it was a woman. I had Silico handle it. Why did she end up in the palace? Her identity is special. She's a perfect match for you. Simon smiled. How special? Simon called out. Come in. Two soldiers led in a woman and then left. You don't need me to introduce her, right? Simon gestured. Lanyu looked at her appearance and was shocked. It's actually Nico Robin. What incredible luck. Although the Eastern Nation was closed off, news still leaked in. So wasn't it surprising that Simon recognized Robin? A survivor from O'Hara. Her identity is special, and with a bounty of over 70 million, we are not afraid. Lanyu shrugged, but he had no feelings for her. How could I agree to a marriage without love? Just marry first, and if it doesn't work out, we can divorce. Simon was unconcerned. Robin, could you consider my feelings? Why are you pushing so hard? Lanyu frowned. Simon was loyal, but he must be hiding something. The former emperor's order. It must be done this year. Simon revealed. There's still over 6 months left. What's the rush? You have what I don't. Robin spoke up. Simon said if you don't marry him, I'll be killed. This. Lanyu was shocked, usually so gentle. How could he be so ruthless? The Eastern Nation does not want unnecessary trouble, especially someone like her who is targeted by the world government and knows ancient texts. Minister Simon stared at Lanyu. But if the trouble became someone from their side, then it wouldn't be trouble anymore. Your Majesty, her life is in your hands. Either marry her or kill her. There is no third option. Knowing ancient texts is a treasure, even if the Eastern Nation doesn't use it. We can't let the world government or other forces get their hands on her. Simon, oh Simon. Lanyu shook his head helplessly. If he didn't know Simon was loyal and had a mission, he would really think he had ulterior motives. Simon knew Robin understood ancient texts, which wasn't surprising. After Lanyu ascended, he learned that the Eastern Nation had an overseas intelligence team that specifically dug up information that wasn't reported in the newspapers and kept an eye on the movements of the world government. If anything seemed off, they would disrupt it to keep the country's secrets safe. Otherwise, relying solely on hiding, they would have been found long ago. Even if he had to marry this year, it didn't necessarily have to be her, right? Lanyu waved his hand to Robin. All right, then just deal with her now, and then notify the whole nation that your Majesty is selecting a consort. Simon was straightforward. Lanyu, I have to give you a big salute. He was being forced into this as well. Lanyu waved his hand to dismiss Simon. You go first. I'll talk to her. Good. Simon turned and shot Robin a glare. Remember what I said. Once Simon left, Lanyu let Robin sit on the opposite sofa. How did you get on my ship? I just arrived at the first half of the Grand Line and heard your ship is going to the New World. Out of curiosity, I secretly followed you to see what's different from the first half. Robin smiled wryly, realizing that her curiosity had gotten her into trouble. Do you want to leave? Lanyu asked. Robin is a plot beauty, and he didn't want to be too harsh or marry her, so he could only let her slip away. Do I have a choice? Robin sighed. That minister just warned me that this is the Eastern Kingdom of the D family, clearly not letting me leave. If I leave, I might leak secrets, especially to the world government. Do you think I can leave? She never expected that one moment of curiosity would trap her. Nor did she think there was a country where the D family gathered, making escape impossible. Aren't you good at pretending? Why not try it again this time and find a chance to slip away? Lanyu directly exposed her. So how could others not know? That trick won't work. Robin said calmly, I used to pretend and betray to survive. But in the new world, my bounty isn't enough. The Eastern Kingdom is what the world government wants even more. So this place is the most suitable for me. No more fears of being sold, abandoned, or betrayed. In fact, after meeting Lanyu, Robin had already made up her mind. After talking with Simon, she realized that aside from being forced, this was the place she had always dreamed of. No need to worry about bounties and the world government. And there were places brave enough to confront the world government for her, which was a first. The Eastern Kingdom itself was special, inherently at odds with the world government. Even without Robin, if discovered, a fight would still break out. So why would she leave such a secretive good place to continue facing betrayal and abandonment? Robin didn't want to suffer like that again. She also wanted to find support. So you want to stay? Lanyu raised an eyebrow. If you stay, you have to marry me. You can compromise for survival, but I don't want to be forced. Just like Simon said, love comes after marriage. If there's no feeling, you could divorce me. Fortunately, Lanyu was young and handsome, which Robin could accept. If it were a bald, greasy old man, she'd want to die. Do you really think that if I divorced you without feelings, your next life will be better? Lanyu reminded her. I know, so I will work hard to develop real feelings. It will be good for both of us. You have a beloved princess, and I have a real support. Robin's expression was very serious. Why force yourself? Lanyu crossed his arms. If you really want to leave, I can order it, and no one would dare stop you. There won't be any trouble behind the scenes. He wasn't the type to be unable to move when he saw beauty, without feelings, no matter how beautiful someone was. They were just eye candy. Besides, I've seen plenty of beauties as a prince. I've long become immune. You can let me leave, but between the outside and here, which do you think I would choose? Robin sighed. Going out meant being constantly on edge, guarding against passers-by, the Navy, and the world government. She just wanted to live a normal life. Staying here, what was the sacrifice? If there were feelings, it wasn't a sacrifice, but a gain. Am I really that unlikable to you? Robin was a bit angry. I'm a woman willing to compromise, and you as a man wouldn't lose anything by accepting. You're a king and can still take another princess. I only have two choices. Marry you or be taken out by the Eastern Kingdom. Lan, you choose. She was all in, wanting either to live well or simply die. This. Lan Yu shook his head. If it were a beauty he didn't know, he wouldn't care about life or death. But since Robin was someone he knew, it was too much of a waste to just kill her. Sigh, how to deal with this double standard. All right, after thinking, since she was so proactive, not agreeing would make him look less like a man. If he wanted to live, he would give her this opportunity. Robin instantly breathed a sigh of relief. She was scared, thinking he was going to kill her. Next, they would have to cultivate their feelings properly. Lan Yu always felt that Minister Simon had become impatient, or perhaps the Eastern Kingdom was already prepared. The day after he agreed, he married Robin. The scene was set, and people gathered. It didn't look like it could be done in one day. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Happy wedding. What a pity. I wanted to introduce my friend's daughter to you. Me too. I wanted to introduce my second aunt's great-granddaughter's friend. Looks like there's no chance to earn matchmaking fees. Who said so? If this time doesn't work out, there will be a next time. Our Majesty is so outstanding. He can't be like the previous king with just one child. At the wedding banquet, representatives from various sectors lined up to toast Lan Yu, said a few auspicious words, and quickly withdrew. There were too many people on site, and everyone understood that they couldn't occupy space in front of the king. After Lan Yu dealt with all the guests, he grabbed Simon, who had just arrived. Honestly, did you prepare this in advance? Definitely. It was set up 2 days in advance, and it took a lot of effort to force Robin to agree. Simon didn't hide anything. Agree? It was clearly forced. Lan Yu rolled his eyes. Did you never consider that I might not take this? Your Majesty, you wouldn't. I know your character all too well. Simon smiled knowingly. Your Majesty, it's getting late. You should go back to the room with Princess Robin. Simon winked and reminded him. Stop worrying. Lan Yu glared at him, thanked everyone, and turned to return to the wedding room. He initially wanted to marry first, and then love, slowly cultivating feelings, but Simon directly added fuel to the fire, skipping the heart-to-heart talk and going straight to the physical. The synthesis system promptly shielded inappropriate scenes. The next morning, Lan Yu found Simon for a friendly exchange, with fists, before happily returning to the palace. At the dining table, the others tactfully withdrew, leaving just the two of them. Lan Yu spoke while drinking porridge. About what happened last night, I apologize. I know what that thing was. I voluntarily consumed it. Everything afterward was due to the medicine. Robin's tone was calm. You really don't mind? We could take it slow. You think we could take it slow? Simon and I don't think so. Long nights lead to many dreams. The faster, the steadier. Robin teased while picking at her food. Besides, weren't you quite enjoying it last night? Cough. That was the medicine's fault. Lan Yu insisted stubbornly. Robin rolled her eyes directly. After a moment of silence, Robin wiped her mouth and asked, I want to go out for a stroll. Can I have a few guards accompany me? Call the female guards to accompany you. I have urgent matters to attend to. Lan Yu didn't even raise his head. What urgent matter is more important than your newlywed wife? Robin laughed. Who would be looking for trouble in the past few days? It's something that could change the country's fate. Lan Yu's expression became serious. He was going to open a dimensional door for development. All right, I'm leaving with the guards. Robin departed understandingly. Lan Yu watched her carriage disappear from the window, sighing in relief. Suddenly facing a newlywed wife was a bit overwhelming. Counting the last life, you've long been a greasy old man. The synthesis brother complained. Lan Yu retorted. Who carries over their previous life's age when reincarnating? Then everyone would be hundreds of years old. Cut out. This is called not a proper reincarnation. Cough. Let's not talk about this. Let's get down to business. Lan Yu quickly changed the subject. Synthesis brother, open the dimensional door. As you wish. Without warning, a vortex suddenly swirled out from the wall beside Lan Yu. Wow, this is too convenient. Lan Yu glanced at it and stepped right in. The next second, Synthesis brother, can you take me back? Lan Yu stood in a chaotic space, looking at the harmless, somewhat kind alpaca in front of him, wanting to slip away. Sure, but once it's locked onto you, next time you come back, you'll have to encounter it first. Even if you manage to avoid it, you'll be targeted by other legendary Pokemon. So not only was the world random, but the landing point was also random. Lan Yu smiled bitterly. Randomly arriving in the Pokemon world on the first try was supposed to be quite nice. Pokemon are so cute, they can sell well, assist, and fight, equipping the Eastern Kingdom's army and citizens, let alone the world government. They could crush as many as they came. But now, he had to first get past this Arceus in front of him. Brothers synthesized. According to the rules, the first landing point must be safe. But your luck is just unbelievable, directly dropping in front of the Creator God. But don't worry, it poses no threat to you. You can leave any time. And no one or creature can pass through the dimensional gate without your permission. Lan, you can leave, but it will be troublesome to come back. He can only force himself to act calm, staring at the alpaca. If anything feels off, he will retreat. He doesn't want this world. Arceus examined him for a long time and spoke. Human, you are very special. I actually couldn't sense when you arrived. However, you have a trace of spatial energy on you, so you must possess the power of time and space, right? Strong enough that even I didn't anticipate it. But in this world, no one with the power of time and space, not even Pokemon, can escape my predictions. So tell me, who are you? Lan Yu had already guessed this would happen. After all, it is the Creator God. He laid his cards on the table. My name is Lan Yu. I am a king. But not from this world. I can traverse various worlds, not just this one. Arceus clearly paused for a moment, a bit surprised. Indeed, you are not from here. You are quite frank, even daring to mention your ability to traverse worlds. Aren't you afraid I might have ulterior motives towards you? You are Arceus, the Creator God. How could you harm me? Lan Yu thought. If you really had ulterior motives, I'd slip away immediately. Besides, being honest is the way to earn your trust, right? Arceus directly filled in the blanks. It seems you have been here for quite some time. You already know who I am. I can sense all Pokemon, but humans cannot. If you want to gain my trust, you must have a request from me, right? So what do you want? All right, it filled in the blanks itself. Saving Lan Yu the trouble of explaining, he directly stated his request. I want to take some Pokemon back to my world. Isn't that why I came to seek your consent? With this layer of trust from Arceus, it would be smooth to bring Pokemon in the future. Legendary Pokemon wouldn't obstruct him at all. What if they try to stop him? How would he deal with Pokemon? This is his reason for being honest. Moreover, saying he can traverse worlds is also to let Arceus know that he has great vision and capability. Trusting him is definitely the right choice. This is good. This can be wrapped up. Brothers synthesized complained. Of course. Lan Yu replied in his heart. Is this all you need? Arceus said in a flat tone. I will satisfy you. A beam of light suddenly shot from its body towards the back of Lan Yu's palm. As the light disappeared, an Arceus mark appeared on the back of his hand. From now on, you are my messenger. You can take Pokemon from this world at will. And legendary Pokemon will not obstruct you. This mark is your proof. This. Lan Yu scratched his head. Sure enough, legendary Pokemon would obstruct him. But agreeing so readily is a bit too much. Isn't it? No need for an evaluation. Just like that, it agreed. Arceus shook its head. No need. I can sense that you're not lying to me. You are sincere. There are too many Pokemon in the Pokemon world to manage. But with the abilities of the people in this world and mine, we simply cannot handle it. Pokemon reproduce quickly, and new ones appear every day. Resources have long been insufficient. Many Pokemon either starve to death or die in the wild, just in time for you to come. You can take some to other worlds to relieve the pressure. But remember, you must treat them well. If you dare to mistreat them, I will deal with you directly through this mark. I will definitely treat them well, but I can't control others. Lan Yu shook his head. He doesn't want to take the blame for others. Arceus saw through it. Rest assured, others mistreating them is not your concern. But if you see it and do nothing, will your conscience allow it? Lan Yu, why are we even discussing conscience? You are right. If the Pokemon taken to my world are bullied, as the one responsible, I will definitely manage it. Lan Yu hurriedly assured. All right, you should go now. Arceus activated a stone tablet on its body to send him away. Wait, Lan Yu hurriedly asked as he was glowing all over. Didn't you lose the stone tablet? He noticed something was off. Why is this alpaca a bit bigger? There were more than a dozen stone tablets all over its body. What you're referring to is my clone. It also lost a cloned stone tablet. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Yu disappeared. Human, I hope you take good care of the Pokemon in other worlds. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable. Arceus's eyes sparkled. In fact, selecting a messenger for legendary Pokemon is very simple. As long as one is sincere or makes a good first impression, they can gain trust. However, Arceus didn't mention that there are many Pokemon in other worlds, and the gathered energy can allow it to cross realms. Even without this energy, it can locate Lan Yu through the mark on the back of his hand. As long as Lanyu activates the mark, it can arrive at any time. Just like other legendary Pokemon messengers, only stepping in when danger arises. Transferred to the lake's edge. Lanyu was still a bit dazed, so it turns out that Arceus without the stone tablet is a clone. Isn't this obvious? The creator god can't even defeat an ordinary human. That would be too weak. It makes sense that it's a clone. Brother, synthesize, complained. It's fine for show on TV, but if it were really like this, legendary Pokemon would have been caught by humans long ago. Huh? Brother, synthesize, still watches TV? Lanyu was surprised. Of course, the system must keep up with the times. This keeping up with the times is quite good. Lanyu smiled, giving a thumbs up. What did you watch it? Of course, it was in the original world. But Arceus agreed too readily, right? Lanyu stared at the mark on the back of his left hand, feeling that this messenger identity came too easily. With this mark, Lanyu cannot mistreat the Pokemon, but he has no intention of doing so. So this mark is practically no restriction. Isn't this very normal? Do you want to make it more complicated? Brother, synthesize, complained. Didn't it already say? Let you relieve the pressure of the Pokemon world. Besides, have you ever thought that with this mark, it might be able to borrow a path to traverse worlds? Lanyu nodded. Indeed, but it definitely has no ill intentions. Otherwise, it would have acted directly just now. Having watched so many episodes of Pokemon, he knows very well. Pokemon, if you don't let them down, they could be completely devoted to you. Even legendary ones wouldn't just casually attack humans, and Arceus definitely wouldn't. You are right. Pokemon are all very pure. With Arceus nodding, he felt relieved about bringing Pokemon back. Lanyu glanced around. There were many Pokemon frolicking by the lake. Walking grass, mosquito tadpoles, horned rhinos. All common types. What do you plan to take them back? Walls can be done. He definitely needs to buy a bunch of Pokeballs for convenience, or find locals to cooperate to save time. Now, you should first go to a city with people and see which league's territory it is. After walking a few steps, 2 black shadows suddenly swooped down from the sky and covered him. What? What is the situation? Lanyu looked at the 2 Lugia, one white and one black, and was instantly stunned. Why are legendary Pokemon appearing in a cluster? As soon as these 2 Lugia appeared, their aura exploded. The nearby Pokemon, which were playing, were scared and scattered, looking for places to hide. Human, are you Arceus' messenger? The dark Lugia roared with glaring eyes. Its momentum skyrocketing. So weak. Just you? You dare to command me? The surrounding trees and grass were directly pressed to the ground by this momentum. Lanyu covered his face with his hands, being blown back several steps. This aura could sweep through the pirate world. It's no less than Shanks' Conqueror's Hockey, and it's so fierce without even bringing killing intent. If it brought killing intent, it would be instantly reduced to ashes. Indeed, the plot is carefully controlled. Dark Lugia. Stop. Have you forgotten Arceus' mission? The normal-colored Lugia spoke to stop it. I'm not accepting this mission. I just came out for some fresh air. The dark Lugia retracted its momentum with a cold snort. Lugia looked at Lanyu. Human, we are here to protect your safety as sent by Arceus. But to be honest, I'm also not very accepting of your commands. If you want me to obey, you must pass my test. The trial is passed. I obey unconditionally. Dark Lugia directly refuses the task, while Lugia decides whether to accept it based on the trial. Arceus sent them here. But didn't he say they couldn't conduct trials? What trial? Dark Lugia gathered its momentum, and Lanyu adjusted his clothes and asked. Arceus sent 2 Lugias. This trial can't be simple. Fight me. Lugia said straightforwardly. Lanyu almost shouted. I'd rather you just kill me. Can I defeat something that can destroy the world? I could already walk sideways in the pirate world. This is impossible. I can't beat you. Lanyu waved his hand. You guys go back and tell Arceus I don't need to be guarded. Misunderstanding. What didn't he mean for you to defeat me? Lugia shook its head. I feel your energy is stronger than average. I want to see if you're worthy of my submission. Fine. I was thinking too much. Now, come on. Lugia signaled Dark Lugia to step aside while it descended to 1 meter above the ground. No need to be polite. Lanyu crossed his fists, and in a flash, they turned black with blue light. Stronger than the 4 Emperors, testing is useless. He charged forward, his fist charged to the max, smashing towards Lugia with a force that broke the air. Bang! Lugia was blasted away, crashing through a forest. Huh. Lanyu gasped. All my strength is in this punch. Will it have any effect? He has dual-colored hockey. Can't beat an admiral, but it's no problem to bully elite commanders. But Lugia flew back as if nothing happened. Lanyu helplessly said, didn't he even break the skin? Legendary Pokemon are ridiculously strong. In terms of human power, you are the strongest in this world. Lugia commented, based on Pokemon strength, You're only at the champion to quasi-champion level. Did Lan Yu become a measuring unit for combat power? He needs to encounter more Pokemon to know the truth. This is my strongest punch. There is no need to continue the trial, right? Obviously, I'm not in your eyes. Go back and tell Arceus I don't need to be guarded. A Lugia that can't be commanded is like a ticking time bomb. It's better to cultivate a strong Pokemon that listens. No, you passed. You're far from me, but much stronger than others in this world. You're worthy of my protection. Come, use a Pokeball to capture me. Let us see what kind of commotion this messenger can create in the future. Lugia spread its wings in invitation. Actually, Lan Yu's punch caused some damage. Light enough to be ignored. With his strength, he could capture even champion-level Pokemon and could live well in this world without its protection. But with Lan Yu's strength, Arceus still sent 2 Lugias to guard him. There must be something significant waiting for him to do. Lugia wanted to follow and see what was worth making such a big deal out of. I don't have a Pokeball. I was just planning to find a place to buy one. Lan Yu scratched his head. This trial was surprisingly simple. Just showing a hand was enough. Now it's awkward. I can't capture you. He said again, even if I buy one, using an ordinary Pokeball to catch someone like you is too shabby, right? If you really want to follow me, you need to find a good ball. Lugia shook its head. I don't care no matter how good the ball is. It's just a temporary place for me. No matter how powerful a human S-ball is, it can be broken in an instant. I don't care at all. But it's different. A good place to stay and a bad place to stay make a huge difference in mood. Lan Yu smiled. While doesn't he care? I can't be careless. Otherwise, if I don't live comfortably, what if I keep breaking Pokeballs? Go ahead. Lugia landed. Where do you want to go? I'll take you there. Lan Yu jumped up. Is it far from Pallet Town? If it's not far, take me there. The most famous place in this world isn't a big city or ruins, but the birthplace of the protagonist, Pallet Town. That Professor Oak is the real big shot. I have to see if I can collaborate with Lugia here. Maybe I can get some good stuff. Pallet Town? Lugia flapped its wings and flew into the sky. The territory guarded by Ho-Oh isn't far from here. Dark Lugia. Some just air. It flapped its wings and caught up. Are you really going to protect this human? Lan Yu is stronger than an average person. But that doesn't mean Lugia has to follow him around. Didn't you figure anything out from that trial? Lugia reminded. What do you mean I didn't figure anything out? Dark Lugia is impulsive but not stupid, but that doesn't mean it has to follow his commands. Ahem. Let me interject. Lan Yu realized that Arceus hadn't briefed them. So he simply said, my name is Lan Yu. I'm a king, not from this world. And I can travel between worlds. I came here to bring some Pokemon back, giving them another way to live. After Arceus knew, he gave me the messenger mark, allowing me to take Pokemon with me. Lugia was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then laughed. I see. No wonder you have this strength. Arceus sent us here. He is probably afraid that someone strong from other worlds will cause trouble. This is too interesting. Even with the combined power of Palkia and Dialga, they can't cross worlds, and I, Lugia, actually have this opportunity. It seems I didn't make the wrong choice. Legendary big shots in the Pokemon world actually suspected the existence of other worlds long ago, but not to mention them. Even Arceus might not be able to cross over, at most visiting parallel worlds of the past and future. That's still in the Pokemon circle. Unable to see the true new world and new things. Now hearing that Lan Yu is from another world and can travel between worlds freely, Lugia was ecstatic. In the future, when chatting with other legendary Pokemon, this will be top-notch bragging material. Don't be fooled by the fact that legendary Pokemon each guard their own territory. They often meet in secret, either fighting or chatting, talking about who encountered a powerful messenger or who experienced bizarre events. So that is how it is. Dark Lugia was also surprised, extremely interested in his heart, but would never admit defeat on the surface. Wanted to listen to human commands? No way. Lugia saw through its pride. If you don't want to come, just go back. I can handle the guarding task by myself. You can return to your dark space. Even without a task, I'm not going back to that broken place. Dark Lugia hates that chaotic dark space from the bottom of its heart. If it weren't for the inability to break Arceus' seal, it wouldn't stay. After finally getting out, you wanted to go back? Dream on. Human, I'll reluctantly follow you, but don't command me. At most, when you're about to die, I'll step in to help. Dark Lugia glared at Lan Yu. Remember, I'm not listening to Arceus. I just don't want to go back to the dark space. Understood. Lan Yu smiled. Having a compliant Lugia is already a great deal. This one may be proud, but can save lives at critical moments. That is a huge profit. With these two around, who in the pirate world would dare to provoke him? In an instant, he could call Lugia to create tsunamis and sink islands. By the way, since you're here to guard me, who will do your original job? Lanyu was curious. Lugia answered directly. I'm a substitute. We Lugias have a chief to handle matters. Only when the chief is gone does it come to me. Now that I'm here to protect you, the substitute position is given to another Lugia. As for Dark Lugia, it was originally supposed to be locked in the dark space, but it was released by Arceus because of you. If it weren't for so many of us Lugias being close by, the guarding task might have fallen to slightly weaker legendary Pokemon, like the three birds ahem, Zapdos, Moltres, and Articuno, that wouldn't TB2 Lugias, but three silly birds doing the job. Lanyu, no need to cough. I heard the three silly birds loud and clear. Lanyu flew towards Pallet Town with the two Lugias, feeling ecstatic, but someone was about to go crazy. At the Indigo Plateau League Center, a staff member barged into the president's office without knocking. President, something big has happened. Something big has happened. What's wrong? The president, who was reading documents, was startled and frowned. The staff member gasped. Someone saw two Lugias. So what if they saw them? It's normal to see them in the wild. The president thought it was a big deal. Legendary Pokemon are spotted every year. So why the rush? A staff member quickly added, it's not in the wild. Someone saw them on the edge of the city. They are flying towards Viridian City right now. What? Not in the wild? Flying towards Viridian City from the city's edge? The league president suddenly stood up, his voice cracking with shock. It's one thing for legendary Pokemon to be in the wild, but daring to approach the city? Even if they just pass by with no malice. It could lead to huge trouble. What if someone gets greedy and tries to capture them, provoking the legendary Pokemon? Those are beings capable of destruction on a massive scale. They could level a city in an instant. Although these two may not be the true forms of the sea god, they are backed by Lugia. There's no difference. Quick, notify Professor Oak in Viridian City. Tell him to be prepared. And if something happens, we must hold on until the league sends someone. The president was so anxious he was stamping his feet. Received. The staff member dashed to the communication room. The president sighed as he watched him leave. I hope they are just passing by, and I beg certain individuals not to take foolish actions. We still need to prepare. He pulled out a special communicator from his drawer. It had an absurdly strong signal, capable of reaching deep mountains and the ocean floor. And it was encrypted for one-on-one communication, specifically for contacting the league's strongest guardian, the champion. Hey, President, so idle? A man's voice came through. Are you going to assign me another ridiculous task? Just so, you know, I'm on vacation, and if there's something, let us talk in a few days. Red, there is no time to waste. Two Lugias are flying towards Viridian City. Do you think you can relax on vacation? Forget I said anything, the president said, hanging up before Red could respond. At the training ground, Red looked at the black screen of the communicator, helplessly complaining. Can't even let me enjoy my vacation. You don't have to go, a woman next to him laughed. I wish I could, but that's Viridian City. If I don't go, Professor Oak might have new research and not tell me. What if I get overshadowed by you, Cynthia? The woman beside him was none other than Cynthia, the Sinnoh champion, who had originally come to spar with him, but ended up in this situation. Then I'll accompany you. Consider it a visit to Professor Oak, and also a chance to witness Lugia's strength. Cynthia threw out a Pokeball, and a fierce Garchomp appeared. Great. With you, the Sinnoh champion, around if something happens. I'll have a helper. Red smiled as he released his Dragonite, gentle yet exuding power. The two hopped on their Pokemon and sped towards Viridian City. In Viridian City, at Professor Oak's laboratory, after hanging up the league call, Professor Oak scratched his head. I love researching Pokemon, but dealing with two Lugias? ISNT that asking too much. Old friends, how much strength do you have left? Sighing, he realized there was no way out. It was an emergency, and if something happened, he could only rely on them to hold the fort. He took 3 Pokeballs and walked into the yard, throwing them out with a flourish. Come out, my old friends. Boom, boom, boom. Each Pokeball burst open with white light, revealing Dragonite, Charizard, and Snorlax, all ready for action. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 giants shouted in unison at Professor Oak, their presence overwhelming. Old friends, a crisis is coming. We need you to hold the ground. Professor Oak clenched his fist, his tone fiery. Charizard pounded its chest and roared, bring it on. Dragonite thumped its chest and said, leave it to me. Snorlax opened its arms and said, we've got this, with the little ones echoing their enthusiasm. Watch closely. Suddenly, a whirlwind swept down with a dark shadow looming overhead. Is the communication blind? Why didn't they say this earlier? Professor Oak stared at the 2 Lugias, his eyes wide like saucers. The normal-colored one was fine, but the black one was downright terrifying. As a top researcher, he knew very well black legends, negativity, evil destruction. This one looked like it came to wreak havoc, and there was no way to negotiate. Professor Oak swallowed hard. Old friends, stay sharp. The three shouted inwardly. Can we hide in our pockballs? This aura could scare our souls away, especially the Black Lygia's red eyes. It was like the Pokemon version of a horror movie. But for Professor Oak's sake, they held their ground. High energy incoming. Just as Professor Oak was about to give the order to attack, and the three giants were getting ready, someone jumped off Lygia's back. Hello, Professor Oak. I am Luyo. Luyo waved as he landed. You hello? Professor Oak instantly relaxed. Being able to ride Lygia meant they could communicate. That's a relief. Are they your Pokemon? You think too much. They're my guardians. Luyo smiled. I'm here to collaborate. Do you have Master Balls? These two are too eye-catching. They're bound to cause trouble later. Must have. Two available. Professor Oak dashed into the house, opened the safe, and pulled out two shiny Master Balls. Running back to hand them over. Catch. Leo tossed the ball. Call me if you need anything. Lygia said as it was recalled. If nothing's wrong, I'll blow you up. The Black Lygia threatened. Leo picked up the ball and laughed. Threatening me? Small potatoes. Seeing the scene, Professor Oak completely slumped. These two Lygias had an aura that could break through the ceiling. They were the most formidable he had ever seen. I really can't believe I actually got to see Lygias of this caliber being caught in Pokeballs. Trainers capturing legendary Pokemon wasn't unheard of, but it depended on the level. Master Balls are said to catch anything. Those in the know understand. Lygia, being a divine beast, could easily break free. Although this scene was shocking, Professor Oak felt it was worth more than any research. He scratched his head and asked Luyo, I've heard of legendary Pokemon seeking messengers and heroes, but I've never seen one acting as guardian. Why is that? Because I am Arceus's messenger. Luyo directly revealed the mark on the back of his hand, not hiding anything. I see. Professor Oak nodded, his jaw dropping in shock. There's a messenger for the creator-level Arceus? This was unheard of. But looking at that mark and seeing how obedient the two Lygias were, it couldn't be fake. So what do you want to collaborate on? This isn't the place to talk. Leo glanced at the house behind Professor Oak. Right. Please come in. Professor Oak quickly led the way, and the three Pokemon followed him inside. Usually too focused on research, he had nothing to offer as hospitality. Professor Oak served instant noodles, feeling a bit awkward. Luyo was almost stunned. Serving instant noodles to a guest? Even a cup of warm water would be fine, but he still smiled. No problem, I haven't had in a long time. This was true. In the world of One Piece, there's everything but instant noodles. Taking a bite instantly awakened his taste bud's memory. He regretted, I had so many delicacies in the East Blue. How did I forget to get instant noodles? I must take some seeds back and let instant noodles become a hit in the One Piece world. After finishing the instant noodles, Leo wiped his mouth. Still the same taste. Let us talk about collaboration. Go ahead. Professor Oak had also finished eating. The collaboration content was simple yet extensive. Leo got straight to the point. I want to collect various Pokemon-related goods, fruit tree seeds, Pokeballs, energy cubes, evolution stones, healing items, Pokédex. The more, the better. Can you get them? Many things can be bought at shops, but special items must rely on Professor Oak. Moreover, collaborating with him meant clinging to a big shot. I can, but the quantity you're asking for is too exaggerated. Professor Oak felt overwhelmed. What exactly are you planning to do? Gathering so much is like preparing for war. He had strong connections behind him, so getting these things wasn't too difficult. But Arceus's messenger asking for so many supplies fell off. In this world, there were no countries, only the League. Otherwise, seeing Luyo wanting so many items, it definitely felt like he was preparing for a national war. I can give you a reason, but you must keep it confidential. Luyo's face turned serious. If this got out, I and all those in the know would be targeted by evil forces. My value is explosive compared to any legendary Pokemon. So ruthless? Doctor. Oak lowered his head in thought. Having two Lygia as bodyguards is definitely not simple. But curiosity couldn't be suppressed, so he raised his head. I won't say a word. Even if you kill me. Listen carefully. Lan Yu directly dropped a bombshell. I'm from another world, and I want to take Pokemon to my world for development. He also wanted to take Dr. Oak with him, teasing him a bit first. Wow, this is outrageous. Doctor. Oak's eyes widened like light bulbs. He instantly understood why there was a stockpile and a need for bodyguards. Roar. The Charizard next to him suddenly screamed. Another world? His blood was boiling. Boom. Wow. Dragonite and Snorlax shouted along, their excitement hitting the roof. Those who understood Pokemon language definitely called them the three foolish dragons. With so much cargo, can you handle it alone? Dr. Oak reminded him that after cooperating, the workload would pile up. Lan Yu smiled. No big deal. I'm a king in my world with millions of subordinates. Wow, a king. Dr. Oak was surprised. With millions sharing the load, it would indeed be manageable. Pleasure to cooperate. Dr. Oak extended his hand. He was purely a research brain with no bad intentions. Lan Yu also knew he was reliable. No one else would say such things. Once his strength was enough, even if his identity was exposed, he wouldn't be afraid. Pleasure to cooperate. Lan Yu shook hands. What's your world like? Dr. Oak was extremely curious. It's a world full of islands. Lan Yu began to promote sky, islands, giants, little people, fishmen, sea kings, domineering beings, devil fruits. He mentioned them all. Dr. Oak's eyes lit up. This world is so cool. I really want to research which is more mystical, devil fruits or Pokemon. Go to the sky islands and step on clouds and see what mermaids look like. Want to go? I can take you. Lan Yu was beaming, just waiting for him to say that. Can we really go? Dr. Oak was ecstatic. Research freaks have no resistance to other worlds. Of course. Lan Yu nodded. But we need to wait until you prepare the cargo before we can take you. What do you want to exchange for my world? As long as I can get it, feel free to exchange. Lan Yu wanted to take Dr. Oak with him, but if he left now, who would manage the stockpile here? That sounds great. I'll get people ready right away. Dr. Oak understood instantly. There's no point in rushing to leave now, without the cargo ready. They can't go, and the sooner it's done, the sooner they can depart. Knock, knock, knock. The door suddenly sounded. Dr. Oak opened the door and smiled. I guess the league would send someone, but I didn't expect it to be you two champions, Dato and Cynthia. Dr. Oak, are you okay? Dato went straight to the point. We caught a few bad guys near Mossera Town, and they said Lugia was flying towards you. Can I have any issues? Don't forget, I was also at the champion level. Dr. Oak laughed. Internally, he complained. Today has been full of shocks and surprises. I've had issues already. Really? Dato pressed on. Was Lugia just passing by, or... He didn't finish his sentence. If it lingered here and Dr. Oak was still fine, then there must be something fishy. Of course it was flying. Dr. Oak was just about to smooth things over when Lan Yu suddenly interrupted. No, Lugia is right here. Right here. Cynthia was confused. How could such a big Lugia not be seen by her and Dato? Right here. Lan Yu shook 2 purple Pokeballs. Master Balls. Cynthia's eyes widened. She had been trying for a long time to get one, and this guy actually had 2. Dato understood instantly. So, you're the trainer of 2 Lugia? But internally he thought, is one not enough? Must you ride 2? This isn't just showing off. It's downright terrifying. Lan Yu, what is this? Dr. Oak was puzzled. Why say it out loud? Couldn't he just send them away? Of course, I won't bring you 2 on board. Lan Yu smiled. If it were anyone else from the league, they would definitely be sent away. But these 2 were champions, and their backing was not inferior to Dr. Oak's. Such good cooperation partners would be a huge loss to miss out on. You better think it through. Dr. Oak reminded. They are good partners, but only heirs. They don't have my freedom. I control my connections, and no one stops me from doing anything. But Dato and Cynthia need the family decision makers to authorize large resource allocations, and then Lan Yu's matters won't just be known by the 2 of them, but by a whole group, and there's no telling if some bad guys might leak information. Lan Yu instantly understood what he was worried about. Turn to the 2. Then it depends on whether you want to know the truth, whether you can keep it a secret, and how much authority you really have in your family. Working with Dr. Oak, he could speak openly, but for these 2, their status was different, and if they wanted to cooperate, they needed to show their sincerity first. The 2 were confused. What was this stranger playing a guessing game with Dr. Oak about? They had to express their determination to keep it secret and talk about family authority? Dato squinted. Why should we tell you this? You don't have to say. Dr. Oak immediately chimed in. Just go back and tell the league that Lugia flew over Mossera Town, and that's it. He would prefer fewer people knowing, as enjoying the fun of the other world alone is much better. Haha, I actually want to know more. Cynthia became excited. Dr. Oak wanted to keep it a secret meant this was no small matter. Want to know? First, show your determination. Lan Yu shrugged. We don't know each other, and talking empty words is useless. Cynthia threw out a Pokeball. This is my ace, Garchomp. I swear by it. If I leak anything, it belongs to you. My grandmother is the head of the family, and I can make her step down anytime I want. Dato frowned. Are you crazy? After more than 10 years of companionship, you just want to gamble? Your grandmother will explode. My grandmother has said this before. Cynthia was unconcerned. I can keep my mouth shut. Plus, since even Dr. Oak values it. And there's someone with 2 Lugia. How could anything go wrong? It must be super exciting. You always get overly excited about these things. Dato shook his head. That's better than you. Cynthia retorted, clearly a flying-type trainer, but insists on saying he's a dragon type. Living a lie. Ahem. Let's get back to business. Dato quickly shifted the topic. Being a dragon type counts as dragon type. No problem. What about you? Cynthia laughed at Dato. Why don't you go back first? I'll share the joy with you later. Oomph. Dato instantly became displeased. Was this already showing off before it even started? After thinking for a moment, he threw out his Pokeball. I'll gamble with my Dragonite, just like her. My dad is the head of the family. I can take over to... Doctor. Okay, them a thumbs up. You guys are really bold. But he thought, should he inform their families to let them take over quickly? All right. I see your determination. Lanyu spoke up. I'm Lanyu from another world. What? The two's eyes widened like copper bells. It's not past or future. It's a real other world. A living otherworlder standing before them. This is more outrageous than a fairy tale. Don't believe it? Lanyu raised his left hand. Look at this. Arceus messenger mark. The two Lugia are not captured by me. They're guardians sent by Arceus. Lanyu smiled. Still don't believe it? I'll give you a direct proof. What proof? The two, just recovering, hurriedly asked. Simple. Let's have a battle. After the fight, you'll know whether I'm bragging. Lanyu was just about to test the strength of champion Pokemon, and this opportunity was just right. All right, let us do it. The two also wanted to probe his bottom line and readily agreed. In Dr. Oak's backyard battle arena, Cynthia looked at Dato. You going first or me? I'll go. Dato spread his hands. After all, I'm the champion here. I can't let the guest go first. Oomph. What does that have to do with being a champion? Cynthia rolled her eyes. All right, you go first. If you lose, I'll come back for revenge. You make me sound like a weakling. Dato laughed, turning to walk towards the battlefield. You 1T get a chance to show off. Come on, let me see what you've got. Charizard, come out and show yourself. Roar. Charizard enters the battlefield, puffing fire and glaring fiercely at Lanyu, exuding an arrogant aura. Bring it on. Dato waves his hand. Let me see your Pokemon. But Lanyu just laughs. Sorry, I don't have a Pokemon to battle you. I'm the one battling your Charizard. After saying that, he jumps directly onto the battlefield. What the heck? Dato is stunned. This human wants to challenge Charizard one-on-one? Not to mention Charizard. Even a Caterpie would be too much for an ordinary person to handle. Has he gone mad? Outside the arena, Cynthia is also shocked, grabbing Professor Oak. What's going on? You'll find out if you keep watching. Professor Oak is curious too. How powerful is the hockey and the devil fruit that Lanyu is talking about? On the battlefield, Dato quickly reminds him. Are you sure? The power of Pokemon is on a completely different level from humans. A Caterpie can bully an ordinary person. I know Pokemon are strong, but Lanyu waves his hand. Don't underestimate humans from other worlds. We could do what Pokemon can do. Let's get started. All right, if you insist. Dato sighs. Charizard. Million-ton heavy punch. Roar. Charizard sneers internally. Do mere mortals dare to challenge me? One punch will show you the difference. It flaps its wings and charges. Its glowing right fist smashing straight towards Lanyu. Watch closely. Slap. Lanyu directly extends his left hand and firmly grips Charizard's fist. The power is decent. Is that all? The champion is too weak. Lanyu scoffs. Charizard is dumbfounded. It started with normal strength, intending to teach a lesson, but didn't expect to be caught so tightly. It quickly increases its strength, but the fist remains unmoved. This human is too strong. Charizard is completely shocked. Charizard tries to pull back its fist, but Lanyu's hand is like an iron net, firmly gripping it, unable to break free. Dato is directly dumbfounded. This guy. You have to know that Charizard's fist can smash through steel, and even more so when it increases its power. It is held still by Lanyu as if it's child's play. I underestimated him. Dato's eyes sharpen. Charizard, left-hand fire punch. A million-ton heavy punch relies on brute force, and the fire punch inflicts burns. He doesn't believe Lanyu won't dodge. Roar. Charizard's left hand ignites with flames, smashing towards Lanyu. Watch closely. Slap. Lanyu surprisingly extends his other hand, firmly gripping the fire punch, not dodging at all. Outside the arena, Cynthia frowns. Is he asking for trouble? No. Look at his right hand. Professor Oak points out. Cynthia focuses and sees. Lanyu's right hand from elbow to fist is covered in a layer of black substance. What is this? Can turning black block flames? This is called hockey. The ability from his world can enhance both attack and defense. Professor Oak explains. So that's it. No wonder he's not afraid of being burned. Cynthia suddenly understands. On the battlefield, Dato also sees. Is this what you want to prove? The abilities from other worlds can resist fire? But don't get too cocky. Dato shouts, Charizard, million-ton heavy kick. Roar. Charizard, with its hand caught, raises its glowing right foot and fiercely kicks towards Lan Yu. Bang! Lan Yu raises his left foot, and the bottom of his foot turns black as well. Bracing against the kick, the shockwave blasts outwards. Good opportunity. Charizard unleash fire. Dado presses the attack. He guesses Lan Yu can activate Haki all over his body, not afraid of getting hurt. And even if a Pokemon move is predicted, it's hard to dodge. But Lan Yu seems to have foresight, tilting his head just in time to avoid the flames. You've fallen for it, Dado yells. The real killing move is yet to come. Charizard understands without needing to shout the move name. Its glowing iron tail swings directly towards Lan Yu. This move is vicious. Lan Yu releases his grip and jumps, narrowly dodging the tail. Getting hit would definitely hurt. Having been oppressed enough earlier, it's our turn to counterattack. Dado waves his hand, rock slide. Roar. Charizard raises its hand, and several large rocks suddenly appear above Lan Yu's head, crashing down. Bang, bang, bang. Lan Yu dodges while laughing. This move is really something. Not done yet. Rock Tomb. Dado shouts again. Charizard pushes off the ground, and several stones suddenly erupt at Lan Yu's feet, charging towards him. Useless. Lan Yu's arms are covered in Haki, and he spins his body fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. The rocks on the ground and in the air are all shattered by Lan Yu's spinning fists. Charizard, steel wing attack. Dado yells. Roar. Charizard's wings glow as it dives towards Lan Yu. Bang. Lan Yu's palms, covered in Haki, firmly grip Charizard's wings. Dado's eyes light up. Now's the time. Flare Blitz, maximum power. Boom. Charizard is enveloped in deep red flames, and Lan Yu's hands instantly catch fire. So many moves are annoying. Lan Yu grits his teeth. This flame is too intense. Even Haki can't withstand the heat. But you think you can trap me? No way. He endures the burning sensation and slams Charizard to the left, then yanks it to the right. My goodness, this Haki is explosive. Cynthia is stunned. Not only can he withstand the fire punch, but he can also take the Flare Blitz head-on and counterslam Charizard. You must know that Fire-type moves have extremely high temperatures, and Flare Blitz can melt a lot of things. Lan Yu has held on with just his hands for so long, it's simply absurd. Cynthia suddenly has an idea. Can this ability be learned by Pokemon? If my Garchomp learns it, wouldn't it be unafraid of ice types? Professor Oak also ponders. If it can withstand fire, what about other types? If Pokemon learn this move, type advantages might be rewritten. The world would change drastically. Charizard, break free. Dado urgently shouts. Roar. Charizard is on the verge of tears. This human is gripping too tightly. It can't break free at all. Can't break free? Then force him to let go. Dado waves his hand, Dragon Pulse. Roar. Charizard suddenly explodes with energy, directly knocking Lan Yu away, who rolls on the ground for several rounds. That was way too fast. Lan Yu stands up, wiping the blood from his mouth. His observation Haki allowed him to predict, but it was too close to dodge. He glances at his hand. It's not the black of Haki, but the charred black from being burned. The real Pokemon are much tougher than imagined. The battlefield is left pockmarked, and Charizard's flamethrower has melted the ground into a pit. Moreover, Charizard is covered in blood. Not just a little dirt like in the story. The battles here can truly inflict injuries. Roar. Charizard wipes the blood from its forehead and mouth, its eyes becoming even more fierce. Today is a tough battle. Dado's expression is serious. Although Charizard is broken free, its state is clearly declining. Lan Yu's strength is comparable to top-tier Pokemon. Forget about the fighting King Shiba. In front of him, he looks like a little kid. Roar. Charizard roars. Only tough battles are thrilling. Only such opponents can showcase the might of my Charizard. Then let us fight to our heart's content. Dado laughs. Charizard, magical flame. Charizard breathes out a reddish flame, but Lan Yu won't take it head-on. He dodges with a swift movement. Seeing him evade, Dado instructs Charizard to unleash a barrage of flames to suppress him, immediately followed by a Shadow Claw for a close-range ambush. Lan Yu punches back. Bang, bang, bang. No matter how sharp the claws are, they can't withstand Lan Yu's Haki-enhanced fists. They trade blows, neither gaining an advantage. From a distance, Dado commands Charizard to create some space and starts long-range bombardment. One person and one dragon pull back and forth, smashing the battlefield to pieces. This isn't a battle. It's clearly demolition. Anyone with eyes can see that both are evenly matched. Lan Yu is aggressive in close combat, while Charizard has many moves. Sometimes one has the advantage. Sometimes the other does. But Lan Yu is clear in his mind. I will definitely win in stamina. Watching Charizard start to gasp for breath, he deliberately taunts. Can't take it anymore? I can still fight for 3 days and nights. So arrogant. Du took a deep breath. Charizard, we can't afford a prolonged battle. But the finishing move, he must see it. His eyes sparkled. Mega evolution. Roar. Charizard was enveloped in light, and when the glow faded, a dark blue body, a slim figure, with a tail ignited by dark blue flames. Mega Charizard X, making its entrance. Just what I was waiting for. Lanyu had already spotted the Mega Stone on Charizard's neck, deliberately taunting him to force him to unleash his ultimate move. He charged forward with a punch, but smack. His fist was easily caught by Charizard X. Immediately after, a million-ton heavy punch slammed into his face. Boom! Lanyu was sent flying, dragging along the ground for quite a distance. Damn! Lanyu propped himself up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and squeezed his numb lips. Mega Charizard X, after evolution, was absurdly strong. That punch almost incapacitated him. Roar! Charizard X instantly dashed to Lanyu's side, its roar like thunder. Its speed had increased so much, Lanyu was startled and quickly crossed his arms for defense. But when Charizard X's enlarged claws swung over, Lanyu's haki couldn't withstand it all, leaving several bloody scratches on his hands. The damage skyrocketed. Lanyu gritted his teeth and retreated in pain. This mega evolution was simply transformative. Charizard X wouldn't give him a chance to breathe. Just as Lanyu stepped back, a super-fast jet of flame chased after him. He quickly rolled to the side, narrowly dodging this wave of attack. Now, things were getting serious. Just as Lanyu stood up, Charizard X, engulfed in dark blue flames, was already blocking his way. Then let's clash head-on. Lanyu's eyes widened, his hands infused with haki. He fiercely grabbed Charizard X's wings, wanting to perform another earth-shattering move. But as soon as he grabbed, the temperature was too frightening. Previously, when Charizard used Flare Blitz, the flames only felt hot, and he could endure it. But this time, touching Charizard X's dark blue flames made his hand feel like it was melting, completely unable to think of a counterattack. You think this little flame can make me back down? Lanyu gritted his teeth and growled. Regardless of how hot his hands were, he tightened his grip on the wings, determined to withstand and counterattack. Du was stunned. Charizard's flame temperature was higher than magma. A normal person would have turned to ash by now. Yet he could still hold on. His expression became serious. Such an opponent deserved respect. Charizard responded to him. Overheat. Boom. The dark blue flames on Charizard X suddenly surged, raising the temperature another notch. Lanyu's hand was instantly burned bright red. Damn, am I going to lose? His hands gradually lost sensation, and a thought of retreat flashed through Lanyu's mind, even considering surrendering. This flame was unbearable. Not going to struggle a bit more? A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Lanyu forced a smile. I can't do it anymore. My hand is about to be ruined. If this continues, even if Charizard holds back, my hand will be seriously injured. So what if you're seriously injured? Melted? Amputated? The voice continued. Even if the medical care from both worlds can't heal it, I'm still here. Shrinking back at the first sign of trouble won't benefit your growth in the future. You're right. It's just a severed hand. Lanyu's gaze hardened, and he stomped his right foot down hard, cracking the ground. His eyes sharpened even more, and he increased the strength in his hands. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from him. Conqueror's Haki. Lanyu was surprised himself. After hiding for so many years without a sound, he just became a king and awakened it. This was a big win, but this Conqueror's Haki had little effect on Charizard X. At most, it was just a pressure similar to that of Pokemon of the same level, but Lanyu was on the same level as it. Where was the pressure? It was Lanyu's first time unleashing Conqueror's Haki, and he couldn't control it all. Professor Oak and Cynthia nearby were directly stunned, even before fainting. They were confused. What is going on? So watching a show, they got caught in the crossfire. Who did the spectators offend? Du was no exception. As he wobbled and fell, he managed to give one last command. Charizard X, ultimate impact. After years of teaming up, Charizard X instantly understood. Boom. It unleashed an overwhelming force, sending Lanyu flying. Lanyu was caught off guard, his momentum completely deflated, and after rolling on the ground a few times, he fainted. Roar! Charizard X sprayed fire into the sky in celebration. Victory! But when it returned to its normal form, it found that Du and the two outside had also fainted. It threw up its hands and sighed. I won, but no one saw it. What a waste of effort. Afterward, Charizard carried the 4 fainted individuals back to the lab, and upon entering, it was stunned. Professor Oak's 3 Pokemon were drinking soda and watching Pokemon shows, completely relaxed. Charizard instantly broke down. If I had known, I wouldn't have fought. Relaxing would have been much better. After a while, Lan Yu woke up in bed, staring at the ceiling. I lost, but not discouraged. The mega evolution was explosive, and being able to unleash Conqueror's Haki was a huge gain. My hands hurt so much. He looked at his bandaged hands, which were both painful and hot, feeling like they were torn apart. You're awake. Professor Oak came in. Your hand injury is serious. You need a rest. But the fact that you could withstand Charizard's fire is nothing short of a miracle. What was that aura you had at the end? Professor Oak asked curiously. It's also Haki. Lan Yu explained. There are 3 types of Haki, and that was Conqueror's Haki, very rare, just like Mega Evolution. Not everyone can use it. Just then, Cynthia walked in. Can Pokemon learn that? My animals can do it, so Pokemon definitely can. Lan Yu was certain. Cynthia smiled. That would be amazing. How long was I out? A little over an hour, Professor Oak said. Lan Yu sighed in relief. I need to get back. If I'm any later, they'll turn the place upside down looking for me. I'll come again tomorrow. Can your hand handle it? Cynthia was worried. It's a small matter. Lan Yu dismissed it. By the way, before I go back, I want to take a few Pokemon. Anything will do, even weak ones, just to show the people over there. If you want more, there won't be enough time, but since you said anything, take these. Dew came in carrying a box. I woke up waiting for you. And while I was idle, I went nearby to collect some. Not bad, Dew. Just as I trust Lan Yu. You're already preparing stock before we even discuss cooperation? Cynthia teased. Aren't you afraid the cooperation will trap us? If Professor Oak isn't worried, what are we afraid of? Dew shrugged. He told me about the cooperation details, which is bulk supply, similar to the family business. What's wrong with preparing in advance? Cynthia glared at Professor Oak. Why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask. And besides, when Dew asked, you were on the phone with your grandma. Professor Oak shrugged. Fine, you got to it first. Cynthia turned to Lan Yu. If you leave half an hour later, I'll definitely catch more than Dew. I'm going to. Du protested. I'm bringing 6 Pokeballs. You only have 3. Who's faster? Cynthia tossed out 6 Pokeballs, directly crushing him. Dew slapped his forehead. Who brings 6 Pokeballs for a casual outing? Lan Yu delayed his departure by half an hour. During that time, he learned from Professor Oak. Right now, the plot is that Ash has just arrived in Galar. As for Dew and Cynthia, they're not capturing Pokemon. It's practically Pokemon fast-forwarding into the Pokeballs. In half an hour, they caught over 100. Lan Yu wasn't idle either, writing down the knowledge of Haki and observation Haki as trade items. After Lan Yu left, Professor Oak looked forward to tomorrow but felt like something was missing. Oh, the Master Ball. In the world of One Piece, East Blue. East Blue doesn't interact with the outside world, yet it developed even more vigorously than first-rate countries. Robin sat in a carriage, taking in the street scenes, directly shocked. Previously, when being escorted, she saw nothing, but now she realized the roads were wide enough for 6 carriages to drive side by side, with sidewalks on both sides. Even first-rate countries might not have this configuration. The sidewalks were crowded with people, all smiling. The shops were diverse, with mountains of delicious food. Unlike a closed country at all, the patrolling officers were chatting and laughing with pedestrians, and the sense of security was through the roof. After walking for half a day, Robin didn't see a single homeless person, beggar, or orphan. Robin politely asked her companion, "Are we walking through the wealthy districts?" "No." The companion shook his head. "We just passed through the commercial area suggested by His Majesty to the former king, the most prosperous place in the Eastern Kingdom. You could buy anything here. There are 4 such commercial areas, distributed in all 4 directions, enough for everyone." "I see." Robin nodded and asked, "Is there a slum? Can you take me to see it? Just looking at the shiny places on the street isn't useful. I need to see the bad ones. The slums can show the bottom line of the Eastern Kingdom. After all, I'm a princess. I need to understand my own country." Slums. The companion thought for a moment. There were some a few years ago, but now there are none. It's all new buildings over there. This is all thanks to His Majesty. He is the chosen one of the Eastern Kingdom. In the years since he was born, the country has skyrocketed. Many new and interesting things were created when he was a prince. This prosperity was built by him. The companion guessed what Robin wanted to ask and continued. "The best part is the orphanages and old folks' homes. The National Treasury supports them, and they can also accept donations. His Majesty built a bunch of factories in the suburbs to provide jobs for everyone, and the products are so abundant that we are no longer the closed-off, poor version of ourselves. Now we're the poor people. Orphans can support themselves when they grow up. If anyone is too lazy to work and becomes a beggar, they will only be looked down upon. His Majesty has given them opportunities. If they don't work, they deserve to be hungry." Robin was astonished. "Is Blue Yu that impressive? The chosen one? Looks like I'm quite lucky. Setting aside the forced marriage part, this country seems tailor-made for me." Her goodwill towards Blue Yu soared. and the discomfort of being forced faded. Indeed, how many women in the Eastern Kingdom want to be a princess? If I were younger and not married, I would be begging to be His Majesty's woman. The companion joked and added, actually, this prosperity is pretty much the same as it was 3 years ago. Development slowed after His Majesty went overseas. The former king himself said he acknowledged the fact. He has an amazing son, and the Eastern Kingdom has found a good king. Now that His Majesty is back, he will surely soar again. The companion's eyes were filled with longing. She had enjoyed the benefits firsthand. Oh, then I want to see what great moves our king can make to let the Eastern Kingdom soar again. Robin laughed, looking out the window. After a while, the carriage stopped at a marked parking lot. Their SA special parking area? Robin was surprised. His Majesty said carriages can't be parked randomly if they block the road. It would be troublesome. So a parking lot was designated near the commercial area with someone to watch over it. You just pay a little and can shop with peace of mind. Robin followed her companion to shop, and just after a few steps, passers-by gathered around to greet her. Princess Robin is here, shopping on her first day of marriage. How romantic. Why didn't His Majesty come? He must be too busy with state affairs. Busy my foot. Who doesn't teen know better than to make His Majesty work on the first day of his marriage? Even stealing his time to accompany the princess? Hearing the crowd, Robin was stunned and pulled her companion to ask, how do they know me? I've only been a princess for 1 day, and so many people recognize me. This is too ridiculous. His Majesty is the top celebrity in the Eastern Kingdom. His wedding caused a nationwide stir. If it weren't for the former king just passing away, there would probably be a nationwide celebration. The companion lowered her voice. And you are an outsider. Hundreds of thousands of women must be jealous. Why do you get to be the princess? If it weren't for His Majesty teaching everyone to be harmonious, the extremists would probably throw things at you. Of course, they wouldn't hit you. There are guards in plain sight and hidden places who would dare to act. Robin suddenly realized. No wonder some young women looked at her strangely. As more and more people gathered, the companion shouted, disperse, disperse. Princess Robin wants to shop in peace. The patrolling guards also helped persuade, and the people, educated by Blue U, dispersed civilly. After that, while shopping, some still greeted her, but they no longer crowded around. Robin felt dazed, as if she were being watched like before during her escape, but it was completely different. Before it was greedy pursuit. Now it was welcoming smiles, and her heart gradually relaxed. Upon entering a shop, Robin spotted Minister Simon and was surprised. Minister Simon, what are you doing here? This is a women's store. It's awkward for men to come here. Minister Simon, who was under his wife's control. The companion didn't finish her sentence before Simon hurriedly interjected. Ahem. I love my wife. She was busy, so I came to buy. What's wrong with that? He glared at the companion. Nansher, stop talking nonsense. Nansher was the companion's name, a high-ranking palace official, and she had a close relationship with Simon, so she spoke directly. Robin stifled a laugh. This guy had previously threatened them with authority, yet he was actually under his wife's control. What a contrast. TSK, who doesn't he know? Nansher sneered. Let's not talk about that. Simon changed the topic. Whereas His Majesty, why isn't he accompanying you? He said he had important matters concerning the future of the country. Robin shrugged. Nonsense. Simon frowned. What important matters could there be on the first day of marriage? I arranged everything. No one is supposed to disturb you in these few days. You just returned to handle state affairs. What could possibly be a major national issue that I don't know about? No, I need to ask clearly. After settling the bill, Simon headed straight for the palace. This Minister Simon, so serious in his work? Robin asked Nansher, watching his retreating figure. TSK, I saw through it at a glance. He just wants to sneak away, afraid we'll tease him if he stays. Nansher rolled her eyes. Simon's little tricks couldn't escape her. Simon truly had this in mind. He returned home with the items and immediately rushed to the palace to find Blue U. After all, Robin's situation was facilitated by him, and he didn't want the newlyweds to argue on their first day, fearing that Blue U might even divorce her, leaving him to clean up the mess. However, upon arriving at the palace, there was no sign of the administrative palace, nor anywhere else. He asked the guards, who said His Majesty hadn't left the palace at all and had been in the administrative palace the whole time. Where did His Majesty go? Simon frowned. Didn't he leave through the door? Did he jump out the window? He wasn't worried about Blue U encountering danger. This guy had the strength to handle it. If something happened, it would definitely cause a commotion. Besides, the palace guards were all formidable. Even those with devil fruit abilities would kneel. What was there to fear? Could it be that he was also a potential henpecked husband, deliberately finding excuses to avoid work on their honeymoon? Simon's imagination ran wild. Ahem, be careful of getting beaten for bad-mouthing someone behind their back. Blue Yu's voice came from behind. Your Majesty, did I hit the nail on the head? Otherwise, how did you just appear after I mentioned you? Simon turned around, but his gaze was drawn to the swirling pattern on the wall behind Blue Yu. What on earth was that? Just in time, so I don't have to call anyone. Blue Yu smiled and explained everything about the Pokemon world. There would be a large influx of Pokemon in the future, and this needed to be communicated with the higher-ups. This is too absurd. Simon was completely stunned, struggling to find the words. There had at least been speculations about the Pokemon world, but this was pure shock. His brain was almost crashing. After a long pause, Simon quickly calculated. This really concerns the future of the country. If we can connect with them, we won't have to worry about being isolated and falling behind. However, Your Majesty, what kind of creatures are these Pokemon you mentioned? Just watch. Blue Yu opened a box, revealing a bunch of small Pokeballs. Simon was bewildered. These tiny things can contain large creatures? Wait until you see. Blue Yu continued, but not just you. Others need to come see as well. He called for the Generals Phoenix, the second Minister Pamonxi, Captain of the Guard Silico, and a bunch of high-ranking officials to gather at the training ground. At the training ground, Deputy Captain of the Guards, Gerally, mumbled, His Majesty Isanti accompanying the princess on their first day of marriage. What does he want us old men here for? Yeah, what's going on? Deputy Captain of the Patrol, Alice, shouted. Shut up. So much noise. General Phoenix barked. He was in charge of a military that hadn't seen action in years, feeling like a mere ornament, and was quite irritated. But Phoenix is the strongest man in the Eastern Kingdom. As soon as he opened his mouth, Gerally and Alice immediately fell silent. But unexpectedly, Phoenix himself started shouting, Your Majesty, this is too much. On the first day of your honeymoon, instead of enjoying it, you come to disturb people's dreams. I was just dreaming of a beautiful opponent. Even more exciting than Princess Robin, Gerally, and Alice. So you can talk, but we can't? The sun's already up and you're still sleeping. This metaphor is too outrageous. Captain of the Guard, Silico, said coldly, His Majesty's summons on his wedding day must be for something important. Just wait and don't mutter behind. His strength is slightly inferior to Phoenix, but he's not afraid when it comes to a fight. Phoenix wanted to retort, but held back, only lowering his voice a little. Silico, you frown every day. Even His Majesty said you don't know how to smile. Captain of the Patrol, Yanins, tried to ease the tension. He's the cold-hearted one in the palace, relying on that face to maintain authority. Otherwise, the palace would have turned into a doghouse long ago. Doghouse is a term used by Lanyu, meaning a foolish place. Everyone was gathered. Lanyu and Simon came over, followed by Robin and Nancy. If you're going to witness, let's do it together. Lanyu called Robin over as well. I called you here for a matter concerning the future of the Eastern Kingdom. No need for small talk. Let's get straight to the point. Lanyu took out a Pokeball from a box, pressed the button to enlarge it, and threw it. Bang! A flash of light. An eye-dead Magikarp flopped on the ground, wriggled for a while, then lay still, with only its mouth still gasping. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Is this tonight's dish? Or are we going to rely on it to breed and feed the whole country fish? Lanyu awkwardly slapped his forehead. All right, the first one is this guy. Hurry up and take it back. Magikarp is useless without water. This time he directly threw out several Pokeballs. Pidgey, Spearow, Fearow, and a team of Fire-type Pokemon like Charizard and Pidgeot. As soon as they came out, they locked eyes and started to argue, looking like they were about to fight. Shut up. Lanyu glared. If you make any more noise, I'll deal with you. His aura was much stronger than these Pokemon, suppressing them like a superior, and several little ones immediately cowered and obediently squatted down. They are called Pokemon, mysterious and magical. Currently, 18 types have been discovered, with over 900 species. They can use skills like Devil Fruit users, and their talents are outrageous. Some can evolve in one direction, while others can evolve in multiple paths. After introducing, Lanyu directly let several Pokemon showcase their abilities. The little guys were eager to outshine their opponents and started to roll up. Shadow clones dazzled the eyes. Steel wings shone blindingly. Air slashes created slicing sounds. Rain summoning immediately drenched them, and tornadoes spun in place, making people dizzy. In the end, the leading one directly unleashed a destructive beam, blasting a big pit in the training ground. Luckily, they had informed in advance. Otherwise, the guards would have surrounded this place tightly. These little treasures. Lanyu shook his head helplessly, but the people on site were already stunned. Wow. This destructive power is too explosive. The flashy moves would definitely leave the enemy confused. If they had water type, wouldn't that be the nemesis of Devil Fruit users? Phoenix scratched his head. Your Majesty, where did these Pokemon come from? I've traveled to many places, but I've never heard of them. They're not from our world. I brought them back from another world. Lanyu shook the box in his hand. I went there to chat today, reached a cooperation, and brought some back to show you. Another world? Except for Zyman. Everyone was baffled, just like Zyman earlier, stunned and speechless for a long time. Phoenix suddenly slapped his thigh. I understand. No wonder your majesty insisted on finding the door fruit in your early years. You must have gotten it and developed it to open the door to other worlds. You've already scouted that place, and now that you're the king, you're directly initiating cooperation. Yeah, Zyman instantly reacted, recalling the whirlpool in the administrative palace. That whirlpool must be the gateway to the Pakmon world. The second minister, Paimongsi, was grinning from ear to ear. Congratulations, your majesty. With another world, our eastern kingdom will soar to greatness. Silico still had his usual cold expression, but his eyes sparkled with the door fruit. Perhaps we can open doors to even more worlds. That's basically the situation. Lanyu opened his hands. And now it's up to you. How to use Pakmon to create a big commotion and make the Eastern Kingdom even stronger. Originally, Lanyu was still pondering how to explain his abilities, but with Phoenix's wild imagination, it saved him the trouble. After all, his abilities are indeed related to the door fruit. The good thing about this world is that any ability can be explained using devil fruits, so people don't find it too strange. After all, no matter how powerful the fruit is, it still requires personal development. There are plenty of useless ones. Of course, if the abilities endanger the world, the Navy and the world government will definitely come knocking, but what is Lanyu afraid of? He has the warning from the legendary Pakmon Ligia. Rest assured, your majesty will take care of it. Several people patted their chests. If it weren't for Lanyu not allowing them to kneel, they might have done so on the spot. Your majesty, can we try the remaining Pokballs? Robin, eyes gleaming, wanted to see other Pakmon. Play as you like. Lanyu handed over the box. The way your majesty throws the ball is so cool. I have to come up with some new tricks. With just those few moves? You think you can surpass your majesty? If I can't be the coolest, being the second coolest is fine. A group of people was showing off various tricks, creating a lively scene. The Pakmon that came out were diverse. Apart from the previous two families in Magikarp, all were from the Kanto region. Caterpie, Metapod, Butterfree, Weedle, Kakana, Beedrill, Sandshrew, Sandslash, Oddish, Gloom, Valplume, Diglett, Doug Trio. Huh, this Diglett is quite funny. Only has an upper body? Alice picked up Diglett and looked at the bottom, which was flat and covered in a bit of dirt, completely different from the Diglets in this world that have hands and feet. One head is a Diglett. 3 heads are Doug Trio. That's the relationship before and after evolution. Lanyu explained it's a ground type, excellent at digging. It's definitely a good hand for agriculture and mining, with unlimited potential. Write it down, write it down. Paimongsi took out a small notebook and wrote vigorously. Your majesty, what are those two with grass on their heads called? Nancy, holding 2 little cuties, was bursting with girlish excitement. Oddish and Gloom, both are grass types, but Oddish has a poison attribute while Gloom has a flying attribute. Lanyu patted the Gloom beside him, the little guy smiling sweetly. This one that looks like a little girl is Gloom, one of Oddish's final evolutions, pure grass type. He pointed at the Pakmon floating with 3 cotton balls. That's Vileplume, fully evolved from Gloom. Grass-type Pakmon are simply the chosen ones for agriculture. They are great at taking care of plants, mixed attributes, and they can change attributes upon evolution, suitable for agriculture. Write it all down. Paimongsi's pen was almost smoking. This bug is bigger than usual, but thankfully it doesn't have those disgusting hairs. Robin squatted down to touch Caterpie. It's thicker than her arm. After fleeing for years, she had seen all sorts of disgusting bugs. This one was actually a bit cute. She had even eaten stranger things. Caterpie, I feel a chill down my back. There's a sense of malice. This is called Caterpie, a bug type. That day's green chrysalis is Metapod, its evolutionary form. Lanyu pointed at the Metapod staring blankly. The final evolution is Butterfree, which has a flying attribute. A Butterfree flew over, landed on Robin's arm, and rubbed against her. Super gentle. Indeed, bugs evolve into butterflies. Robin stroked it. This role doesn't need His Majesty to say. It's definitely a little pollinator. Paimongsi understood instantly and wrote it down. He then looked at Beedrill. This big bee is probably also for pollination. What use does that dead fish-looking Pakmon have? It looks so weak. Fennec poked at Magikarp, his face full of disdain. Don't underestimate it. Magikarp is the king of comeback. It's super powerful after evolution. Lanyu reminded. Comeback? I believe you not. Fennec sneered. At most, it will evolve into a Gyarados. You caught it so quickly, clearly it can't be shown off. While saying this, he poked at the Gyarados. The Gyarados exploded in anger. It's one thing to insult me, but you're actually hitting me? Do you think I'm a dead fish? Whoosh. It erupted in dazzling light, drawing everyone's attention. What is this? Robin exclaimed. The light of evolution. It's going to evolve. Lanyu explained. Evolution? Let's see what this loser can turn into. Phoenix said dismissively. The light expanded to 6 or 7 meters before stopping, spreading out like stars. Gyarados made its entrance. It let out a furious roar at Phoenix. Wow, the contrast is too big. Phoenix was startled. The silly fish had turned so fierce. This is Gyarados, with flying attributes, nicknamed the Great Ferocious One. Lanyu laughed. It was discriminated against before evolving, so it's super temperamental. Before he could finish, Gyarados swung its tail at Phoenix. Bang! Phoenix raised his hand to block it. Weak before evolution, but after evolution, it's so aggressive and powerful. This tail has some strength. Phoenix grabbed its tail. I like it. Roar. Gyarados was in pain and sprayed a water attack. As expected, water types know how to play with water. Phoenix waved his left hand to disperse the water flow, even licking the water off the back of his hand. It tasted like seawater. In the future, the whole water-type team, with devil fruit users, won't be scared out of their wits. Gyarados saw him ignoring it and directly unleashed a destructive light. Huh, looks pretty fierce. Phoenix remained calm, but it's just that. Phoenix flicked Gyarados' tail away, throwing it into the sky. The destructive light exploded in midair, its power greater than a pile of explosives. Wow, that explosion is intense. Simon exclaimed in awe. Paimonxi quickly took notes. As expected of the comeback king, it can play with water and blow things up. Amazing. Gyarados crashed back to the ground. Wanted to fight again, but after using its big move right after evolving, its body couldn't handle it anymore. Even worse, Phoenix directly sat on its back, glaring and threatening. Want to cause trouble? Do you believe I can stretch you until you deform? Gyarados immediately surrendered. Big brother, you're strong. Can't I just be quiet? The others continued to interact with their Pokémon, commanding them to attack, getting more and more into it. If just a few were this amazing, what would happen with over 900 kinds together? Simon suddenly frowned. Wait a minute. These Pokémon have only just met us, and they're already obedient? If they got taken by enemies, wouldn't that be the end? Lanyu laughed. Pokémon are kind, but they only listen to their master. That's exactly what I wanted to say. These Pokémon weren't captured by us. The Pokeballs have a bit of taming effect. And since their original owners didn't cultivate feelings for them, they're friendly with the first person who releases them, Lanyu explained. If there's an emotional bond, and you steal the Pokeball to release them, they might turn around and hit you. Moreover, powerful Pokémon are all proud, and many have bad tempers. If they refuse to lose or have no feelings, even if you capture them, they won't listen to commands. Want to capture them? Either defeat them in battle or, like Phoenix, crush them with strength. He pointed at the obedient Gyarados. Gyarados' inner thoughts. Don't use me as an example. That's so embarrassing. Lanyu suddenly became serious. Pokémon are extremely loyal, with feelings and thoughts. Whoever captures them and raises them will be close to them. They can work and fight, but don't treat them as tools. They must be respected. Once they determine you, they can live and die with you. And that's not something just anyone can achieve. So, from now on, treat them well, as friends and companions. The others quickly nodded. Companions who live and die together. That sounds too good. Afterward, Lanyu talked about some matters of interaction to help them understand Pokémon better. In fact, Lanyu said so much because he was the messenger of Arceus and needed people to understand what Pokémon really are. Even if he wasn't a messenger, Lanyu would never allow his people to treat Pokémon as tools. He himself loved Pokémon immensely. Outsiders can't control it, but his own people must follow the rules. By the way, there's one more thing. Lanyu spoke up. I want to change the country's name to the Nation of Infinity. In the future, Pokémon and people from other worlds will flock here, and the name Eastern Nation is too limiting. It needs to be changed to a name that embodies inclusivity and infinite possibilities. He was ready for rebuttals, as these people had deep feelings for the country. To his surprise, Phoenix burst out laughing. As expected of our greatest majesty. This vision is amazing. Giannis clenched his fist and pounded his chest. Your Majesty's broad-mindedness, we admire. Alice jumped up. The Nation of Infinity. In the future, we can see infinite Pokémon and infinite people from other worlds. Just thinking about it makes me excited to explode. Nancy patted Beautifly. The palace is going to turn into a zoo. We need to hire more people. No one opposed? Lanyu was stunned and couldn't help but ask. Don't you have any objections? What objections could there be? Simon laughed. Your Majesty, don't you know us? The Eastern Nation is what it is today, thanks to you. As long as it benefits the country, We won't hold back. Besides, we all know you can open the gates to other worlds. The country is bound to explode with excitement. The Nation of Infinity is a much more exciting name than the Eastern Nation. Why would we oppose? Jerily teased. Even that old stickler Silico wouldn't oppose. Silico calmly said, I uphold the rules for the sake of heritage, not out of stubbornness. As long as you all don't oppose, that's good. Lan Yu sighed in relief. But he needed to inform the public. When will it be announced? We're ready at any time. Pamongsi asked. Wait until we have a lot of cooperation with the Pokemon world, and announce it together when we reveal Pokemon. Phoenix's eyes lit up. Then I, as a general, must go to the trade site to guard it. I want to see the Pokemon world with my own eyes. Guarding is the job of our Royal Guard team. Jerily retorted, wanting to go too. You guys are guarding the palace. When would you have time? Phoenix shot back. Silico interjected. We'll split into small teams. It won't affect our work. Who doesn't want to go to another world and widen their horizons? Yana sighed. I'm so envious. Our patrol team is too busy. There's definitely no opportunity. The more powerful the country, the more we can't drop the ball. Unlike the palace guards, whose work doesn't change much. Everyone wants to go. How about we fight to determine the winner? Alice chimed in, fanning the flames, since he couldn't go himself. Watching a show would be fine. Then let's fight. Phoenix and Silico were clear on the rules, but who goes does depend on strength. After all, not everyone can leave. Someone has to stay and protect the home. You guys have fun. I'm leaving first. Lan Yu turned and slipped away. Robin was stunned. Aren't you going to watch? No need to watch. I can guess the result. Lan Yu shook his head. What result? Robin pressed. If no one goes all out, Phoenix will probably win. If they do go all out, Silico will have a chance. But since they're not enemies, Silico won't go all out. So the result is already set. That's why Lan Yu didn't want to watch. In the evening, in the room. Why can't Butterfree follow me? Robin felt a bit wronged. It was hard to find a companion, and it was sent away. Butterfree is more suited for adventures outside, not for the palace as a princess, Lan Yu explained. I'll find you a suitable Pokemon later. All right, the king is the biggest. Robin shrugged. Thankfully, they hadn't spent much time together, or else she would really be reluctant. But tonight, one bed? It's up to you. Up to me? Oh, I understand. Robin immediately understood. You men are just being coy. You know I'm proactive, but still say it's up to me. You just want to think about it. Cough, cough. That's not what I meant. Lan Yu quickly waved his hands. He's a gentleman. Then do you want to? Robin leaned closer. Slowly. Just one question. Do you want to? With such initiative, how could Lan Yu not be moved? Besides, the physical condition of people in this world is amazing. Then, those who understand will understand. It's indescribable. The next morning, while having breakfast, Robin asked, what's the plan for today? Prepare some trading samples. And in the afternoon, we will go to the Pokemon world. Lan Yu countered. Do you want to go? Can I? Of course. Actually, you would be quite suitable as a princess. Lan Yu discovered last night that Robin's personality is great, and gradually accepted it in her heart. Is this the reward from last night? Robin teased. Following, Lan Yu almost said whatever, but quickly changed her words. Ahem. This is the reward for heartfelt communication. Let's not talk about this anymore. If you want to go, wait for me at the training ground in the afternoon. If you don't want to go, let Nancy take you shopping. Of course I want to go. This opportunity is something others can't even ask for. Robin smiled. The two of them ate while nurturing their feelings. In the morning, Robin familiarized herself with the palace, while Lan Yu had Simon and the others prepare the things they would bring. The people responsible for testing Pokemon abilities, although they didn't know where these little guys came from, were shocked to the point that their jaws dropped. Mole and three-headed mole. Just a few could handle half a day's worth of farming in minutes. The digging king mind, while others could dig a few meters in half a day, it could easily dig dozens of meters deep in just a few minutes. So easy. Caterpie spun silk to make clothes. A few pieces could be done in minutes. With explosive toughness, even a small knife couldn't cut through, and it was incredibly warm, perfect for winter clothing or armor. As the tests went deeper, they discovered that the auxiliary abilities of Pokemon were astonishing. In the end, the testers unanimously expressed, Pokemon can really change the fate of a country. In the afternoon, at the Pokemon world, Professor Oak's lab. Why hasn't he come yet? Professor Oak was pacing in the living room, feeling anxious. Roar. Phew. Wow. 3 dragons were enjoying watching TV. Thinking, stop turning, you're blocking our view of the plot. He said he would come, so he will definitely come. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door echoed. Is he here? Professor Oak rushed to open the door, only to find Datu and Sharona, instantly disappointed. Why are you here? Lan Yu said, we came today to deliver things. Data laughed. Professor, are you disappointed that it's not Lan Yu? I could tell a glance. Sharona added, how much did you bring? Professor Oak glanced at the truck outside. Did you ask at home? This little bit isn't enough for them to ask. Dado pointed at the yard. Professor, you prepared quite a bit too. I wonder what line you brought? Sharona was curious. He is the king. He can definitely mobilize more than us in a day. Professor Oak shook his head. There are many types of things. We only have a few unique items in our world. A whirlpool appeared beside them. Lanyu walked out. Having been to the place before allows for location. But it's not good to directly enter the house, and coincidentally bumped into the three. You finally made it. Professor Oak smiled, unfazed by the entrance. You came empty-handed? Dado was confused. The things are too big. It's not convenient here. Lanyu explained, let's find an empty place first and check the surroundings. Got it. Datu and Sharona instructed the truck to unload, keeping an eye on the surroundings. Luckily, the lab was secluded. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Don't get scared later. Lanyu reminded with a smile in the backyard. The three dragons started to roar. Do we look like we would be scared? We'll see. The three responded. Come on. Lanyu waved at the empty space, and a whirlpool several meters high and over 10 meters long appeared. Bang! A giant was thrown out, instantly filling the entire backyard. What? What is this? The size is too outrageous. Professor Oak swallowed, completely stunned. Datu, Sharona, and the three dragons were also shocked. They had never seen anything so big. Lanyu pointed at the giant and introduced, this is the Sea King from our world, a fish perfect for eating. I haven't measured its size specifically. I just caught it and brought it over. The meat is extremely rich in elements. We often eat it, and Pokemon love it too. Professor Oak let out a long sigh of relief. So this is the Sea King. I thought it was only a few meters big, judging by sight. This Sea King must be 30 or 40 meters long. Professor Oak walked around it. This is even more impressive than our biggest Twilord. Catching something this big must have been a lot of effort, right? Sharona looked at its fierce exterior, relieved that it was already dead. Effort? This is considered small. Lanyu laughed. Over there we have Sea Kings that are thousands of meters long everywhere. And then bang, bang, bang. Continuous loud noises shook the ground as if there was an earthquake. The people of Masera Town remained very calm. What weird experiment is Professor Oak conducting again? This. Professor Oak looked at the whirlpool continuously rolling out even larger Sea Kings, completely at a loss for words. Finally finished moving. Let's see what exciting Pokemon this world has. Fennec came out carrying a big bag, with Robin following behind. He immediately fixed his gaze on the three dragons, threw down the bag, and approached them, over 3 meters tall, making the 2-meter-plus dragons shiver in fear. The appearance is all right, but not as fierce as the Gyarados. Fennec commented, who is this? Datu and Sharona looked at the human who was taller than the dragons. Jaws dropped. Although Professor Oak had heard of the giant race, he was also speechless upon seeing one. Let me introduce, this is General Fennec from our country, and my wife Robin. Lanyu pointed. These three are Professor Oak, Sharona, and Datu. Hello. They greeted each other. These Sea Kings were all caught by Fennec. Lanyu added, Your Majesty, that's not right. Fennec corrected, I caught them all by myself. The others just did some chores. He had to appear impressive in front of people from another world. Are all the people in your country so tall? Data looked at Robin, who was over 1.8 meters, then looked at himself, feeling a bit confused. Could it be from eating Sea Kings? Then I need to show off more. We have 3, 4, 5, and even 10-meter ones everywhere. Lanyu shrugged. He's considered short at 1.9 meters in the world of One Piece. This is 2. Data was completely at a loss for words. Lanyu opened the bag and pulled out the items. This is a phone bug. It can make calls. This is a devil fruit. Eating 1 bite gives you superpowers. Soon finished the introduction. Indeed, there weren't many items. The devil fruits piled up in the East Country's warehouse were useless, so they were just right for trading. For Professor Oak and the others, these items were incredibly valuable. Just these few Sea Kings were enough for them to research for half a day. Professor Oak's eyes went wide when he saw those Sea Kings, as if he had seen a rare treasure. As soon as Lanyu finished the introduction, he immediately shouted for the 3 dragons to bring the equipment, and they squatted down beside the Sea Kings to research, not even blinking. Sharona also joined in to help, and the 2 researched enthusiastically. Dado also wanted to join in to take a look, but Fennec directly stopped him. Hey, want to have a battle? You want to fight my Pokemon with your fists? Dado scratched his head, feeling confused. Lanyu's strength was almost overwhelming for him, and this big guy looked even fiercer. His Pokemon would probably get beaten badly. Of course. Fennec patted his chest. Your Majesty said your Pokemon are super strong. I need to learn a thing or two. Don't worry, my strength is about the same as your majesty's. Lan Yu listened from the side, silently rolling his eyes. This about the same is not even close. He was at most at the elite major general level, while Fennec was a pure dual-color domineering general-level strongman. A ruthless character like Zephyr. All right, let's fight. Data thought for a moment, feeling that it wouldn't be a loss to spar with a strong opponent and would be a good chance to see the Pokmon's abilities. Let's go. Let's find a different place so we don't disturb Professor Oak and the others. The two ran to a distant open space, far away enough to avoid making too much noise and disturbing Professor Oak's research. Come out, Dragonite. Dadu directly threw out his ace. Charizard probably wouldn't hold up, so it's safer to bring out the strongest. This dragon is called Dragonite. Phoenix sized up the situation. Just right. Let me see how strong you really are. I'll go first. With that, he wrapped his fists in hockey and charged forward like a cannonball. This hockey was even deeper than Blue's. I definitely made the right choice. Dew felt a chill in his heart, recalling the knowledge of hockey. The deeper the color, the more intense the training. Dragonite. Spike cannon attack. A barrage of sharp stones shot toward Phoenix like a rain of arrows. Phoenix didn't dodge at all, swinging his fists like a windmill, smashing them all to pieces while grinning. Is that all? Don't rush, there's more. Du shooted, sandstorm. Rock slide. Rock lockdown. Dragonite instantly conjured a sandstorm that blocked Phoenix's line of sight. Then huge rocks fell from above, and the ground spouted stone spikes, attacking him from three sides with ruthless moves. This coordination is pretty slick. Phoenix praised, then directly closed his eyes to use observation hockey, easily dodging all the attacks based on his senses, then charged out of the sandstorm with his dark-wrapped fists, heading straight for Dragonite. I knew you had observation hockey. I anticipated you would ignore the sandstorm. Dew sneered, Dragonite. Use Heat Wave. Boom. A scorching storm roared toward Phoenix. This move packs a punch. Phoenix suddenly dodged to the right, charging straight and would definitely get him hurt. No need for that. Just waiting for you to dodge. Dew shouted Dragonite. High-speed movement. Whoosh. Dragonite instantly sped up, entangling Phoenix like a bolt of lightning. Close combat. Just what I wanted. Phoenix swung his fist, but ended up hitting nothing. The Dragonite in front of him was just an afterimage, not a shadow clone. Phoenix frowned, realizing there were no clones around. It was just too fast. Bang. Before he could react, Dragonite landed a punch on his face, sending him flying. This speed, even observation hockey can't keep up. Phoenix wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and felt excited instead. Now, this is a real fight. He howled and charged back. While Dew wanted to use the same tactic and have Dragonite circle around with agility, but Phoenix stomped the ground, his hockey exploding, instantly sealing off the left, right, and back directions with earth plates, leaving only the front open. Got you. Phoenix spotted the charging Dragonite and threw a punch. Dragonite was also sent flying, got up, wiped the blood, and roared. That punch was fierce. Not bad, breaking through agility so quickly. Dew raised an eyebrow, but Dragonite had plenty of moves left. Dragonite surf, splash. Dragonite's antennae sparkled, and a giant wave several meters high crashed toward Phoenix, creating a wave out of thin air. Impressive. Phoenix clenched his fist and smashed it into the ground, cracks spreading, a surge of momentum crashing into the wave. Bang! The wave was shattered, instantly dissipating, leaving only a wet ground. Not done yet. Blizzard. Ice beam. Dew shouted next. The arena was instantly filled with snow and wind, and Dragonite shot ice beams at the sky, making snowflakes turn into ice balls a meter wide, densely suspended in the air. Just ice balls, no different from stones. Phoenix was about to dodge when he suddenly found his feet frozen. When did that happen? He was stunned. Just a moment ago. Dew laughed. The previous surf was not meant for an attack at all. It was actually to leave a water trail first, then use Blizzard to freeze it, taking advantage of Phoenix's distraction with the ice balls to secretly freeze the water beneath his feet with Ice Beam. This maneuver really tests control of the battlefield. Only Dew's Dragonite could pull it off. How'd he do that? Phoenix stared at his frozen feet, suddenly realizing, shifting focus to sneak attack, right? But now is not the time to dwell on that. The ice balls are coming down. So what if my feet can't move? Ice balls? One punch each. Phoenix swung his fists and smashed down, bang, 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 like beating drums. But these ice balls were ridiculously hard. After hitting them, his hockey-wrapped fists were numb. If it were a normal person, their hands would have been ruined. Is that all? Phoenix shook his hands, looking disdainful. Dew watched in amazement. This physical quality is off the charts. If it were a Pokemon of the same level, their hands would have been ruined already. He secretly resolved that he must teach his Pokemon hockey. The gap is too big. Dragonite, Thunderbolt. Don't let him get close. Du shouted. Splash. Dragonite's antennae sparked with electricity, unleashing a powerful bolt of lightning. Quite a flashy move. Fire, water, rock, ice, and now electricity. Phoenix shattered the ice beneath his feet, dodging while charging, trying to create distance. No way. Dragonite Wu-Ti let him close the gap and flew up. You can't reach me. Phoenix laughed. You think flying means you're safe? He picked up the ice blocks on the ground and hurled them upward like cannonballs. Fast and fierce. Dragonite dodged most of them, but still got hit several times. Oh, does getting hit by ice hurt more? Phoenix only picked up ice blocks to throw, forcing Dragonite to fly at a lower altitude. Good timing. Phoenix seized the opportunity to rush in, fists cracking. Dragonite also got serious. Come on. Fire punch, thunder punch, ice punch, heavyweight punch. I'm full of weapons. Steel wing, iron tail, heavy kick, dragon claw, iron head, all coming at you. What happened? No matter how many moves Dragonite had, they were either blocked by Phoenix Haki or their power wasn't enough. Compared to Phoenix fists wrapped in Haki, they were far behind. Although Dragonite was at a disadvantage, Phoenix wasn't feeling well either. He was shocked from the electricity, frozen with pain, and feeling the burning heat. His whole body felt like it was being disassembled and reassembled, and he was on the verge of madness. One person and one dragon, one injured physically, the other pained mentally. Du finally saw through it. Absolutely cannot fight close combat with those from blue side, especially those who can use Haki. Pokemon don't have this skill. Going up is just seeking punishment. Phoenix is too fierce. Du's Dragonite is an ace. And even Mega Charizard might not be able to beat it, yet it's evenly matched with him. Cynthia stopped what she was doing, her eyes wide with surprise. Seeing it tied, dragging it out might not be certain. While helping Professor Oak, Blue analyzed that Phoenix's moves may not be as many as Dragonite's, but his stamina was several streets ahead of Dragonite. In a war of attrition, Dragonite would definitely collapse. Unless Dragonite had a big move hidden that could end the battle quickly. Blue guessed it was probably a Z move, without Mega Evolution or Dynamax facilities. That's the only possibility. Just try to see if Du has hidden any moves. Cynthia smiled, their thoughts aligned. Suddenly, Professor Oak exclaimed, I've discovered something incredible. He rushed into the research lab, almost calling for Charizard to help, but ran off himself. What treasure did he find? So urgent? Robin looked confused. On the other side, Du looked at the state of Dragonite and Phoenix, frowning tightly. This can't continue. From the beginning until now, the time has long exceeded Dragonite's battle limit. Blue said they could fight for 3 days and nights. Although it was exaggerated, they could definitely last a few more hours. Phoenix has this stamina. It's incredible. Du gritted his teeth. It couldn't be dragged out any longer. He took out a crystal with his right hand, revealed a bracelet with his left, and pressed the crystal in. The bracelet instantly exploded with light. Dragonite used the big move we trained last night. Du Roald, Ultimate Mega Dragon Kak. The light poured into Dragonite's body, and Dragonite opened its arms, gathering terrifying energy in its mouth, looking like it was about to explode the arena. This move, so fierce. Phoenix's pupils constricted. It absolutely cannot hit. Dodge? No. Interrupted directly. Phoenix grabbed a large ice block by his feet and hurled it fiercely at Dragonite. Du had anticipated this move. He and Dragonite practiced Z moves last night, not just for proficiency, but for speed. Before the ice block even reached, the energy ball in Dragonite's mouth had already blasted out, instantly transforming into a 3 to 4 meter large energy lizard dragon, crashing through the ice block and charging straight at Phoenix. Too fast. Can't dodge. Phoenix crossed his arms, condensing the strongest Haki, his feet firmly planted on the ground. Then he would take it head on. If I block this move, the world will be mine. Bang! The energy lizard dragon slammed into him, creating a thunderous explosion. The shockwave rushed toward Blue's side, blowing people's hair wildly. Du indeed hit a Z move. That speed is incredible. Just afraid of being interrupted. Cynthia styled her hair. But it seems Phoenix got hit by that move. He's probably done for, right? Dragonite is bound to win. I don't think so, Lanyu chuckled. Do you think he can block it? No way. Cynthia's eyes widened. The power of Z moves is more than twice that of regular moves. No matter how strong the Haki is, he'll still suffer severe injuries. And then Dragonite can easily counterattack. I agree with that. Lanyu nodded. But what I meant is, they're evenly matched. As the smoke cleared, Phoenix still maintained a cross-armed posture, his upper body, clothes blown to pieces. Yet he had no obvious external injuries. He actually blocked it. Dato was stunned. We've lost. Dragonite knelt on one knee, clearly unable to hold on. One more hit, and he'd be in trouble. No, it's a draw. Finnick wanted to counterattack, but found his arms too weak to lift. He removed the hockey, revealing horrific scars all over his arms, darkening ominously, clearly temporarily disabled. A draw? Dato was a bit confused. Finnick's legs were still usable. With one kick, Dragonite would definitely go down. What is inappropriate about that? Finnick walked over to Dragonite. It's not a life-and-death fight. They've fought to this extent, and they've both gauged each other's strength. It's enough. Dato wanted to shake hands, then remembered Finnick's hands couldn't move, awkwardly scratching his head. Sorry about that. Ha ha ha. No witties. Finnick laughed heartily. By the way, do you have any fierce Pokemon around here? Like a Gyarados or something? Just give me one. He came to this world just to find a Pokemon he liked. Fierce? Well, there are some. Dato thought for a moment. It's just their personalities. Before Dato could finish, Finnick interrupted. Personality? No way. With my strength, what is there to fear? Dato chuckled. Almost forgot. Your strength is not worse than Dragonite's. You really don't need to be afraid. Then hurry up and lead the way. I want to capture my first Pokemon. Finnick rubbed his hands anxiously. What is the rush? Dato pointed at his hand. First, treat your injury. Plus, the doctor hasn't finished testing yet. All right. Finnick finally realized he was too impatient. Then I'll trouble you later. No problem. Dato smiled. By the way, can you guide my Pokemon to learn hockey when you have time? Count on me. The two walked over to LearnsHe's side, and Dato took medical equipment from the Research Institute to treat Finnick's hand injury. Finnick was too tall to fit inside, so he had to do it outside. Cynthia teased. Dato, I saw the move you were hiding. My Pokemon will definitely target you in the future. Target me? Dato was unconcerned. As long as my Pokemon learns hockey first, it can smash you just like Finnick did. Not necessarily. I know about hockey too. My Pokemon will definitely learn it faster. Cynthia refused to back down. Ha, did you forget? My Charizard and Dragonite have personally taken hits from hockey. How can the power be the same? Dato hit the nail on the head. Cynthia was speechless. Fine, let us wait and see. If I had known, I would have let my Pokemon take a hit. Not having taken a hit means no power. Professor Oak, how's the detection going? Dato looked at Professor Oak, who was staring blankly at the data. Any discoveries? This discovery, Professor Oak sighed first, making Lanyu feel tense. Please don't let it be harmful. Otherwise, trading and eating are in jeopardy. Absolutely no harm. Professor Oak suddenly beamed. Not only is there no harm, but this Sea King species is simply a divine supplement for humans and Pokemon. Lanyu breathed a sigh of relief. So what is so good about it? I compared the data from other professors with the detection data of the Sea King species, and wow, half of it matches. Professor Oak shook the data. Can you guess what that data is? It's the Gigantamax data. Half of the information about the Sea King species is actually the same as Gigantamax. Do you understand what this means? It means eating it can make you grow taller? Cynthia answered quickly. Professor Oak choked a bit. This is my shining moment. Ahem. Cynthia is right. He could only continue. The Sea King species contains something similar to Gigantamax factors, along with various trace elements. What happens to humans when they eat it? LearnsHe's world is an example. Pokemon often eat it. Either their physical quality skyrockets, or their size can grow to the extent of Gigantamax. However, the specific effects still need to be tested. This discovery is amazing. Pokemon's physical quality improves, and their battle power directly goes up. Dato scoffed. But if their size increases, Gigantamax and Galar might become a joke. Some Pokemon can grow bigger without issue, but I worry about those cuties also growing. Their cuteness would be completely gone. Cynthia laughed. Lanyu understood immediately. No wonder the people in the One Piece world are so big. It turns out they ate too much of the Sea King species. I guess not just the Sea King species. Most marine creatures over there probably have this effect. But not everyone can grow bigger after eating it. After all, there are short ones, but strengthening physical quality is guaranteed, unless you're incredibly unlucky. So, does that mean we'll mainly be trading the Sea King species in the future? Lanyu asked. Absolutely. Professor Oak declared, I only took one devil fruit. It's clearly scarce. The phone bug is similar to a snail, just has a bit more communication energy. Only researchers in communications are interested. So the Sea King species is the way to go. How much we need, we'll take. Dato and Cynthia had no objections. There are too few devil fruits to make any impact. Leave this to me. Finnick laughed loudly. Now, in this infinite country, I'm the most free. Small matters need not be cared for, and big matters don't concern me. Now that the detection is finished, what's next? Cynthia asked. Of course, we need to cut the Sea King species into pieces and transport it. Dato looked at the gigantic sea king species. His head was spinning. With just this few of us, we probably can't handle it today. A piece of cake. Professor Oak shouted at the forest. Everyone come here. There's good food. Instantly, the ground shook, and a swarm of Pokemon rushed over. Robin was stunned. This calling power is explosive. Dato was confused. Just now, Dragonite and Fennec were battling fiercely. And with such a huge Sea King species, didn't T come out? How come they all popped out when food was mentioned? They're all little ones temporarily staying with me. Professor Oak shrugged. They're used to me doing research. Aside from food, they can't be bothered with any commotion. The few of them thought to themselves, Professor, were your experiments exploding every day before? Otherwise, how could the Pokemon be so calm? Battle. Seed. Roar. Squeak. The Pokemon surrounded Professor Oak, clearly asking for afternoon tea. Ahem. This is your food, packed with nutrition. Professor Oak pointed at the Sea King species. But it needs to be cut into pieces first for you to fry, stir-fry, boil, and roast. Otherwise, you can only eat it raw. Roar. A few Pokemon were displeased. This old man is at it again. Last time he said it was nutritious, but the taste was terrible. Just thinking about it makes them want to vomit. A few Pokemon decided to make a sacrifice. Let us try this gigantic raw meat first. After one bite, their taste buds exploded. They immediately called their companions. Quick, try it. Is it my taste buds that are malfunctioning? Or is this thing really that delicious? Long, Cammy, Arbok. After all the Pokemon tasted it, they were stunned. It was indeed super delicious. Don't be fooled by the fact that they usually eat berries. They are actually omnivores, but berries better meet their attribute needs. However, this Sea King meat, surprisingly, all Pokemon felt it was super suitable. The Pokemon gestured to Professor Oak. After we finish with this big guy, can you fry, stir-fry, boil, and roast for us? Professor Oak smiled. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? The Pokemon internally thought. Haven't you deceived us enough? But with delicious food in front of them, they directly dug in. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Various moves were unleashed, making the commotion so loud that the people in Newtown were talking. Professor Oak is really making a big deal out of his research today. Just finished blowing something up, and now there's a new commotion. It seems like we're about to make big news. And our true Newtown is going to be famous again, so we must record this. After all, we've seen plenty of Professor's explosive experiments, so we're quite calm about it. The Pokemon quickly cut the Sea King into neat chunks. Robin was amazed. These Pokemon are incredible. No matter how many times I see it, it feels unbelievable. They're simply heavenly gifts. Fennec also sighed. Stop sighing. It's time for us to get to work. Otherwise, the Pokemon might cook us. Lanyu urged with a smile. Professor Okito and the others quickly let the Pokemon move the kitchen utensils. And Robin showed off his flower fruit ability. While his cooking skills might not be the best, outdoor barbecuing is his specialty. He can handle several grills at once, doing the work of 10 people. This devil fruit is just too explosive. Professor Okito was dumbfounded, watching the arms that appeared out of nowhere around the grill, completely unable to understand what was happening. After all, Pokemon moves have energy, but this is just arms appearing from thin air. It's ridiculous. The Pokemon waiting for food were getting anxious, urging Professor Okito to stop researching and hurry up with the cooking. No matter how long we watch, we can't tell anything. Eating is the priority. Professor Okito reluctantly went to cook, and the Pokemon also learned from him to circle around the grill. What is up with these arms appearing out of nowhere? It's even more amazing than them. Devil fruits and Pokemon are both extraordinarily magical. Lanyu explained with a smile while helping out. Before long, the Sea King meat chunks were frozen or boiled as needed. As soon as the cooked meat entered their mouths, the Pokemon and the three of them were all stunned. It was too delicious to be fair. This was only made by non-professionals. If we had a professional chef, wouldn't it be heavenly? Stuffed. Wataru lay on the grass, rubbing his round belly. This Sea King's meal was just too amazing. He couldn't stop. Boo! Dragonite lay down too, with a full belly. It was supposed to regain stamina after battle. But once this meat entered, he couldn't control himself. Roar! Charizard agreed, saying that the goods brought by that brother yesterday were top-notch, and their meals were guaranteed in the future. Roar! Red Gyarados also joined in the fun. Regardless of yesterday or today, as long as there is good food, it's great, even if it turns into Gyarados. Sharona, I may not admit defeat in other aspects, but when it comes to eating, I concede. Wataru looked at Sharona, who was still eating, and was greatly impressed by her appetite. It's just inborn. Sharona stopped. Delicious food should be saved for next time. Can't eat too much at once. Cha, me. Her Pokemon also called out. Not just trainers can eat. We can too. Dragonite and the others have to submit. When it comes to eating, Finnick is the best. Sharona looked at him. Finnick may be big, but he eats 10 times more than her, Professor Okido, and Wataru combined. Which is ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Didn't Professor Okido say that eating sea kings can help grow? I've been eating like this. Finnick laughed. Apparently eating a lot makes him stronger, and the more he gets stronger, the more he can eat. No problem. Lanyu. No problem. Indeed no problem. It's getting late. Are you all going back? Professor Okido asked. No, we're staying here tonight. We want to capture some Pokemon tomorrow. Professor, you don't mind, right? Lanyu smiled. Yesterday, he didn't inform Simon, but today he said they would stay for a few days. Of course I don't mind. It's just right to consult Finnick about his aura. Wataru sat up, eager to agree. You beat me to it. Sharona shook her head. She wanted to ask too. No problem. Professor Okido was more than happy to have them stay a few more days. What kind of Pokemon have you prepared? Lanyu asked, knowing this helps avoid duplicates in capturing. He had handed over what Wataru and the others prepared to Simon in the afternoon and hadn't seen it yet. Part of it was from yesterday, and the rest is just these common ones. Wataru pointed to the frolicking Pokemon, saying they don't have many rare Pokemon either. Our Dragon Clan mainly focuses on Dragon types. I brought a few Dragonairs and Dragon Kings. And trading is no problem. But for Fairy types and Ice types, we will have to search for them. Wataru said, rather than waiting, it's better to find them ourselves. The fun in capturing comes from this. Who knows? We might stumble upon what we desire. This is why so many people travel. Only the Pokemon outside are wild and interesting. Sharona nodded. Indeed, if you want to introduce a large number of Pokemon, we might face huge resistance in capturing groups, but your identity makes a difference in persuasion. Professor Okido also agreed. I can provide starter Pokemon for newcomers, but for special ones, it's hard to say. It could take a few days or even months. That is why we're staying. Lanyu understood, relying on their backing. Going back and forth would yield only a few options. It's still necessary to find them ourselves for the real flavor. The trade will focus on Dragon types and the 3 starters, while the rest will be left to chance. Then they started discussing combat power. And Lanyu had a good idea in mind. The Championess trump card, like Wataru's Dragonite, has combat power at the general level. Charizard is at most quasi-general. Note that this refers to single target damage, not overall strength. In a real fight, a general could wear down a Champion-S trump card. Just like Finnick could take down Dragonite. Even if he had to use his feet, he could still drag him down. And taking down another champion Pokemon wouldn't be a problem. If it were the 3 admirals of the Navy, they would be even stronger. Their moves have a wide range and can hit 2 champion trump cards at once. If they go all out, they can hold off 3. 3 champion trump cards working together can face off against a general head-on. The outcome is hard to say, but special situations are another story. Like a Kainu fighting against Duckmouth and Lava Snail, using lava attacks. They might think they're soaking in a hot spring. However, if a general encounters a champion in the Pokemon world, they're likely to be surrounded and defeated. The champion has 6 Pokemon. Even if they aren't all trump cards, they're all at the champion level, equivalent to 6 quasi-generals, and they could outnumber you. This world is not like what is shown in the plot. A battle can destroy the battlefield, and Pokemon can also get seriously injured. It's not like in the plot, where Fire-type moves can't burn grass. And Charizard can easily withstand thousands of degrees of fire and lift nearly a ton of Cosmoem. How many League champions are there in this world? Just think about it in the context of One Piece. It's terrifying. Not to mention countless champion-level Pokemon and legendary ones. Legendary Pokemon here are no joke. Even with 6 champions combined, don't say they can fight against Lugia. They would be wiped out even against the 3 legendary birds. Of course, if they really had to fight the boss of legendary Pokemon, the champion would definitely be out of the game. But they can still win against weaker members in that group, if they utilize their backing. It's not impossible for a champion to capture one of the legendary Pokemon in that group. Lanyu also learned the differences between Mega Evolution, Gigantamax, and Z-moves from Professor Okido and the others. In terms of power, Z-moves Gigantamax Mega Evolution. In terms of practicality, Mega Evolution Gigantamax Z-moves. Z-moves are essentially a gamble for a one-hit kill. A certain move can explode with several times the damage instantly, and even if the opponent withstands it, they will still lose some health, just like Finnick. Even if he blocked Dragonite's Z-move, his hands were directly incapacitated. But if it misses or doesn't get the kill, it's basically game over. Gigantamax looks like it ranks second, but it's actually not weak. The power is not inferior to Z-moves. And the overall enhancement is just as good as Mega Evolution. After becoming bigger, the attack power can directly devastate the battlefield. but it also has obvious drawbacks. Becoming bigger means being a moving target, slow to move, and it has to be used in specific fields, which is quite inconvenient. Mega evolution is the true YYDS. It causes a qualitative change. It can be used continuously until stamina runs out, making it the most suitable for Pokemon. For example, Wataru's Charizard, without this move, would at most be at the ordinary champion level, but with it, he directly becomes a top champion. Unfortunately, only a few Pokemon can use it. Understanding all this, Lanyu and the others had a clear idea. For Pokemon to become stronger, they need to choose their paths based on the pros and cons of these moves. The next morning, Robin exclaimed while having breakfast, "The environment here is so much better than ours." Haha, the environment of True New Town is definitely top-notch in the Kanto region, Professor Okito said while feeding the Pokemon, smiling. The Pokemon were eating energy cubes, thinking, yesterday was a feast, and today it's downgraded. How miserable. After finishing breakfast, Lanyu suggested they go nearby to look for suitable Pokemon. Lanyu looked at Robin and Finnick. "I can't. I've scheduled to go capture with Cynthia elsewhere." Robin waved his hand. "I also have an appointment. Dew said he would take me to find some impressive Pokemon." Finnick shrugged. "All right, I'll just wander around by myself then." Lanyu didn't mind. Having big shots to take care of them both was pretty secure, and he could freely roam around. Before long, Cynthia arrived in a private plane to pick up Robin. A while later, Dew also flew in to pick up Finnick. Robin, at 1.8 meters, could sit normally, while Finnick, over 3 meters tall, had to take apart the seat and awkwardly sit on the floor. Lanyu held a map given by Professor Oak and headed straight for the nearest Pokemon gathering place, the Viridian Forest. This forest is huge. Lanyu stood atop a tree, gazing around. The dense trees blocked out the sun, making it dark and hard to see anything. He had to jump to the treetops to get a better view. It was practically a paradise for bug-type Pokemon, but it also hid a lot of cruelty. On the ground, there were mostly grass-type Pokemon, but once he jumped into the trees, he found a bunch of bug-type Pokemon hiding among the leaves, and a few flying-type bird Pokemon lurking, clearly eyeing the bug types as potential meals. Pokemon in the wild had to fight for survival, either gnawing on berries or eating other Pokemon. Unlike those in town, who had a variety of food, out here it was straightforward. If there was no food, they have to fight. Watching this scene, Lanyu really couldn't intervene. Helping the prey meant the predators would starve. Helping the predators would just be too cruel. Well, he decided to only help himself. He dashed deeper into the Viridian Forest. Pokemon on the outskirts were too common, not his target. Perhaps there would be surprises inside. Before long, Lanyu was delighted. His luck was good. There was actually a cave. Deep in the forest was a small mountain, and after circling around, he found an entrance over 2 meters high. Let's see if he's really struck gold. Lanyu crawled inside. There might be Pokemon in the cave that were different from those in the forest. Wow, it's so dark. After only a few steps in, he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. Luckily, he brought a flashlight. Otherwise, he would be completely lost. Hey! As the light beam swept across, Zubat and Golbat were startled and flew around chaotically, squeaking nonstop. "I knew it was you guys." Lanyu laughed. This dark cave was just a bat nest, right? You guys can stay away. He ignored them and continued deeper. Zubat and Golbat were displeased. "Who do you think you're looking down on? Do you want to fight?" Lanyu thought. "One punch each, are you scared?" When he reached an open area deeper in the cave, Lanyu frowned. "Is this it? Just bats? Not even a rock-type Pokemon?" It seemed his luck had run out. He turned around to leave. The cave was straightforward, nothing worth searching for. Dirt. A 3-headed Diglett poked its head out. No rock types, but here comes the ground type. 3-headed Diglett. Lanyu shook his head. It was close enough. Dirt. 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 A group of 3-headed Digletts emerged, and a few of them even had hair. Lanyu was shocked. "Are you wearing wigs? Or are you Alolan Digletts?" He reached out to touch them. Enticed by energy cubes, the little guys weren't shy. "It's real hair." Lanyu was baffled. How can it be Alolan Digletts in the Kanto region? Dirt. 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 After finishing the energy cubes, the 3-headed Digletts seemed eager to repay him, taking turns burrowing into the ground and popping back up. "What are you doing?" Lanyu was puzzled. Boom! The ground beneath him suddenly shifted, cracks spreading across the surface. Just as Lanyu thought of running, the ground collapsed beneath him. "You little guys, even putting yourselves in a pit." Watching the 3-headed Digletts happily falling alongside him, Lanyu shook his head helplessly. Thankfully, it wasn't too deep. We said not deep. It was actually over 100 meters deep. Only Lanyu had enough strength to land safely on the rocks nearby. If someone else had fallen, they would be done for in an instant. Wow, there's actually an underground river here. The area above was small, but below it opened up to an astonishing space. a river flowing to the right, and there was even a large open area beside it. Incredible. Dirt, dirt, dirt. The three-headed Diglets waved their hands, signaling Lan Yu to follow. Are you taking me to see the world? Lan Yu hurried to keep up. The underground path twisted like a maze, and the three-headed Diglets led him left and right until they reached a glowing spot in no time. Is this a glowing stone? Lan Yu was amazed, brighter than a flashlight, thanks to the stones embedded in the walls. Ahead was another cave. Dig, dig. Just as he was about to enter, 3 Pokemon with drill heads blocked the way. Drillbur? What are you doing here in Kanto? Lan Yu was confused. He had just seen Alolan Diglets, and now he encountered Unova's Drillbur. Was this place a Pokemon United Nations? Before he could react, the three-headed Diglets immediately launched mud bombs. Boom, boom, boom. I'm a guest brought by your kind. No need to be so enthusiastic. Why don't you jump back to dodge? Dig. Drillbur indicated. Who else with them? The 3 Drillbur charged forward with their glowing drill heads, looking quite fierce. Is that it? You want to touch me? No chance. Lan Yu skillfully dodged, wondering what was hidden inside that was worth guarding so fiercely. Day. The three-headed Diglets panicked. Brothers, we're one of you. Don't fight. Stop it, Drillbur. Let the guest in. A voice with great authority came from deep within the cave. Dig. Although the 3 Drillbur stopped, they yelled at Lan Yu a few times, clearly indicating, be good, human, or we'll take you down. Then the Drillbur led the way, with the three-headed Diglets following behind, and Lan Yu bringing up the rear as they walked in. The cave also had glowing stones, making it easy to see. The path was a gently sloping incline, filled with rock-type and ground-type Pokemon, screeching Diglett, Sandshrew, Geodude, Alolan Geodude, Moonstone, Sunstone, Sherelden, and Anorith. All were here. Moreover, each area was guarded by an evolved form. Excadrill, Golem, Alolan Golem, Bastiodon, and Ancient Armor. Each one looking formidable. So many rock-type and ground-type Pokemon. Lan Yu was astonished. The atmosphere was intimidating. Wasn't he at the level of an Elite Four? If that were the case, what trainer or poacher would dare come here? They would be crushed in an instant. After walking for a while, Lan Yu arrived at an enormous space. In the center, a giant Pokemon stood out, Regigigas, the legendary Pokemon. At first, he thought it was a kind human led by the Diglets, but it turned out to be Arceus's messenger. 6 glowing stones on Regigigas shimmered brightly, staring at the mark on Lan Yu's hand. No wonder the creation plate reacted when you approached. Suddenly, Lan Yu's left hand felt a burning sensation. Looking down, he saw the mark glowing intensely, a beam of light shooting straight towards the stone tablet above Regigigas' head. The tablet shook, as if someone had pulled it out, and flew towards Lan Yu, circling around him a few times before diving straight into the mark. The glowing stones on Regigigas flickered. Instead of Arceus, I received its messenger. I can consider my mission complete. Just as Lan Yu was pondering whether the tablet was meant for him to temporarily hold, he noticed Regigigas' body starting to fade. He quickly asked, "What is happening to you?" "I am merely a clone, sustained by the power of a tablet. Now that you have taken a tablet, I must also disappear." It paused. This cave space-time is unstable. It relies on me and the tablet to maintain it. Without us, it will collapse. You have to take the Pokemon in the cave away. Lan Yu's eyes lit up. "Can I take you to live in another place?" "Of course." They originally came from different regions and had long wanted to change places, but stayed because of me. The light stone of Regigigas flickered again. Lan Yu understood instantly. No wonder there were so many cross-regional Pokemon. It was all due to a time and space bug. Regigigas' voice echoed throughout the cave. "Everyone come here. I have one last thing to say." As the leader, its words carried weight, and soon all the Pokemon gathered. However, seeing Regigigas become faint, some agitated Pokemon bared their teeth at Lan Yu. "Could it be this human's doing? It has nothing to do with me." The light stone of Regigigas shone even brighter. "My mission is complete. I must go. This place is going to collapse. This human is Arceus' messenger and will take you to a new home." The Pokemon all knew about Regigigas guarding the tablet and were quite receptive to the title of Arceus' messenger, instantly quieting down. But after living here for so long, they were reluctant to leave. Leaving doesn't mean goodbye. If fate allows, we can meet again. Regigigas reassured them. This human might even give you a new way of life. While I still have the strength to hold on, hurry and leave. It emphasized the word hurry. Lan Yu understood immediately and waved at the rock wall. A vortex appeared out of thin air, with Regigigas' help. Taking these Pokemon to the world of One Piece was incredibly easy. Why bother capturing them one by one when you can take them all at once? Everyone, Jump into the vortex. It leads to your new home. Don't worry. Lan Yu waved. The Pokemon jumped in one by one, and after the last one went in, Lan Yu also lifted his foot to enter. Human, this is for you. Regigigas' voice came. Lan Yu turned around, and a blue light stone flew in front of him. After catching it, he asked, "What is this?" "This is the Time and Space Stone. It was nurtured by the power of time and space here, and it can let you use the power of time and space once to go to a place that suits you, but only within this world. Hurry up. Take good care of them," Regigigas reminded him at last. "Don't worry." Lan Yu raised his fist in assurance and jumped into the vortex. Upon hearing it was only within this world, Lan Yu understood. Regigigas knew his background. Most likely, it was relying on that tablet. After all, even Lugia only knew he was a messenger. Yet this guy had figured out his cross-world identity, leaving no other possibilities than the tablet. The vortex disappeared, and the light stone of Regigigas flickered. "Arceus, the messenger you chose indeed has some skills. When he meets my true self, he will probably accomplish a lot." That's right. It had already asked Arceus through the tablet. Otherwise, it wouldn't have easily let someone take all the Pokemon away. On the other side, in the administrative palace, a guard rushed in, panting, "Lord Simon." A bunch of Pokemon suddenly appeared in the training ground. "The deputy captain wants you to hurry there. His Majesty has new goods again." Simon set down his work. He had just brought in a large batch yesterday, and the staff hadn't finished sorting it yet. Now, just in the morning, another batch appeared. The efficiency is incredible. Arriving at the training ground, Simon was stunned to see Pokemon all over the ground. "So many? Why aren't they in Pokeballs?" "They are all wild." The former guardian agreed and brought them directly. Lan Yu walked over. "Find a rocky place or a cave to raise them. Feed them according to this manual." "I thought it was another trade like yesterday." Simon nodded. "Not using Pokeballs indeed makes it hard to bring them back directly, and it's good to recognize the people here." Lan Yu let the Pokemon greet Simon and the staff, emphasizing, "These people will feed you, remember?" After saying that, he opened a vortex and slipped away. "Your Majesty, why the rush? Have a cup of tea before you go." Simon shook his head. "Through the ground," the Pokemon exclaimed. "He's not in a hurry, but we are. We haven't eaten yet. It seems I need to quickly recruit a batch of caretakers." Simon looked at so many mouths and felt overwhelmed. The variety is too much. He needs to refer to the manual to know who likes to eat what. It really collapsed. Lan Yu returned to the entrance of the small mountain in the evergreen forest through the vortex, not back to the original cave. The small mountain before him had turned into a pile of rubble, just as he guessed. Fortunately, it was deep in the forest. Otherwise, this commotion would have caused a stir. This small mountain, although only about 10 meters high, is bigger than a gymnasium, and a collapse like this is no joke. It's fine now. Let's continue exploring the evergreen forest. I have to capture a Pokemon myself. Although I brought back a large group to the Infinite Country, I haven't captured one myself yet, and I haven't experienced the joy of capturing. But my luck seems to have run out when I took that group of Pokemon away. Even in the deepest parts of the evergreen forest, surrounded by fierce Pokemon, Lan Yu couldn't find one that caught his eye. Simply put, none of them were appealing. Caterpie, Weedle, Beedrill, Butterfree, Pidgeotto. Just these few. At most adding in some oddish, Victreebel, completely failing to spark his desire to capture. When he first arrived, he might have captured Pidgeotto, but Dewey and Sharona sent a bunch of Pokemon, including top-tier Pidgey and Pidgeot, and now his interest in Pidgeotto has dropped sharply. Unless it's a champion-level Pidgeot. That might still be considered, but champion-level wild Pokemon are even rarer than legendaries. Moreover, relatives of this level of Pidgeot could line up from one end of the forest to the other. Don't think he has been wandering around without incident. He has been ambushed countless times in secret. All of them were resolved. If he really dared to provoke a champion Pidgeot, he would be hunted down by a flock of birds to the ends of the earth. Having come this far, he hadn't even seen the shadow of Pikachu or Bulbasaur. It seems he has taken a wrong turn. Lan Yu stood atop a tree and surveyed the area. He heard they were here, but there was nothing at all. Now he had two choices: find another path to look for them, or use this thing. He took out the Time and Space Stone. What if it ends up in a dimensional dead end? That would be troublesome. Use the dimensional gate. The synthesizer spoke up. Although you can't wander around in this world, you could transmit back to the Infinite Country, and then from there to a familiar place with Pokemon. It's like a transit station. You can go wherever you want, back to Professor Oak in no time. Lan Yu slapped his thigh, right? The synthesizer is clever. This trick can be used anywhere, an overpowered level of teleportation. If you use it a few more times, you might think of it. There's a good thing. Your reputation is increasing. Increasing reputation? I only know Professor Oak and the other two. How much can it increase? 3 points? Lanyu was confused. It's from the Pokemon. Pokemon can also give reputation. Lanyu was shocked. As long as it's a living being, but it depends on which kind. You can't count everything that lacks feelings and intelligence, right? No problem. Lanyu nodded. Being able to gain reputation from sources other than humans made him secretly happy. What is the most abundant thing in this world? Pokemon. He shouted from a tree, scaring the Pidgey and Spearow into a frenzy. He then asked, is there a notification sound for gaining reputation? There is, but I'm afraid it might disturb your ears. So it's turned off. Do you want me to turn it on? Just thinking about the sound of hundreds of thousands of reputation points dinging and crashing. Lanyu hurriedly waved his hands. No. Now he could use it with peace of mind. Lanyu held the time and space stone tightly. But how to use this thing? Lanyu stared at the time and space stone in his hand, only now realizing that Regigigas hadn't mentioned the method of use. This kind of thing probably has a few methods. Be rough and smash it on the ground. Be gentle and hold it tightly. Simply chant a spell. Or take time to find energy to infuse it. The safest way is to find Regigigas, and a few other methods are omitted. Lanyu was speechless. It was as good as saying nothing. He still didn't know how to do it. There was no way. He could only try by process of elimination. Smash it on the ground? What if it breaks? Pass. Find energy infusion? This world has plenty of energy. Only find it. Pass. Find Regigigas? Who knows where it's hiding? It probably moved to another place by now. Pass. Is it just left to grip tightly and chant spells? Lanyu first gripped it tightly for a while, and the stone was warmed up, but there was no reaction. Gripping method out. Then there's nothing to do but chant spells. But what to chant? Sesame, activate, shine, time, space, stone. Teleport me to the place I want to go. After trying a bunch, it was all in vain. Lanyu casually complained. It can't be the great Regigigas commands you to activate, right? As soon as the words fell, the time-space stone suddenly lit up. Oh no! Lanyu slapped his forehead. Regigigas is so narcissistic to come up with this spell. If it weren't for saying it casually, this stone would probably gather dust until the end of time. The time-space stone shone brightly and enveloped Lanyu completely, and with a whoosh, he disappeared from the tree. Once Lanyu left, the evergreen forest immediately returned to calm, and the nearby Pokemon went back to doing their own things. At this moment, a few yellow-skinned rodents popped out of a tree hole. Pika, Pika. Finally, the human is gone, shouting and glowing. It was terrifying. As longtime residents, they understood one principle. Hide well, or they could be torn apart by Pikachu in a minute. If it weren't for Lanyu's observation, Hockey not sensing the environment, he would have caught so many Pikachu by now. Deep in a primitive forest. Darkrai, don't run. Darkrai, you can't escape. Darkrai, stop struggling. A group of men in black uniforms rode motorcycles, commanding Pokemon to chase fiercely. Gia, the injured Pokemon in Darkrai's arms cried out. Meaning, put me down, you run by yourself. I can't run fast like this. No. Darkrai was determined. I will never abandon you, even if it costs me everything. I will save everyone. This group of pursuers were poachers. When Darkrai went out, his home was raided, and most of the Pokemon living there were captured. The one in his arms is the last one resisting until now. These poachers are truly ruthless. A single Pokemon can't withstand it all. And even Darkrai can't hold up against a group of people. In the end, he could only save this Pokemon and flee. Yeah. The injured Pokemon wanted to say something, but Darkrai interrupted directly. Now is not the time to chat, just run. But holding a Pokemon in his arms. How could he outrun the poachers on motorcycles? These people had modified their motorcycles, capable of reaching speeds of 200 to 300 kilometers per hour. Want to escape? No way. Darkrai, you can't run away. One poacher slammed the throttle and blocked the way. Other poachers took the opportunity to surround them, blocking all escape routes tightly. Gia. Gelora, the injured one, was actually it. Broke free, stood on the ground, and roared. Darkrai, let's fight them. If we don't take these guys down, we'll be done for. Darkrai didn't hesitate and directly released his aura to pressure forward. But before he could even reach the poachers, he was blocked by their Pokemon. They originally thought they would only capture Jelliaura and other Pokemon, but unexpectedly, there was also Darkrai hidden. The poacher leader grinned widely. They hit the jackpot this time. Jelliaura's strength is actually not bad, but the poachers don't play fair. Under the group assault, they got injured. If it weren't for Darkrai, they would have been captured long ago. The leader sneered. Only you two are left uncaptured. Surrender obediently to suffer less. The more you struggle, the more it hurts. If you get damaged, you won't be worth much. Be smart and lie down. Others joined in the mockery. Just these two. Enough for us to lounge around. One by one, their eyes gleamed green, greed overflowing. Go! Vulture Nah, Steel Wing. Rude Crocodile, Shadow Claw. Ancient Giant Dragonfly, Air Slash. The poachers commanded their Pokemon to bombard wildly. No matter how fast Darkrai and Jelliora were, they couldn't withstand so many attacks, the longer they dodged. The more injuries they accumulated, while the poachers' Pokemon only suffered minor injuries at most. The poachers were not in a hurry. After all, the two Pokemon were already in their pocket. They could just slowly wear them down. As they fought, the two Pokemon fell into a desperate situation. Yeah. Jelliora knelt on one knee, pressing his left hand tightly against the wound on his right hand. This hand had been injured before, and now it was even worse. Plus, he was covered in injuries, completely drained of strength to resist. Darkrai was panting, leaning against Jelliora's back, his body covered in minor injuries. In order to protect Jelliora, he had fought back until his stamina was exhausted. Is this it? With this little ability, you dare to run? Just lie down and get captured like the other Pokemon and accept your fate. Go! Give them a final blow. The leader waved his hand, preparing to take them down completely. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The time-space stone brought me here to clean up garbage? A shadow silently appeared behind the poacher leader. Who? The poacher leader suddenly turned around. The shadow was none other than Lanyu, complaining internally. Damn it. He had just arrived in this forest and happened to see this group attacking Darkrai and Jelliora. It was simply absurd. In this world, battle without martial ethics is already bad enough, but you guys are doing a group attack? And you're poachers? Then I don't have to follow martial ethics either. Bang! Boom! Crack! The leader had just turned around when he was punched away. Taking advantage of the others being caught off guard, Lanyu instantly took down the entire scene. Roar! The poacher's Pokemon lunged forward angrily. Without their trainer's command, you guys are just toothless tigers. Lanyu glared fiercely, his aura skyrocketing, and with a wave of his right hand, boom! The nearby tree was blown to pieces. Although Pokemon raised by humans are strong, they're used to being commanded. Once they lose their backbone, they instantly panic. Lanyu's aura combined with the shattered tree's impact scared them into fleeing in all directions. Lanyu walked up to Jelliora and Darkrai. Jelliora growled warily. Having just been badly tricked by humans, it didn't dare to relax. Don't be nervous, at least I saved you. Lanyu stopped and threw 2 small bottles over, one with healing medicine and the other with stamina medicine for external spray and internal use. Seeing them unmoving, Lanyu took a few steps back. It's normal not to trust me. You just got messed up by poachers. You find a place to use it secretly, so you don't have to worry about me playing tricks. After speaking, he hopped onto a poacher's motorcycle and sped off, not lingering at all. Rather than wasting time building trust, it's better to do something meaningful. Jelliora looked at his disappearing figure, bewildered. So, straightforward? Is he a good person? Darkrai nodded. He should be. He just left and even reminded us to use the medicine discreetly. Suddenly, it realized, wait. He went towards the poacher's main force. Jelliora's eyes widened. Is he with the poachers? Darkrai shook his head. Definitely not. Otherwise, how could he have saved us? He's going to take down their base. Jelliora panicked. That's great. Other partners will be saved. But no, the poachers have a tough character. He can't do it alone. I have to help. It picked up the medicine and used it. Its stamina instantly restored, and the wounds began to scab. This medicine really works. Darkrai hurriedly used the medicine as well, and the two Pokemon's conditions improved, immediately rushing towards the poacher's main force. Poacher camp. Why hasn't a squad returned yet? They were chasing Darkrai. With such speed, they must have gone far. Do you think they might have lost the chase and are deliberately dragging time? Saying Darkrai ran too fast? That is really possible. It would be best if that is the case. Let us see how we can mock them later. The poachers here had locked the captured Pokemon in cages, idly playing poker and chatting about their companions, chasing Darkrai and Jelliora. One poacher poked his head out of the car. Boss, why hasn't Squad 1 come back for so long? Is something wrong? Should we send someone to check? Rest assured, they are elites. It's not that easy for them to fall. The leader of the poachers leaned back in his chair. They were divided into teams by numbers, and Team 1 was the strongest. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of motorcycles suddenly exploded in the silent forest. This sound was as glaring as a searchlight. It could be heard from far away. Look, aren't they back? Let's welcome tonight's great contributor. The leader got off the car, and the other poachers also dropped their poker cards, rushing to the open space, wanting to see if they brought back treasures. But when they gathered together, what they saw was not a big convoy, but just one motorcycle. Just one person? Did they catch Darkrai? Team 1 Wu and T have been defeated by those two Pokemon, right? Haha, if that's the case, even if they caught it, we could laugh for a year. Team 1 usually hogs all the resources, making many people envious, and quite a few were waiting to see them fail. The motorcycle got closer, and the leader suddenly frowned. Something's wrong. No one from Team 1 has this build. All units on alert. He threw out a Pokeball. Archeops, come out. The other poachers quickly released their Pokemon, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Blue came riding up, looking at the crowd and the Pokemon, and said with a smile, "No need for such a grand welcome, right? Who are you? Why are you riding our bike?" The leader's tone was cold enough to freeze. "This bike, I picked it up in the forest." Blue got off and patted it. "The performance is top-notch. It's fast and stable." "Brother, where did you buy this? Introduce me. I have many friends. I need to buy dozens of them. I wonder if they're expensive. Do you have contact? If it's cheap, I'll buy hundreds. At that time, I'll give you a big red envelope. I also want to set up a Ghost Fire Club to hold motorcycle races. How about you being the judge?" "So, shut up." The leader was pained by his chattering, asking about identity, and he was talking about buying a bike. Not saying? Then catch him and let him taste the bitterness of being stubborn. Up. The word up hadn't been finished when Blue had already rushed over. The leader's Archeops reacted quickly, instantly blocking in front, using its wings to take Blue's punch. "This Pokemon of yours is stronger than the previous ones." Blue grinned. The leader squinted. "So you took them down and stole the bike?" "Taking down is true. Stealing is not. I really found it." "Umph. What's the difference between taking down and stealing?" The leader thought to himself. "Archeops, Dragon Claw. Wound him. How dare you come here alone to provoke?" The leader jumped back to create distance. Archeops's wings glowed green, transforming into giant claws, and fiercely swung at Blue. Bang! Blue's fist, covered in hockey, directly hit back Archeops's claws. This claw is powerful. Blue was shocked. This strength is really fierce. The poacher leader's eyes widened like copper bells. Is this a human? Archeops's claws can crush rocks and break steel, yet they were pushed back by human fist? This is simply impossible. Archeops, Iron Tail, the leader, with a strong mental quality, immediately commanded. Archeops's tail glowed and swung fiercely towards Blue. Bang! Blue's right hand was infused with hockey, taking the Iron Tail head-on and even grabbing its tail. This strength, Blue was shocked again. This power is almost on par with Dato's Charizard. How can a poacher have such a Pokemon? Can't drag it out. Get down. Blue didn't give any chance to react, tightly gripping the tail and swinging it left and right, not letting go until it was knocked out. After a fierce operation, Archeops was finally knocked out and thrown aside by Blue. The leader was completely stunned. It's one thing for a human fist to push back Dragon Claw, but to use Archeops as a bat? This kind of strength is rare even in Pokemon. How could a human possess it? You must know that humans stumble even when bumped by a Caterpie. Caterpie, what did I do to deserve this? This guy must be a Pokemon disguised in human skin. The leader regained his senses and roared. All of you, attack together. Beat him to death. Nuzleaf, Leaf Tornado. Teddiursa, Tackle. Houndoom, Flamethrower. Darumaka, Fire Punch. These are not ordinary poachers. Blue began to dodge at high speed. He thought the remaining ones were weaklings, but this group of Pokemon attacked together and almost gave him a warning. Their strength was not inferior to those he encountered before. This speed is not something a human should have. The leader was shocked again. How could he dodge so many moves? He no longer hit it, throwing out a Pokeball. Volcanion, Eruption. Destroy this human. Roar. Volcanion's body flashed red with a huge ring, and a flame that was several times larger than Blue rushed over. Oh my, this attack is too exaggerated. Blue quickly dodged to the side. You can't escape. Volcanion, Flame Charge. The leader played dirty. Eruption was a decoy. This was the real killer move, and he even intentionally delayed, shouting the name of the move. So Blue dodged. That was close. Blue rolled to the right, avoiding Flame Charge. But Volcanion suddenly hit the brakes. The flames instantly extinguished, and a wave of blue water-like energy surged out. Bang! Blue didn't react in time and was directly blasted away. Damn! This observation hockey only works against small fry. When facing strong people in Pokemon, it's completely useless. Blue maintained his calm and kept using observation hockey, but against Volcanion's sudden attack, even if he predicted it. He couldn't react in time. What's the point? It seems I need to find something to enhance my strength. He stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Observation hockey only increases reaction and prediction, not speed. If the body can't keep up, no matter how accurate the prediction is, it's useless. How could he stand after being hit by Volcanian's water pulse so closely? I do believe you if you said you weren't human. The leader was shocked again, but he was already used to it. Suddenly, he had a green light in his eyes, greedy as if he saw prey. Your body is stronger than powerful Pokemon. If we let the researchers figure out the secret, wouldn't we also be able to become this strong? Your value is no less than that of a legendary Pokemon. Go. Volcanion, use Mud Bomb to trap him. The leader had a beautiful thought, but unfortunately underestimated Blue. If he let Volcanion unleash its full power, it would have long since turned Blue into a corpse or left him severely injured. But he wanted to capture him alive, only using weak moves to contain him, giving Blue the chance to dodge. If it were someone without a trump card, they would have run away long ago. But Blue didn't escape. Instead, he treated Volcanion's attacks as training. What a great opportunity for practice. Why not take advantage of it? After unknown rounds of fighting, the leader frowned. What does this guy want? Knowing he can't beat Volcanion. Volcanion is much stronger than Archeops. And Blue not only didn't run, but also seemed to want to wear it down, trying to exhaust Volcanion's stamina, or waiting for reinforcements. The leader stared at Blue and suddenly realized that it might really be possible Blue dodged so many moves. Yet his face wasn't flushed, and he didn't seem to be out of breath. His stamina seemed endless. This stamina is too outrageous. I must capture him. The leader commanded everyone surround him. He didn't want to kill him, yet wanted to capture him alive. So he let the other Pokemon shrink Blue's activity range. While all attacks were left to Volcanion, what if Blue's body got damaged, and he couldn't get the secret? Alright, I can't train anymore. Seeing his activity range getting smaller and smaller, Blue had to give up training. He had already figured it out. Volcanion was at the champion level, even stronger than Dato's Dragonite. Plus, the other poachers were not weak either. No wonder Darkrai and Zera couldn't win. Those two were at most elite level. Running into the leader was purely handing over food. If it were the real nightmare god Darkrai, he would have long since crushed this group of people. If it weren't for the boss not letting Volcanion unleash its full power, how could there have been such an opportunity to train for so long? Now that the opponents are starting to surround them, if they keep practicing, they might end up in trouble. So, he has to play his trump card. This trump card isn't about opening a dimensional gate to escape, but to unleash the legendary Lugia. As Blue reaches into his pocket to throw out Lugia, suddenly, a shadow ball combined with Thunderbolt strikes the poacher's Pokemon, instantly breaking the encirclement. Zeraora and Darkrai make a spectacular entrance, rushing to Blue and shouting, "We're here to help. Quickly run through the gap." They're walking right into a trap. The boss sneers, "This is perfect for a big catch. Everyone, send out the remaining Pokemon." Boom, boom, boom. The poachers send out their second Pokemon, instantly surrounding Zeraora and Darkrai without any way out. One can only say, as cool as their entrance was, now they're in a dire situation. 1 against 3 can fight, but facing a whole group is just sending themselves to their doom. Blue shakes his head. It's as if they never showed up, just delaying for a few seconds. In the end, it still relies on it. Come out. He throws a Pokeball into the air. Did you think you had no Pokemon? One is useless. The boss mocks. How can one Pokemon take down so many? But then a white Pokemon emerges from the Pokeball, and the boss's eyes widen. This is the legendary Pokemon Lugia. He then erupts in joy. Today is a big win. Zeraora, Darkrai, and now adding Lugia. Blue is too lazy to listen to his nonsense, and directly gives the order. Lugia, they are poachers, don't hold back. Use thunder to crush their Pokemon. Without hesitation, Lugia spreads its wings, and the sky instantly fills with dark clouds. Bang! Several massive lightning bolts strike down, and all the poachers' Pokemon are electrocuted. Swift and decisive. The boss is stunned. He thought this wasn't the true sea god, and surely couldn't defeat his Volcanion. But reality gave him a harsh slap. His ace Volcanion was knocked out in 1 hit. Volcanion still wants to struggle, trying to stand up with difficulty, its body crackling with electricity. Volcanion, the boss's moved counterattack. Self-destruct, take it down with it. Volcanion, I knew I shouldn't have stood up. It glows and charges towards Lugia. Yes, it can fly, but Blue shouts directly. Lugia, Hydro Pump, blasted away. Boom! Before Volcanion can self-destruct, is blasted into the woods behind it by the Hydro Pump, along with the backlash from the self-destruct, thoroughly defeated. The boss is completely speechless. Run. This is terrifying. This is a monster, right? Mom, I want to go home. Seeing this scene, the poachers start to flee in a panic, and a kind-hearted poacher grabs the dazed boss and runs with him. But Blue Yu is not someone who shows mercy. Letting these poachers escape would only give them the chance to continue harming Pokemon. Even if they get caught, some of their companions will rescue them. So, Chapter 32, another batch, seeing that Lan Yu did not spare even these unarmed poachers, Jirachi showed a cruel expression. Darkrai, noticing Jirachi's expression, placed a hand on its shoulder and shook its head, indicating that Lan Yu's actions were justified. Darkrai further explained to Jirachi that you have not been out in society long enough to understand that kindness is relative. Some people do not deserve it. Moreover, do not forget how terrible their fate would be if they were captured. Little Jirachi, remember a famous saying, mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. So do not let the sight of the miserable poachers in front of us make us feel that we should let go of our previous anger. Jirachi sighed. It actually wanted to say that it was just showing an expression and did not genuinely want to let these despicable poachers go. After Lan Yu dealt with those poachers, he recalled Lugia and walked over to the two Pokemon, examining their condition. You took the medicine I gave you, right? I told you, I wasn't lying to you. The two Pokemon nodded in response, indicating that they believed him. Now let's go rescue those Pokemon they captured. Lan Yu gestured towards the area where the poachers were stationed. Jirachi and Darkrai both expressed, let's go. However, as they walked over, the two Pokemon occasionally glanced at Lan Yu's back, curious about who he was to be able to tame such a powerful being as Lugia. Given the strength displayed by this Lugia, it was clear that its status within the Lugia clan was not low. As for whether this Lugia was the true sea god, they felt it was obviously impossible. Capturing a Lugia from the same clan was already a difficult task, let alone one with world-destroying power like the sea god Lugia. No wonder the Pokemon of these poachers were so strong. It turned out to be because of big business. Opening one of the poachers' cargo trucks, Lan Yu saw cages inside holding rare and uncommon Pokemon such as Ralts, Bagon, Phoeba, Larvesta, and Froakie, which made him understand what was going on. For these Pokemon, it would indeed be strange if the poachers did not send stronger individuals over. He then opened other trucks, where the captured Pokemon included their evolved forms and some other Pokemon, like Snivy, Totodile, Ducklet, and others that, while not rare, were still quite uncommon. Roar. The only Salamence, although looking weak at the moment, saw Lan Yu open the door and thought he was a poacher, so it roared at him. No need to be so agitated. Lan Yu smiled and reached to open the cage door. Bang! Regardless of its lack of strength, Salamence charged directly at Lan Yu when the cage door opened. However, as it was said to be weak, Lan Yu easily held its head back with his hand. I said, no need to be so agitated. Lan Yu patted Salamence's head. Roar. Salamence expressed that while being patted felt somewhat nice, it would not yield. As Jirachi released the other Pokemon from their cages, it quickly walked over to explain the situation to Salamence. Roar. Salamence acknowledged that since he was there to rescue them, it admitted that the earlier comfort was accepted. After releasing all the Pokemon, Lan Yu indicated that they should destroy most of the poachers' belongings here. Leaving these things behind could inadvertently be used by someone to harm other Pokemon. Although many of them were like Salamence, rendered weak by the poachers, with so many Pokemon present, even a casual burp could lead to a massive explosion, making it easy to destroy these items. As for things that should not be destroyed, of course, that excluded edible food. Originally, the trucks could have been useful to Lan Yu, but he didn't like their style, and seeing how these Pokemon hated those vehicles, he decided there was no need to keep them. The rescued Pokemon also thanked Lan Yu, saying that if it weren't for his appearance, they didn't know what their fate would have been. Perhaps they would have become part of some experiments or been trained to be as brutal as the poachers' Pokemon. After eating some food to regain a bit of energy and strength, Lan Yu asked, where are you going next? Back to your original place? Darkrai shook its head, saying that their original place had been exposed, and they could not return. They had to find a new place to live, and it couldn't be too close. Although Lan Yu did not understand what it meant, he grasped Darkrai's intention, so he extended an invitation. Are you interested in coming with me? With your existence, you will undoubtedly be targeted by poachers wherever you go in the wild. But if you come with me, I can guarantee your safety and provide food. Jirachi and Darkrai expressed their confusion, asking, your place? What kind of place is that? Darkrai explained that it was a Pokemon breeding house or a Pokemon researcher. Darkrai drew some symbols on the ground to indicate its meaning. It often frequented human towns, so it knew these symbols and understood that only these two types of people had the ability to help the Pokemon here. Lan Yu did not know what Darkrai was talking about, but he recognized the symbols. He smiled and shook his head, saying, no, I am a king, and even more so, a messenger of Arceus. Jirachi and Darkrai were taken aback, expressing their surprise. They indicated that while they did not know if kings still existed in this world, if there were kings, they indeed had the ability to guarantee their safety. However, what was a messenger of Arceus? Being mythical Pokemon, they certainly knew who Arceus was, and they understood what a messenger was. But they expressed disbelief that such an existence could exist. What kind of being was Arceus? The creator god. How could there possibly be a messenger for it? It was not that Arceus could not have a messenger, but becoming its messenger was more difficult than a Caterpie becoming a Rayquaza. So, was this even possible? Caterpie. Of course it is. As long as I work hard to grow into a Rayquaza, then defeat it and replace it. Who would say, I'm a Rayquaza? Seeing the puzzled expressions of the two Pokemon, Lan Yu extended his left hand, showing the back of his palm. This mark is proof. The two Pokemon questioned whether a mark could serve as proof. Well, seeing their expressions, Lan Yu felt that this mark seemed to prove nothing. Pokemon that understood the situation did not need proof, while those who did not understand the situation would still not comprehend, even with proof. However, at that moment, a burst of light suddenly erupted from a mark on Lan Yu's left hand, revealing a small projection of Arceus. The small projection of Arceus spoke like a program. This human is my messenger. He will lead the Pokemon willing to follow him to a new world to survive. Go, my lovely Pokemon. Let's follow him to the new world and create our own realm. Soon, the projection vanished. Lan Yu felt that these words seemed a bit like nonsense. When he previously signaled to Professor Oak and the others about this mark, Arceus did not appear. But now it appeared when signaling to the Pokemon, and the only difference was the addition of a tablet. So is this mark targeting Pokemon? Or is it the effect of the tablet? However, he couldn't think too much about it. At least there was proof. After seeing Arceus's projection, Zeraora and Darkrai also understood that Lan Yu was indeed Arceus's messenger. As for whether it was a deception, this projection had Arceus's aura. How could that be fake? They needed to discuss with the other Pokemon about following Lan Yu and living with him, as they didn't know if these Pokemon would be willing to live with humans. Then Zeraora and Darkrai chattered and discussed with the other Pokemon, and they informed them about Lan Yu's identity as Arceus's messenger, assuring them of its authenticity. La, wa, ba. These Pokemon expressed their willingness. In fact, these Pokemon also stated that they did not know Arceus. While it is true that Arceus is the legendary Pokemon of creation, who said that all Pokemon must know it. If it doesn't show itself often, how would anyone recognize it? However, even though they did not know Arceus, they recognized Zeraora and Darkrai. These two Pokemon had always been their guardians. If those two Pokemon went there, they would go too. In the end, both Pokemon decided to follow the big boss, knowing that Lan Yu not only had the identity of Arceus's messenger as a guarantee, but also had the powerful legendary Pokemon Lugia by his side. So why not follow him to enjoy a good life and avoid worrying about being hunted by poachers in the future? Chapter 33. Taming under the guidance of Darkrai and Zerud, the Pokemon entered the whirlpool opened by Lan Yu. Nearby, the common Pokemon that had not been captured and were watching the scene chirped in annoyance, indicating that their sleep had been disturbed, and that the human who had been tempting them with food in the middle of the night had finally left. In fact, they were feeling envious and jealous. Those guys had actually been taken in by a wealthy person. If they had known, they would have secretly squeezed into some iron cage to get taken in too. Your Majesty, it's only noon, and you've brought in another batch of Pokemon? When the whirlpool door opened again in the training ground, a group of different Pokemon came out. Simon initially thought they were from Robin or Phoenix, but when he saw Lan Yu emerge last, he was stunned. Lan Yu had brought background and rock-type Pokemon, and Simon had not yet fully dealt with them. How much time had passed? Lan Yu had already brought in another large group of Pokemon. Had he run into a Pokemon swarm? He had just happened upon a group of poachers, rescued these Pokemon from them, and invited them over, Lan Yu explained with a smile. I see. Simon nodded. He actually wanted to say that he thought His Majesty had used some grand deception to bring them over so quickly. Darkrai and Zerud, this is Simon, a minister for my country. You can talk to him if you have any matters, Lan Yu said, looking at the two Pokemon. The two Pokemon nodded. Afterward, Lan Yu instructed Simon to find a forest to settle them before entering the whirlpool again to return to the Pokemon world. Meanwhile, Darkrai and Zerud helped Simon settle the Pokemon. During the process, they learned some information about the situation here from earlier arrived Pokemon. It turned out that the so-called New World was not a new region or new living place, but a truly new world. Other Pokemon might not have any thoughts about this new world. As life, there was just life, but for these two Pokemon, it was a bit surprising, and they seemed to understand why Lan Yu had such an unlikely identity as an Arceus messenger. Thinking of this, the two Pokemon suddenly had the same idea, though they needed to observe for some time here. in the Pokemon world, at the top floor of a building in a certain city. Boss, their communication has been cut off. A man in a suit reported to the man sitting in an office chair. Cut off? Is it due to going too deep into the forest causing poor signal, or did they encounter some powerful Pokemon and damage the communication device? The boss, holding a cigar in his mouth, exhaled smoke and said, neither, but all of their information has been cut off. The standing man shook his head, saying even their vehicle's location had disappeared. Immediately, the boss said either they think this haul is so rich that they want to keep it to themselves, or they encountered a terrifying Pokemon and were destroyed in one hit. We are all profit-driven people. There's no greater interest than mine here. So I believe they encountered a terrifying Pokemon. If that's the case, then we need stronger people to capture this terrifying Pokemon. The boss's eyes revealed excitement. To defeat the poacher leader Volcanion and numerous elite poacher Pokemon, one can imagine how strong this terrifying Pokemon is. Once we capture this Pokemon, we don't know how much profit we could gain. Thinking of this, the boss waved his hand and instructed go. Send all S-rank hunters to that place to see whether they kept it to themselves or encountered some terrifying Pokemon. Yes, the standing man bowed and left. He thought the boss's reaction would be significant, but he didn't expect it to be this big. After all, S-rank hunters were equivalent to the poacher leader's level, which meant sending all of their power out. Once all S-rank hunters were dispatched, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the League, and it would certainly lead to a great battle. However, they did not know that no matter how many people they sent out, they would not gain anything. Because this incident was caused by Lanyu, who could easily move here and there, and no matter how they searched, they would not find anything related to Lanyu. However, attracting the League's attention in a battle with the League was indeed possible. Meanwhile, at the side of Wataru and Phoenix. Oh, this Pokemon looks quite impressive. Wataru brought Phoenix to a rocky area in the Chengdu region, and after searching for a while, Phoenix saw the green Pokemon in front of him. Its name was Tyranitar, a rock and dark-type Pokemon. Wataru introduced some information about Tyranitar to Phoenix. In terms of potential, a Pokemon like Tyranitar is not inferior to my Dragonite and is very suitable for you, Phoenix. It wasn't that Tyranitar existed just because there were many rocks and minerals. He had discovered it by chance while flying over here. In that case, I will capture this Pokemon. Phoenix shouted, come on, Tyranitar, let's battle. If you lose, you'll be captured by me. Roar. Tyranitar responded, ready to battle. Actually, Tyranitar did not respond at all, but turned around and walked away. Tyranitar expressed that it was currently looking for food. It had a family to support, including a wife and children. It had no time to battle this human. Moreover, winning would not benefit it, but losing would mean being captured and losing its freedom, as well as its wife and children, so it refused to battle. Oh, leaving so decisively? You have no intention of battling? Seeing Tyranitar ignore him, Phoenix asked in surprise. Tyranitar was typically a Pokemon with a restless and combative personality, but this one in front of them completely ignored them and turned to leave. Wataru was also a bit surprised. It seems this is a Tyranitar that doesn't like to battle. While looking for delicious minerals, Tyranitar thought, now that I have a family, I'm a mature Pokemon. I can't be as carefree as I used to be, doing whatever I want. Come on, Tyranitar, battle me. Having finally encountered a Pokemon like Tyranitar here, Phoenix did not want to let it go like that, so he ran in front of it to block its path. Roar. Tyranitar let out a loud roar and waved its hand, meaning although this human was taller than Pokemon, it was not afraid. It just wanted to find food, so this human should not block its way. However, Phoenix misunderstood, thinking Tyranitar's meaning was that since you were blocking me and want to battle, then bring it on. Then, bang, crack, thud. Phoenix rushed forward and gave Tyranitar a good beating, directly stunning Tyranitar. Tyranitar thought, I was telling you to leave, not to hit me. Just now, I was thinking of my wife and children. I didn't want to deal with you, but you came at me like this? If I don't get angry, do you think I'm a cater pie? Let me show you how powerful I was many years ago as the green tyrant Bangilas, who swept through this area. Then Bangilas used Shadow Claw, followed by Thunder Punch, then Mountain Crush, and finally Earthquake to launch a magnificent counterattack. Next, there is the sound of a pop from one person and one Pokemon. As a result, Bangilas, with its eyes swirling, said, wife and son, I'm sorry, but from now on, I'm a Pokemon of a trainer. Your lives will be up to you. Bang! The Pokeball thrown by Fennec captured Bangilas, and the red light on the button flashed once before disappearing. This also indicated that Bangilas had been captured. Congratulations. The first Pokemon has been captured. Although Bangilas' strength isn't on par with Dragonite, it's still quite good. With careful training, Fennec might be able to bring it up to Dragonite's level. Haha! Although Bangilas' strength can't compare to Dragonite, It impressed me with its power during the encounter. After retrieving the Pokeball, Finnick smiled happily. The capturing process was exhilarating. Let us release it and heal it up from now on. It will battle any Pokemon we encounter, so you 1T have to step in personally. Du smiled. He felt it was a bit strange. Would a trainer really take action like Finnick? Or was it that Finnick was stronger than the Pokemon, making the Pokemon seem weak and leaving one wondering what they were captured for? Chapter 34. Reclamation after being released and treated with medicine. Bangilas immediately expressed that it was in a bad mood and would be separated from its wife and son. Cough, cough. I mean, they would be apart. However, after eating the food that Finnick provided, Bangilas exclaimed that the taste of this food was even more delicious than the ores it had worked hard to find. It seems that my trainer is quite good, but as a Pokemon with principles, I cannot be swayed by food. I can only say that I'm impressed by strength. At this moment, Bangilas was devouring the delicious food, looking nothing like a Pokemon that had just been separated from its family. You're familiar with this area, right? Lead the way. Finnick gestured as they walked. With Bangilas leading the way, Dewey and Finnick encountered many rock and steel-type Pokemon. However, either they didn't had dragon types, or their strength was inferior to that of Bangilas, or lacked its imposing presence, so neither of them was captured. Perhaps still not accustomed to being someone else's Pokemon, Bangilas inadvertently led them back to its home. Upon seeing Bangilas return, two angry roars erupted. There's another Bangilas here, and I never expected there would also be a Boscadora, Dewey exclaimed upon seeing the two Pokemon blocking their path. Are you going to capture them? Dewey asked Finnick. Of course, I'm going to capture them. These two Pokemon have an imposing aura that rivals my Bangilas, so I definitely won't let them slip away. You need to think carefully. Both Bangilas and Boscadora require a lot of resources to train well, so. Upon hearing Dewey's reminder, Finnick laughed heartily. Haha, have you forgotten my identity? I'm a general. Is it hard for me to get resources? Besides, in my world there are plenty of Sea Kings. Even without ores, I can satisfy them with Sea Kings. All right, I indeed forgot about those 2 points, Dewey shrugged. Both Bangilas and Boscadora are known as golden swallowing beasts. If you want to raise 3 golden swallowing beasts simultaneously, you better have a hefty fortune, or you'll be dragged down. However, someone like Finnick, who has substantial strength, doesn't need to worry about that. He could capture a few more. Come on, capture these 2 Pokemon, Finnick exclaimed excitedly, waving his hand as he commanded Bangilas. Use Spike Attack. As they approached, Dewey reminded Finnick that after capturing a Pokemon, he should first understand what moves it has. And he also informed Finnick about the moves Bangilas could learn in the future. The Spike Attack was one that Bangilas already knew. Roar. Bangilas, while attacking, thought, "These are my 2 wives. But dear wives, I'm sorry. I'm being forced into this. It's all my trainer's command." Roar. Upon seeing Bangilas attack, the female Bangilas and Boscadora roared back. You scoundrel. No wonder you took so long to bring food back. It turns out you've hooked up with a human. Now you're relying on humans to turn the tables. If we don't show you who's the boss at home, you won't understand. Thus, the female Bangilas and Boscadora unleashed their powerful moves and simultaneously fired a destruction ray to shatter the Spike Attack, striking fiercely towards Bangilas. Boom! Bangilas exclaimed. I've been knocked away. Seeing this, Finnick praised that attack is powerful, much stronger than what a Gyarados would deliver. But, Bangilas, get up. I know your strength. You won't be taken down by these 2 hits. Roar. Bangilas stood up and roared, wanting to say, I indeed 1T be taken down by such weak hits. I often receive this kind of attack, and now I'm almost immune to it. Roar. The female Bangilas and Boscadora roared at it. Why not just lie down obediently? Do you still want to take a beating? Roar. Bangilas replied, I can't do that. If my trainer personally intervenes, it would be a terrifying scene. Roar. The female Bangilas and Boscadora responded, Scoundrel, if you want to fight, just say so. What are you making excuses for? Seeing both sides of the Pokemon roaring fiercely at each other, Finnick smiled and said, Even though it's 1 against 2, we can't lose Bangilas. Use Thunder Punch to take 1 down. Roar. Bangilas moved like a tank, swinging its electrified fist towards Boscadora. Roar. Boscadora responded, You scoundrel, you dare to come at me? Just wait until I take you down. Boscadora retaliated with its own Thunder Punch. Although Destruction Ray has side effects, Boscadora completely ignored them due to frequent use. Boom! Neither Pokemon showed any intention of dodging, so both Thunder Punches landed heavily on each other's faces. However, because Bangilas often went out to find food and frequently took hits, its body was quite sturdy. After being hit, Boscadora fell down unconscious, while Bangilas stood strong. Roar! Bangilas felt very pleased at this moment, finally showing its might. However, it's not to say that the female Bangilas was not honorable for her. Hitting Bangilas didn't require honor, so she swung her iron tail, knocking Bangilas down to the ground. Seeing both Boscadora and Bangilas fall one after the other, Dewey shook his head. The strength of these three Pokemon is quite similar. 1 against 2 is still quite challenging. In reality, it should be 2 against 2. So in such cases, it's time for me, as the trainer, to intervene. Fennec charged towards the female Bangilas. Roar! The female Bangilas angrily roared upon seeing Fennec approaching. That scoundrel said, "You're terrifying. I think you're just a human who is taller than us. What is there to be afraid of?" Boom! After exchanging a few blows, Fennec quickly knocked the female Bangilas to the ground. Before she fell unconscious, she realized why that scoundrel said Fennec was terrifying. And no wonder that scoundrel was captured, because he resembled a Pokemon more than they did. His punches were incredibly powerful, heavier than their million-ton punches. So it was no surprise he wasn't caught. Boom! Boom! Fennec threw out Pokeballs, capturing the female Bangilas and Boscadora. This is a good haul. I captured 2 Bangilas and 1 Boscadora, Dewey smiled. Haha, it's all thanks to your care, Fennec said as he picked up the 2 Pokeballs and released the 2 Pokemon to prepare for their treatment. However, at that moment, several voices rang out. Yuyui, Kik, 2 Ujira, and 2 Kekidola were calling from not far away. Seeing this, Dewey was slightly surprised. Oh, they're little ones too. Look at them calling out to Bangilas, female, and Boscadora. They're the descendants, sons and daughters, of these 2 Pokemon. Do you also want to capture Ujira and Cocodora? Dewey looked at Fennec. Heal these 2 Pokemon and see how they feel. If they are indeed their descendants and don't want you to capture them, then that is fine. Fennec currently has 2 Bangilas and 1 Boscadora, so there is no need to capture Ujira and Cocodora for repeated training. Of course, he wouldn't mind bringing 2 Ujira and Cocodora back with him. After healing the 3 Pokemon, Bangilas, female, and Boscadora resigned themselves to their fate. It seems they will also become a Pokemon on the human list. But they're poor children. The 2 Pokemon followed Ujira and Cocodora, discussing various important matters, telling them to unite as brothers in the future, not to be so playful, and to find their own food. As they spoke, the 2 Pokemon looked sorrowful and blamed their father, saying if he hadn't gone out to find food, he wouldn't have met this human, and they wouldn't have been separated. Bangilas, if I don't go to find food, what will we eat? It's not surprising that these 2 Pokemon think this way. Usually, people capture 1 or 2 Pokemon of the same type, and since they eat a lot, and Fennec hasn't directly captured Ujira and Cocodora, it made the 2 Pokemon think that Fennec doesn't want to capture them, which means they will be separated. At this moment, Bangilas patted its chest, indicating that it would handle everything. Bangilas and Fennec were chattering about something. Are you saying that you are a family and don't want to be separated? So you want me to take them with me? After Bangilas talked for a long time, Fennec finally understood what it meant. Roar! Bangilas gave a thumbs up and nodded, indicating that was exactly the point. If Fennec only captured 1 Pokemon, then with Bangilas, female, and Boscadora around, Ujira and Cocodora could be taken care of well. But since Bangilas, female, and Boscadora have already been captured, it wouldn't feel comfortable leaving its children alone outside. So it thinks that my training could also conveniently capture our whole family. You won't be at a loss. This way, the wife and children are by my side, and I have a human companion, then I can live a good life, ha. I didn't expect that the 2 Bangilas and Boscadora are a family. Dewey smiled at this. He was quite lucky to encounter a family of Pokemon. Since my Pokemon don't want them to be separated, then of course they should be brought back together. It's bringing them back, not capturing them. For Fennec, having 2 Bangilas and Boscadora is enough. As for Ujira and Cocodora, they can be taken back after obtaining the consent of the 2 Bangilas and Boscadora, and trained by someone who appreciates them, so they won't be wasted in his hands. Chapter 35, Simple Capturing in a Forest in the Sinnoh region. Robin and Cynthia were capturing Pokemon. Their process was neither as convoluted as Lan's nor as vigorous as Fennec's. It was simply about eating. That's right, they captured some Pokemon just by eating specifically one kind of Pokemon, EV. After searching for a while in this forest, Robin didn't find a suitable Pokemon, but she did see many interesting ones such as Jigglypuff, Bidoof, Shroomish, Bew, and Cherubi. After getting tired from searching at noon, Robin and Cynthia set up a small table and chairs in a clearing to have lunch. Their lunch consisted of freshly cooked seafood and some vegetables. In order not to fall behind on and to help her Pokemon grow stronger, Cynthia insisted on eating seafood every day. As for how the 2 women could carry so much, they had Pokemon to help, or they used space bags. The seafood was incredibly delicious. Even though they had a hearty meal yesterday, today it felt like a different kind of deliciousness, Cynthia praised while eating. Indeed, it was a different kind of deliciousness because seafood is not just one type. I wonder if eating too much will make you as tall as Robin, Cynthia teased. Her height was already over 1.7 meters, but standing next to Robin, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, made her feel a bit pressured, especially since Robin was a girl. Perhaps not. After all, eating seafood to grow taller is more suitable for younger individuals. Robin chuckled. She had read a book last night titled How Kids Grow Taller. I'm not that old either. I'm just in my early 20s, and I can still grow taller. Cynthia smiled. Feeling pressured next to Robin didn't mean she actually wanted to grow taller. If she grew to Robin's height, she might have trouble finding a suitable partner in the future. But whether I grow taller or not doesn't matter. It's my Pokemon that need to grow taller. When the time comes, it will definitely surprise friends outside of Dawn. Huh, Lou, Lay, Cynthia's Pokemon shouted, indicating that with such delicious seafood, growing taller was just a matter of time. While the two women and a few Pokemon were happily eating, the aroma wafting through the air attracted a cute Pokemon. An Eevee suddenly popped out from somewhere. Oh, did our food attract an Eevee? Seeing the Eevee staring at their food on the small table, Cynthia was slightly surprised. Eevee, Eevee. The Eevee pointed at the food and called out a few times, as if asking if it could have a bite. If it could talk, it would mean it hadn't eaten for several days and was so hungry it could hardly move, which was why it bravely came over to ask for food. Seeing how cute it was, Robin gave it some seafood. As soon as it ate, Eevee exclaimed, "What kind of meat is this? It's so delicious." After eating this meat, it felt full of energy, as if it could take off at any moment. At that moment, it would even dare to challenge a legendary Pokemon. So Eevee asked for more to eat. Robin smiled and gave Eevee more pieces of seafood, saying, "This seafood really attracts Pokemon." Indeed, Cynthia nodded. Yesterday, so many Pokemon, many of which don't usually like to eat meat, were all crazy about the seafood. It's no surprise that Pokemon like Eevee, who are of the normal type, love it even more. However, thinking of Eevee's most significant characteristic, Cynthia suddenly came up with an idea. Eevee is a Pokemon with very unstable genes and is easily influenced by the surrounding environment, evolving into different types of Pokemon. I wonder if eating too much seafood will cause it to evolve into a new Eevee form, especially considering that your world's environment is definitely very different from ours. Could it, combined with the seafood, truly make Eevee evolve into a new form? I can't estimate that. Robin shrugged, although she knew that Eevee was known as the evolution Pokemon, capable of evolving into various forms. Her understanding of Pokemon was limited to some explanations from Lon and some books she read yesterday. Unlike Cynthia and Professor Rowan, she didn't have deep insights. So she couldn't imagine whether Eevee could evolve into a new form due to the different world environment. I can't estimate, but you could try experimenting. Cynthia gestured at Eevee. Capture it? When Cynthia said this, Robin understood her meaning. After thinking for a moment, Robin felt that capturing Eevee was a good idea. After all, Eevee was so cute, it would be quite suitable for her, and she was also curious to see if Eevee could evolve into a new form. Little one, would you like to come with me? Robin took out a Pokeball and gestured to Eevee. Eevee, Eevee. After finishing its meal, Eevee called out to Robin a few times and then ran away. It seems I have no fate with it. Watching Eevee disappear into the forest, Robin smiled. She wasn't disappointed. After all, Eevee came just to munch on food, and it was normal for it to leave after eating. However, shortly after, Eevee's calls echoed from the forest, and it wasn't just one voice, but dozens. In fact, the few calls that Eevee made when leaving meant, "Wait, I have a bunch of siblings who haven't eaten." Soon, a group of Eevees ran up to Robin, calling out, "Wow, so many Eevees." Cynthia was astonished by the group of Eevees in front of her. I've been to this forest before, and although I heard others say that Eevees exist here, I didn't expect there to be so many. Eevee, Eevee. The Eevees pointed at the food on the small table, then pointed at their brothers and sisters. Their siblings also joined in calling out, meaning food, food, food. Seeing this group of Eevees surrounding her asking for food, Robin helplessly said, "You can come over to eat, but now you brought your whole family to ask for food." Fortunately, they had enough food. Otherwise, this group of Eevees would be hard to satisfy. Robin didn't mind sharing the food with them. After eating the seafood, the Eevees were filled with happiness. The taste of the meat enchanted them. Just like the Eevee that called them over felt. At that moment, if you asked them to challenge a legendary Pokemon, they would be completely unafraid. After they were full, the Eevees didn't leave, but instead made a decision. Eevee, Eevee. The first Eevee that came over pointed at the Pokeball that Robin had just used then pointed at all the EVs here. Are you saying I should capture all of you? Robin asked in surprise. EV. The EVs all nodded. This result was quite unexpected. Seeing this, Cynthia smiled. Were these little guys simply wanting a human to take care of them after eating so much? Or was the seafood so attractive? The Sharpedo expresses that you are right. Humans only feel the deliciousness of the Sea King's meat, but we Pokemon can sense its essence. Once we take a bite, even a powerful Pokemon like me almost can't resist it, let alone these little ones. Booey. The EVs shout at Robin, indicating that they have been guessed. Then, you beautiful lady, why don't you release the Pokeballs? All right, since you're all like this, I'll catch you. Robin threw out several Pokeballs and captured a few EVs. She didn't intend to catch all the EVs here, but rather to take them back with her. After all, capturing them all would mean she has the responsibility to take care of them. But there are too many EVs here, and she feels she might not be able to manage them all. So she can take them all back to raise them. If anyone needs them, they can communicate and capture them. In any case, whether raising them or having others capture them, they can eat the Sea King's meat in the world of One Piece. It seems that with this group of EVs, today's itinerary has come to an end. Sharona wonders if she could also use the Sea King's meat in the future to attract some Pokemon that enjoy eating it and then capture them. Indeed, now that the food has all been eaten, it wouldn't be convenient to continue walking in the forest with them. Robin smiled as she looked at the group of adorable EVs. Then they headed toward the edge of the forest, where there is a plain. Even if she doesn't capture all the EVs and Pokeballs, she can still take them back with her. Chapter 35, Bed in the Yard of Professor Okito's Research Institute. You guys had a good haul today. Sharona, who had returned with Robin earlier, saw Dutu and Finnick returning, and then glanced at their accompanying Bangilas and Boscador, as well as Ujira and Kokodora. Your haul is not bad either. Dutu looked at the EV playing beside the two. There were no EV-like Pokemon at Professor Okito's place, and even if there were, there would only be one or two. This meant that the EV were brought back by the two, and considering that EV is quite a rare Pokemon, it was surprising that Sharona and Robin managed to bring back a whole group. Although we brought back more EV in terms of value, the Pokemon you brought back are not bad either. Sharona smiled. So should we take this opportunity to place a bet? The content of the bet would be, regardless of whether they were captured or not, whether the Pokemon brought back by Lanyu had a better value than those they brought back. Is there even a need to bet on this? Given his situation, his Pokemon are definitely better than all of ours combined. Dudu spread his hands. Although he didn't know what the identity of the Arceus envoy was useful for, as an envoy, he must be very familiar with the Pokemon here. Relying on this point, he could easily capture or bring back a large number of Pokemon. It may seem like there's no suspense, but there are often unexpected twists. And that's what makes betting interesting, Sharona said meaningfully. Not noticing any issues with Sharona's words, Dutu smiled. Then I will definitely choose the ones that are better than ours. So will you choose the value of the Pokemon brought back by Lanyu to be worse than ours? That's why I said it would be interesting. Sharona shrugged and smiled. But a simple bet is not fun. How about we add some stakes? Dutu shook his head. Aren't you just trying to lose something to me? But who would refuse something? That would be foolish. If you really want to bet, then 2 sets of evolution stones. The set that wins goes to whoever wins. And if you win, it goes to Robin. If I win, it goes to Finnick. That sounds fine, Sharona said nonchalantly. For her and Dutu. Not to mention 2 sets of evolution stones. Even 10 sets could be easily obtained. We're just watching the show, and we might benefit from it, Robin chuckled. Then let's look forward to it. Finnick also smiled. Before Lanyu returned, Dutu and Sharona took the opportunity to ask Finnick about some hockey techniques, and also had their Pokemon try training to see if they could learn hockey. However, according to Finnick, Pokemon could completely learn abilities like hockey, especially the armament hockey. Originally, to learn armament hockey, one needed an excellent body as a foundation, and for Pokemon, they naturally have good bodies. As long as they know the details of armament hockey and can channel their mental energy, learning is only a matter of time. Pokemon like Dutu's Dragonite might learn the basic hardening edition in a month. As for observation hockey, in Finnick's opinion, since there are Pokemon with strong perception, they can learn it first and then help other Pokemon, which would actually speed up the process. Observation hockey is not like armament hockey, which can be easily grasped as long as the body is strong and the key points are known. The key points of observation hockey are somewhat abstract and based on feeling. If one can feel it for a few days, they can learn it. But if they can't feel it, it might take months. Pokemon with strong perception will excel in this regard and might learn quickly. After some Pokemon learn quickly, they can provide this feeling to other Pokemon, giving them a reference point. It's not that Finnick can't provide them with feelings, it's just that as a human, the insights he gains might differ from those of Pokemon. Of course, There's a more brute force way to grasp observation hockey, which is to constantly dodge attacks. However, for Pokemon with strong reflexes to really achieve results, the amount of training and dodging needs to be significant. Some Pokemon might find their way to feeling faster than this. Additionally, dodging is more suitable for sturdier Pokemon, for smaller, more agile, and faster Pokemon. This method is not very suitable. Evening. Dinner had started for a while, but Lan Yu still hadn't returned. So while Dutu was eating, he laughed. Now I don't even need a watch. I must have one. Lan Yu is so late returning. It must mean he had a rich haul, right? Not necessarily. Coming back late might mean he didn't have a good haul and was looking for something before returning. Sharona shook her head and smiled. I actually think Dutu is right. Professor Okido, who was aware of the bet between the two, thought Dutu would win this time. Given Lan Yu's situation, his haul couldn't possibly be worse than theirs. At that moment, Robin looked towards the nearby woods and smiled. Haha, the subject of our discussion has finally returned. No way. Did I lose? Dutu followed Robin's gaze and saw Lan Yu approaching with empty hands. When Lan Yu reached them, he heard Dutu's words and asked in confusion, lose what? The bet. We bet that the Pokemon you captured or brought back would be of higher value than the Pokemon we brought back. Sharona pointed to the EV, Bangilas, and Boscador. Seeing these Pokemon, Lan Yu was slightly surprised. Oh, the value of the Pokemon you brought back is indeed quite high. However, how should I put it? I actually didn't bring any Pokemon back here. Upon hearing this, Sharona smiled. Looks like I've won this time. How is that possible? Lan Yu, how could you not capture a single Pokemon? Dutu frowned, thinking that even capturing a Caterpie would be better than returning empty-handed. Lan Yu shrugged and smiled. I didn't bring any Pokemon back here, nor did I capture a single one. But that doesn't mean I didn't bring Pokemon back to my side. I'm not sure about the value, but in just one day, I brought back thousands of Pokemon, including Ralts, Bagon, Corphish, and Froakie among others. Perhaps having tasted the sweetness of bringing back groups of Pokemon to the Infinite Realm, Lan Yu spent the afternoon not focusing on capturing, but rather having friendly conversations with many Pokemon, asking them if they were interested in living in a new place or if they preferred a stable life. However, most of the Pokemon Lan Yu encountered were already living well and had adapted to their current environment, so they were not very willing to leave. Nevertheless, with a large number of encounters, there were still some Pokemon eager to experience a new life, ultimately allowing him to bring back 2 or 3 batches. Although they were all common Pokemon, for Lan Yu, the current focus was on quantity rather than rarity. Therefore, with the batch saved from the cave and poachers, along with the subsequent Pokemon, the total amounted to several thousand. Dudu's frown eased as he smiled. So, doesn't that mean I've won? Not to mention the value of Ralts and Bagon. Just the value of the thousands of ordinary Pokemon must be higher than the Pokemon we brought back. Sharona waved her hand and smiled. No. The value of those Pokemon is indeed higher than ours. But the content of our bet was about those brought back here. The ones brought back to Lan Yu's side don't count. Isn't this just playing tricks? Du glared at Sharona. But the bet we made was definitely about bringing Pokemon back here, not somewhere else. That's what Sharona meant by an unexpected turn. Sharona certainly knew that. As Lan Yu, she would bring back a lot of Pokemon, and there would definitely be some rare ones. But she still bet with Du, thinking that if Lan Yu brought back too many Pokemon, he surely wouldn't bring them to Professor Okido. After all, bringing them back here meant they would eventually have to be taken away, so why not just get those Pokemon into his world from the start? You. So you used a loophole to bet with me. Du didn't expect Sharona to play this trick on him. Sharona shrugged. That's not a loophole. You just didn't pay attention to what I said. That's indeed not a loophole. Professor Okido nodded. Du helplessly shook his head. Professor Okido, don't say that. You supported me at the beginning. Why aren't you helping me now? Ahem, the result is what matters most, Professor Okido said. Since the result is like this, what can I say? So you might as well admit defeat. That's right. The final result is that Lan Yu didn't bring back a single Pokemon here. So do you acknowledge this result? Sharona looked at Du with a happy smile. Fine. It's just 2 evolution stones. It's not like I can't afford to lose. But in the future, I have to be careful of the traps in your words when betting with you. Haha, winning this time is enough for me. Sharona understood that after this, Du would definitely not give her another chance. That night passed in Du's frustration. Chapter 37 discovered in the following days. Robin and Finnick did not go out to capture any Pokemon, but instead traveled around, observing and getting to know various Pokemon. The two primarily focused on familiarizing themselves with the Pokemon they had captured, while learning some training knowledge from Dato and Sharona. Conversely, Dato and Sharona also allowed their Pokemon to learn from Finnick's charisma. It wasn't that the 2 champions were particularly free, as they had taken the time to accompany Robin and Finnick. Rather, both parties were benefiting from each other. However, Although the two champions often went to various places without being seen by the staff, their wandering behavior, using their identities, seemed a bit unprofessional in the eyes of their superior, the Alliance president. Therefore, the Alliance president remarked that since they had so much time for travel, they should come back and do some work. The two champions directly replied with a single statement, after which the Alliance president had nothing more to say. They were improving their strength in preparation for the World Championship and should not be disturbed. During these days, Lan Yu was alone, bringing batch after batch of Pokemon back to the Infinite Kingdom. For him, it wasn't that he didn't want help from others, but being alone, although a bit tiring, provided him the opportunity to get acquainted with so many Pokemon, as familiarity meant he could gain prestige. The results of these few days were indeed very satisfying. Those Pokemon that followed him indicated that they all recognized him, while those that didn't follow him also had some recognition of him. As a result, they continuously contributed thousands of prestige points to him. Adding to his previous over 10,000 points, he now had over 200,000 prestige points in hand. Lan Yu even wondered if he could become a star in this world or challenge gyms, which would perhaps earn him prestige even faster. However, he thought better of it, deciding that as a king, his current job was focused on the Infinite Kingdom. Once the Pokemon stabilized in the Infinite Kingdom, he might consider this matter. In a farmland of the Infinite Kingdom, an old man asked after seeing his son return, "Have we reflected what we've seen to the palace?" In these days, the old man had frequently seen large birds flying around. Although these birds posed no harm to their vicinity, their size was much larger than ordinary birds, which frightened these ordinary people. Additionally, there were always some three-headed brown moles appearing on the land. While their presence improved the land, they were clearly not native creatures. Therefore, to be safe, the old man instructed his son to report this to the palace. The old man's son nodded. "I've reported it. They said those large birds and the strange moles were released by the palace, and in a while, we would understand what was going on. It would be beneficial for us." "Oh, really? Is His Majesty up to something again?" The old man scratched his head, wondering who else but their sovereign would provide them with benefits. At a flower planting site, one female worker frowned and asked, "Have you noticed anything strange lately? I feel like these flowers are blooming exceptionally well." "You feel that too?" The second female worker exclaimed in surprise. "I thought I was the only one. Not just you." "I feel it too," said the third female worker, leaning closer to the two. "But I know the reason." "What reason?" the two female workers asked curiously. "In the evening, I saw some really large butterflies appearing in a secluded area." "Large butterflies? Could it be some kind of butterfly monster?" The two female workers widened their eyes. "I don't know about that." The third female worker shrugged. "But after I saw them, the flowers here improve a lot. Should we report this to the higher-ups?" The two female workers exchanged glances. "We've already reported it. It's not just us who have noticed the issue. Others have too." The third female worker nodded. At the waste processing plant, a worker looked at a garbage processing area and scratched his head, saying, "How strange. The garbage here has decreased. What's wrong?" The second worker asked upon seeing his expression. "The garbage is less." The first worker pointed at the garbage pit. The second worker frowned. "Less garbage? Are you sure?" The first worker shook his head firmly, no doubt about it. "This morning, the garbage was nearly full, and now that I've returned from lunch, it's at least 1/3 less. If it were just a little less, I might have mistaken it, but this much? No way I could be wrong." "Then where did the garbage go?" the second worker asked curiously. Who would come to steal garbage? At that moment, a cracking sound echoed from the garbage area. The two workers exchanged glances and leaned in to take a look. They were startled to see a gray-purple creature with eyes, a mouth, and hands waving at them, causing them to scream and flee, shouting, "Monster!" They ran towards the more populated area. The creature scratched its head and said, "I'm called Stinky Mud, not a monster." Ultimately, the leader of the waste processing plant clarified that this was not a monster, but a newly introduced advanced organism specifically designed to consume garbage. "How many have we got now?" After bringing another batch of Pokemon back to the palace training ground, Lan Yu asked Shimon. Shimon looked at the documents in hand and replied, "In the past few days, His Majesty has brought back around 150,000 Pokemon, including the ones traded with Professor Okido and his colleagues. We have received over 500,000 Pokemon in total." "That's quite a number," Lan Yu said, surprised by how many Pokemon had been brought over in such a short time. However, he shook his head. "That number is still not enough. My idea is that when 1,000,000 people know about Pokemon, if they want one, they should at least have one per person." "Your Majesty, that idea might not be feasible right now," Shimon reminded with a smile. "Why?" "Because we have too many Pokemon to accommodate. And since we want to maintain as much secrecy as possible, it has resulted in a shortage of personnel." Some Pokemon had been spotted by the public. Is that so? Lan Yu pondered. He had considered this, but hadn't he anticipated it would be noticed so quickly. This meant he had to accelerate bringing Pokemon back. However, the method for speeding up was that the dimensional gate could be stabilized. Lan Yu stood beside the dimensional gate, which could remain open continuously. However, if he moved too far away, it would disappear. This meant that to bring anything back from the Pokemon world to the world of One Piece, Lan Yu was essential. And he could not be confined to Professor Okito's laboratory. He needed to bring Pokemon back to earn prestige. Unless Lan Yu fixed himself at Professor Okito's laboratory, allowing others to come to the Pokemon world to capture Pokemon in the wild, and then he would connect with them to gain prestige from them. However, without Lan Yu's status as an envoy, their harvest might not compare to his. Two of them are the Pokemon they brought back. If Lan Yu were to interact with them again, it would seem a bit too deliberate, just like the Pokemon that Professor Oak and the others traded for. He hasn't interacted with them either because there are too many Pokemon, making it inconvenient for him to do so. Therefore, the best way is to fix the dimensional gate, placing it between Professor Oak's research lab and the training area in the palace. While Lan Yu can still open the dimensional gate anywhere else at any time. This way, Lan Yu can continue to bring Pokemon back from the wild in the Pokemon world. Meanwhile, others who come to the Pokemon world can also use the dimensional gate at Professor Oak's lab to bring back traded items and the Pokemon they have captured without needing Lan Yu to return every day. This would speed up the arrival of Pokemon to the Infinite Country and allow for the early announcement of their existence. Thinking of this, Lan Yu asked in his heart, "Synthesis, big brother, can the dimensional gate be fixed in one place in the Pokemon world? And can I still use it anytime and anywhere like before?" Synthesis system, yes, it can be done. It will cost 100,000 reputation points to fix an exit in this world, and it won't affect your ability to use it. This is indeed good news. Upon hearing that it would cost 100,000 reputation points, Lan Yu helplessly shook his head. The dimensional gate consumes a lot of reputation points, even more than the synthesis system, and he would lose half of the reputation points he had earned in the past few days all at once. However, since it is something that can be resolved with 100,000 reputation points, he certainly wouldn't hesitate. After that, Lan Yu discussed his idea with Simon. Chapter 38. Installation 1 weekend. In the commercial area near the eastern side of the palace, some workers were hanging a shiny object, resembling a large black curtain, from the edge of a slightly taller building. The curious onlookers wondered what this object was. How would they take down the image bug's white screen? Could this be a new screen that would replace the image bug's white screen? How could it replace it? The image bug's white screen was smooth and bright, projecting images very clearly, while this object was pitch black. How could it project the image bug's images? Was it possible that this was not a replacement for the white screen, but something that completely replaced the image bug? How could that be? The image bug could project captured images onto the screen, and now, with this black object, what would be needed to replace the image bug and project images? They didn't know. Perhaps something new had emerged overseas. Although they read the newspaper every day to learn about the outside world, many things were not reported. Rather than guessing here, it would be better to ask directly. This situation was not limited to the eastern commercial street. Similar occurrences were happening in the other 3 commercial streets, south, west, and north. When they saw acquaintances installing these black objects, the curious crowd approached to inquire. Everyone received the same answer. These black objects were called large LCD displays, which indeed replaced the image bug and the white screen, brought back by Their Majesty the King. These large LCD displays were cheaper and more durable than the image bug. They could play for long periods without needing to rest or eat, unlike the image bug, which would only operate during important events or celebrations and would stop functioning if used for too long. The LCD displays would frequently play interesting content, giving the public opportunities to learn a lot of knowledge. As for how these large LCD displays projected images, they didn't need to project. They just needed to be plugged in with a few wires to receive power and signals. The workers didn't understand the principles inside, as they were simply following the instructions. After setting up these large LCD displays, they also needed to lay various wires throughout the country, so they would be very busy in the coming days. Upon learning this, the public became even more puzzled. Nationwide, wiring to every household? Was this preparing to let everyone use electricity? Although this was a good thing, the problem was where the electricity would come from. Yes, a small amount of power could be managed, but how could such a large area be supplied with electricity? Could it be that the king had brought something back from outside? That would be great. Then we could also use electricity in the future. It's no wonder the public was so confused, although there were power generation devices in this world. The people of the Eastern Kingdom knew they were used for generating electricity, and that electricity could power various things. However, through newspapers and past stories from Blue, they understood that the dangers of maritime navigation had hindered the circulation of many technologies, along with a lack of certain materials, leading to significant disparities in development levels among countries. It seemed that only countries with high scientific levels and some top-tier nations had managed to develop relevant power generation facilities and use electricity. This did not include their Eastern Kingdom, so they were puzzled about whether the Eastern Kingdom had the capability to produce such power generation facilities, especially large ones. This was not them underestimating the development of the Eastern Kingdom. Rather, they recognized their country's significant shortcomings. Many things could not be achieved simply by wanting to do them, and they were already satisfied with being able to rely on other energy sources to support their daily lives and enjoy their current happy lives. However, upon hearing about the nationwide wiring for electricity, the public, though puzzled, also felt a sense of excitement. To understand the situation, many people flocked to the palace to inquire about the actual circumstances. Near the palace, there was a public consultation office that Blue had suggested establishing early on, and it was requested that higher-ups occasionally check in. In the past, there hadn't been much happening here, with only a handful of people, but today it exploded with a long queue, all asking the staff similar questions. The staff were almost at their wits' end, having already answered questions from some individuals. Yet more people kept coming up to ask similar questions. Couldn't they communicate with each other? Did they all need to come and confirm with the staff? Seeing so many people gather, the patrolling guards also stopped to maintain order. The guards on the palace walls could see the situation and began discussing it among themselves. Are these guys just idle today? Guard A wondered. Yeah, it's usually so quiet here. Why are there so many people today? Guard B was also puzzled. Guard D shook his head. Oh, it's all because of the installation of some LCD displays in the commercial area. Just an LCD display? It's only replacing the image bug. What's the big deal? Guard A said in astonishment, knowing what an LCD display was as he had moved one before. Guard D explained, the LCD display itself isn't the issue, but they've heard about nationwide wiring and electrification, so they gathered here to verify its authenticity. Is there such a thing? How come I didn't know about it? Guard B asked, haven't you been busy helping to handle those Pokemon these days? When would you have time to know about what's happening outside? Guard D shrugged. Every guard in the palace had come into contact with Pokemon and the items brought from the Pokemon world, but for confidentiality before the public reveal. Most were not allowed to take leave, so some were unaware of the situation outside the palace. Nothing happened outside, right? At that moment, the deputy captain of the royal guards, Jalari, approached the three guards. Captain. The three quickly stood at attention and shouted, feeling a bit nervous since they had been overheard chatting. Jalari waved his hand to indicate they should relax. No need to be so formal. Everyone has been working hard these days, so it's nice to have some time to unwind. Yes. The three breathed a sigh of relief. Then Jalari turned to the public consultation office and asked, is today the first time so many people have gathered, or has it been like this for the past few days? There have been more people around than usual these past few days, all talking about seeing some strange creatures. But today has the most people, all asking about electricity. Guard D, who had been guarding here the longest over the past few days, was most aware of the situation. Hearing this, Jalari nodded. It seems we need to speed things up. By the way, His Majesty said that guards can familiarize themselves with their Pokemon in advance. When it's time to change shifts, you can go to the training ground to register. Pokemon can choose for themselves or be assigned. Yes, the three exclaimed excitedly. Although they hadn't spent much time with Pokemon, their first impression was that they were cute and powerful, capable of using various moves. Who wouldn't like such creatures? Also, a reminder, don't think about choosing a Pokemon with extremely high potential. It's better to choose one that suits you. Otherwise, if the potential is too strong, you won't be able to handle it. After saying this, Jalari turned and left. Yes, the three guards nodded. After receiving accurate answers at the public consultation center, the citizens were overjoyed because a large power supply station was under construction, indicating that they would soon have electricity. At that time, they could. In fact, they didn't even know what they would do with the electricity. Their various household appliances, like refrigerators, lights, microwaves, and fans, currently used other energy sources. If electricity were supplied, how would these things be connected? Although they thought of this point, they still expressed great happiness because they understood that as long as there was electricity, there would certainly be more things to use it for. After all, if they could think of these situations, wouldn't their king, His Majesty Blue, have considered them as well? So for now, they were just happy and content. Some citizens even volunteered to help the workers laying the electrical wires to speed up the process of getting electricity. If they had known where the power station was being built, they would have wanted to help with the construction. Of course, it was impossible to do it for free. Blue stated that it would never be free in this lifetime. So, those citizens who came to help ended up doing real work. As for the bosses of these workers, they complained, "Your Majesty has taken our workers." Chapter 39 notification a few days later. In the palace's administrative hall, after so many days of hard work, I finally managed to bring over 1,000,000 Pokemon here. Lanyu sat in a chair, looking out the window. But all this effort was worth it. Not only did I bring back so many Pokemon, but my prestige has also reached hundreds of thousands. Lanyu comfortably leaned back against the chair. Over the past few days, Lanyu had been bringing back batch after batch of Pokemon in the same manner. Of course, he wasn't the only one bringing Pokemon back during this time. After securing the dimensional gate at the training ground, others also went to the Pokemon world to bring some Pokemon back. Together with others, they managed to bring back at least 10 batches of Pokemon every day, totaling several tens of thousands, even over 100,000. Even Fennec and Robin, who had initially been leisurely touring the Pokemon world, had also got to bring back some Pokemon in the past few days. However, after getting familiar with some knowledge about Pokemon, their methods of bringing them back were much more straightforward. Fennec's method was simple. It was much easier than Lanyu's need for persuasion. His approach was to challenge large Pokemon, like Machoke, Onix, Snorlax, and others, directly battling them. If he won, the Pokemon would have to come back with him for food and lodging. If he lost, he would give them food. Of course, he didn't just pick one to bring back. He would challenge their representative leaders. If he won, he would take them all. If any Pokemon didn't want to leave, he would challenge that one specifically. If that Pokemon won, it could stay. This method was similar to capturing, but instead of scoring a goal, he was bringing the entire group back. So, Fennec spent these days either on the way to challenge or in the process of challenging. Although this method was quite rough, it was very effective. Most, if not all, of the Pokemon he challenged followed him without exception. During the process, Snorlax was an exception. It didn't need to be challenged. It wasn't a social Pokemon, but when it heard about food and lodging, not only did it willingly follow Fennec, but it also led him to find its friends and family. Upon hearing about such a good deal, its friends and family hurried Fennec along, eager to eat. Robin's method of bringing back Pokemon was even simpler, with no twists and turns, and without any fighting. She just used food as bait, similar to how she brought Eevee back. With the deliciousness of marine meat chunks and various cooking styles, many Pokemon couldn't resist. So she brought back no fewer Pokemon than Fennec. However, the Pokemon she brought back were more on the smaller and cuter side, like Pikachu, Jigglypuff, Marill, Plusle, Pachirisu, and others. Not only were they cute, but these little ones were also curious about things and loved to eat, making them easy to entice. Of course, bringing back a large number of Pokemon would definitely attract the attention of relevant personnel, and the quickest to react were the regional league associations. However, with Professor Okido and DUI and Sharona backing them up, these associations, even if they were eager to investigate, could only suppress their curiosity. Some unofficial organizations also noticed the anomaly, but since the league associations weren't taking action, they didn't dare to act rashly. However, some bold individuals did come to investigate. It was just that as long as they didn't cause trouble, it was fine. Once they did cause trouble, they would be facing not Pokemon, but fierce humanoid Pokemon. Your Majesty. While Lanyu was relaxing and daydreaming, looking out the window, Simon knocked and walked in. Lanyu came to his senses and looked at him, asking, "Is everything prepared?" "Everything is ready," Simon nodded. "Are the guards familiar with their Pokemon?" "They are familiar with them." "That's good. At least there won't be any guards Pokemon unable to handle the crowd." Lanyu stood up and stretched. The next thing to do is to make it public and notify the entire nation. In the 4 commercial districts, the public was strolling around as usual. Isn't this LCD screen supposed to frequently show interesting things? Why isn't it playing anything? Yes, it's been installed for so many days. It feels like this thing is just a blank screen, not moving. It probably hasn't been powered yet, or it's still in testing. Whether it's testing or not being powered, it doesn't matter if it takes a little longer. I just hope that when this LCD screen is officially in use, it can really show us something interesting. Exactly. It feels like after His Majesty became king, he hasn't had time to come up with new delicacies. Without new delicacies, our lives feel a lot less fun. I really miss when His Majesty was still a prince. His Majesty is now a king, busy with state affairs. How could he have time to study cuisine like when he was a prince? Now that you mention His Majesty, I also feel like I haven't seen him in a while. As the saying goes, don't talk about people during the day and don't talk about ghosts at night. Just then the long-installed LCD screen lit up, showing a figure. Cough, cough, it was Lanyu's image appearing on the screen. Upon seeing this, the people in the vicinity all stopped to look at the screen. "Hello, citizens. You must know that I don't need to introduce myself. After so many days, you must be very curious about the purpose of this screen, right? At the same time, some of you must be curious about the strange creatures that have been appearing around lately, not to mention the electricity you are all concerned about. You will learn all about this tonight. I am here to notify and remind you that around 7 o'clock tonight, pay attention to everything being broadcasted on screen. Considering that the 4 commercial districts do not have enough space for everyone to gather together. For those who do not have the opportunity to gather in the commercial district to watch the screen, you only need to go to 8 nearby locations. These 8 locations will have airships flying above them. And you will also be able to see the information from the 4 commercial districts on the LCD screens on the airships. Many people are not in the commercial district right now, which means that many people do not know what I'm saying now. Therefore, I hope that those who hear me in the commercial district will convey what I said to your friends and neighbors. So they pay attention to the information being broadcasted in a total of 12 locations tonight. I have finished speaking. I hope that everyone in the country can see me like this tonight. Immediately, LearnsHe's figure disappeared from the screen, but the screen did not turn completely black. It still displayed some white text, reminding the public to pay attention to tonight's situation. As soon as LearnsHe finished speaking, the 4 commercial districts suddenly became lively. What did His Majesty just say? Idiot. His Majesty made it so clear. Isn't it written on the screen? You don't understand this? It means we should pay attention to these 12 places tonight. His Majesty has something important to tell us. I didn't expect that after not seeing His Majesty for so many days, he would show up and announce a grand gathering. I just wonder how big of a surprise or shock he has for us. I don't know about tonight. It's not the time for us to discuss it now, but rather to go home and tell our families that if we come late tonight, there won't be any good spots left. That's right. I need to go back and tell my friends. Me too. I need to go back and tell my neighbors. So the people strolling in the commercial street lost their mood to continue shopping and rushed back to inform their friends and family. Since no one was shopping anymore, the shops in the commercial street took the opportunity to close early and went back to inform their loved ones as well. The number of people gathering in the commercial area wasn't large compared to the overall population of the Eastern Kingdom, but word spread quickly from one person to another. And soon it became a situation that everyone was aware of. Even those living in remote areas, leading a hermit-like life, were informed by others and learned about the events of the evening. So within a few hours, the entire country became lively, with people gathering in 12 different locations. Some even bringing their dinner to secure good spots. As for those who came without dinner, there were none. After all, who knows how exciting the night will be? What if they can't enjoy it without eating? Of course, to prevent any accidents, there were already patrols stationed here. And if anyone caused trouble, they would miss the chance to know what big event would happen tonight. Chapter 40 Public Night. A little before the start. The commercial district and the 8 places mentioned by LearnsHe are now brightly lit, as bright as day, and at a glance, you can see that a dense crowd has gathered here. In the air above the 8 places, an airship has appeared. The people gathered underneath the airship all looked up at it, showing expressions of surprise. They had thought the airship mentioned by His Majesty would be something different, but it turned out to be a balloon flying in the sky. However, this balloon is quite large, and after being equipped with such large LCD screens on both sides, it still flies so steadily. Initially, I wondered which of the 4 commercial districts would be the best viewing point. But now the airship has 2 screens that are even larger than those on the commercial district, making these 8 places the best viewing spots. Can this airship carry people? It probably can, right? From a distance, I seem to see shadows of people inside the cabin-like structure beneath the balloon. If it can really carry people, I wonder if this airship can later allow us to go up and see the environment of the Eastern Kingdom. I don't know, maybe not. After all, this airship looks like something used by the guards and the military. As the crowd chatted, the time mentioned by LearnsHe arrived. With a beep, a voice sounded from the 8 airships and the LCD screens in the commercial district, followed by the appearance of LearnsHe's figure. Good evening, everyone. To confirm that most of you have gathered in these 12 places and are watching me, please respond. Shout out your presence. Your Majesty, we are all here. As soon as LearnsHe's words were spoken, the crowd immediately responded loudly at the same time, and their voices gathered together, echoing loudly in the sky above these 12 places. It was loud enough to make me think something exploded over here at the palace. LearnsHe on the screen smiled. However, this means that you have all gathered here. So I'm not afraid that there are any citizens unaware of tonight's events. I won't say much more. I will directly tell you what is happening tonight. The first thing is that from now on, our Eastern Kingdom will officially be renamed the Infinite Kingdom. The crowd, who had been expecting something, seemed a bit dumbfounded. They thought the first announcement would be something good, but it turned out to be this? Just like that, The name of the country changed to Infinite Kingdom without any reason? Your Majesty, how can this be? Yes, we have been accustomed to this country name for so many years. How can it be changed so casually? The name Eastern Kingdom has a special significance for us. That's right. Once this name is changed, it feels like everything we have been guarding is gone. It cannot be changed. Some people oppose the change of the name Eastern Kingdom, but actually, those opposing voices mostly came from people in their 50s and 60s or older. For the younger generation, especially those under 30 who have only experienced the changes brought by Lan Yu to this country, they did not have any opposing opinions. It's just a name change? Is it really necessary to oppose so fiercely? Yeah, changing it won't cause any problems for the country. His Majesty is not foolish. He wouldn't change the name of the Eastern Kingdom for no reason. Surely there must be some significance behind the change. With my intelligence, changing the Eastern Kingdom to the Infinite Kingdom must be related to what comes next. TCH, isn't everyone here guessing that it's related to what comes next? Some sensible young people also advise the opposing elderly to calm down and listen to what His Majesty has to say next. After all, they were opposing here, and His Majesty couldn't hear them. After hearing what His Majesty has to say, if they still hold opposing opinions, they can express them at the opinion office tomorrow. Lan Yu on the screen also anticipated there would be opposing citizens, so he did not continue speaking immediately, but paused for a moment to give the crowd time to respond. After a while, Lan Yu on the screen continued. Everyone, I understand that suddenly changing the name of the Eastern Kingdom may cause some citizens to disagree. But why did I change this name? It is all related to what I am about to say next. The second thing is that starting today, from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day, the LCD screens in the commercial district will broadcast various content, and the 8 airships will fly around the country, allowing everyone to learn about the broadcast content, even if they do not come to the commercial district. Much of this content is actually related to the third thing. As for what the third thing is, it is something that some people have been very curious about recently. Why have the people from the palace not acknowledged and confirmed the many strange creatures you have discovered? This is because I, as your king, want to give you a surprise, and this surprise is that starting now, our country will introduce a new type of creature called Pokemon. Pokemon are mysterious, magical, and incredible beings that possess various amazing powers. Some are cute, some are fierce, and some are adorably clumsy. Pokemon can live amicably with humans and can be companions to humans, helping with various tasks such as building, planting, digging, transporting, cooking, and even flying people up into the sky. As Lan Yu introduced Pokemon, the screen was no longer showing Lan Yu, but began displaying various Pokemon images. What kind of images, you ask? Of course, it's the kind narrated by Professor Oak. If you still aren't clear on what kind of images, just imagine a group of Pokemon flying in the sky, a group running on the ground, a group swimming in the ocean, and then some scenes of Pokemon using various moves. After introducing Pokemon, Lan Yu then talked about the fourth thing, which will soon fully launch the use of electricity, the fifth thing, where various electrical appliances will appear successively, the sixth thing. However, for the citizens, they were not in the mood to listen to anything about electricity and various appliances, even though electricity and appliances would be very useful for them in the future. At this moment, they were only thinking about one thing, the existence of Pokemon. The existence of Pokemon, as Lan Yu described, was too magical and mysterious, especially with the various displays of them on the screen, which kept everyone's attention focused on them for a long time. Am I dreaming? A person in the commercial district looked at his friend, unsure if his ears and eyes had malfunctioned just now. His friend also replied in bewilderment. I wish I were dreaming, but even if it were a dream, it wouldn't be possible for hundreds of thousands of people, the whole country, to share the same dream. But the existence of Pokemon feels too unreal to us. This person scratched his head. Not just these two. People from the 4 commercial districts and the 8 places all felt it was unreal and began to discuss. It really feels quite unreal. Yes, the appearance of these Pokemon is so varied and looks so peculiar, and they can use all sorts of abilities. I don't even know how to describe them. That's right. This Pokemon is just like marine creatures. Although they are collectively referred to as marine creatures, we actually don't know how many types there are. At this moment, I feel that this Pokemon is like a living, thinking devil fruit, both bizarre and possessing various powers. But will these Pokemon have an impact on us after being introduced here? There will definitely be an impact, but the negative effects should be minimal. And there will certainly be many positive effects. Otherwise, His Majesty wouldn't have introduced them. Speaking of which, that's true. When many people previously discovered the traces of Pokemon, there weren't any bad incidents. That's right. Instead, many good things have happened, like the flowers sold, recently looking much more beautiful than before, the crops becoming very plump, and fewer accidents in the mining areas. As we were talking, some citizens noticed that these Pokemon seemed to attract their attention, as if they possess a kind of magic that makes them want to have one. Suddenly, I really want to own a Pokemon, especially those cute ones. Me too. If I had the chance to own a Pokemon, I would definitely want a powerful and imposing one. I want a flying Pokemon, before. And my height of one. 7 meters. I felt inferior walking among people over 2 meters tall. But now I don't feel that way because my height is just right for those flying Pokemon to take me up into the sky. I would also like a Pokemon that can burrow underground, so I can create an underground world. Haha. I want. Chapter 41. Ways to obtain more and more people want to own a Pokemon. So they shouted in unison, Your Majesty, can we have a Pokemon? It seemed that Lan Yu heard the crowd's calls from the LCD screen, and then he smiled and said, What I want to say in the end is, do you all want to own a Pokemon? If so, please pay attention to what I am about to say. There are several ways to own a Pokemon. The first one, in fact, Lan Yu's speech that night didn't take long, not even an hour, but for these people, it felt like they had lived through several days. The renaming of the Eastern Kingdom to the Infinite Kingdom shocked some elderly people, making them extremely concerned about what was to come. The answer they got was that the name change was due to the introduction of a new creature, Pokemon. Some elderly people could understand that perhaps these Pokemon would bring them infinite possibilities, which is why Lan Yu changed the country's name. Thinking it was for this reason, these elderly people felt relieved and wanted to see how much their lives could change after owning a Pokemon in the future. However, some elderly people just couldn't understand. It was just a new creature, and even if it was great, there was no need to change the name of their country. So these elderly people decided to complain tomorrow, thinking of various complaint phrases, writing them over and over again, feeling as sorrowful as possible, which made them feel like the night had suddenly become very long. On the other hand, some young people had a much simpler time. They spent the whole night fantasizing about how their lives would change after owning a Pokemon, all thinking in a positive direction. The result was that even when they lay in bed at home, they were still thinking about it, making them feel like time was passing too slowly, constantly wondering why tomorrow hadn't come yet. In the past, they would lie down and wake up to find it was already the next day. How could it be that they had been lying down for so long and tomorrow still hadn't arrived? They knew that by tomorrow, they would be able to own a Pokemon of their own. Oh my, tomorrow, please come quickly. The next day, early in the morning, long lines formed at the entrances of 4 shops in the business district, as well as at a shop near the palace, with the lines so long that the end was not visible. Finally, tomorrow had come, or rather, today had finally arrived. Last night was truly unbearable. As a person who is used to staying up late, I actually felt like I couldn't make it through last night. Hey, don't say that. Isn't everyone here like that? Exactly. The restlessness last night made me run several kilometers without being able to calm down. You still have the energy to run? I couldn't run. I just soaked in cold water, and now my skin is all wrinkled. After thinking about it all night, we can finally own a Pokemon. Didn't they say we could get a Pokemon here? Why hasn't the door opened yet? Brother, you're anxious. This place opens at 8 o'clock. It's only a little after 7 now. These people were all lining up early to be the first to get their Pokemon. After the official announcement of Pokemon last night, several shops related to Pokemon instantly appeared near the entrances of the 4 business districts this morning. Shops like Pokemon Sales, Pokemon Items, Pokemon Food, Pokemon Merchandise, and Pokemon Hospitals could all be said to provide one-stop service. And the ways Lan Yu mentioned for obtaining Pokemon included going to the Pokemon Sales store and the adoption center near the palace. However, these 2 places were different. At the sales store, you could buy your favorite Pokemon, while at the adoption center near the palace, you could receive one for free. Some might say, with free Pokemon available, of course, they would choose to adopt for free instead of buying. But the types of Pokemon available for adoption were limited to one type. That type included Caterpie, Weedle, Scyther, Ladybug, and other easily cared for bug-type Pokemon. There was also one Pokemon that could be adopted, but wasn't a bug type, which was the exemplary Magikarp, but its evolution was a bit confusing. So those who wanted to own it for free would need to put in some effort. In fact, there was an even weaker Pokemon than Magikarp, which was the Feebas, but while one Feebas is a bug type, a group of Feebas is a god. So it couldn't be owned by just one person. The reason why only bug-type Pokemon and Magikarp could be adopted for free was that if any Pokemon could be adopted for free, it would place too great a financial burden on the country's finances. And if it weren't free, it would be a bit difficult for those who wanted Pokemon but didn't have much money. Although the Eastern Kingdom had, after many years of development, basically eliminated poverty, it had not yet reached the stage where everyone was affluent. So for those who had not yet reached affluence, easily cared for bug types were their choice. as this would not affect their lives and would give them the opportunity to own a Pokemon. At 8 o'clock sharp, the doors of the Pokemon sales store and the adoption center near the palace opened wide. Upon seeing this, the people in line surged inside. Finally, they could own a Pokemon. Excuse me, are there pictures of Pokemon? The first person to enter the Pokemon sales store in the Eastern Business District hurried to the counter to ask the staff. For him, seeing the real thing was too slow, so the final option was, of course, to look at pictures. Yes, the counter staff took out a thick book and said, "This contains detailed introductions to various Pokemon. At the Pokemon sales store, you could buy any Pokemon, but the prices varied. The lowest were a few thousand belly, while the highest, of course, were the quasi-divine Pokemon, which could reach prices in the hundreds of millions. If it were normal, I would suggest you look at the real thing or flip through the materials slowly until you find the right Pokemon for you. But if you take your time now," the counter staff gestured behind this person. "I understand. If I take my time, I'll get killed by the people behind me." This person shook his head. Although there were a few staff members in the store, if he delayed, it would slow down everyone behind him. Then he stated some requirements. "I want a Pokemon that can fly, and take me with it, priced under 100,000 belly." In fact, this person was the one who mentioned being 7 meters tall last night. That makes it much easier. As a trained counter staff member who was familiar with many Pokemon, she quickly flipped through the materials and selected a few flying-type Pokemon priced over 10,000 belly for him to choose from. Among the Pokemon for sale, there were also some priced at a few thousand belly, but the counter staff directly ignored those. Previously, the people of the Eastern Kingdom, now known as the Infinite Kingdom, had a minimum monthly income of a few thousand belly. In other words, everyone could afford a Pokemon. However, the Pokemon that could be bought for a few thousand belly were actually just some common bug-type Pokemon and Magikarp. If they wanted such Pokemon, they might as well go for the free adoption, saving that money for Pokemon or buying some good food for themselves. In the end, this person compared the appearances of several Pokemon, as well as the prices before and after evolution, and chose a Pidgey. Although Bobo is somewhat cheaper, it's uncertain how long it will take to evolve into a Pidgeot, and Pidgeot is too expensive. Therefore, the most suitable choice is Pidgey. However, choosing Pidgey doesn't mean he can have it immediately. He still needs to go to the store's backyard with other staff to select a Pidgey. Once in the backyard, the other staff threw out 10 Pokeballs and said, "You can choose one from these. If none of these suit you, I'll release the next batch." This person scratched his head. There's so many Pokemon types, and now there are so many of the same kind and appearance. He thought that after selecting Pidgey, the store would just randomly give him one, but he still had to choose. However, he didn't think this was a bad thing, as it proved that the store, one could say these stores, could appear in an instant, which seemed to be from the palace. So, their majesty wouldn't deceive them. This way, he wouldn't randomly buy a Pokemon that was on the verge of dying or had some flaws, and he could choose a Pokemon that suited him. "I'll choose this one," he said, pointing to a Pidgey. Although he had options, he didn't know how to choose at first, and could only pick a slightly taller, lively Pidgey. As a trained staff member, he didn't immediately say that this Pidgey was his, nor did he urge him to leave quickly because there were many people behind. Instead, he said, "We have a space here. You can get familiar with it first. If you both feel it's not suitable, you can choose again, and just let me know then." "Understood." The person nodded, feeling impressed that their majesty was so thoughtful. This completely allows them to buy with peace of mind. Such feelings of admiration were happening simultaneously in other stores in the commercial area. Although the process was a bit time-consuming, the service was exceptionally attentive. Chapter 42, Transition O. A man named Barrick was yawning as he walked down the commercial street, preparing to open his store. As he was nearing his shop, Barrick noticed a crowd of people rushing into a nearby store. Curious, he asked the person who was lining up behind, "What you all doing?" The person in line looked at him as if he were an idiot, sizing him up. "Are you stupid?" "Of course, we're lining up to buy Pokemon." "Pokemon? What is that?" Barrick asked in surprise. The person dismissed him, saying, "Forget him. He's an idiot. How could he not know what Pokemon is after such a big event last night?" It was possible he was still groggy from sleep and forgot what His Majesty mentioned the night before. After such a big event, how could anyone sleep soundly? Someone else chimed in. "I think he's not groggy. He probably just missed out on the news last night and didn't go to any of the 12 places." The person in line moved forward, ignoring the foolish question. Last night, although there were many people at the 12 locations, there were always those who slipped through the cracks. In fact, Barrick correctly guessed that he had finally taken advantage of the lull in customers to enjoy a drink and relax. Thinking he would learn about the events from the previous night the next day. Thus he had drunk and slept soundly since just after 6 o'clock last night. Seeing that the people in line were ignoring him, Barrick scratched his head. He then walked to the entrance of a store that had just opened and asked a familiar face standing at the door. Old Ka. What's going on with this line? Old Ka looked at him with the same expression of disbelief as the people in line. You don't know? How would I know? I've been sleeping since last night after drinking. Barak felt helpless as Old Ka's expression made him realize that after a whole night, everyone was looking at him like he was foolish. No wonder. Understanding the situation, Old Ka quickly explained what had happened the previous night. And he finally sighed. If I didn't have to open my shop, I would have wanted to line up too. After listening to Old Ka's explanation, Barak was at a loss for words and felt just as confused as those who had heard about Pokmon's existence the night before. I can't just sit here. I need to line up to buy Pokmon before opening my shop. Barak realized this and quickly turned to run towards the queue, thinking that the best way to prove he wasn't an idiot was to successfully buy a Pokmon. Hey, Barak! Old Ka called out as he saw Barak running towards the line. However, Barak was running too fast to hear him. Old Ka shook his head. Forget it. He'll find out when he reaches the end of the line. As Barak followed the queue, he could only think, don't these people have jobs? Why are there so many of them, and why is the line so long? The line stretched for several kilometers, and after running for a few minutes, he still hadn't reached the end. By the time he reached the store entrance, he wouldn't even need to open his shop that day. This was what Old Ka had wanted to tell him, and it was also one of the reasons Old Ka didn't want to line up. There would surely be enough Pokemon available, so there was no rush. Barak's situation was shared by a small number of others that morning. But regardless of the reason, they could all be summed up in one phrase. They were the ones who slipped through the cracks last night. If 99 of people knew about the existence of Pokemon last night, by this morning, everyone in the country was aware of it. At the adoption center near the palace, the number of people lining up was not as many as in the commercial district. Some believed that being able to receive a Pokemon for free would save them some money. But the types available for free were too few and may not include their favorites. So they gritted their teeth and spent some money on one. With fewer people, those at the center could quickly receive their Pokemon. Those who received Pokemon began discussing among themselves. What bug-type Pokemon did you get? I got a cute Caterpie. I got a Metapod. I wonder how long it will take to evolve? Butterfree is so cute. Haha, I got lucky and received a Butterfree directly. I'm so envious. I got a Kakuna. It'll take a while before it evolves into Butterfree. I received a Weedle. I want to see if it will evolve into a Beedrill. I also got lucky. I chose a Beedrill. It will evolve into a Beedrill later on. You all chose cute ones. I got a powerful Beedrill. The process of receiving Pokemon was definitely different from buying them. Receiving meant first selecting a type of bug Pokemon, then randomly drawing either the initial form or the final evolution of that type, and then choosing which one to take. For example, if you wanted to receive a Butterfree, you could only randomly draw from Caterpie, Metapod, or Butterfree. And if you drew Butterfree, you could choose from a group of Butterfree. If you didn't draw it, you would have to choose either Caterpie or Metapod. This was to maintain balance. If there were no restrictions at this stage, most people would want the final evolution forms, which would be unfair to those Pokemon that do not evolve. Actually, the fairest way would be capturing in the wild, allowing both the wealthy and the less fortunate to capture the Pokemon they desired based on their own abilities. But the problem was, this wasn't a world filled with Pokemon everywhere. With the number of Pokemon brought back by Lan Yu and the others, they couldn't even sell them, let alone find them in the wild. Perhaps in the future, when a large number of Pokemon were introduced, it could be like that. If the places selling Pokemon and those for adopting Pokemon were bustling, then at this moment, there was another place equally lively. That was the Public Opinion Consultation Center. An elderly man in his 70s or 80s stood before a staff member, saying, "Tell that guy Zyman to ask His Majesty to retract the name change. The name of the Eastern Kingdom cannot be changed. This name has great symbolic significance, and I'm sure the former monarch discussed its meaning with His Majesty." Exactly. The name Eastern Kingdom cannot be changed. Once it is changed, it loses its meaning of living in seclusion and avoiding the sea. Now, even the last piece of meaning is to be taken away. How are we old folks supposed to live? Yes, after all these years, we've survived on this meaningful name. The other elders followed up with their opposing opinions. Some even read from a long script they had prepared the night before, expressing their deep sorrow, as sorrowful as they could be. The staff member felt like rolling their eyes. It seemed that these young people also didn't have the chance to go out to sea and had lived in this country for many years. Why didn't they feel the same sadness about the name change? However, some of these elders were uncles or friends elders that the staff recognized, so they couldn't say much to them and could only focus on persuading them. At the same time, the staff said, "We have already reported the situation here to the palace, and they said someone would come and talk to you today." That guy, Simon told me. Does he really think that after so many years away from the village, I, an elder from the neighboring village, wouldn't he remember him? An old man in his 70s or 80s said with wide eyes. Just then, Simon's voice came from the door, always using the identity of an elder to pressure me. Why would I return to the village? Humph, you're just in time. Seeing Simon at the door, the old man glared at him and coldly said, Go tell His Majesty that the name Eastern Country cannot be changed. Simon shook his head directly. Young people understand what you old folks enjoying your twilight years don't. He had asked young people for their opinions, and their thoughts were that His Majesty might think that Pokemon brings infinite possibilities, which is why he wanted to change the name from Eastern Country to Infinite Country. Infinite Country, infinite possibilities. Do you really think I'm so foolish that I don't understand? The old man shot Simon a glance. Since you understand, why are you so stubborn about not wanting to change the name? Simon spread his hands. The old man said calmly, The Eastern Country is not just our Eastern Country. It is also the Eastern Country of all the overseas D people. If the name is changed, do those overseas D people not matter anymore? When they return and find that this country has changed its name without their knowledge, they will feel abandoned by this country. He then spoke at length about the reasoning behind his views, which in simple terms showed he was more conservative. It's not that serious. We can inform them about this, Simon said with a faint smile. Then Simon pulled the old man into the meeting room at the back with some representatives. After Simon's persuasion and analysis, these old men reluctantly accepted the name change. However, when they returned, they took with them the phone bug that Simon had given them. With this phone bug, they could contact certain people overseas. Chapter 43. Relationships in a treehouse in a forest in Donghai Windmill Village. Brew, brew, brew. What sound is that? Luffy, who was sleeping here, was awakened by a sudden noise. Rubbing his eyes, Luffy followed the sound and found a snail phone in a box. But he didn't recognize it. Is this a giant snail? I don't seem to have this thing. Luffy scratched his head. Then he suddenly remembered. Oh, I recall. This is Ace's thing. He seems to value it a lot, so he locked in the box. So Luffy took the snail phone and ran outside. Ace! Ace! Luffy shouted while running through the forest. Splash! Ace, who was catching fish by the riverbank, was distracted by Luffy's sudden shout and got knocked into the river by a big fish. Luffy, you bastard, I'm going to punch you. Ace climbed back onto the bank and raised his fist to hit Luffy on the head. Bam! Luffy, who had just run over, didn't react in time and immediately got a bump on his head. Why are you hitting me? Luffy protested, holding his head in anger. How dare you say that? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen into the river. Ace rolled his eyes at him and turned back to catch fish. Wait, Ace. Luffy wanted to say that Ace falling into the river had nothing to do with him, but remembering the important matter, he quickly opened his hand to show the snail phone and said, This thing rang just now. What thing? What's it to look at? Ace casually glanced at what Luffy was holding, thinking that, given Luffy's boring personality, it must be something uninteresting. However, upon seeing the item in Luffy's hand, Ace quickly snatched it away and shouted at Luffy, Isn't this mine? I clearly locked it up in the box. How did you get out? No matter how well it was locked, it couldn't withstand Luffy's punches. This thing rang just now, so I opened it to take a look. Luffy didn't care about Ace's shouting because he was used to it. What ringing? I think you're trying to sneak a peek at my treasure, Ace said irritably. At this moment, the snail phone in his hand wasn't ringing. Seeing this, Luffy touched the bump on his head and wondered, Oh, wasn't this thing ringing just now? Why isn't it ringing now? Ace didn't care about Luffy's confusion. He casually put the snail phone in his pocket and continued to catch fish. Just as he put it in his pocket, the snail phone began to ring. Ace, look! Ace, look! This thing rang just like that. Luffy shouted, pointing at the snail phone. It really rang. Ace raised his hand and looked at the snail phone, frowning. But who is calling? Ace knew that the item in his hand was a snail phone, but this snail phone was given to him by Garp, who said it was left to him by his mother, Rouge, and that she specifically asked Garp to take good care of it before she passed away. At first, Ace thought an important person related to his mother would call through this snail phone, so he kept it close. However, all these years passed, and this snail phone had never rung, and Ace didn't know if his mother had contacted anyone, as this snail phone wasn't a one-on-one type. So Ace could only treat this snail phone as a relic left by his mother and cared for it well. Now that this snail phone suddenly rang, Ace was momentarily unsure whether he should answer it. He had waited too long for it to ring. Just answer it. He had waited so long for it to ring, right? After pressing the button to connect, a voice of an elderly man came from the snail phone. Rouge, it's been over 20 years. You finally answered my call. I thought you had forgotten about your father. Hearing the words from the snail phone, Ace's pupils widened as he murmured, Rouge's father? Who? The person on the other end. hearing a young boy's voice, spoke in a deep tone. "You are Rouge's father. You are Port Gasti." "Rouge's father?" Ace quickly confirmed. "That's right. I am her father." The person on the other end replied seriously. "Who are you? How do you have her snail phone?" "I am Port Gasti Ace, her son." Upon hearing the response from the other side, Ace felt a bit excited. It turned out he still had blood relatives in this world. Her son? Upon hearing that the boy on the other end claimed to be Rouge's son, Rouge's father was not surprised. It's understandable. After so many years, it's not strange that she has a son. "Where is she now? Call her over. I have something to say to her." She has passed away," Ace replied, feeling a bit emotional. "Passed away?" The snail phone simulated Rouge's father frowned. "How did she die?" "She passed away after giving birth to me." Ace sighed. "Was it difficult labor?" "I didn't expect that to be the result." Rouge's father also sighed. In fact, after so many years without contact, he had thought Rouge was dead. Today, he only called to confirm one last time, and it turned out to be connected, but Rouge had really passed away. Then Rouge's father noticed the surname of Rouge's son and asked, "So who is your father? Why do you share a surname with Rouge?" "He's a bastard. I wouldn't take his surname, and I don't have a father like that." When mentioning his father, Ace's tone became a bit cold. Hearing Ace's words, Rouge's father coldly snorted. Is this the result of her seeking freedom? In the end, she encountered a bastard. "How's your life now? Would you be interested in living with me?" Rouge's father suddenly asked. Rouge's death saddened him, but he also wanted to see what his grandson looked like. Ace didn't know how to answer. Although this person was his grandfather, they hadn't met face to face, and this person directly asked him to come live with him. It was a bit hasty. Seeing Ace not responding, Rouge's father shook his head. The mix of joy and sadness made him speak without thinking. "Our country, the East Country, is undergoing some changes. I originally wanted to remind Rouge, but now, if you want to come over and have a look, you can find Monkey D. Garp. He is a rear admiral. Just tell him that Port Gasti. Moke asked you to find him." "Monkey D. Garp? Grandpa?" Ace was momentarily stunned. Do these two know each other? "Grandpa?" Rouge's father, Moke, suddenly thought of something and shouted angrily. "Good. That old bastard Garp. It was his son who harmed my daughter. When he comes back here, I'll make sure to deal with him." No, it's not like that." Hearing his grandfather's misunderstanding, Ace quickly explained, "Garp is not really my grandfather. He adopted me." "That's fine then." Upon hearing the explanation, Moke also breathed a sigh of relief. "Since you have a relationship with Garp, if you want to come to our side, just let him know at any time. Or remember this number to contact me as well." Ace nodded. After chatting for a few more sentences, Moke hung up. At this time, Luffy cheered like a monkey. "Oh, let's celebrate tonight. What are you going crazy about?" Ace rolled his eyes at him. "Ace, you found Grandpa. So we definitely need to celebrate. And of course, tonight, it has to be a feast." Luffy's focus wasn't on what the transponder snail said, but on food. Just thinking about a big feast made him drool. "I'm celebrating, but what does that have to do with you?" Ace said helplessly. "We're brothers. My grandpa is your grandpa, and your grandpa is my grandpa. So today we both found our grandpa. Isn't that worth celebrating?" Luffy said happily, without a care in the world. Luffy's logic was completely sound, leaving Ace unsure of how to respond. Eventually, Ace could only wave his hand and say, "Let's go. Since you want to celebrate, let's go catch some fish and wild boars." "Oh, we're going to catch fish and wild boars. Oh, it's going to be a feast tonight," Luffy exclaimed, jumping straight into the river to catch fish. However, Luffy forgot that he was a devil fruit user, and this jump turned a comedy into a tragedy. "Ace, help! Ace, come save me!" Luffy, who was so joyful just moments ago, was now in pain, flailing in the river and shouting for help. "This idiot!" Ace shook his head, thinking how Luffy always forgot he was a devil fruit user when it came to food. Ace then jumped into the river and rescued Luffy. In the end, the two of them worked together, or rather, one of them. After Luffy came out of the river, he said he was too tired to catch anything, so it was Ace who caught both fish and wild boars, ensuring they had a hearty dinner. After Luffy had eaten and drunk his fill and fallen asleep, Ace lay in the treehouse, looking out the window at the stars in the sky. "My mother's country, huh? So, I guess I can consider myself someone from a country now. I wonder if this country is like the Goa Kingdom. Clean on the surface, but dirty and detestable behind the scenes? I guess I'll have to see it for myself to find out." Ace pondered quietly. Chapter 44: Contact on a warship in a certain sea area of the East Sea. "Is it really okay for you to just run out like this, Vice Admiral Carp?" A certain rear admiral looked at Carp, who was lying on a beach chair. "Is this your first day hanging out with me?" Carp retorted, using his pinky to pick his nose. "You say the same thing every time," the rear admiral said helplessly. Every time Carp ran out, he would ask if it was okay, and Carp would always respond with that same question. "Don't worry about it. Since I'm out, I should enjoy myself." Don't think too much, haha. Carp laughed nonchalantly. Besides, I'm back this time to see my grandson. Sengoku knows that. All right. The rear admiral shook his head. He really wanted to say that it was just a coincidence that he was seeing his grandson, and last time he only visited for a day or two, but ended up wandering around for more than 10 days. Carp, this vice admiral, often ran out for no reason and frequently ignored the orders of admirals and marshals. However, Carp was a big shot, and he didn't fear any admirals or marshals at all. But they, the lower ranks, were always scolded by other big shots. Why can't you keep an eye on him? Why do you always let him run off? They had no authority to speak. If it were another vice admiral of the same rank, they would definitely retort. They were all called lower ranks, but how could they have the ability to keep this big shot in check? Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the snail phone on the nearby table rang. Who has the time to call me? Carp wondered. I'm going to check the cabin. The rear admiral quickly guessed it was a call from Admiral Sengoku, so to avoid being scolded while they were talking, he hurriedly found an excuse to leave. As he left, he also instructed the nearby Navy to stay away, so they wouldn't get caught up in the two's argument. Who is it? Carp answered, comfortably leaning back in a beach chair. It's me. An old man's voice came from the other end. What do you mean, it's me? Who are you? Carp said he didn't recognize the voice. Old bastard, you don't even recognize my voice? It seems your whole family are bastards. The voice on the snail phone scolded. What about your son messing with my daughter? How are you going to settle that? What do you mean my son messed with your daughter? Who are you? Carp shouted in confusion. However, Carp quickly speculated that he only had one son, Monkey D. Dragon, and he only had one father-in-law. And the voice was clearly not that of Luffy's grandfather. So, did Dragon, that rascal, get involved with another woman besides Luffy's mother? And now this woman's mother has come knocking? I'm Mock, Portgasty Mock. Isn't Ace supposed to call you Grandpa? Isn't he from the Portgas family? Doesn't he call his father a bastard? So isn't this your son messing with my daughter? After hearing the man's self-introduction, Carp suddenly laughed. Oh, it's old Mock. After laughing, Carp thought of something and looked around with a slightly serious expression. Fortunately, the nearby Navy had been called away by the rear admiral. However, the nearby Navy vaguely heard some cursing and laughter. Feeling relieved, they had moved quickly. Otherwise, what would they do if they got caught up in the conversation between the two big shots? Once the nearby Navy was far enough away, Carp sighed in relief, knowing that no one would hear what they were saying. Then he squinted and said, How did you, a person from the East Blue, know about Ace's existence? Have you contacted Ace? At this moment, Carp remembered that Ace had a snail phone left behind by Roku. What? Do I need your permission to contact my own grandson? Don't change the subject. How are you going to settle the matter of your son messing with my daughter? Mock on the other end started cursing again. You old bastard. Do you dare come back to the East Blue? Let's see if I don't kill you. Cough, cough, cough. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you want me to go back to get beaten up? No. You old men are deliberately trying to find a reason to scold me. Carp realized what was going on. Since you contacted Ace, you must know that I am his godfather. I just adopted him, and there is no blood relation. So what if you did? You're still an old bastard. Mock found another reason to shout, although no one else mentioned it after Roka left. You can guess from her last name that she is related to me. You didn't even tell me about her, and it turns out she died without me knowing. Just because of the same last name, there are plenty of people with the last names Smith and Johnson. It doesn't mean they are all related. Carp picked his nose and explained, Besides, I only found out about her situation after Roku gave birth to Ace. Then you're still an old bastard. Ace has been born for so long, and you didn't tell me about Roku and him. Mock continued to scold. In fact, if the East Blue really wanted to investigate Roku's situation, they could find some clues. But Mock initially didn't want Roku to go to sea, while Roku was eager to go, leading to a conflict and a strained relationship. In the end, Roku secretly left with a ship, and Mock didn't want family shame to be public, so he didn't use anyone's power to investigate Roku's situation. Ace's situation is a bit tricky. The fewer people who know, the better. Carp sighed. What's so tricky? Is it related to us in the East Blue? I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? You're just an old bastard looking for trouble. Mock scolded again. Carp, I'm sure this old man guessed it's related to his father. He just wants to find a reason to scold me. His father is Roger, G-O-L-D, Roger, the Pirate King. Carp lowered his voice and said, He wasn't hiding anything after all. Mock is Ace's grandfather. Who doesn't know the Pirate King G-O-L-D, Roger, who started the Great Pirate Era? However, upon hearing that Ace's father was Roger, Mock was not shocked at all. Instead, he disdainfully said, TCH, another bastard, and a well-known one at that. Anyway, no matter how great things Roger did, good or bad, to Mock, the old father, Roger is just a bastard. Then Mock calmly said, Let Ace come to the East Blue. With his identity, if the Navy captures him, he will definitely be publicly executed. He can't go. Carp directly refused. It would only be more dangerous for him to go to the East Blue. You should know that the world government has secretly found some information about him. He's fine here with me. I can use my identity to make many people ignore him. Then Carp's expression became slightly serious. Once he goes to the East Blue, that area will also be watched. If the two are combined, the danger level, you wouldn't want to see it. At that point, even my face will be trampled on the ground. Oomph. Didn't your face get trampled by the celestial dragons many years ago? Mock snorted coldly. Cough, cough, cough. Let's not talk about that. It's been so long. If anyone else dared to mention his embarrassing past, Carp would definitely give them a solid punch. But with Mock, this old man, it was different after so many years of friendship. And he couldn't hit him now. Anyway, Ace can't go to the East Blue. The danger will be whatever it will be. Mock didn't argue with Carp, sneering and saying, whether he comes or not is not for you to decide. It's his own decision. Besides, the East Blue is not what it used to be. Just give us a little more time. No matter how many people the world government sends, it's just a ha-ha. After Imoka finished speaking, he didn't say anything more and hung up the phone. This left Carp momentarily confused. What did that last comment mean? The newly appointed king of the East Blue seemed to be just this kid Lanyu. I don't deny his abilities, but if he wants to develop the East Blue to the point of not fearing the world government, it can't be done solely by isolation. Does this kid want to open the country? But opening the country can only lead to brief, rapid development. Once discovered by the world government, it could lead to the destruction of the country. Surely this kid wouldn't do something like that. However, if he doesn't open the country, how can he develop to the point of not fearing the world government? Carp scratched his head. After thinking for a while, he couldn't come up with any method to quickly develop the East Blue. Forget it. I'm not the king. This isn't something I should be thinking about. I should go find Ace in Windmill Village and see how much he knows about his grandfather. But I absolutely won't give him a chance to go to the East Blue. On the other side, with Imoku, not telling Carp about this, Lanyu, leaning against the wooden wall, asked. Lanyu couldn't have imagined that in the infinite country, there would be a figure like Portgas Imoku. If it weren't for Simon saying that Imoku wanted to contact Carp and have him present to see what would happen, he wouldn't have known that Ace had a grandfather here. This Imoku is the old man in the consultation office, around 70 or 80 years old, who had previously served as a minister to assist Lanyu's grandfather in the East Blue. Imoku sneered. That old bastard Carp, don't think I don't know what he's planning. He definitely won't give Ace a chance to choose. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to tell him what happened here. Let be the last to know. Does he think that by not giving Ace a chance, there won't be anyone else outside who will? Chapter 45 Decision a few days later, in a forest near Windmill Village. Portgas Ace, a tall man with a mark on his face, stood in front of Ace, wearing a hood. Who are you? Ace did not answer him, but instead took a few cautious steps back. Seeing this, the man smiled and said, not bad. Good vigilance. My name is Monkey D. Dragon. I am Garp's son and Luffy's father. So you're Luffy's father. Hearing this, Ace breathed a sigh of relief. He initially wanted to say, so you're my grandfather's son, but that felt a bit strange, so he refrained from saying it. He also thought that no one would be foolish enough to impersonate someone else's son, right? Luffy is over there. Ace pointed in a certain direction. No, I'm not looking for Luffy. I'm here to find you, and your grandpa, Portgas Rouge, sent me here. He sent you here? Ace squinted his eyes. Dragon nodded. That's right. You can probably guess why. So what's your choice? Are you going to visit your grandpa, or are you going to stay here? He added a reminder. And I won't give you much time to think. After this time is up, if you want to go, you'll have to contact your grandpa yourself. Once my father Garp finds out about this, he won't let you go. Both Dragon and Ace could guess Garp's thoughts, because Rouge had informed Dragon of Ace's identity. And as Ace, the son of the Pirate King, once he went to the East Blue, it wouldn't just double the danger, it would be off the charts. Originally, when people from the East Blue notified Dragon that something was happening, he wanted to say he didn't have time to go. After all, as long as it wasn't a country being destroyed, it didn't matter whether he returned to the East Blue or not. However, after encountering Ace, it piqued his interest. After all, knowing Ace's identity, Rouge still dared to ask him to go. And as the king, Luffy wasn't afraid either. So Dragon also wanted to see what was happening in the East Blue. Well, Ace wanted to ask Garp's opinion, but since Garp wouldn't let him go, he could only think for himself now. Seeing Ace was contemplating, Dragon directly gave his opinion. If I were you, I would go because being in the East Blue is definitely better than being here and knowing nothing. He continued, also your relatives are in the East Blue, and they don't know your grandpa. If you want to do something in the future, they might be able to give you support and advice. This, after considering it for a few days and having a slight inclination, Dragon's words made Ace think deeply and then solidify his decision. All right, I've decided I'll go. Dragon nodded. Since that's the case, Pack your things, and we'll set off soon. So soon? Aren't you going to meet Luffy? Ace asked in confusion. Dragon shook his head. No, anyway. I haven't really met him since he grew up, so I don't mind missing this moment. Is that okay? Ace wanted to meet, but had no chance. It felt like Luffy was completely ignored. Dragon smiled slightly. There's nothing wrong with it. My identity, his grandpa's identity, so he knows nothing. It's best for him to live carefree. But he wants to become the Pirate King. How can he live carefree? Ace straightforwardly stated Luffy's goal. That's his own choice. All right. Enough talk. Pack your things. Dragon reminded. Okay. Ace ran towards the treehouse. Ace. Ace. Luffy returned to the treehouse with a big fish. Ace. I caught a big fish. We're having a feast tonight. Luffy shouted under the tree. However, after a while, there was no response from inside the treehouse. Is he not back? Luffy climbed up to check the treehouse and indeed did not see Ace's figure. Oh, what's this? Luffy saw the note on the table. But after reading what was written on the note, Luffy clenched his fists and shouted angrily, Damn it. Ace, you bastard, you set sail without me. Then Luffy said sadly, Damn it, now I'm all alone. In the future, I can only have big fish or big meat, not both. Luffy expressed that catching one thing had drained his energy, and he needed two people for a feast. Damn it, you set sail without telling me. I'll eat this big fish all by myself. Actually, Luffy wasn't too sad. This was what he really wanted to say. Garp's ship was originally in the East Sea. It wouldn't take a day to reach Windmill Village at full speed. What? Luffy, you said Ace set sail? Garp, happily returning to Windmill Village, felt his blood pressure rising. Yeah, this is the note he left. Next to the treehouse, Luffy handed the note Ace left to Garp and complained, That guy Ace is too despicable. He set sail by himself and didn't even call me. However, after Garp took a look at the note Luffy handed over, he expressed that he couldn't understand it at all because it only had a few drawings. What does this mean? It doesn't even say anything about setting sail. Although there are pictures of ship, I can't see any meaning of sailing. Let me explain how to interpret these drawings. Luffy explained to Garp how to understand the pictures. But after hearing Luffy's explanation, especially knowing that Ace was expressing not just the meaning of setting sail, but also other meanings, Garp's anger immediately flared up. All right, it's you, Dragon. Daring to come to Windmill Village and even taking Ace away. Just wait, I'll go to the East Blue and deal with you. He originally didn't want to go to the East Blue, since his identity prevented him from entering freely, but now that Ace and Dragon had both gone, he had to go. Then Garp started lecturing Luffy again. And Luffy, you must not be like Ace, running off with some people. Your future goal is to become a pillar of the Navy. Garp was worried that Luffy might be taken away by Dragon to join the Revolutionary Army, so he made this reminder. However, as soon as Garp said this, Luffy immediately retorted loudly, I don't want to be a Navy. I'm going to be the Pirate King. Bang! A punch full of love greeted Luffy. Luffy, say that again, and I'll let you experience my grandpa's loving punch again. Garp raised his fist, thinking that Luffy had become slightly more normal over the years, but he was still talking about becoming a pirate. Although his head hurt after being hit, Luffy fearlessly stared at Garp. Grandpa, I won't yield. I'm not going to become some damn Navy pillar. I'm going to be the Pirate King. Bang! Bang! Two lumps appeared on Luffy's head. He still firmly said, I won't. Bang! Now it was over. Luffy directly collapsed on the ground, rolling his eyes. Really? Both of you are so troublesome. Looking at Luffy, who had fainted on the ground, Garp sighed helplessly. Should he take Luffy to join the Navy? Before, it was fine with Ace around, but now leaving him here alone makes me feel uneasy. What if someone comes and kidnaps him? Or he sneaks out to do something pirate-related? Regardless of whether he wants to or not, I've decided to send him to the headquarters. If anything happens, let him cause a fuss there and let Sengoku experience the joy of having a grandson. Just as Garp was about to take Luffy back, the phone bug in his pocket rang. Who is it? Don't you know I'm busy with important matters? Garp answered the phone bug with a bad tone. What important matters are you busy with? Aren't you just watching your grandson? The voice on the other end replied sarcastically. Garp recognized who it was and laughed. Oh, it's Sengoku. Looking for me during your free time? You know, I'm back here on vacation. Garp made it clear that he was on leave and didn't want to be disturbed. Sengoku wanted to say, what vacation? Sengoku didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. There's trouble in the new world. You need to handle it. Send Kizaru. He's fast, Garp declined. That won't help. He probably won't be a match. Sengoku said with a serious expression. The one causing trouble this time is red-haired Shanks. Based on what he's done, he seems to be on the path to becoming the fourth emperor. It's him. Garp squinted when he heard it was about Shanks, saying, it wouldn't matter if I went. Even if I could overpower him, I couldn't stop him from becoming an emperor with his crew. I didn't ask you to stop him from taking the emperor's position. We anticipated that the new world needs another emperor to stabilize, So if he could take the position, let him, Sengoku said calmly. But we want to collect our Navy's greeting gift first. So, are you going or not? Of course I'm going. I still have a score to settle with him. Garp snorted. Every time Luffy shouts about wanting to be a pirate, it's because that guy Shanks has been tempting him, right? This time is a good opportunity to deal with him. All right then, head over there, Sengoku said, hanging up the phone bug after receiving Garp's response. Luffy, you're lucky this time. Next time I come back, I'll take you back to the Navy. Garp glanced at Luffy on the ground. He was heading straight to the New World, and taking Luffy with him would be inconvenient. If he wasn't careful, Luffy might meet Shanks, which would be troublesome. He didn't trust leaving Luffy with anyone else either. That kid would definitely run away. So, it's best to leave him here. As for the Eastern Country, we'll see how the timing goes. By the time Garp finishes greeting Shanks, Dragon might have already slipped away, and Ace could be taken away by him or captured by Morg. Going there would likely just lead to a fight with Morg. Chapter 46, Explanation of the Infinite Kingdom. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, for commercial districts are continuously gathering people. Hurry, the show is about to start. I missed it last night and can't miss it again tonight. Although I asked other people this afternoon, their explanations left me confused. I also missed it last night, and I didn't have the chance to watch the midday replay due to work. So whoever dares to stop me tonight is my sworn enemy. What attributes were discussed last night? I've been so tired from work these days that I don't want to do anything when I get home at night. I just go straight to sleep, leaving me without time to check here for several days. The ghost type. This attribute sounds a bit creepy, resembling the ghosts we imagine. And it is restrained by the dark type, but restrains the psychic type. There are 18 attributes in Pokemon, and this attribute restrains you while you restrain another attribute. Just this knowledge alone could fill a lot of time. Indeed, the knowledge of Pokemon is too vast. It feels like if you were to go into detail about all 18 attributes, it could take months. Once you miss one night's viewing, it's hard to know what's going on through others because they themselves only have a partial understanding. Therefore, we also need to learn to integrate and apply knowledge. Otherwise, relying solely on narration won't significantly improve our understanding of Pokemon. What attribute will be discussed tonight? Following the order, it should be Steel, right? If it's Steel, then I must pay close attention because my Pokemon is Magnemite, which is both Steel and Electric dual attributes. The people gathered here are all ready to watch the Pokemon Knowledge Explanation program that will be broadcast on 4 LCD screens at 7:30. Of course, the 4 LCD screens will not only show Pokemon knowledge. During other time slots, they will also discuss knowledge about climate, terrain, and the animal world. But for the public, how can this knowledge compare to Pokemon knowledge? After all, Pokemon is the closest thing to them right now. With this knowledge, they can better understand Pokemon and interact with them. So recently, every evening, a large crowd gathers in these 4 commercial districts. However, every morning at 10 o'clock, there will also be replays on 8 airships, allowing those who miss the evening broadcast to watch the replay at noon. If you miss both of these time slots, then there's no way around it. You should know that in the Infinite Kingdom, there is no such thing as overtime for Blue, of course. Voluntary overtime is a different story. Recently, the program has been discussing the attributes of Pokemon, starting from normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock bug, ghost, steel, dragon, dark, fairy, and so on. This allows the public to know which ones they can watch carefully and which can be skimmed over. As 7:30 approaches, the other programs being broadcast on the LCD screens gradually prepare to end. As soon as it hits 7:30, the screen changes, indicating that the program everyone gathered to see is about to start, and everyone immediately focuses intently. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to the Pokemon Knowledge Explanation program. I am your host, Robin. The host in the LCD screen makes a routine self-introduction. This Robin is not some namesake Robin. She is actually Princess Nico Robin of the Infinite Kingdom. With Robin's intellect, she learns about Pokemon knowledge faster than many people. And since Blue wants to give her a good impression among the public, being the host of the Pokemon Knowledge Explanation program is a great opportunity. According to the original schedule, tonight was supposed to cover some knowledge about the Steel-type Pokemon. However, today we are fortunate to have a special guest, Dr. Oak, who specializes in Pokemon research, to share some special knowledge with you. So the explanation of the Steel-type will be postponed until tomorrow. Now let's welcome Dr. Oak. Robin waved her hand towards the side seat, and the screen shifted to show Dr. Oak. Hello, Dr. Oak. Robin greeted. Hello, Doctor. Oak responded and then turned to introduce himself. And hello to all the viewers. I am Professor Yukinari Oak, a researcher of Pokemon. The appearance of Dr. Oak on the screen instantly sparked discussions among the viewers. A person who researches Pokemon? How long has Pokemon been in our country? It's surprising that someone has reached the level of a doctoral researcher. That's unlikely. It takes so long to explore just one Pokemon type, not to mention the many kinds of Pokemon. Indeed, after so many days of contact, even though we still only have a partial understanding, we know that Pokemon definitely involves a lot of knowledge. No matter how talented a person is, it's impossible to reach the level of a doctoral researcher in such a short time. But did Princess Robin introduce him as a doctor? We might not believe Dr. Oak, but Princess Robin wouldn't lie to us, right? Could it be that he is not from our country? After all, Pokemon was originally introduced by His Majesty from somewhere else. So it's normal for someone from that place to have years of knowledge about Pokemon and to have doctoral-level researchers. That makes sense. In this world, only with a certain level of knowledge can one earn the title of doctor. And how long has Pokemon been introduced? For the people of the Infinite Kingdom, it's completely impossible for a Pokemon doctor to exist in such a short time. Perhaps there will be one in a few years. So most people speculate that Dr. Oak is definitely not a local, but someone from another place. As for which place, that would be up to their Majesty to answer, as it was His Majesty who introduced Pokemon. Now, I'll pass it on to you, Dr. Oak. Robin gestured. No problem. Dr. Oak nodded. Then, the entire screen focused on Dr. Oak. With a smile, Dr. Oak said, "Next, I will talk about Pokemon evolution. You all have had some contact with Pokemon for a while now, and I'm sure some of you have seen scenes of Pokemon evolving. But do you know what conditions are required for Pokemon evolution?" Dr. Oak asked, spreading his hands. At this moment, the audience wanted to say if we knew, why would we need you to explain? Well, you probably don't know, so you need to listen carefully to what I'm about to say, Dr. Oak said, raising a finger with a smile. Pokemon evolution is actually a very magical process, akin to a species leap. Whenever an evolution scene appears, it always feels amazing, emitting a captivating glow that makes one unable to look away. Dr. Oak went on to talk extensively, even touching upon some history of Pokemon. Although he spoke with great feeling, the audience expressed, "Doctor, you could do a whole episode on history. Right now, we want to hear about Pokemon evolution." All right. Although there is still a lot to say, let us get back to the main topic. One of the conditions for evolution, which is the most common type of evolution, is accumulation evolution. This evolution, in simple terms, is about continuously training Pokemon to strengthen their own abilities. This is similar to how humans can reach a certain level of training to learn hockey and Kinbunchaku, and Pokemon will evolve once they accumulate enough training. Professor Oak has learned to use the power of this world to explain it, allowing them to understand quickly. Although not everyone in the Infinite Country can use hockey, most people are still familiar with it. So when Professor Oak mentions it, they understand that Pokemon evolution is actually related to effort. However, there is a special case in accumulation evolution, which is the occurrence of aggressive evolution due to insufficient accumulation. For example, if a Pokemon originally needs 10 units of energy to evolve, it may evolve after only 8 or 9 units due to certain stimuli. Such evolution is undesirable, as it can leave hidden dangers for the Pokemon and consume their potential. If the energy cannot be replenished later, then evolving would essentially lock the Pokemon's path forward. Therefore, those who want their Pokemon to evolve should pay attention to this point, Professor Oak reminded. The second type of evolution also requires accumulation, but it does not require as much as pure accumulation evolution. After accumulating to a certain point, you may find that your Pokemon simply will not evolve. So what should you do then? Can you think of it, dear audience? Professor Oak asked the viewers in front of the monitor. The audience replied, "We know. No need for you to introduce it." Can't think of it? Professor Oak chuckled. The answer is very simple. Use an item. Some people have Pikachu, right? To evolve Pikachu into Raichu, it cannot rely solely on accumulation. It also needs an item, which is the Thunderstone. The Thunderstone contains the electric energy needed for Pikachu's evolution, which can reduce Pikachu's accumulation and allow it to instantly gain energy, thus enabling its evolution. Friends who want Pikachu to evolve can buy a Thunderstone and give it to your Pikachu to see if it will evolve. If it does, it means that its own accumulation is sufficient, and the Thunderstone can help replenish the remaining energy. When Professor Oak mentioned this, those who had Pikachu said, "Forget it. If Pikachu evolves into Raichu and loses its cuteness, then the money is wasted." Professor Oak continued, "Items like the Thunderstone are called evolution stones. And there are also fire stones, water stones, leaf stones, sunstones, moonstones, and others. Evolution stones must correspond to the appropriate attributes. For example, the Thunderstone corresponds to the electric type, and the water stone corresponds to the water type. So please do not use them randomly, as using them may not necessarily yield results. Moreover, there are other items besides evolution stones, such as the Royal Certificate, Metal Coat, Protective Gear, Lava Amplifier, Electric Amplifier, etc. These require being carried while allowing the Pokemon to accumulate to a certain point to evolve. Pokemon evolution is not limited to these two types, but most Pokemon evolutions fall into these two categories. As for some other evolution conditions that are more special, would you like to hear about them? Professor Oak raised his eyebrows a bit. The audience expressed, "Please continue. No need to keep us in suspense. We won't know even if you ask us." Chapter 47, Gift Giving in the Palace, Inside the Administrative Palace. Dr. Oak was quite suitable as a host, with his suspenseful rhetorical questions and emotional engagement at a first-rate level. Watching the monitor on the wall, or rather the lively narration of Dr. Oak on the television, Lanyu smiled while sitting in a chair. After the transaction stabilized and the dimensional gate was fixed, Dr. Oak arrived in the world of One Piece. Just a few steps to cross over. Upon arriving in this world, Dr. Oak was captivated by the environment, bustling with people, retro architecture, nestled between mountains and water, lush forests, and an endless blue sea. All right, he was actually attracted by the various kinds of food here, especially the snacks, so numerous that Dr. Oak couldn't keep track, like fragrant sauce pancakes, cold noodles, fried dumplings, various sauce noodles, skewers, and all kinds of potato dishes. Dr. Oak expressed that with so much food, if he didn't gain a few pounds, it would be a disservice to the years he had spent eating instant noodles. Thus, from now on, whenever Dr. Oak wanted to eat something, he would just take a few steps to Lan Yu's place to mooch off food, completely saying goodbye to his instant noodle days. Seizing the opportunity that Dr. Oak had time today, Lan Yu invited him to explain Pokemon evolution in this episode. Himan, who came over to watch the television, also remarked, "Dr. Oak is indeed very interesting. This special episode has made us all understand Pokemon evolution. Indeed, after he explained it, I also learned how my Pokemon should evolve," said Captain Slicko of the Kingdom Guard, who was standing nearby. Slicko had captured a Scyther, and besides patrolling the palace, he was training at the training ground, so he hadn't delved too deeply into Pokemon knowledge. It was rare to catch a glimpse of the television here, and he finally learned what was needed for Scyther's evolution. Not only Himan and Slicko were there to mooch off the television, several others had gathered as well. If they could set up a television in the palace, surely other places could do the same? Why did they still come to the palace to watch television? Of course, it was because the wiring had not been completed yet. The 4 commercial districts were the main areas, so wiring there was relatively straightforward, but wiring elsewhere needed to be detailed down to every household, which would take longer and require some waiting. The palace was not just a palace. It was also the administrative center of the Infinite Kingdom. Therefore, as the most important place, once the wiring was done, there was no need to wait for other places. It could directly connect to another independent power system and use various electrical appliances. As for electrical appliances, the Infinite Kingdom currently lacked the capacity to produce them, but they could be bought in the Pokemon world, where anything could be purchased. Thus, the palace had transformed into a modern place in just a few days, attracting many high-ranking officials to come and mooch. At this moment, the second minister, Paimon, reported beside him, "By the way, Your Majesty, we received news from outside that the most exciting thing in the New World recently is the significant activity of the red-haired pirates. According to their analysis, the red-haired pirates have a great chance of becoming the 4th Emperor of the Sea." "Emperor?" Lanyu murmured, feeling surprised in his heart. He hadn't expected that after returning for so long, it was indeed the time in the storyline when the red-haired pirates would ascend to the Emperor's position. "Then send them a gift," Lanyu commanded with a wave of his hand. "After all, I have stayed with them." Himan seemed to guess what kind of gift Lanyu wanted to send, so he tentatively asked, "It wouldn't be Pokemon as a gift, would it? Given the location of the red-haired pirates, their every move will be monitored. If Your Majesty sends this gift, all major powers will know, and if they investigate, it could expose us." Lanyu didn't find it strange that Himan guessed it was Pokemon. He smiled slightly. "That's exactly why I want to send it, because it is both a gift and a sign." "Your Majesty means..." Himan's pupils contracted slightly, and he guessed what it meant. The sign of establishing a nation. When Lanyu said this, the others present were also startled, but they didn't expect such a day to come so quickly. "Your Majesty, is this a bit hasty?" Paimon did not oppose the establishment of a nation. After knowing the wonders of Pokemon and considering Lan Yu's ability to traverse other worlds, he felt that the Infinite Kingdom could become immensely powerful and that establishing a nation was just a matter of time. However, this matter of time was not recent. They had only recently begun to interact with Pokemon, and the development of the Eastern Kingdom into the Infinite Kingdom had only just started. In short, their internal strength was still insufficient to handle everything, making it an inappropriate time to establish a nation. "I also think it's a bit hasty. If we wait another year, it would be better." Slicko nodded in agreement. Fennec, however, casually said, I'm fine either way. If we continue to remain closed, I will go to the Pokemon world. If we open the nation, I will guard this country as a general. But if we are exposed, then we are exposed. If the world government and the Navy come, it will be a good chance for me to test the strength of the Navy admirals. I haven't fought against an admiral before, so I don't know how big the gap in strength is, but with Pokemon, I can guarantee that we can beat the admiral into a flower with a group attack. Lanyu leaned back in his chair, speaking easily. Don't worry. When the time truly comes to be exposed, it will take at least a few months. This time is enough for the people of the Infinite Kingdom to become familiar with Pokemon. Not to mention 1 million people. Even if only 100,000 people can become familiar with using Pokemon, along with the military's patrols and guards, this strength will be enough to withstand 3 admirals' attacks. Being able to withstand 3 admirals doesn't mean we are particularly strong, but it is enough to make the world government very cautious. If the world government dares to send their full force to destroy us, I won't mind letting them experience the power of legendary Pokemon. Upon hearing this, Finnick laughed. Now I understand why your majesty hasn't captured any Pokemon. It turns out you have legendary Pokemon in your hands. Previously, Lanyu had not mentioned to others that he had legendary Pokemon, and neither had Dr. Oak and the others. Others might not know what level legendary Pokemon were, but after spending a few days with Dew, if they still didn't know about the existence of legendary Pokemon, then Finnick could just go lie down and sleep without worrying about worldly matters. Knowing about the existence of legendary Pokemon, Finnick boldly asked Dew to lead him to find a not-so-strong, true legendary Pokemon to play with, and, as a result, it became a game where he was played with. So Finnick knew the power of legendary Pokemon. What 3 admirals, what Emperor Pirates, were nothing in front of legendary Pokemon. Not counting the kind of groups. Since your majesty has legendary Pokemon in hand, then there's no problem. Himin said with a relieved smile. He also knew about legendary Pokemon. After all, as a minister of nation, there were many things he might not know about Pokemon, but he must know the most important and dangerous existences within it. Seeing that no one else had objections, Yanez jumped in first. I'll take care of the gift-giving matter. TCH, you spoke first, but as the captain of the patrol, you still have to keep an eye on domestic affairs, so it's better to leave it to me, said the vice-captain of the guards, Jeremy, as he shrugged his shoulders. Yanez shook his hand. No. We may have been shorthanded in the past, but now that our patrol is accompanied by 3 Pokemon, our workload has significantly decreased, so, as the captain, I can take it a bit easier. Besides, no one here is more suitable than me to go out. Indeed, thinking of Yanez's devil fruit ability, Lanyu nodded. Then let's leave this to Yanez. Seeing that Lanyu had made the decision, the others had nothing left to argue about and watched Dr. Oki's explanation with peace of mind, but at that moment, they were not really focused on watching, as they were all thinking about the founding of the country. After a while, the program ended, and everyone dispersed. In the administrative palace, Lanyu was the only one left. He stood on the balcony, looking at the sky and the surrounding environment. The palace was situated on slightly higher ground, allowing for a great view. The nights in this country were still so beautiful. Lanyu smiled slightly. Just then, Darkrai and Zerora jumped from downstairs to the 3rd floor where Lanyu was. It's you guys. What brings you here so late? Lanyu asked the 2 Pokemon. Although most of the Pokemon brought back were primarily for sale, Lanyu assured that regardless of the Pokemon, if they did not want to live with humans, he would prepare another place for them, and they would not have to worry about food and drink. Therefore, these Pokemon being sold were not averse to living with humans. Selling them was also equivalent to selecting suitable companions for them. Moreover, Lanyu established a Pokemon association where Pokemon could come to file complaints. There would be dedicated personnel to handle their issues. However, in the beginning, there weren't many significant problems, so the association was currently dealing with trivial matters, like Snorlax saying that 10 Pokemon portions of food weren't enough, Grimer complaining about the poor quality of trash, and Jigglypuff wishing to hold a concert. As for Darkrai and Zerora, they were high-ranking staff members of the Pokemon Association and could meet Lanyu at any time, so they were free to move around the palace. Chapter 48. Going to a new world, Ja. 2 Pokemon spoke at length to Lanyu. What they meant was that the Pokemon they use to protect are now living well. Those who want to live in the wild can do so, and those who don't can choose suitable humans as companions. Such a life was completely unimaginable before. As staff members of the Pokemon Association, they directly realized that the people in this country are very kind and treat Pokemon well, so they're quite satisfied with this country. However, they expressed that they're not doing well themselves. The matters the association is currently handling are too bothersome, just a bunch of trivial issues. Pokemon with human companions are fine, But most of the time, humans come to the association to ask about their Pokmon's physical and mental conditions. Such matters should actually be handled at a Pokemon hospital. Those Pokemon without human companions are particularly annoying. Ever since they learned that there's a place in this country dedicated to solving Pokemon problems, they seem to have found a floodgate and come pouring in for every little thing. Some Pokemon are lonely and want to find someone to chat with. Some want to cool off from the heat. Some are bored and want to fight. Some want to find a partner. And some Pokemon. None of these matters are good. Even though the people at the Pokemon Association and the Pokemon themselves are very caring. They're almost at their breaking point with these issues and really want to curse, thinking, damn it, these matters could be solved by just one human companion. Why must you come here to bother us? As a result, Darkrai and Zeraora stopped playing. These matters were too trivial and annoying, and dealing with them felt too comfortable, making their once fiery hearts feel like they were about to fade away. As mythical Pokemon, what they should be doing is commanding on the battlefield. They also want to continue to unleash that fiery heart, for example, by fighting to the death against poachers, rather than wasting time here. Moreover, they originally intended to approach Lanyu, but these trivial matters delayed their observation, dragging it out until now. However, after saying so much, Lanyu expressed that he didn't understand. In the end, the two Pokemon made a crucial gesture that made Lanyu understand why they had come here. You two want to follow me? Seeing the two Pokemon take out a Pokeball, Lanyu understood what they wanted to express. Yeah, ja. Darkrai and Zeraora nodded, but Lanyu did not rush to respond. Instead, he asked again, have you thought it through? And what about your work at the association? It's not that Lanyu didn't want to capture them, but he had brought back too many Pokemon recently, and at the moment, he didn't have much desire to capture more. Yeah, cha. The two Pokemon nodded again, indicating they had thought it through and that their work at the association would be handed over to others. All right, not having the desire doesn't mean he would refuse the Pokemon that came to him. He then took the Pokeballs from the two Pokemon and captured them inside. It seems today is a day worth celebrating. What should I do to celebrate? Lanyu smiled at the two Pokeballs in his hand. But it's already past 9. Lanyu looked at the clock on the wall. Some things were too early, and some were too late. Eating a late-night snack, but everyone is gone. Then let us have a world celebration. Synthesis brother, come on. Open a new world. Synthesis system. I thought you played for so many days that you forgot you still have the ability to open other worlds. Bringing back Pokemon. How could that be considered playing? Lanyu smiled and shrugged. You to bring them back. But after someone helped, you brought a batch each day. And the remaining time went to sightseeing with Robin, looking like someone who forgot about their responsibilities. If there were a tone, Synthesis brother would be teasing him at this moment. Ahem, the couple is just having a normal interaction. There is no need to elaborate on that. Synthesis brother, just open the door to the new world. Lanyu urged. Then here we go. Swish. A vortex appeared on the wall next to them, and this vortex actually doesn't look different from the one leading to the Pokemon world. What kind of world will it be this time? Lanyu walked in. He didn't know when he would come back, so he left a note on the table. This time it's a forest. Stepping out from a tree, Lanyu observed his surroundings. This world is also in the night, and he is now in a pitch-black forest. That is fine. Otherwise, encountering an Arceus would be terrifying. Lanyu shook his head and smiled. Then he walked in the dark forest, hoping to see if there would be anything familiar here. However, after walking for a while, several red lights appeared in the forest. Walking in the forest at night, it's indeed easy to encounter some movement. As Lanyu was speaking, these red lights slowly approached him, and under the moonlight, their forms became visible. Seeing their appearance, Lanyu smiled faintly and corrected himself. It seems they are not animals, but rather green skin monsters. They have a humanoid shape, stand over 2 meters tall, have green skin all over, pointy ears, and somewhat ugly faces, so it's not wrong to call them green skin monsters. Calling them the Hulk's brothers is fine too. However, it seems they were very unhappy with the name green skin monsters. These few green skin monsters let out a roar at Lanyu and charged at him, waving their spike clubs. Their strength is decent, but their movements are too slow. Facing their attack, Lanyu didn't strike immediately but tested their strength, focusing on dodging. Also, their footing is quite unstable. While dodging the green skin monsters, Lanyu extended his foot and tripped one of them. Roar! The green skin monsters seemed to feel humiliated and let out another loud shout, simultaneously attacking Lanyu with their clubs. If those green skin monsters attacked one after another just now without taking long, they would all strike from above, below, left, and right together, completely not giving Lanyu a chance to dodge. But Lanyu is not deaf. From their roars, he heard one shout that was slightly distant. Is there one green skin monster that is a commander type? With a swish, Lanyu disappeared amidst the attacks of the green skin monsters. But I caught you. Lan Yu suddenly appeared in a patch of grass several dozen meters away. Here, there was a slightly smaller green-skinned monster wearing armor and sporting a simple crown. As soon as Lan Yu's voice rang out, this green-skinned monster was startled, turned around, and jumped back. However, its speed was too slow. As soon as it landed, Lan Yu appeared beside it and grabbed its neck with one hand. This razor is indeed quite useful. Looking at the green-skinned monster in his hand, Lan Yu smiled. At first, Lan Yu wasn't very interested in the 6 styles. After all, whether it was defense, attack, or evasion, the 6 styles couldn't compare to hockey. So after learning hockey, he felt that the 6 styles were not very useful, and thus he didn't learn them. However, after battling against a Charizard, he felt that facing Pokemon with an abundance of moves made just knowing hockey seem a bit inadequate. So he rummaged through everything to see if there were any techniques he could learn. He found that apart from Devil Fruits and hockey, there seemed to be no techniques suitable for unarmed individuals, and ultimately, the only thing he could learn was the 6 styles. In the end, Lan Yu had no choice but to reluctantly learn it. Although he only practiced for a few days with his current strength, he was able to grasp it quickly. Then he remarked that it was quite effective. He had previously underestimated the capabilities of the 6 styles. Now, just a single technique, Soru, could greatly enhance his speed. Roar. The other green-skinned creatures were initially puzzled about Lan Yu's whereabouts, but after looking around, they discovered their leader had been captured and rushed over. Dealing with these big fools doesn't require me to dirty my hands. Roquogan. As they charged over, Lan Yu swung his leg, unleashing a vacuum slash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several green-skinned creatures, looking quite fragile, were directly bisected. Now it's your turn. Lan Yu looked at the green-skinned creature in his hand and squeezed tightly. Please spare me. I won't attack humans anymore. The green-skinned creature, feeling the pressure on its neck, spoke painfully. Hearing this, Lan Yu was slightly surprised and said, "Oh, you can talk. From what you said, it seems you often attack humans before. Then you definitely shouldn't be spared." Lan Yu sneered. However, at that moment, sensing something, Lan Yu glanced to the side and said, "It seems you're more suited to be dealt with by him." Lan Yu broke the left hand of the green-skinned creature and then threw it to the side where he was looking. At that moment, standing in the shadows nearby was a person, and from the dim light, one could see that the person was wearing a set of silver-white armor and a full-face helmet. Chapter 49. The Goblin Slayer's World. Do you know me? The figure in the shadows stepped forward, fully revealing himself, and without hesitation. He thrust his sword into the green-skinned monster in front of him. Ah! The green-skinned monster let out a painful scream. Of course I know you, the infamous Goblin Slayer. Especially your phrase, "I don't save the world, I only kill goblins," which I really admire. Consider this Goblin King as my greeting gift. Lan Yu smiled slightly. While grabbing the green-skinned monster by the neck, Lan Yu found its appearance somewhat familiar, and as soon as the Goblin Slayer arrived not far away, Lan Yu sensed him. After looking at his appearance, Lan Yu realized which world he had entered. The world of Goblin Slayer, a world that seemed narrow yet vast. It was narrow because the protagonist, Goblin Slayer, always focused on goblins, rarely encountering other monsters or strong beings in his view. It was vast because this world was large, with many races and countries that were not shown, and it also had the existence of gods. The green-skinned monster that Lan Yu was holding was the Goblin King, who in the story tried to attack a farm, but ultimately had to flee after being defeated. Are you impressed? A strong person like you would admire a silver-ranked adventurer like me, who only kills goblins and has no real power, right? The Goblin Slayer continued to poke at the Goblin King with self-mockery. Even facing the Goblin King, he did not have a 100 chance of winning. Yet Lan Yu easily grabbed the Goblin King's neck and effortlessly broke his hand. With a swift kick, he easily dealt with those big goblins. Such strength was not something he had seen even in gold-ranked adventurers, and he had never encountered a platinum-ranked one. In this world, the highest rank for adventurers was platinum, followed by gold, and then silver, which was the Goblin Slayer's rank. However, the ranking system in this world was quite superficial. One could level up through accumulation. If it were Lan Yu, he could easily reach platinum. Thus, Lan Yu spread his hands and said, "Strength can be trained, but that unwavering heart is not something everyone can possess. In fact, if there were a strong teacher to teach the Goblin Slayer abilities, with a steadfast desire to kill all goblins, he would unleash unimaginable power. In other words, the Goblin Slayer is someone who has the protagonist's experiences but has not yet received the treatment of a protagonist. Perhaps once he does, he will become a powerful protagonist rather than the silver-ranked adventurer who is looked down upon and has risen through accumulation. Is that so?" "Aye." The Goblin Slayer was about to respond while poking the Goblin King, But the Goblin King interrupted, saying, "Enough. I already dead?" The Goblin King swung his right hand hard, sending the Goblin Slayer flying into a tree. Roar! The Goblin King stood up, supporting himself on the ground, and shouted loudly, "Damn humans, I'm not that easy to bully." The Goblin pulled the sword from his chest and forcefully slammed it into the ground, breaking it. Cough, cough. The Goblin Slayer coughed, propped himself against the tree, and stood up. "Does this count as making you admire me?" The Goblin Slayer glanced at Lan Yu and then mocked himself. He was knocked so far by the Goblin King's punch. Was such strength worthy of admiration? Lan Yu laughed from the side. "Of course I admire you, because you 1T give up, and you possess a heart that many strong people lack. Is that so?" The Goblin Slayer felt that this person understood him well. However, Lan Yu was right. Although he had lost his sword, and his body was not as strong as the Goblin King, it did not mean he would easily give up. He charged straight at the Goblin King. "I will kill you, human." The Goblin King revealed a fierce expression and charged towards the Goblin Slayer. Swish! Just as the Goblin Slayer was about to reach the Goblin King, a sliding tackle went under the Goblin King's feet, and then he wrapped his arms around the Goblin King, preparing for a back throw. It seemed, however, that his strength was insufficient, and he was completely blocked by the Goblin King. The Goblin King immediately laughed. "Human, your strength is too weak. With your power, you will only die at my hands." The Goblin King reached back with his right hand, trying to grab the Goblin Slayer's head and tear it off. But this was exactly what the Goblin Slayer wanted. He released his grip around the Goblin King's waist and grabbed the Goblin King's right hand with both hands, placing his right foot on the Goblin King's back. Then, he pushed forward with his foot and pulled hard with both hands. "Human, if you want to break my hand, your strength is completely insufficient." The Goblin King tried to use force to throw the Goblin Slayer forward. However, at that moment, he realized that the Goblin Slayer's strength was not as small as he imagined. The Goblin Slayer sneered. "Have you found that you can't exert force? Sorry. When it comes to goblins, my blood is always boiling, and that boiling blood allows me to unleash a strength that won't lose to goblins. So break it for me." "Ah!" The Goblin Slayer shouted forcefully, using all his strength with both hands and feet, seemingly trying to use every ounce of his power to break the Goblin King's hand. Crack! Ultimately, the Goblin King's right hand was broken by the Goblin Slayer, bent backward in a painful position. "It hurts so much. It hurts so much." The Goblin King cried out in agony, kneeling on one knee. However, it cannot be denied that the Goblin Slayer had indeed unleashed a powerful force. But it was also related to the fact that the Goblin King had been stabbed several times and had one hand broken, causing its strength to be unfocused. Nevertheless, after exerting himself so much, the Goblin Slayer was also out of breath and let go of the Goblin King's hand. He then said flatly, "Pain is the best. After all, you goblins will never repent when you go to hell. Go down for me." The Goblin Slayer aimed both hands at the Goblin King's head. However, the Goblin King's cunning was somewhat beyond the Goblin Slayer's expectations. Having his hand broken was all an act to make the Goblin Slayer lower his guard. Just as the Goblin Slayer aimed at his head, the Goblin King suddenly kicked the ground and forcefully rammed his head into the Goblin Slayer's chest. Bang! It seemed that the Goblin Slayer had some connection with a certain tree, as he was sent flying and crashed into the tree once more. "Human, this time I will let you go. The pain you have given me, I will return it doubly." "Of course not now." As the Goblin King stood up and ran in a direction, with both hands broken, he did not want to linger here to duel with the Goblin Slayer. And as a king, he had to leave some harsh words as he departed. "But, Lan Yu yawned and stood in front of the Goblin King. "Do you think I don't exist? Human, I have no enmity with you. Why block my way?" The Goblin King roared at Lan Yu. The Goblin King had experienced Lan Yu's strength, so while speaking, he began to step back, preparing to run in another direction. "You goblins can talk about having no enmity?" Lan Yu shook his head and smiled. "Also, your joke is a bit unfunny. Isn't it normal for humans to kill you ugly goblins? Do you want to continue?" Lan Yu asked the Goblin Slayer, who was standing by the tree. At the same time, he flicked a small stone at the left leg of the Goblin King, causing him to kneel on one knee. "Come on, as long as I can kill goblins, any means are acceptable. I want to be afraid of any injury." The Goblin Slayer stood up, touching his chest. Even though he was delivering a finishing blow to the Goblin King, he didn't care at all. However, at that moment, the supporting character, the priestess, arrived late, holding her staff. "Goblin Slayer, are you okay?" she asked worriedly as she ran to his side. "I'm fine. Do you have a small knife?" the Goblin Slayer asked. "Yes." The priestess handed him a small knife. Then she looked at Lan Yu and asked, "Who is he?" "Let us not worry about who he is. It's time to take down the Goblin King." The Goblin Slayer walked towards the Goblin King with a knife. "Please, human." The Goblin King tried to plead for mercy. But before he could finish his sentence, the Goblin Slayer swiftly slashed at the Goblin King's neck, causing blood to spray out, and he fell to the ground. Sorry, I don't like listening to goblins ramble. After finishing off the Goblin King, the Goblin Slayer let out a sigh of relief and slightly bowed to Lan Yu, saying, "Thank you. No need, I said it's a welcome gift for you." Lan Yu replied with a smile. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Lan Yu, a traveler. With no identity to speak of." Lan Yu just made up the identity of a traveler, but he wasn't wrong, as he was indeed a traveler in different worlds. A traveler? That makes sense. In the Goblin Slayer's understanding, only travelers with strong abilities would be walking in the forest and not be afraid of encountering goblins. As for bad people, knowing who the Goblin Slayer was and still admiring him, then handing the Goblin King over to him to kill, what kind of bad person could be worse than that? Also, with Lan Yu's strength, if he were truly a bad person with ulterior motives, he would have been dead by now. "I'm called Goblin Slayer." Although Lan Yu knew of his existence, he still introduced himself and gestured to the side, saying, "She is the priestess." Lan Yu smiled and nodded. This simple introduction was even shorter than his own. However, at this moment, Lan Yu remembered that it seemed people in this world didn't have names. They used code names instead, like Cowherd Girl, Counter Girl, Fairy Archer, Minor Taoist, and Lizard Monk. After we eliminate the other goblins, we will surely have a celebration. I wonder if you're interested in joining us? The Goblin Slayer rarely extended an invitation. Perhaps it was the intuition of a protagonist. He always felt that Lan Yu could help him. No problem. Lan Yu nodded, as he had nothing else to do and could also see the people of this world. Chapter 50. Emergence. Is there anything interesting elsewhere? Although they haven't known each other for long, the priestess casually looked at Lan Yu and asked on their way back, "Interesting things? There are plenty to mention." Lan Yu smiled and began to introduce seriously. For example, sea beasts, sea kings. There are dozens or even hundreds of meters long, which can swallow a ship whole in one bite. Human weapons barely tickle them. For example, there are magical summoned beasts, Pokemon, with all sorts of bizarre forms, some cute, some fierce, some ugly, and they can use various attribute abilities. For instance, there's a tool, camera, that can capture the scenery in human buildings as if they are clearly drawn on paper. And there's a magical creature, telephone bug, that allows two people separated by thousands or tens of thousands of meters to communicate conveniently. Although Lan Yu isn't revealing his identity like Professor Oak would, he isn't afraid to talk about these things since this world is indeed vast, and they haven't been to many places. Wow! The more Lan Yu talked, the more surprised the priestess looked. There were so many interesting things in this world that she didn't know about, and she wanted to see them all. Even the initially indifferent Goblin Slayer couldn't help but marvel at how vast this world is, with so many things he had not encountered but to hunt goblins. He must give up these things. As Lan Yu continued to introduce more bang, 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 loud explosive sounds came from the direction they were heading. Not good. That's coming from the farm. The sounds made Goblin Slayer feel something was amiss, so he disregarded the priestess and Lan Yu and ran off. "Wait for me." Goblin Slayer. Used to Goblin Slayer's impulsive personality, the priestess didn't say much, raising her staff and chasing after him, ignoring Lan Yu, who had just shared so many interesting things with her. Watching the two figures gradually run away, Lan Yu shook his head. "Hey, seriously, how can you casually abandon a guest like that? But you guys are running so slowly. When will you get there? Let me, as a guest, give you a ride." Whoosh! Lan Yu quickly dashed forward, grabbing each of them by the waist with one hand and running towards the source of the sound. What is this? Goblin Slayer hadn't reacted while running, and suddenly his body was airborne, seeing the ground rush past beneath them. The priestess also didn't react in time and wondered aloud, "Oh, why am I suddenly flying? You two were running too slowly. It's better for me to carry you." Lan Yu slightly lowered his head to look at them. The priestess, having regained her senses, looked up at the rapidly passing scenery and exclaimed, "Wow, your speed is incredible. It really is fast." Goblin Slayer also looked up, watching the trees whizzing by. Although he knew Lan Yu was strong, this speed exceeded his expectations. "Be careful, I'm going to accelerate," Lan Yu warned. "What? You can accelerate even faster?" But before the priestess was ready, boom, Lan Yu stomped down hard, and a sound like a sonic boom erupted. "Ah!" The priestess immediately screamed, as the wind tousled her hair. At the farm, the adventurers here sighed in relief after defeating the goblins. This battle had made them realize the goblin strength. These goblins seemed weak and easy to kill, but after fighting them tonight, they understood that many of them were quite formidable. Indeed, the large goblin with great strength, the goblin cavalry riding wolves with swift speed, and the goblin hero whose overall strength is more dangerous than silver rank. after this defensive battle. They no longer dared to underestimate goblins. That's right. Anyone who says goblins are trash will be thrown into a goblin horde to see whether it's them who are trash or the goblins. Can that goblin slayer deal with the Goblin King? He definitely can. We might question him in other aspects, but when it comes to goblins, no one knows them better than he does. After all, he became a silver-ranked adventurer solely by killing goblins. The people here were discussing in small groups. Let us clean up the battlefield. After winning such a significant battle, we should celebrate. The adventurer coded as Heavy Warrior shouted loudly. But before he could finish his celebratory words, a magic circle suddenly appeared on the scene. Then, from the magic circle, a figure much larger than the goblin hero was summoned. Seeing this figure, Heavy Warrior's eyes widened, and he yelled, "What is going on? Why is there a magic circle? And why did it summon a 100-armed giant here?" To put it simply, the gods of this world are quite bored. And when their powers are evenly matched and they can't defeat each other, they decided to play dice to determine the outcome. But even that couldn't settle it amidst the chaos. So they created various races to fight against each other for the gods' entertainment. Of course, the gods wouldn't intervene directly. They would occasionally send out some pawns to stir up the situation. And the 100-armed giant was one of those pawns created by the gods to incite war. This 100-armed giant is about 10 meters tall with a pair of legs, a body, and a pair of arms, and its head is covered with dozens of protruding hands, each with a small hand extending from its fingers. It's that goblin shaman. An adventurer pointed at a lying goblin not far from the magic circle. This goblin shaman clearly still had a breath left and was now showing a final sneer towards the adventurers looking at it. Damn it, it's that guy being careless. Allowing this goblin shaman to have the chance to use summoning magic, the person coded as Longgunner growled. Now is not the time to blame others for being careless. We must eliminate it while the 100-armed giant has just appeared and hasn't reacted yet. The Heavy Warrior's partner, the female knight, raised her shield and charged forward. That's right. The priority now is to take down the 100-armed giant. The Heavy Warrior gripped his great sword with both hands and charged as well. Charge! Take down the 100-armed giant. The other adventurers also reacted and rushed forward. Seriously, seeing this, the Longgunner certainly wouldn't just stand there, swinging his spear and charging in. In truth, none of the people here had ever seen a 100-armed giant, but they all understood what kind of existence it was and how dangerous it could be, which is why they charged forward without hesitation. However, they may be numerous, but the 100-armed giant is a piece that could be called a war instigator. How could such a small number of them handle it? So, boom, boom, boom. Perhaps because it has no eyes. The 100-armed giant's outstretched hands flailed aimlessly, smashing down on the ground indiscriminately. Adventurers nearby were caught off guard and were directly smashed into the ground. Damn it, there is no chance to get close at all. The long-armed warrior jumped back to dodge, and after landing, waved his hand and shouted. Those who can use magic quickly launch ranged attacks. As he shouted, the magic users a bit farther away didn't hesitate and raised their wands toward the 100-armed giant. Fireball, lightning, boulders. However, while these attacks were called magic, the fireballs were only the size of basketballs, the boulders were slightly larger but only about 1 meter big, and the lightning was as thick as a rope. Such attacks might work against goblins, but against a 100-armed giant, they were no different from just tickling it. However, too much tickling could become quite annoying, so the 100-armed giant moved toward the one causing it trouble. As it did so, it gave those wanting to get close an opportunity. They quickly swung their weapons and aimed for the giant's back. Yet, this also angered the 100-armed giant, which had more than enough hands. So after being struck by the fast adventurers, those who were slower and trying to swing their weapons were swatted away by the giant's hands, as if swatting flies. Damn, the magic attacks were so ineffective, and even close combat was not much better. The heavy warrior jumped back to avoid the 100-armed giant's hand, and looked at the spot where he had struck the giant earlier, only to find that it had left a small wound that barely drew any blood. It seemed that the first tickle made it quite unhappy, and the second stab made it furious, so the 100-armed giant declared it would stop playing with them and take them all down together. The giant's arms stretched out, and its palms attacked the standing adventurers. Bang, bang, bang. As usual, those who could dodge got away, while those who couldn't were slammed into the ground by the 100-armed giant. Damn, how we fight this? Our attacks deal so little damage, yet it can seriously injure us with just one slap. The heavy warrior jumped back a few steps to avoid the giant's attack and gritted his teeth. Danger! Suddenly, a hand reached out from somewhere and appeared behind the heavy warrior, while the female knight rushed over to warn him, trying to push him out of the way. However, The 100-armed giant declared, I have plenty of hands. There's no need for you to fight among yourselves. Let's die together. Bang! Another hand appeared, and both hands slammed down on the heavy warrior and the female knight. Cough, cough. After the 100-armed giant's palms moved away, the heavy warrior and the female knight were still alive, but after taking that hit, both spat out a mouthful of blood. Others weren't doing any better. Those hit by one of the giant's many hands either vomited blood or were severely injured. Annihilation? The heavy warrior looked to the side and saw adventurers continuously falling. As expected, our strength is no match for the 100-armed giant. It seems only a hero who can save the world can handle it. Just then, the goblin slayer appeared heroically beside the heavy warrior and calmly said, A hero who can save the world? Sorry, I've never believed in the appearance of heroes, because I will solve my own battles. After saying this, he picked up the heavy warrior's great sword and charged toward the 100-armed giant. Chapter 51. Coping honestly. The goblin slayer is always so reckless. Upon arriving here and being set down by the goddess priestess, she helplessly watched the goblin slayer's actions. In fact, she wanted to say, if so many people can't defeat the opponent, you probably won't fare much better. The goddess priestess approached the heavy warrior and apologized. I'm sorry. My healing magic can help you too. She then took out 2 healing potions and handed them to the two. Why did she say that? Of course, because healing magic is better than healing potions, and the effectiveness of healing potions is suitable for beginners. For stronger adventurers, the effects are quite mediocre. However, having something is better than nothing, and the two didn't mind at all, drinking the healing potions right away. After a short while, they felt their bodily injuries lighten a bit, so they propped themselves up on the ground and sat up. They were saved, although they couldn't regain their ability to move. At least they wouldn't bleed to death. The heavy warrior sighed in relief as he touched his body. I almost went down with you. The female knight also sighed in relief after sitting up. At this moment, the goddess priestess, seeing some effects of the potion, was moved and asked the goddess priestess, Do you have any more of that potion? Can I have a bottle? Oh, yes, I do. The goddess priestess thought that since Blue had run at full speed with her and the goblin slayer, he must be tired. However, she took out a different potion to give to Blue and explained the one earlier was a healing potion for injuries. This one is a stamina potion that can restore energy. Thank you. Blue took the potion and drank it in one go. He didn't really need the potion for stamina recovery. He wanted to see how effective these potions were, and if they worked well, they could be used for trading. The effect of stamina recovery was quite mediocre. Blue shook his head and sighed. Of course, this was his internal expression. He wasn't foolish enough to show it on his face. Accompanying the goddess priestess and the goblin slayer here, his stamina consumption was less than 1/10. And this stamina potion only restored about 1/10 of what he had consumed, which meant it was at most 1% of his total stamina. It wasn't like playing a game where you would hang on with that little stamina, right? Who is he? The heavy warrior looked at Blue with curiosity, seeming to think that there was no one like him participating in tonight's battle against the goblins. The goddess priestess waved her hand and introduced Blue. He is a traveler. He helped us deal with the goblin king over there in the forest. Just as the goddess priestess finished her introduction, the previously valiant goblin slayer, after his evasion skills failed, was slapped back to this side by the tentacles of the 100-armed giant. Not only him, but all the remaining standing people were knocked down by the 100-armed giant's slap, meaning that only the goddess priestess and Blue were left standing. Damn it. We're no match at all. The goblin slayer, not too heavily injured, managed to prop himself up with his right hand and stand up. But with him standing, there were 3 people standing here, turning this place into the focus of the entire scene, prompting the 100-armed giant to turn its body toward them. Goddess priestess, run and tell the adventurers guild about the situation here. We'll help delay for you. The heavy warrior stood up, enduring the pain in his body. The female knight, as his partner, propped herself up with her sword, enduring the pain as she stood up, both of them looking at the 100-armed giant with expressions of defiance. However, the goblin slayer looked at Blue and asked, Can you handle it? If not, please take the goddess priestess and leave. Although Blue was strong, the 100-armed giant's body was too formidable. Weapons and magic wouldn't work, so he wasn't sure if Blue could deal with it. You won't know until you try. Blue smiled and looked at the approaching 100-armed giant. Perhaps due to his arrival, the plot had changed a bit. They should have been celebrating after the goblin slayer defeated the goblin king, but suddenly a 100-armed giant appeared, and Blue was completely unfamiliar with this 100-armed giant. After all, tonight was the end of the anime plot, and although the plot continued in other forms afterward, he hadn't seen it, so he didn't know how powerful this 100-armed giant was. Can I borrow this sword? Blue took the sword from the female knight's hand and charged at the 100-armed giant. The female knight hadn't reacted yet when the sword in her hand was snatched away, and Blue's speed in charging forward surprised her. Can he do it? The heavy warrior looked at the goblin slayer. I don't know. Maybe he can? If he can't, with his speed, he can still take the goddess priestess away. The goblin slayer watched Blue, who was preparing to collide with the 100-armed giant, seriously. As Blue charged in, the 100-armed giant thought, "It's just that my head is full of hands, making my movement speed slow. Otherwise, how could you chat for so long? But my hand movement speed is not slow." The 100-armed giant's hands quickly reached out to attack Blue. However, its arm-swinging movements were fast, but Blue's speed was even faster. He easily dodged the 100-armed giant's attacks, weaving left and right, advancing and retreating. Blue not only avoided, but was also lost in thought. Brother Synthesizer, do you think this might be something created by the gods of this world? Blue pondered this possibility. The 100-armed giant couldn't have appeared here for no reason. Although Blue hadn't seen the scene where the goblin shaman summoned the 100-armed giant, he could guess that it was a possibility. But he felt that beings like goblins were unlikely to summon such a powerful 100-armed giant. The only possibility was that the gods had created it through the goblins. Why? Because of your existence. Synthesizer system. I don't know either. I'm not the god of this world. However, after you interacted with the goblin slayer, I sensed a faint and elusive scrutiny. Of course, this scrutiny is aimed at you. The gods of this world don't have the ability to detect my existence or the dimensional gate. Based on my speculation, the gods of this world think you're an unnoticed pawn, suddenly emerging from somewhere in this world. And after observing some of your displays, they created something to probe your abilities. If that's the case, it could be troublesome. They might not have noticed when I arrived, but when I leave this world, they will likely see me. It would be fine if I never return to this world, but if I do come back and they have intentions toward me, it would be dangerous. Blue frowned. He wasn't sure if the god of this world was as easy to talk to as Arceus in the Pokemon world. It's nothing. Just be careful when you come back here. They can't control the dimensional gate, so with the existence of the dimensional gate, you can definitely take the opportunity to escape. Once you escape, don't come back to this world. All right, it looks like that's the only option. Now, let's deal with this guy first. Blue looked at the 100-armed giant. Little did he know that if he hadn't been lost in thought earlier, the 100-armed giant would have thought Blue was looking down on it. However, Blue's ease in dodging so many arm attacks made the 100-armed giant feel a mix of shame and anger. Thus, it extended even more arms. If there had been a dozen before, now it was double or triple that, reaching over 100 arms, perfectly fitting its title as the 100-armed giant. Is this guy not planning to give me a chance to dodge? Seeing more arms attacking him, Lan Yu realized that his movement space was occupied by these arms. Well, I wasn't planning to dodge either. Let's start attacking. But, ping, 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 as Lan Yu swung his sword quickly at the incoming arms. He felt like he was cutting through iron. The body is quite strong. A cold light flashed in Lan Yu's eyes. But sorry, I'm not those adventurers, just a simple sword. Lan Yu tilted his sword, and in an instant, it was enveloped in black. Come on, this time, let me see if you're still this tough. Lan Yu swung the black sword quickly, slashing at the arms of the 100-armed giant. This time it really wasn't tough anymore. After Lan Yu slashed left and right, the sound of swish, swish, swish echoed. With the addition of the armed color, Lan Yu's attack power increased significantly. Every time he cut an arm, it was smoothly severed. Before long, the 100-armed giant had turned into a no-armed giant. Roar! Without arms, the 100-armed giant seemed very angry. At this moment, a black aura flickered around its body, and soon its broken arms fell to the ground. Then over 100 new arms stretched out again from its head. Roar! This time the 100-armed giant seemed quite pleased, shouting at Lan Yu. However, Lan Yu had already quickly jumped in front of it, holding his sword and calmly saying, "What do you think I was dodging for all this time?" Just getting a little distracted, when its dozens of arms turned into hundreds, and now it was extending hundreds of arms again. It inadvertently revealed a little something, but this was just noticed by Lan Yu. Therefore, Lan Yu guessed that this was its core, and he directly jumped in front of it, preparing to deliver a sword strike from top to bottom. Chapter 52. After the warbang. After Lan Yu landed, the body of the 100-armed giant was directly cut in half and crashed onto the ground on either side. The core thing on its body was also chopped in half and fell to the ground. Subsequently, this core transformed into small stars and disappeared. At this moment, the 100-armed giant's body had completely lost its vitality, dead beyond any doubt. Looking at Lan Yu, who had not been hit at all and had so cleanly taken down the 100-armed giant, the female knight was full of shock. This is too strong, right? And my sword couldn't hurt the 100-armed giant, but how did he cut it so easily after turning it black? It must be some special enhancement ability that gave the sword tremendous attack power. The heavy warrior speculated, surprised. The nearby priestess was also astonished by Lan Yu's performance. But she happily cheered. That's amazing. We defeated the 100-armed giant. Now everyone can rest easy. Goblin Slayer let out a sigh of relief. Lan Yu's strength truly exceeded his expectations. Facing such a powerful monster as the 100-armed giant, he could easily resolve it. He really didn't know how strong Lan Yu's full power was. After Lan Yu walked back, he handed the sword back to the female knight with a smile. Your sword is quite good. Not as good as your ability. The female knight shook her head and sighed as she took back the sword. But the damage from this battle was too great. The heavy warrior looked at the situation beside him. Although some people were standing up after Lan Yu defeated the 100-armed giant, many others were still lying down. As adventurers, they had long been prepared for such outcomes. Goblin Slayer appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he felt sorrow. He didn't know how many of his fellow adventurers would recover from this. Those who were still able to move began to clean up the battlefield, generously offering any healing items they had, saving many people in the process. Later, everyone gathered in a restaurant to hold a celebration. In fact, considering that most people were bandaged up, it was not very appropriate to hold a celebration. However, they had just faced the fearsome 100-armed giant, a legendary monster. And even though they hadn't defeated it themselves, being part of it was enough for them to brag. So why not celebrate? At the celebration, the sorceress known as the witch glanced at Lan Yu and asked Goblin Slayer's teammate, the minor priest. How do you know this person? How would I know? The minor priest replied after taking a sip of his drink. Aren't you teammates? How could you not know? Just because we're teammates doesn't mean we know each other's friends. The minor priest shook his head. We don't even know many details about Goblin Slayer, let alone who he knows. Speaking of Goblin Slayer, he is indeed quite strange. With such a strong mind and tactics, why only focus on goblins? The nearby spear wielder was quite confused. Previously, he might have underestimated Goblin Slayer, but after experiencing a battle with goblins, he realized he had underestimated both the goblins and Goblin Slayer, making it hard for him to understand Goblin Slayer's previous actions. After doing many tasks with Goblin Slayer, I completely understand that goblins are a despicable and filthy group of creatures that feign weakness and pity to deceive people, then deliver a fatal blow. Their only approach to human villages is to burn, kill, and plunder, and they even use human females to breed their kind, thereby expanding their power. Although I don't know what Goblin Slayer experienced before, I suspect he must have gone through these things in his childhood. So, the minor priest took a sip of his drink, not continuing. Although he didn't finish his sentence, the witch and the spear wielder understood what he meant. It was nothing more than hatred turning into a deadly grudge. What a pity. The spear wielder sighed. Perhaps if this hadn't happened, Goblin Slayer wouldn't be so fixated on goblins. At that time, he could have been a powerful adventurer, but he might also have just been an ordinary person. I found out at that moment the fairy archer, one of Goblin Slayer's teammates, quietly approached. His name is Lan Yu. He is a formidable traveler, and that seems to be about it. The fairy archer scratched his head. The others responded. Is that what you call finding out? Just asking casually would have revealed that. A formidable traveler, huh? In our border town, we always gather some interesting people. The witch took out her pipe and took a puff. On the other side, Goblin Slayer looked at Lan Yu and asked, So, where are you planning to travel next? I don't know, just drifting in any direction. Maybe staying here for a few more days, Lan Yu casually replied. Goblin Slayer's eyes lit up with a rare invitation. If you stay here, would you like to join us on a quest? Huh, you don't seem like the person I know, Lan Yu chuckled. Goblin Slayer initially had a cold demeanor, was taciturn, and was not good at communicating with others, solely focused on killing goblins. Although he changed a lot after interacting with the priestess. He would take initiative, but rarely spoke up. Because you are strong, perhaps being around you could help me learn something and become stronger. At this point, Goblin Slayer realized he was struggling to express himself, so he had to be very honest. Let us put it this way. After meeting you, there's a voice in my heart telling me that if I want to become stronger, no one is more suitable than you, so. For others, this might seem like an instinct, but for Lan Yu it was not just an instinct. It might even be a divine push. After all, the story mentioned that many things about Goblin Slayer were favored by the gods, but his obsession with goblins left even the gods helpless and without high hopes for him. Lan Yu's arrival seemed to provide him with an opportunity. Although the gods wouldn't directly change his personality, they could gently push him to seize this chance. Let us see tomorrow. If there are no special plans, I can be with you. The main concern was whether Lan Yu would be affected by the gods when he returned. If so, there would be no future. If not, he could join Goblin Slayer and the others to see the situation here. Then let us look forward to good news tomorrow. The priestess smiled beside them. Then, she curiously looked at Goblin Slayer. Since it's a celebration now, Goblin Slayer, could you show your face so we can see? Sure. Just like in the story, Goblin Slayer straightforwardly took off his helmet. Wow. Upon seeing Goblin Slayer's handsome face, the priestess immediately gasped. The people nearby, hearing her voice, curiously looked over and were shocked to exclaim. Goblin Slayer showed his face. He shouted, and the others all looked over. When they saw Goblin Slayer remove his helmet and reveal his face, they quickly gathered around him, examining him from head to toe with expressions of surprise. How could such a handsome face belong to this guy, who usually hides his appearance? A face like that would suit me perfectly. You, on the other hand, being a rough man, it's really someone of my build who deserves a face like that. I really don't understand why someone so good-looking would want to conceal it. Lanyu looked at Goblin Slayer's face, also a bit surprised. There is only one word to describe it. Handsome, very handsome, extremely handsome. Not at all inferior to him. Saying he was the most handsome man in the world felt too insincere to continue. In the center of a mysterious lake, several white and black orbs of light floated. I hope this Goblin Slayer guy can become stronger from this human. But does anyone know where this human came from? A slightly smaller white orb asked, shining briefly. Looking at his righteous appearance. Isn't he one of your people? How could you not know? A slightly smaller black orb retorted. With so many beings created, who has the time to pay attention to them every day? Another slightly larger white orb added. Exactly. If it weren't for this being a border area, a hotspot for incidents that we often monitor, we wouldn't know about this person even now. You could use your abilities to investigate his background. The slightly larger black orb encouraged. The slightly smaller white orb snorted. Humph. Do you think I'm foolish? The rules clearly state that we can't investigate backgrounds or change the other party's character. We can only roll dice to decide whether to give obstacles or rewards. If I want to investigate, wouldn't that violate the rules? I'd be punished by you all then. That's right, we won't investigate. Since your dark faction has imposed obstacles, it's our turn to roll the dice now. Let's see if we get a 3 or below to punish your people, or a 4 or above to reward ours. A die popped out from the body of the slightly larger white orb, spinning on the surface of the lake. Chapter 53. The gods of this world appear after the celebration ended. Lanyu followed Goblin Slayer and the others to find a place to stay, but in reality, Lanyu used this as a cover to return directly to his own room in the Infinite Country. Just then, Robin was reading a book. She wasn't surprised by Lanyu's emergence from the vortex, as she had gotten used to it after so many days. Then, the two began their usual life together. The next morning, after informing Robin, Lanyu once again entered Goblin Slayer's world. To avoid any incidents, Lanyu appeared in an open area he had passed by the night before. It seemed like nothing was happening. After checking the surroundings for any changes, Lanyu breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the voice of the synthesis system echoed in his mind. Don't let your guard down yet. Just because they're S-nothing now doesn't mean they're 1 TB later. Indeed, Lanyu nodded. Wait, they're S no need to wait for later. The other party is already moving now. As soon as the synthesis system spoke, Lanyu quickly observed his surroundings. Although there were no people or animals in sight, the area had become eerily quiet. No, it should be said that time here had stopped. The branches of nearby trees that were once swaying had frozen in place. The falling leaves were suspended in midair, and the sounds of insects had vanished. In that moment of observation, Lanyu opened a vortex beneath his feet, ready to leave at any moment. Humans don't need to be so tense. Just then, 2 black and white light orbs suddenly appeared in front of Lanyu. Who are you? Lanyu said, unable to deny his nervousness. To achieve such a large-scale time stop, and to appear so suddenly, these light orbs were likely gods. However, at this moment, he stood on the vortex. If anything happened, he could be pulled in quickly, and he also had his hand on a pokeball. If it came to a fight, he would immediately release Lugia to confront this god. You know, said the slightly larger black light orb with a grin. However, the slightly larger white light orb began to explain. You must have guessed that we are gods. When you defeated the 100-armed giant, we thought you were just some random person popping up. So according to our own rules, we didn't investigate your origins. After you eliminated the 100-armed giant, we decided to reward you or punish the dark side by rolling dice. The outcome of the dice was to reward you. But when we tried to grant you a reward afterward, we found that no matter how we rolled, the dice always stood upright with no points. Initially, we thought the dice were broken, but when we used them on other humans and creatures, nothing like this happened. These dice were specially made by us. And such an occurrence had never happened before, yet it happened to you. So we decided to investigate your background. The final result was that there was absolutely no background. All there was what happened yesterday when you interacted with Goblin Slayer. The creatures of this world were all created by us. No creature can evade our investigation. The slightly larger black light orb then said, so it's very likely that you're not from this world. No, it can now be confirmed. You are indeed not from this world, because that vortex under your feet, which resembles a teleportation magic, even we cannot stop. For gods like them, knowing about the existence of other worlds isn't difficult. The hard part is that they lack the ability to transcend to other worlds. So acknowledge it, outsider. Acknowledge that you are from another world. The slightly smaller black light orb shouted happily. Lan Yu, your statement has some issues. Synthesis brother, should I just leave without talking to them? Lan Yu asked in his heart. Synthesis system, you can chat. After all, they guessed your identity. I can assist you in observing, and if I detect any issues, I will alert you, and you can slip away immediately. Synthesis brother, I'm starting to have some doubts because I feel like you're being a bit too nice to me. If you were a cold system, that would be fine, but you're not really cold, so do you have some ulterior motives toward me? Lan Yu teased in his heart. A ghost would have thoughts about you. Don't forget that using the system's abilities consumes reputation, and that reputation is food for me. Compared to those systems that force you to complete tasks or else face annihilation, harmonious interaction is the path I should take as a system. Lan Yu expressed that Synthesis brother was impressive, even learning to be harmonious. However, based on what you said, you must have acted as a middleman and deducted some intermediary fees, like a synthesis costing 1 million only requiring 990,000, with Synthesis brother providing assistance. Lan Yu felt a bit more at ease and stated, that's right, I am from the outside world, or rather from another world. I knew it. He is. As soon as Lan Yu finished speaking, the slightly smaller black light orb instantly transformed into a little boy in a black suit, joyfully jumping around. Since he is, let him become the teacher of the new Demon King. As long as the Demon King defeats the hero, he will be rewarded with a trip to other worlds. The slightly larger light orb transformed into a lady in a black evening dress, fanning herself with a small fan. No, with his sense of justice. He should become the leader of the hero. As long as the hero defeats the Demon King, he will be rewarded with a trip to other worlds. The slightly larger light orb also transformed into a lady in a white evening dress, holding a white umbrella. That's right, he should belong to us. The slightly smaller light orb transformed into a little girl in a white dress. I guessed it, he should belong to us. The boy in the black suit shouted with a clenched fist. No, justice should belong to us. The little girl in the white dress shouted defiantly at the boy. It's ours. No, it's ours. Though they were called gods after turning into a little girl and a little boy, they had none of the divine demeanor, instead resembling children fighting over something. This shift in style left Lan Yu somewhat at a loss for words. He had thought something serious was happening, yet he had become a reward instead. However, Lan Yu still said somewhat firmly, ladies, I don't belong to anyone. Or rather, I should also bring something to the table for an equal dialogue. Bang! Lan Yu directly threw out 2 Pokeballs containing Lugia. As the 2 Lugia appeared, their aura caused the 2 children to stop arguing and look over. Human, didn't I say not to call me out unless it's necessary? The dark Lugia immediately roared as it appeared, exuding an aura to warn Lan Yu. This aura wasn't very strong. It was just a gust of wind, and Lan Yu was able to ignore it, pointing at the 4 gods and saying, there's indeed something happening now. It's the aura of the gods. Lugia frowned, sensing the aura emanating from the 4 gods. That's right. They are indeed gods. This is another world, and they're the gods of this world. Lan Yu nodded. Lugia also reminded him, be careful. They're on the same level as Arceus, the kind with all the tablets. Humans are letting you go this time. In the Pokemon world, being restricted by Arceus, you can't fully unleash your power, but you can use the gods of this world to break free. The Dark Lugia is getting a bit excited, gathering energy in its body, ready to unleash an attack. Upon seeing this, the woman in the white dress smiled. Oh my, this human actually has a god-level summon beast. But it seems the joke has gone too far. If it really comes to a fight, who knows if he might summon even more powerful beings. Now neither the teacher nor the leader will have any rewards. The woman in the black dress waved her hand, saying, human, don't be so excited. We won't do anything to you. It's not that they can't defeat the 2 Lugias, but if they fought, it would just be a chaotic mess. Moreover, after so many years of fighting among the gods, they're completely tired of it and have no interest in fighting now. However, since you, an outsider, have come to our world, you should at least show some gesture, right? Otherwise, How can we allow you to come and go in this world? For example, by giving us some gift from your world. The woman in the black dress closed her fan and clapped her hands. Leo thought, did he mistakenly arrive in a parallel world? Or are the gods of this world really this casual? They're about to fight, and yet asking for gifts could resolve it? Gifts? Leo couldn't think of why they, as gods, would need gifts. After pondering for a moment, he said, perhaps there's something that would suit you. After saying this, Leo recalled the two Lugias, and then they merged into a vortex and disappeared. This action of Leo seemed like he wanted to leave quickly. However, Dark Lugia wanted to say as it was returned to its Pokeball, just letting me out was enough. Now you're not even giving me the chance to fight. Do you believe that next time you call me out, I'll get you? Watching the vortex disappear, the woman in the white evening dress shook her head. This person is clearly human, yet the things in his hands are more godlike than those of us gods. The boy in the small suit pouted and said, who cares if it's godly or not? I hope the gifts he brings back from other worlds will satisfy me. Otherwise, I will. What will you do? Are you going to mess with him? Be careful of those two big birds of his. The little girl in the white dress mocked. Just watch if I dare or not. See if I can beat him. The boy in the small suit retorted. I'll see you don't dare. The little girl shrugged. You'll find out soon. You won't know because I bet the things he brings back will definitely satisfy us. The boy in the small suit. You're making it hard for me to respond. Chapter 54. Permission. After waiting quietly for a while, the vortex appeared again, and Lanyu emerged from within. Seeing this, the boy in the small suit said impatiently, human, you took too long. It indeed took a bit long. Although time was stopped in the world of the Goblin Slayer, by the time elapsed, Lanyu had been gone for about half an hour. This may not seem long for humans, but for gods, this time could equal millions of minutes. Not in terms of money, but in terms of missing out on many scenes. To get a better gift, time must be spent. Lanyu handed 4 boxes to the 4 gods. Inside the boxes were even smaller glass boxes. What could this human possibly have to give us? The boy in the small suit said, opening the box and revealing a contemptuous expression. Human, it seems I have to deal with you now to show my courage. The boy in the small suit even deliberately made a provocative expression, glancing at the little girl in the white dress. Idiot, jumping to conclusions without understanding anything. The girl in the white dress, after looking at the contents of the box, noticed a button on the side. After pressing the button, the glass on the front lit up. What is this? The elegant woman in the white evening dress also pressed the button, and when the glass lit up, she looked at Lanyu and asked. Lanyu smiled and introduced, this is a high-tech device from another world, a mobile phone. This phone can communicate, browse the internet, take photos, play games, watch videos, listen to music. However, this world does not have a network. So communication and internet access won't be useful unless you establish a corresponding central network. But playing games, watching videos, and listening to music will be enough for you to pass the time. Is there really no central network, as you said? After the phone was turned on, the elegant woman in the white evening dress saw the crossed-out symbol in the upper right corner of the screen. Is this what taking a photo is? It looks like a mirror. The woman in the black evening dress tapped the camera icon and saw her own reflection. This camera can take selfies, can take photos of things in front, and can also shoot videos. Lanyu moved closer to her and tapped on the phone she was holding to teach her how to take a photo. Wow. The woman in the black evening dress suddenly blew a breath in Lanyu's ear and laughed. Human, I feel you are mistaken. Do you want to be my divine servant? Forget it. Lanyu took a step back, keeping a slight distance. Gods have unpredictable emotions. It's better not to get too close. What if they wanted him to be a divine husband? Although being a divine husband might be nice. With the possibility of endless lifespan, he was a king with a family and subjects. How could he abandon them? Actually, if he had just crossed over to this world, he might have considered it. There are so many icons on this phone. There must be different functions, right? The elegant woman in the white evening dress asked Lanyu while holding the phone. That's right. Each icon represents a function. The reason I took some time is that I considered this world does not have a network, so I installed many suitable features for you to use, especially games, videos, and songs. What is a game? Lanyu explained directly to her, fearing that if he got too close, he might end up being asked to do something inappropriate. This phone was bought from the Pokemon world. Even without a network, just a bunch of games, videos, and songs would be enough to pass the time. Perfectly suited for these bored gods. This video is quite interesting. It can kill a lot of time. The elegant woman in the white evening dress opened a file and clicked on a video, then watched it with great interest. This song is good. Although there are people in this world who can sing similar songs, they can't compare to those on this phone. The little girl in the white dress opened the music player, and a bunch of songs popped up, categorized into passionate, friendship, gentle, lively, festive, etc. This game is pretty good. There's so many types. After Lan Yu's introduction, the boy in the small suit tried some games: battle, adventure, puzzle, storyline, competition. These games opened his eyes completely, and he had no thoughts of dealing with Lan Yu anymore. Are the four of you satisfied? If not, I can only say goodbye here. Lan Yu said tentatively. Satisfied, satisfied. You can move around freely in this world. The boy in the small suit said nonchalantly while playing the game. Satisfied, very satisfied. The elegant woman in the black evening dress made a peace sign and took a selfie, then said, when we get bored later, we can come back to ask you for more gifts. How could one not be satisfied with a mobile gift like this? Hearing this, Lan Yu's mouth twitched. How did he become a gift provider? You can play freely in this world, but don't destroy it. Otherwise, rebuilding will be very troublesome. The little girl in the white dress, wearing earplugs, started to dance to the beat. Knowing there were gods around, would Lan Yu dare to destroy the world? That would be seeking death, right? Then you go do your thing. We'll come find you when we need you. The elegant woman in the white evening dress waved her hand while watching the video, and then the flow of time around them began to move again, and the four of them disappeared. Seeing this, Lan Yu shook his head and sighed in relief. He made it through without any danger. Fortunately, these four gods did not have strange personalities. If they were a bit more irritable, there would have been a fight, and he would have had to say goodbye to this world. Unexpectedly, thinking that they might still be watching him, Lan Yu thought to himself, I didn't expect gods to be bored to this extent, not fighting, wanting gifts to pass the time, reaching such a point as gods. It's hard to describe. One could only say they have lived too long and indeed need something to pass the time. This is also good. It's like having a pass, allowing him to come and go in this world with peace of mind. Actually, he wanted to say, gods, give me a return gift. But he was afraid that if he said that, he would be killed. These four gods were not as harmless as they seemed. They treated all the living beings in this world as pawns. Although as time passed, they had developed feelings for these pawns and wouldn't intervene casually. Only quietly making certain pushes did one really think they had no tempers. They could destroy the world in an instant. In the center of the mysterious lake, a scene of Lan Yu moving around was displayed on the lake surface. The four gods were sitting on chairs playing with their phones, while two men and two women appear behind them. One of the women, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, asked, are we really letting this human roam freely in this world? The gods have their credibility. Since I have spoken, it means he can. The boy in the small suit said while playing the game. A woman dressed in a white and red maid outfit frowned and said, but he is from another world. We don't know what his intentions are. If he causes something unimaginable here, what intentions could he have? To destroy this world? That would be seeking death. Moreover, what if he does destroy it? We can just restore it. The girl in the white dress swayed her head while listening to music. I'm just afraid he has intentions towards the four adults. The male servant in a black suit said flatly. That's not bad either. After all, we haven't had anything challenging us for a long time as gods. Now that something like this has appeared, it will be quite fun. The lady in the black evening gown laughed while taking photos. I don't think he's very interested in us. The lady in the white evening gown said while watching the video. Although we haven't spent much time together from this short period, we can judge that his personality tends to be positive. Moreover, he has the ability to traverse worlds at will. So it's possible that he can not only come to our side, but also traverse countless other worlds, gaining more knowledge and experiences than we have. Additionally, with his godlike summoned beasts, conquering some lower-tier worlds would be easier and more convenient than here. On the contrary, we might end up needing him. After all, he has the ability to travel between worlds, and we do not. Shouldn't we be trying to capture and control him instead? The male servant in the white suit said coldly. We can't capture him. The lady in the black evening gown shook her head. We can't control that vortex of his at all. Although we can stop his time, no one knows what guaranteed abilities he possesses. What if he leaves and then returns stronger for revenge once we become enemies? Keep in mind that he will definitely encounter more things than we do. Moreover, after so many years of fighting, aren't you four gods tired of it? If the four of us gods can sit down and become friends, happily playing together, why can't we include him? Wouldn't it be nice to ask him to take us to an interesting world to have fun? Just like this phone, it's quite interesting. The lady in the black evening gown smiled again and took a selfie. The four gods are not foolish. If these four lesser gods can think of this, wouldn't they be able to as well? Furthermore, the best way is to befriend him. The era of fighting and killing has long passed. Chapter 55. Raiding Goblin Slayer. This is where they live. Seeing Blue walk in from outside, Goblin Slayer, who was getting ready for breakfast, looked at him and said, I thought you would leave early. I just wanted to get some morning exercise Blue smiled and made an excuse. Well, I wonder if you will stay here for a few days? Goblin Slayer asked. Yes, after thinking about it overnight, I realized I don't have much to do for now. So I can stay here for a while, Blue said seriously without blushing. With Simon and the other loyal ministers and generals around, plus the fixed-dimensional gate to the Pokemon world and training grounds, Blue could always take a break and come here for some adventures. Of course, he would still return at night if he had time. Hearing Blue's words, the priestess showed her sweet smile. That's great. You must be hungry after exercising, come. Let's have breakfast together. The priestess gestured for Blue to sit down. Will you really join us in our quests, you strong one? The fairy archer, who was eating breakfast nearby, asked in disbelief. After sitting down, Blue picked up a piece of bread, tore off a bit, and smiled. Is that strange? It is a bit strange. The fairy archer scratched her head. A strong person like you could handle things alone. Is it really necessary to join us low-level adventurers? The fairy archer was self-aware. In their group, besides Goblin Slayer, who was a silver-ranked adventurer, the others were all low-level adventurers. Sure, one person can handle things, but adventuring with friends is more fun. Don't you think you experienced that before? Blue countered. Well, okay. The fairy archer admitted she was stumped. She indeed felt that way. Adventuring with friends is more interesting. Blue's words made Goblin Slayer compare the scenes of adventuring alone to those with the priestess and the others. He suddenly realized that what Blue said was very true. Adventures with companions were more vivid, while solo adventures only brought loneliness. However, speaking of adventures, Goblin Slayer asked, I wonder if you have joined the Adventurers Guild? No. Blue shook his head. Doing quests, to put it bluntly, is just for money. But I come from a wealthy background, so I never thought about doing quests before. So, to be a free traveler, it takes not only strength, but also wealth. The fairy archer commented. Otherwise, if you run out of money halfway, you'd starve, Goblin Slayer added. The priestess waved her hand. Not necessarily. If you're strong, you can look for some treasures, especially those powerful monsters. Who knows how much wealth they've collected? Then I wonder if you're interested in joining the Adventurers Guild and getting raided? Goblin Slayer asked again. It doesn't matter if I join or not, but will it affect your quests if I don't? Blue shrugged. It won't affect anything. It's just that with your strength, once you join the guild, you'll definitely be rated gold level or higher, and with your temporary addition to our team, we can negotiate better prices for quests, Goblin Slayer replied candidly. Whatever, then let's see what level the Adventurers Guild will rate me, Blue smiled. Goblin Slayer said he wanted to use his level to get better prices, but in reality, if he really wanted to make money, he could earn it by doing other tasks. He was probably just looking for a reason to fit in. If those familiar with Goblin Slayer knew Blue's thoughts, they would definitely say you were mistaken. I genuinely want to borrow levels to earn money. After all, I only kill goblins and the money doesn't increase. With you here, the price will definitely go up a bit. After breakfast, Goblin Slayer took the three to meet up with their other two teammates, the miner and the lizard monk, and mentioned Blue's situation. Their expressions spoke volumes. They were surprised by Blue's addition, and there was nothing more to say. What else could they feel besides surprise when a strong person joined? The six then headed to the Adventurers Guild. However, once the six entered the guild, the people there immediately began to discuss. Is it him? Yes, that's him. I saw him display his prowess last night. Last night, his demeanor was so graceful. Even when facing the powerful 100-armed giant, he didn't lose his composure. What a pity. I couldn't attend the goblin subjugation last night due to family matters. Otherwise, I could have seen the scene. Hey, you're lucky you didn't go. With your strength, who knows if you would have survived until today? What's there to fear? As adventurers, we're already prepared to die. Besides, last night's events have left you survivors boasting everywhere, making me itch to see what happened. He came with Goblin Slayer. They must know each other, right? Of course, he came with Goblin Slayer last night. I'm so envious. Goblin Slayer actually knows such a strong person. It is one night. News of last night's events spread throughout the entire town. If it weren't for the short time, probably even the surrounding towns would know. Some of the injured from last night, even though they couldn't take on quests recently, still had the ability to hang around and chat, which sparked the curiosity of other adventurers. After hearing their discussions, the six had no particular feelings. They had already anticipated such a situation on their way here. Goblin Slayer approached the counter and waved to Blue, looking at the counter lady. Excuse me, miss at the counter, he wants to join the guild. The guild probably already knew about last night's events and wouldn't rate him as the lowest level like they do for newcomers, right? Indeed, but please wait a moment. I need to consult, she replied. She had just learned about last night's events in the morning, but didn't expect that the strong person from last night wanted to join the Adventurers Guild. She then walked toward the room behind the counter, where there was a staircase leading directly to the guild leader's office. After a while, She returned after discussing the matter with the guild leader. The counter lady said to Goblin Slayer in blue. The guild leader said, "We can make special arrangements, but a test is required." Although many people said Blue was very strong and could defeat monsters like the 100-armed giant, the guild members hadn't seen Blue's strength firsthand, so they couldn't directly assign him a level title. "Do you mind?" Goblin Slayer asked Blue. "Not at all," Blue smiled. The level test for Blue immediately caused a stir in the entire Adventurers Guild. Some people had never seen Blue's displayed strength before. They had only heard others boast about it, and now they unexpectedly had the opportunity. As for those who had seen it once, they were even more eager to see Blue's strength again. This would be capital for bragging. Before long, a crowd had gathered in the backyard of the Adventurers Guild, with even some adventurers who had just arrived hearing about it and coming over. "How do you want to test?" Blue looked at the guild leader, the counter lady, and the inspector lady in front of him. Originally, there was no receptionist, but she wanted to witness some of Lan Yu's abilities, so the counter is now empty. The receptionist is simply called the receptionist. The entire counter belongs to her, so when she left, no one replaced her. Originally, the inspector would assist her during her free time. However, the inspector's main job is to be responsible for membership ratings. Her ability is to see through and identify the strength of newcomers, so she definitely has to be in the backyard here. But after the inspector used her ability against Lan Yu, she found it ineffective. Even after using it many times, it still didn't work. So she shook her head at the president. "The president is too strong. I can't see any of his situations." It was expected. The president had already guessed this. After all, he is someone who can defeat the 100-armed giant, so how could he be easily seen through by someone with much weaker strength? Since that is the case, let us use our guild's treasure, the internal department dispatch treasure, 982-05-856. The president squinted his eyes and said seriously, "Internal department dispatch treasure, 982-05-856. How can we haven't heard of such a thing?" Both the receptionist and the inspector wondered. The president explained, "This thing has been in our guild for a long time, but it is too precious and can only be used during special periods to test platinum-level adventurers. Many newcomers don't need such tests, and those at gold level who want to be rated as platinum level either go directly to the capital of the kingdom or wait for someone from the headquarters to come over. Moreover, the assessment for gold level is not primarily based on strength, so this thing has been left untouched, which is normal for you young people not to know. If we wait for someone from the headquarters to come for testing, who knows how long it will take. Plus, with so many people watching today, we can't let this strong individual who defeated the 100-armed giant wait for the headquarters staff, so it's time to use this treasure." After saying this, the president looked at Lan Yu and asked, "Do you mind waiting a little longer?" In fact, he also wanted to see Lan Yu's strength. So without much thought, he decided to use the internal department dispatch treasure. "I don't mind." Lan Yu shook his head. He also wanted to see what powerful treasures the Adventure Guild had. After all, since last night, he no longer had any plot references in this world, and to understand the situation, he had to immerse himself in it. Then the president of the Adventurer Guild called 2 staff members to bring out this internal department dispatch treasure. 982-05-856. Chapter 56. The magic puppet adventurers preparing to watch the show began to discuss when they learned that the guild leader would use the treasure from the town's distribution center as a test. They were surprised that the guild still held such treasures. Had anyone seen one? No one had even heard of it, let alone had the chance to see it. Aren't there long-lived adventurers here? Haven't you seen it at all? Not at all. We can only blame our weakness during our rookie period, which didn't give us the opportunity for the guild leader to use such a thing, and now our strength hasn't grown, so we have even less chance to see it used. Well, aren't we lucky then? Not only can we see this strong person's display, but we can also see the treasure from the guild's distribution center. Why don't we place a bet to see who's stronger? This powerful adventurer or the treasure from the guild's distribution center? The treasure will definitely lose. Even a 100-armed giant monster can't compete with this strong person. So how can the treasure be a match? Not necessarily. The treasure from the guild's distribution center is meant to test platinum adventurers. You should know that adventurers of this level are also called heroes, and heroes can defeat demon kings. So, can anything used to test heroes be weak? Then go ahead and set the odds. I bet on this strong person to win. After all, this thing is just for testing. What does testing mean? It means to show the minimum strength of the tested person, but the maximum strength cannot be measured by such a thing. I share this sentiment. If you dare to set the odds, I will also bet on this strong person to win. Let us do it then. Those who dare will thrive, while those who are timid will starve. The person, adhering to this saying, gritted his teeth and set the odds. Most people would definitely bet on the strong person to win. as many had witnessed the strength of the strong person. But there were still some who were skeptical and bet on the treasure from the Guild's distribution center. Since moving the items took a bit of time, this time allowed some nearby adventurers and townsfolk wanting to watch the show to gather, especially after hearing someone set the odds. They all rushed to place their bets. However, most of these people bet on the treasure from the Guild's distribution center because, before investigating the situation of a strong person, they directly placed their bets upon hearing about the Guild's treasure. Some people regretted their bets a bit after placing them, feeling they acted too quickly and should have inquired first, but many still believe in the Guild's treasure, as the Adventurers Guild is so large, and the treasure must be powerful. For the Goblin Slayer, this was like giving him money to spend. No one understood the strong person's strength better than him, so he and his teammates placed heavy bets. After a while, the staff finally brought over the treasure from the Guild's distribution center. Why finally? Simply because it wasn't just one item, but several. Although these items were covered with cloth and their appearance was hidden, those who set the odds still laughed happily. With so many items, my chances of winning just increased. Not necessarily. Just because there are many items doesn't mean they are strong. Yes, it's possible that they created more difficulties. So there are so many items, it doesn't mean they're genuinely powerful. Those betting on the strong person still felt very confident. After all, they had witnessed the strong person's strength. Then, the guild leader began to unveil the cloth, revealing a pile of wood, or more precisely, several wooden puppets lying on the ground. These were the treasures from the Guild's distribution center. Blue blinked to confirm he wasn't mistaken. It wasn't that he looked down on puppets, but rather that they were too fragile for some martial arts experts. However, considering that this world has magic, these wooden puppets must possess some inner qualities. That's right. Did you think they were just wooden and thus underestimated them? Seeing Blue's expression, the guild leader chuckled. If they were truly just wood, I certainly wouldn't use them for testing. This treasure from the Guild's distribution center, also known as the transforming magic puppet. The guild leader took off a necklace hanging around his neck, extracted a red gemstone from it, and placed it in a groove on one of the puppets. Subsequently, this puppet stood up and then emitted several beams of light towards the other puppets. Instantly, those puppets also stood up. After standing, all the puppets were covered with a layer of skin, making them look less like puppets and more like robust monsters. The puppet with the red gemstone also had its gemstone concealed beneath the skin. I can clearly tell you that the core I just inserted is their shared core. As long as you don't break the core, they can restore themselves. At the same time, I can also clearly tell you that even if you break this puppet, it won't matter. The guild leader waved toward the puppet beside him, because the core can transfer freely among them, and their skin is meant to hide the core's transfer to another puppet. This core can only be used for 1 hour, so if you want to pass the test, you either have to last for an hour or find the puppet with the core and break it. In this case, for Blue, it's just right. If he were to simply hit the wooden puppet, or if the core were fixed on one wooden puppet, he could just punch that puppet and be done with it. Blue nodded to signal. Then let's begin. Activate. Transforming magic puppet. The guild leader called out to Blue as he waved his hand. Instantly, the magic puppet's eyes flashed red, and with a whoosh, weapons extended from their hands, ready to strike. Seeing that the magic puppets were wielding weapons while Blue was unarmed, the guild leader said, I almost forgot about that. What weapon do you want? I can provide one for you. No need. Blue shook his head. In that case, let S attack. With a command from the guild leader, the magic puppets rushed quickly towards Blue's position. Too slow. In fact, the puppets weren't slow. In the eyes of the onlookers, their speed could cause significant trouble, but to Blue, they were just very slow. A magic puppet rushed towards Lanyu, but was easily sent flying by a punch from him. Then, 2 more magic puppets were also knocked away by Lanyu's elbow and kick, the speed of his counterattack astonishing those watching. They had thought the wooden puppets would shatter easily, but with a layer of skin, their hardness had increased significantly. This level allowed him to use his armament hockey. Lanyu's hands turned black and crossed. At that moment, 2 more magic puppets charged in. Bang! Bang! To the onlookers, Lanyu's black hands looked like they were made of steel, and when his fist struck the 2 magic puppets, they shattered instantly. However, the other magic puppets would not miss any opportunity. Taking advantage of the moment Lanyu had just destroyed 2 puppets, they appeared behind him from 3 directions, wielding weapons and attacking him rapidly. But as Lanyu had said from the beginning, their speed was far too slow for him. With a quick turn, Lanyu countered with a punch that struck one of the magic puppets, and with unyielding force, he smashed into the 2nd and 3rd puppets, shattering all 3 with a single blow. However, as the president had said, as long as the core wasn't destroyed, they could recover. The 5 magic puppets that Lanyu had smashed clearly did not have cores, so their shattered wooden pieces reassembled. Impressive, these puppets were indeed fast. Yet they still couldn't match him. Not only was he fast, but after his fists turned black, he could easily crush the puppets. There was no denying his strength, but the puppets could regenerate. If his stamina couldn't last until the end, he would still lose. Didn't they see how fast the puppets were? As long as there was one puppet left, the others would have a chance to recover. Yet, the spectators clearly didn't understand Lan Yu's thoughts. What seemed like a quick recovery, speed to them, felt like a leisurely pace to Lan Yu. He internally scoffed, they can recover. But their recovery speed seems a bit slow. In that case, there was no need to drag this out. Whoosh! Lan Yu immediately unleashed a speed that was invisible to the onlookers. Bang! 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 In just an instant, the bystanders only heard the sound of things being smashed, without seeing any visuals. When Lan Yu stopped, the spectators finally saw the puppet limbs suspended in the air near him, which then fell. No core? Dealing with these puppets was simple. He just had to prevent any magic puppet from having a chance to recover. With Lan Yu's speed, he could shatter all the magic puppets during that brief interval. However, after smashing these puppets, Lan Yu did not find the embedded red gem core. No, it wasn't that there was none. It was that he was still holding onto a small puppet. Lan Yu quickly glanced at a tiny puppet, the size of a fist, that was stealthily moving. He wasn't not using observation hockey. Rather, the core's movement was akin to spatial transfer, and after the transfer, the core made no noise, making it hard to perceive it with observation hockey. It's over. Lan Yu quickly approached the small puppet and stomped down on it. Whoosh! The small puppet indicated that it wasn't strong, just fast. The moment Lan Yu's foot came down, it quickly dashed towards the pile of puppets. Then, the puppet limbs rapidly attached to it, and in no time, a giant over 10 meters tall appeared. Chapter 57. Passing easily, the transformation of the magic puppet into a giant shocked the onlookers nearby. So big, I thought the puppets would lose after all being smashed. But I didn't expect there to be a surviving one, and even more so, that they could merge in the end. How do we fight such a large puppet giant? If I were to fight, I'd definitely be stomped flat or crushed with a punch. Given this situation, can the puppet giant win? Can we place our bets on it? Idiots, just watch. The 100-armed giant was also this huge, yet it was easily dealt with by this strong opponent. Exactly. Just keep your eyes wide open. The real show is just beginning. President, is this going to be a problem? The counter girl asked the president of the Adventurers Guild, a bit worried after seeing such a giant. Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll make the puppet stop. Before the president could finish his sentence, he was slapped in the face. Because he had no chance to make the puppet stop, Lan jumped in front of the puppet giant and delivered a powerful kick, smashing the puppet giant to pieces from head to toe. Even after his foot landed on the ground, the force remained, creating a large pit in the earth. Is this giant just a toy? Lan said as he pulled his foot from the ground. Although the magic puppet giant didn't get a chance to strike, its imposing presence indicated it was strong, but to Lan, it was nothing special. After all, its merging was just concentrating the core entirely in one body, right? There was no difference from the 100-armed giant he dealt with last night. He could just strike directly at the core and finish it off. As for not knowing where the core was located in its body, just smash it to pieces with one kick from head to toe. Although a foot isn't as sharp as a sword to precisely cut to the core, Lan had trained his armament hockey for so long that he could still use it in such a high-level manner. So, with one kick, he hit the core closely with the emitted armament hockey. Does this count as passing? Or can this puppet continue? After taking a few glances at the puppet, which showed no signs of recovery, Lan looked towards the president of the Adventurers Guild. Lan ended it with just one strike, leaving the president momentarily stunned. After a while, he finally exhaled and said, "You passed. Seeing you handle it with such ease. Platinum rank is unworthy of you. Only a hero among the platinum can match your strength. I don't want to be a hero." Lan shook his head and smiled. In this world, the platinum rank is implicitly regarded as a hero, but just a preliminary one. After all, if nothing has been done, how can one become a hero? But Lan wouldn't want to exert himself to please and become a hero. The things heroes do in this world, to put it plainly, are just putting on a show for the four gods to watch, and he doesn't want to be an actor in the play. All right, the matter of heroes is not something we can manage. The president shook his head. He then said to the counter girl, "Go and bring out the box from the office. It contains a platinum rank adventurer's badge." "Oh, I didn't expect that box contained this." The counter girl showed an expression of surprise, having just been astonished by Lan's display, now surprised by the box. The president had treasured this box so much that she wasn't allowed to clean it, and now she finally realized it was for holding the platinum badge. She immediately turned to head to the president's office. Meanwhile, The onlookers had mixed feelings of joy and sorrow. One? Just like that with one strike? This is too strong, right? I said the opponent was strong long ago, but you didn't believe it. Now look, that strike has left you dumbfounded, right? Ha ha ha, I was dumbfounded, but I won. Pay up, those who place bets. I made a big profit this time. I bet over 10 gold coins. Over 10 gold coins is a big profit? What do you call betting dozens then? For me, anyone who bet on that person to win made a big profit. Poor me. Why didn't I inquire and directly bet on the president's magic puppet to win? What a pity. We who bet on a magic puppet to win suffered a complete loss. At the beginning, who mocked the Goblin Slayer for betting his entire fortune. Now he's slapped in the face. To be honest, the Goblin Slayer may seem to wear tattered armor and not look like someone with much wealth, but he possesses many tools for dealing with goblins. These tools together are worth at least dozens of gold coins, if not more. Plus, the goddess priestess and fairy archer, as his teammates, also placed heavy bets on Lon to win, so they are now profiting. After a while, the counter girl brought the box over. The president of the Adventurers Guild opened the box, revealing a genuine badge made of platinum inside. I fought hard to get this thing from the headquarters before, always hoping that a platinum rank adventurer would emerge from our Borders Adventurers Guild. But all these years, no adventurer of that rank has appeared, and I've treated the badge like a treasure. Now it's good. I've finally waited for you to appear. I hope you can become the leader of our Border Adventurers Guild and prove to the other regional guilds that we are the strongest here. Now I entrust this badge to you. The president of the Adventurers Guild, after stroking the badge in his hand, handed it to Lon. Lon nodded and took the badge. In fact, he wanted to say, I'm just a part-timer, most likely the type who worked hard for 3 days and then lies down for 2. No, more like the type who might disappear for days at a time. So please don't have too high expectations of me. In the end, things here ended in a lively manner. Returning to the counter, the Goblin Slayer also took on the first task of the day, which was also the first task of the entire guild. After all, most of the others were still injured from last night and unable to take on tasks. Only the Goblin Slayer and a few others were not seriously injured and could take on tasks. Of course, for him, the tasks he took were either to hunt goblins or to find traces of goblins, nothing else. However, this time with Lon behind him, the Goblin Slayer took on a major task involving goblin traces and even bargained for an extra gold coin due to Lan's platinum rank. A mosquito is still meat. The Goblin Slayer gladly accepted. However, this task required 2 or 3 gold rank adventurers or 7 or 8 silver rank adventurers to tackle it together. For the Goblin Slayer's team, taking on the entire task would be extremely dangerous. To put it bluntly, it was a matter of life and death. So the counter girl reminded him, are you really going to take on the entire task? With his addition, do you think we would be afraid? The Goblin Slayer pointed at Lon. All right, it might have been fine not knowing his strength, but after witnessing it, it seemed that this task would be easily completed for him. The counter girl shrugged. But for you guys, this is a big task. Why not buy some supplies to assist? As the counter girl, it was time for her to fulfill her duty. No need, and I don't have money. The Goblin Slayer said straightforwardly. TCH, don't think I don't know you want money. You're definitely planning to save it for those strange tools to deal with goblins. The counter girl rolled her eyes at him. Then hurry back. I hope you can earn the reward for this task this time. Wait a minute. As Goblin Slayer was about to leave, Lon Yu walked over to the counter lady. What items and potions do you have here? Could you please introduce them to me? Do you want to buy something? The counter lady asked in surprise. With your strength, you probably won't find anything here that interests you. Well, I need to see them first to know. Lon Yu smiled. All right. The counter lady, maintaining a good attitude, introduced the items currently available at the guild to Lon Yu, whether he intended to buy or not. As it turned out, just as the counter lady said, there really wasn't anything that caught Lon Yu's eye. The lower tier items were suitable for novice adventurers, while the higher tier items could fit silver level adventurers, and even gold level adventurers could make do with them. However, for Lon Yu, a newly appointed platinum level adventurer, there was nothing suitable. Not having suitable items didn't mean Lon Yu wouldn't buy anything. For example, there was a high-level water breathing ring, which allowed a person to breathe underwater for about 10 minutes. For someone on land, this ring was only useful in specific water locations. But in a world like that of One Piece, which is mostly ocean, this item could definitely become a hot commodity. Then there were high-level stimulants and high-level healing potions. The effects of these two items were better than the stimulants Lon Yu had used before, but the improvement was only about 1 or 2 times, around 5 or 6%. However, for Lon Yu, that was enough because he wasn't going to drink them. He had other uses for them. Seeing Lon Yu select these items, the counter lady reminded him, do you really want this many items? You know these things aren't very useful to you, and the cost is quite high. Of course I want them. I don't care about this amount of money, Lon Yu replied, pulling out a gold bar. This can be used for payment, right? Oh, seeing the gold bar, the counter lady was taken aback, realizing that wealthy people are indeed different. This is more than enough. Chapter 58. The mission begins, but first, we have to cross the bridge on the way to the mission in a carriage. I don't know when I'll be able to save that much money. Lana bought so many things with a gold ingot, making the priestess fantasize about the wonderful life she would have once she became wealthy. How enviable. The fairy archer occasionally sighed, truly amazed at how rich Lon was, tossing around gold ingots that she might not earn even in a year of missions. Envy doesn't help. Either increase your strength to a higher level for bigger mission rewards, or simply seek a benefactor. The minor priest teased with raised eyebrows. Get lost. Why don't you get a benefactor? The fairy archer shot him a glare. I wish, but my looks won't allow it. Ha! The minor priest laughed heartily after taking a sip of wine. TCH. The fairy archer shut her mouth, unable to argue with the old guy. The goblin slayer glanced at the person next to him and asked, "Why did you come along?" The person beside him was a witch who smiled back. "Oh dear, isn't it better to have more people? We can look out for each other." Look out for each other? I think you just want to mooch off the reward. Goblin Slayer seemed to see through her intentions, especially since this mission's reward was over 100 gold coins. You figured it out. The witch didn't hide her amusement, but while getting a little money was secondary. She was actually very curious about this mission, which had been posted in the guild for a while. She hadn't had the opportunity or strength before, but now with Platinum Brother leading, of course, she had to go. Only she had a good relationship with Goblin Slayer. Otherwise, she couldn't join. Meanwhile, Lon sat quietly beside them, not paying attention to their conversation, as if he were enjoying the scenery outside. In reality, he was talking to the Synthesis Brother. Synthesis Brother, how much reputation did I gain this time? Lon didn't mind that the Platinum test battle was being watched. It was all for reputation. After all, there were hundreds of spectators, and while this reputation might not be much, it was still something. Synthesis system. This time you gained tens of thousands of reputation. Wow, that's a lot. Lon was a bit surprised. He thought it would only be a few hundred more, although some people didn't watch in person. Through the word of mouth from those who did, many people in the town have learned of your existence, thus generating reputation. One can only say that the people in this town are quite idle. In such a short time, tens of thousands of people have spread the word. All right, thanks to their idleness. Otherwise, how would I have gotten tens of thousands of reputation? Lon smiled. He initially wanted just a few hundred, but ended up with a big chunk. The mission first required them to reach a sacrificial hall, as they needed to use the teleportation array to get close to the mission point. This mission point was a bit far from the Adventurers Guild. It would take a few days by carriage to get there. For Goblin Slayer and his group, a few days was quite normal. They preferred to take the carriage rather than teleport, as teleportation cost money. Round trip would take a third of the mission reward. However, for Lon, that amount of money was nothing. He preferred to teleport for a quick trip, saving time on the road. While it seemed that Goblin Slayer was leading the group, without the big boss, they wouldn't dare take on the mission. So since the boss didn't care about money, the others just enjoyed the speedy teleportation experience. Ugh. After coming down from the teleportation array, the fairy archer felt dizzy and nauseous, and finally couldn't hold it in and vomited. No wonder rich people don't use this teleportation array. It's like spending a lot of money to feel sick. The fairy archer leaned against a tree, feeling a bit better after throwing up. It's just your weak constitution. Why didn't I throw up? The minor priest took a sip of wine. Though he was also feeling a bit nauseous, he had wine to help him cope. In fact, even Goblin Slayer nearly couldn't endure it. But after so many battles against goblins, he had learned to control his bodily reactions, so others thought he was fine. It shouldn't be related to the body. It probably has to do with spatial resistance. The witch felt only a little discomfort and looked over at the priestess. The priestess was just a bit dizzy and hadn't thrown up like the fairy archer. There was also an overlooked lizard monk who felt a bit uncomfortable. If anyone was completely fine, it was Lon. For him, using the teleportation array was like taking a plane. Some people didn't adapt, while others were perfectly fine. After drinking a potion and resting for a while, the group's spirits lifted and they headed towards the mission location. Is this the mission location? The group arrived in front of Small Island. The island was in the middle of a large lake, with only a very dilapidated bridge leading to it, and they were standing at the entrance of the bridge. Is this mission about exploring the island? The fairy archer asked in confusion. The mission stated it was exploration, but it didn't mention an island. Goblin Slayer opened the mission scroll to take a look. Actually, no matter how many times he looked, it didn't help. The mission only had one location and some simple descriptions. The most eye-catching part was the warning. This mission is dangerous, not recommended for the weak, otherwise death. In that case, let's step onto the island first. The priestess took a step forward. However, when she was about to take another step, Lon pulled her back. What's wrong? The priestess looked at Lon. This is not a bridge. Lon shook his head. Not a bridge? The fairy archer asked in confusion. How could such a big bridge not be a bridge? Not a bridge? Goblin Slayer was about to step forward, but upon hearing Lan's words while suspended in midair, he pulled back. This is a man-eating bridge. Lon took out an apple and accurately threw it towards the middle of the path. Suddenly, the middle section of the bridge opened up into a large mouth and swallowed the apple, then transformed back into a bridge. The priestess's eyes widened. A monster disguised as a bridge? It seems that to get across, they would have to defeat it. Goblin Slayer drew his sword, ready to fight the monster. Defeating it will be troublesome. There are more than one on this bridge. Lon pointed to a section behind the bridge and threw a few more apples. As soon as the priestess stepped onto the bridge, these monsters reacted, which Lon sensed. At that moment, several large mouths appeared on the bridge, swallowing the apples one by one before turning back into the shape of a bridge. What's wrong with these monsters? Why are they just guarding here? The fairy archer was startled by the sight, also confused about why these monsters would revert to bridge form if no one came. Wouldn't they have nothing to eat every day? Perhaps they have nothing to eat, which is why the bridge looks so dilapidated, the witch teased with a smile. In fact, everyone understood that some monsters could survive without food by absorbing magical energy from the air. So how do we get across now? The lizard monk asked. Are we going to fight them? We don't even know how big they all are, and with so many of them, if we really clash with them, we will probably be badly injured before we even land on the island. Is it possible to get there by boat? The Goblin Slayer retrieved his sword and threw an apple into the lake. To his disappointment, as soon as the apple hit the water, it was devoured by a swarm of piranhas, leaving nothing behind. He then picked up a stick and tossed it into the lake, but the piranhas, as if they hadn't eaten in ages, didn't spare even the stick. So, it seems we really have to take down the monsters on the bridge to get across. The Goblin Slayer drew his sword and prepared for battle. Fight? There's absolutely no need, Lanyu smiled. Does anyone have a rope? I do. As a man who could use various methods to deal with goblins, the Goblin Slayer certainly had a rope. That makes it much simpler. Lanyu took the rope and flew towards a small island. Of course, he wasn't actually flying. He was a few meters above the bridge, moving as if stepping on an air staircase towards the island. However, the monster seemed to think that if he didn't take the ground route, we wouldn't notice. A few meters in the air is also our territory. Then these monsters jumped up, opening their mouths wide at Lanyu. But Lanyu also declared, I'm not playing with you, and dodged their big mouths with a few steps and turns in the air, then landed on the small island. The few people on the other side, seeing Lanyu flying, were not surprised. After all, strong individuals flying is quite normal, right? Once on the small island, Lanyu moved slightly to the right, away from the bridge, and jumped onto a tree, throwing the rope in front of the others. Throwing the rope was also a test to see if these monsters would leave the bridge and attack the rope. Upon seeing that they wouldn't leave, Lanyu had the others grab the rope, and he directly pulled them over. The few monsters. Poor us, we just ate an apple. If we didn't follow the rules and stayed on this side of the bridge, the human wouldn't even have had the chance to throw the rope. Chapter 59. After entering the island, after a few people entered the island, is this the only prominent place on the island? The Goblin Slayer looked at the dilapidated, historically rich building in front of him. After they arrived on the island, they explored a bit, but besides this building, they found nothing else. The problem was that this building was so worn down that it was obvious from the outside. One could see inside without any issue. It wouldn't be like the bridge, or something might be concealed, right? The fairy archer frowned and scanned the area. She was also afraid that there might really be monsters hiding and would suddenly jump out to scare her, so she used a branch to probe ahead as she explored. This task isn't dangerous, is it? Once we're in, it won't be too difficult, right? The priestess beside the Goblin Slayer speculated. No, the guild isn't foolish enough to make such a high-level task. The witch shook her head and said, if they didn't know the situation, it would be fine. But once they understood, there would still be ways to come here if they really wanted to. Lanyu was looking for anything. He was sitting and observing the others. He also wanted to see if they could find a hidden entrance. To put it simply, he found the entrance as soon as he arrived here. While the observation hockey might have little effect on strong opponents, it was equivalent to having a god-esque perspective when dealing with weaklings. Of course, this weakling didn't refer to the Goblin Slayer and his companions, but to the weaklings hiding here. It was extremely easy for Lanyu to hear their voices. Looking at Lanyu sitting on a stone platform, the witch thought for a moment and said, Mr. Lanyu looks so relaxed. Have you discovered something? I have indeed discovered something, but isn't this also a training for you? Lanyu shrugged. He could say it outright, but that would make it seem like a task for him alone, rather than a task for everyone. Upon hearing this, the Goblin Slayer understood what was happening and began to carefully observe the surroundings again. Since there's a hidden place here, where would it be concealed? He didn't blame Lanyu for not revealing it. After all, Lanyu was correct. Given their previous situation, they couldn't handle such a task. Now that they had the opportunity, money was one thing, but the experiences and growth during the process were equally important. Half an hour would be the time. If they couldn't find it, then it would be revealed. Lanyu took out an hourglass and placed it on the ground. He certainly wouldn't let them search for a whole day, or else time would be wasted. Oh, isn't this turning into a competition? The fairy archer said to the minor priest. How about a match? Whoever finds it first wins, and the loser has to give up a bottle of healing potion. Bring it on. This is more interesting than just searching aimlessly. The minor priest laughed. Then they began to search earnestly. Time passed little by little, and, in the end, luck fell upon the priestess. To be precise, while she was searching carefully, she tripped over a stone and fell to the ground, allowing her to see an abnormal spot where Lanyu was sitting. Is this the place? The priestess squatted beside the stone platform where Lanyu was sitting and pointed to a peculiar pattern. You'll know if you try it. Lanyu stood beside her and smiled. Upon hearing this, the priestess didn't think much and directly pressed on the pattern. As a result, when she pressed it, the pattern sank in. Then a rumbling sound echoed, and the more than 1 meter high stone platform split in half, revealing a staircase leading down. There are 2 goblins holding torches down the stairs, seemingly on guard. When they saw the staircase open, their expressions showed they were startled. Once they realized they had been discovered, the 2 of them hurriedly fled. In fact, these 2 had been talking in low voices down below because the staircase was 2 or 3 floors high, and normal people couldn't hear the sound from below due to the obstruction of the stone platform. But this didn't include Lanyu. He had already heard their chattering. Now, Lanyu wouldn't let them escape so easily. He flicked 2 small stones and directly killed them. I didn't expect that Mr. Lanyu had already hinted at the hidden place to us. The witch walked over and looked at the staircase leading down. It's not that they couldn't think of it, but they had considered that perhaps it was here with Lanyu, but since Lanyu was sitting so obviously, their reverse thinking made them believe it definitely wouldn't be here. In the end, the place that seemed impossible was the most likely place. Looking at their situation, the hidden goblins must have known about our arrival, which means it will be fraught with danger once we enter. The Goblin Slayer walked over, looking at the 2 goblin corpses and the leftover food beside them. We still have to go. Isn't that our task? The witch smiled slightly. After the other 3 joined them, Lanyu said, You all go ahead, I'll follow behind. Understood. The Goblin Slayer nodded and was the first to head down. With a big shot protecting their backs, they could advance without worry. As they went down, the Goblin Slayer picked up a torch and threw it forward. In the torch's light, there was a long brick corridor ahead. However, based on the habits of goblins, the Goblin Slayer didn't think this was just a simple corridor. So he took out a round ball and rolled it forward to test if the ground had traps. After this test, it indeed triggered several traps. These traps either shot arrows or stones. While they wouldn't be fatal, they could certainly be irritating and injurious. Using this method, they reached the end of the corridor, which turned into a fork in the road. The Goblin Slayer once again used a round ball to test the traps on both sides. There were fewer traps triggered on the left side, while the right side triggered traps more than twice that of the left. Let's go right. The Goblin Slayer gestured to the others. He didn't explain to them, but they understood why he chose this side. In places where goblins lived, most areas that seemed safe were actually the most dangerous. This meant that now, the direction with more traps was relatively safer. Lanyu expressed his understanding, but thought it would be good to explain it to him. As they walked, they passed 2 more forks in the road without any incidents, using the same method to determine their paths, one going left and the other going right. After walking for a while, they passed several doorless rooms, where some skeletons were found. Judging by their clothes, they could tell there were both males and females, with more females. These goblins should have been exterminated. After seeing those skeletons, the fairy archer said angrily, I want that even more than you do, but these goblins breed faster than rats and are better at hiding, so it's very difficult to wipe them out. The Goblin Slayer said calmly, But isn't it very hard to enter here? How come there are still so many humans caught? The priestess wondered. There should be other paths leading here, and this one happens to be near a human village. The witch speculated. That's indeed possible. The priestess thought for a moment and nodded. Then she wondered, however, it's a bit strange. How come we've been walking for so long without encountering a single goblin? In the past, when they explored goblin-infested areas, there were always goblins ambushing them. But now there was completely none, not even a sound. Want to see goblins? You can look behind you. Wanyu pointed his thumb back. Behind? The priestess stopped and looked back. The others followed her gaze. Of course, just looking wouldn't reveal much, as it was quite dark here. Wanyu lit a torch, and soon they saw the path they had just walked, with 1 or 2 goblins with bulging eyes lying scattered at intervals. Upon seeing this, the priestess exclaimed, "When did this happen? And where did these goblins come from? They should have come out from a secret passage. But how did they manage to kill these goblins without making a sound?" The fairy archer wondered. The minor Taoist squinted and smiled, saying, "Perhaps that's the mark of a strong ability, achieving the feat of killing, no, of silently killing goblins." Indeed, it was reassuring to know that a strong person was watching from behind. The witch smiled, as she was shocked by Lan Yu's ability to silently kill goblins. Now that they knew there were indeed goblins, they decided to continue on and see what else might be lurking in this place that made the task so dangerous. The goblin slayer moved forward. This time, everyone became focused and slightly moved closer to Lan Yu, hoping to catch a glimpse of how he struck. Lan Yu's method was quite simple. Without even looking back, he flicked a small stone backward, accurately hitting the forehead of a goblin that had emerged from the secret passage. The others expressed that this was not something they could do. Only a master could accomplish such a straightforward and effortless act. After walking for a while longer, they arrived at an exit, which was located within a forest inside the mountain. Sunlight streamed in through the crevices of the mountain, brightening the surroundings. Chapter 60. Beware of strange encounters. In the cave forest where goblins are present, it is the most dangerous. Before the goblin slayer could finish his sentence, the alarm sounded loudly. A large group of goblins surged before them. There were great goblins, goblin heroes, and goblin kings, and not just one of each. What else was hidden here? The goblin slayer scanned the group of goblins in front of him. According to his understanding of goblins, there should only be one goblin king in a certain area among a group of goblins. But now there were several goblin kings present, which could only mean one thing. There was a more powerful presence here commanding several goblin kings. What was hidden would soon be revealed. For now, our primary task was to deal with these goblins. The witch waved her wand and cast a small fireball, targeting the goblins attempting to rush in. Her fireball left scratches on the 100-armed giant, but against these goblins, it was like a bomb, one that packed a significant punch, exploding to take out several at once. Holy barrier. The priestess waved her wand to create a wall of light in front of them, which could block goblins but not their teammates. The goblin slayer and the lizard monk dashed through the holy barrier, one swinging a sword and the other wielding a curved dagger to slash at the goblins in front of the barrier. The fairy archer held her bow, using the barrier as cover to shoot arrows at the goblins. The minor monk maneuvered near the light wall, slashing a goblin before retreating back to the barrier, then going out again to slash another goblin before retreating once more. His approach made him seem a bit cowardly, but it couldn't be helped. His abilities were suited for small-scale demolition, and he wasn't as strong in close combat as the goblin slayer, so he had to play guerrilla warfare. Blue did not immediately engage, but watched the others fight, seeing them slaughtering goblins. He began to understand why many people in this world were aware of the dangers posed by goblins, yet did not take them seriously. It was simple. These goblins were indeed weak enough to be taken down with a single blow, but they were like rats, hiding and fleeing everywhere. As long as some survived, they could quickly reproduce. How could they be completely wiped out? Among them, although there were strong figures like goblin heroes and goblin kings, the overall strength of the goblin population wasn't very high. A few gold or silver-ranked adventurers could easily eliminate large groups. As for why so many border villages were wiped out and so many people captured to become food or breeding tools, and why some towns, departments, and even high-ranking officials in the country didn't care, it was also straightforward. The background of this world is set in a medieval feudal era. For some lords, as long as their own territory was not chaotic and their interests were not harmed, they would completely ignore it. Moreover, since the border areas were not their territory, they allowed them to serve as buffer zones, only taking action when invasions reached their lands. Of course, there was an even more important reason. Demons existed in this world. For some countries, their primary goal was to fend off these demons, leaving the threat of goblins to the Adventurers Guild. Within the Adventurers Guild, high-ranking adventurers looked down upon goblin missions because the rewards were too low, while newcomers and low-ranking adventurers lacked experience and could easily fall into the traps of the cunning goblins, allowing goblins to have opportunities to thrive. There was also another reason. The people in this world were generally not strong. For the people of this world, the 100-armed giant required a hero to deal with. Yet Blue easily resolved it. With strength like his, he could easily dominate in a pirate world. Dangerous. Mr. Blue You, aren't you going to take action? The witch looked at Blue You after casting a magical attack at the goblins. At that moment, the Goblin Slayer was surrounded and troubled by several goblin heroes. Although the witch had cast a few spells to help, there were too many goblins, and her magic was blocked by some expendable goblins. If I take action, it will end quickly. Blue You waved a sword he casually bought from the Adventurers Guild. A blade of energy shot from the sword, roaring towards the nearby great goblins beside the Goblin Slayer. Swish! The great goblins were instantly cut in half. It was normal for someone who was the heir to a king to know how to use a sword, and as a transmigrator, Blue You certainly understood the importance of training from a young age. So, it wasn't surprising that Blue You, who practiced swordsmanship since childhood, could become a true swordmaster. It was even less surprising that a swordmaster could unleash sword energy. And since he had taken action, Blue You had no intention of stopping at just one strike. He unleashed several blades of energy, obliterating all the large goblins in the area, including their heroes and kings. Everyone get down. Blue You sheathed his sword, bending slightly and holding the sheath with his left hand, adopting a posture as if to draw his sword. Seeing Blue Yu's stance, combined with the powerful blade of energy he had just unleashed, the others understood what he intended to do and quickly dropped down. Go down and join your kin's gathering. Swish! The moment Blue You drew his sword, a blade of energy in a 180-degree arc shot out rapidly from the sword, charging towards the goblins. When the sword energy hit the first batch of goblins, they were sliced apart like brittle skin. The sword energy continued unabated, annihilating batch after batch, including the goblins that stood until the end. However, the final blade of energy was crushed by a suddenly appearing giant monster with rolls of fat. This monster, after crushing the sword energy, laughed triumphantly. But just as it finished laughing, Blue You appeared beside it and delivered a slash, cutting it in half. Don't be too pleased. What you destroyed was just a harmless blade of energy, Blue You said to the monster, which still wore a smug smile, but was now in two pieces. Danger! The Goblin Slayer had just stood up when he saw several figures jumping out from behind Blue You. Your ambush is too slow. Swish! Blue You turned and swung his sword, directly cutting the figures in half. Impressive, to be able to unleash such powerful sword energy. This is truly at the level of a sword god. I really don't know how to describe your strength. The witch exclaimed as she stood up. The fairy archer stood up, somewhat helplessly saying, the number of these goblins could cost us our lives, yet they were resolved with a single sword strike. Even those suddenly appearing giants were taken care of with one slash. Just as he said, it was all over as soon as he made a move. She suddenly felt that having such a strong teammate wasn't necessarily a good thing. They had no chance to take action. When real danger arose, she would definitely appreciate having powerful teammates. A giant like that represented something very important being guarded, and now there were several such giants along with a few goblin kings present, indicating that there would be unpredictable and enormous trouble ahead. The minor monk approached the few giant monsters. He recognized these giants, known as gatekeepers, being stronger than goblin kings, but they only acted according to their instincts. Now, however, they were cooperating, indicating that there was someone capable of controlling them. To control them meant being able to control the goblin kings as well, which made the situation ahead extremely dangerous. This is worth a bounty for the task. The witch smiled indifferently. It is dangerous, but with a strong ally like Lan Yu, this task might be quite easy. Wasn't it proof that the goblin, which was difficult to deal with just now, was resolved with a single sword stroke? Let's go. The Goblin Slayer moved forward. He had witnessed Lan Yu's swordsmanship when dealing with a 100-armed giant, and now he knew that Lan Yu's swordsmanship could unleash sword energy. He wondered if he could ask for some advice. Although they were walking in a forest within the mountain, this forest was not small. It could compete with the large forest outside. The group had been walking for a while and hadn't reached the end yet. However, while walking in the forest, they encountered some isolated little goblins that weren't exactly alone but were hiding. At first glance, these little goblins seemed pitiful and cute, but they all knew that these little creatures had a dirty face behind them, so the group mercilessly sent them down to join their families. These are. The Goblin Slayer in front stopped. At this moment, several tiger-like monsters appeared before the group. It seemed that there was something related to the Demon King inside. According to historical records, they were one of the Demon King's troops, the Blade Tigers. The witch squinted at the tiger monsters in front of her. The Demon King is the greatest villain boss created by the gods of this world, who resurrects in various ways every so often. Humorously referred to as the cockroach boss that cannot be killed in this world. They are extremely fast, and most importantly, one must be cautious of the blades on their bodies. Blade tigers, as their name suggests, are tigers with sharp blades. The tips of their tails are sharp knives. Their claws are blade-shaped. Their teeth, exposed when they open their mouths, resemble knives, and they have blade-like horns on their foreheads. Sharp blades also extend from the joints of their forelimbs. Chapter 61. Trouble with Monsters? As soon as the witch finished speaking, the blade tigers charged at the group. With their red eyes, ferocious expressions, fierce momentum, and wind-like speed, the blade tigers were truly terrifying. So terrifying that the group quickly tightened their grips on their weapons. And the priestess swiftly waved her magic wand, preparing to cast Holy Barrier. For them, any monsters related to the Demon King were extremely dangerous, and they couldn't handle them as if they were goblins. It was best to be prepared for a life-or-death struggle. However, swish! A sword energy shot out and directly took down the blade tigers. Let's go. Lanyu casually sheathed his sword. The others felt like they were here just to be the backdrop for this big mission. Blade tigers. It feels like we came out just to be instantly killed. I wonder if the next monsters we encounter will also be related to the Demon King, the witch said while walking. It probably doesn't matter, since they don't give us any sense of pressure. The fairy archer commented, previously a bunch of goblins could keep them on high alert, but this time, no matter how strong the monsters were, they felt like they could be taken down with a single sword strike. This is great. We can easily complete the mission and collect the bounty, the minor priest said with a nonchalant smile. That is true. Huh. The priestess showed a somewhat awkward smile, feeling embarrassed that they could complete the mission by just doing some minor tasks. Perhaps due to Lanyu effortlessly dealing with the enemies twice. The group continued to walk ahead, feeling relaxed and casual, losing the previous cautious focus. However, the more relaxed they became, the more likely something would go wrong, especially in such a monster-filled place. I'm a bit tired, the priestess said, her eyes growing hazy as she walked forward, feeling very sleepy. Oh, why does everyone seem so strange? In the priestess's blurry vision, the figures of the people ahead seemed to flow like reflections in water. No, realizing what was happening, the priestess's eyes widened. This is an illusion. I need to tell everyone. Everyone be careful. There's an entity nearby using illusion magic, the priestess shouted to the group. Is this what you call an illusion? The people in front turned around, revealing faces that looked like they wanted to eat her, as a mist began to surround them. You. The priestess was startled. What was wrong with these people? Then she remembered that she was under an illusion, and it could be that the mist affected her vision. So, she gripped her wand and pointed it at the illusions. You are all illusions. I'm not afraid of you. Holy light. A bright radiance burst forth from her wand. However, it was useless, completely useless. Obey us. The group completely ignored the holy light, showing wicked expressions as they slowly approached her. Don't come closer. Don't come closer. The priestess was suddenly frightened. Even the holy light was ineffective. This illusion was too terrifying. Even knowing it was an illusion, seeing the figures getting closer made her back away while frantically waving her wand, trying to dispel the illusions. However, when her wand made contact with them, although it scattered their illusory forms, they quickly reformed and reached out their hands toward her again. You will obediently let us. No, please don't. As the hands drew nearer, the priestess screamed in panic. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly erupted, blowing away the illusions in front of the priestess and bringing her back to reality. Yet even when back in reality, she remained kneeling on the ground, waving her wand in resistance, eyes closed, shouting, I will not submit to you. Stay away. The real group nearby watched her actions as if it were a show. After a while, the priestess felt that nothing was happening, so she opened her eyes to see the others looking at her with strange expressions, and she immediately realized she was back in reality. I think I just fell under an illusion, the priestess said, feeling a bit awkward and bewildered. Not just you. We all fell under an illusion, but our reactions weren't as intense as yours, the fairy archer said, trying to suppress a laugh. So how do we break free from the illusion? The priestess asked as she stood up. Who else could it be? The fairy archer looked at Lanyu. It's just a bit unfortunate. The way we broke free made me feel a bit dizzy, the witch said as she took a sip from a vial. This potion is a vitality potion, meant to refresh. Dizziness is fine. I'm just worried that everyone might faint. In fact, Lanyu also fell under the illusion, but it could be said that the monsters using illusions were somewhat unlucky. Instead, they were used to train Lanyu's spirit, enhancing his mental state. After some time of control, Lanyu's Conqueror's Haki was on the verge of being usable, and now, stimulated by this illusion, he could actively use it. However, achieving the ability to use Conqueror's Haki without causing anyone to faint was considered a good outcome for the first time. At this moment, Lanyu warned, attention, a monster capable of using illusions is coming. If even Lanyu was alerting them about the monster, then the group was definitely on high alert. Boom! A tree monster burst forth from the ground. This tree monster was about 7 to 8 meters tall, with a human face on its trunk, and tree tendrils all over the ground. The leaves on the tree bore enticing fruits, but those fruits also had human faces. This was the face tree, one of the Demon King's most capable subordinates. With it in the forest, the area would become a forbidden zone. The witch squinted her eyes. One of its abilities is to create illusions. Once someone falls into its illusion and can't escape, they will be hypnotized and used by it. In other words, being able to let so many goblin kings and giants coexist is its masterpiece. The Goblin Slayer frowned. Exactly, but the most troublesome capability isn't creating illusions. It's swish. Before the witch could finish her sentence, a sword energy shot toward the face tree. As a token of gratitude for helping Lan Yu awaken his conqueror's haki, Lan Yu sent a sword energy as a gift. The sword energy was so fast that the face tree didn't have time to react and block it with its tendrils before it was sliced in half. However, the upper half of its body, once severed, was reattached by countless thin branches extending from the lower half. Once it reattached, the face tree let out a furious roar, as if to say, "You guys are breaking the rules. Aren't you supposed to explain things first before striking with a few attacks? Why did you go all out right from the start?" But as soon as it finished roaring, several powerful sword energies struck it, tearing it apart. Yet this time, it reformed again. The 8 pieces each extended thin branches, reconnecting them. In no time, it returned to its original form. This is what I was going to say earlier. Its regeneration ability is very strong. Even if you turn it to ash, it can still regenerate. The witch said, relieved that the face tree was a bit cooperative. Or else, she wouldn't have had the chance to finish her explanation. The key point is that its regeneration ability doesn't rely on a core. So you can't destroy it by targeting its core. Is its regeneration ability really that strong? The fairy archer frowned and asked, "How do we defeat it? Do we have to run away?" According to the records, there is a way to eliminate it. The witch explained, its regeneration ability doesn't use the core method, but it consumes the energy of trees. As long as there is a whole tree within its vicinity, it can regenerate. So to prevent it from regenerating, we must cut down all the trees within 500 meters of it. The witch looked around and noticed several withered trees, clearly used by the tree monster to regenerate. 500 meters of trees? The minor priest also saw the withered trees and then smiled wryly. It's not just 500 meters, it's 500 meters in all directions. That's quite a lot. Moreover, this tree monster can move, so it won't give us the chance to keep cutting down trees. Roar. The tree monster indicated that he was correct and that it wouldn't give them a chance. It was about to attack. The tree monster extended its tentacles toward the group. However, as soon as it reached out, its tentacles were severed by the sword energy of Lan Yu. Lan Yu also stated, "Don't interrupt me while I'm listening to the story." With so many trees around, the area was too large for it to be a feasible method. The priestess was a bit skeptical. The previous hero had defeated the tree monster using this method, but he had a group of strong teammates to help him. The witch said, "It's not that we can't do it, it's that the hero had a group of strong teammates. Isn't there another way?" The fairy archer asked the witch. They could definitely escape, as this tree monster appeared to be in a regenerating state, easily defeated by Lan Yu in 1 or 2 strikes. But now, the important thing was not to escape, but to figure out how to eliminate this tree monster. If it managed to leave this place, it would be troublesome. "There is a way," the witch nodded but then shook her head, "but we lack a condition for this method. The tree monster has its own space inside. Even if we cut it and pry open its mouth, it won't reveal its interior. However, it loves to consume dark magic energy. Only when we attack it with dark magic spells will it open its mouth to reveal its inner space. For it, dark magic energy is food, while lightning magic energy is poison. This means that we can eliminate it by using dark magic spells and lightning magic spells in combination at the right moment." Chapter 62. Easily taking care of it after speaking, the witch sighed. "Unfortunately, no one here knows these 2 types of magic." Upon hearing that dark thunder magic was needed, the fairy archer immediately lamented to use such a method. Not to mention us, even the entire Adventurers Guild and the whole kingdom might not have anyone capable of it. Many people can use lightning magic, but the key is that there are too few who can use dark magic. In this world, although magical abilities are not right or wrong, being able to use dark magic does not mean one is dark or evil. Nor does it mean that dark magic is a power exclusive to bad people. Well, it's precisely because this ability appears to lean towards darkness and evil that many people choose not to learn it, with the exception of bad people and demons. However, after hearing the witch's words, Lan Yu expressed, "Is this tree monster hitting a wall?" I don't have dark thunder magic, but I do have abilities related to dark thunder. It seems I won't need to take action myself. I didn't expect to use you so soon. Lan Yu sheathed his sword and then took out 2 Pokballs. What does that mean? The goddess officer wondered, confused about why he took out 2 red and white balls. You'll see in a moment. Lan Yu pressed the buttons on the Pokballs with both hands, and as the 2 Pokemon grew larger, he threw them out simultaneously. Bang! Bang! Jia! Cha! Darkrai and Zeraora made a stylish entrance. Summoned beasts released through the Pokballs. The lizard monk, who possessed summoning magic, instantly imagined the scenario upon seeing the 2 Pokemon appear. Could this be the kind of magical summoned beast Mr. Lan Yu mentioned? The goddess officer recalled the interesting things Lan Yu had said last night, not expecting that the medium would be the red and white balls. This made summoning so easy. Magical summoned beasts? The fairy archer asked the goddess officer, in what way are they magical? Don't their appearances look just as peculiar as other summoned beasts? I'm not quite sure either. Mr. Lan Yu only mentioned a little introduction last night. The goddess officer shook her head. While the two were talking, Lan Yu waved his hand and shouted, the opponent likes dark energy and hates lightning energy. So Darkrai, Shadow Ball. Zeraora, watch for the right moment. And when the opponent eats the Shadow Ball, unleash Thunderbolt. Ja! Upon hearing Lan Yu's command, Darkrai quickly conjured a black energy ball with both hands and blasted it towards the Trevenant. How should I put it? I don't know if I should say this Trevenant is brainless. The witch had clearly pointed out its weakness, yet upon seeing the Shadow Ball, it still opened its mouth joyfully, wanting to eat the dark energy ball inside it. But the Trevenant thought, do you really think I'm foolish? At the moment it opened its mouth to reveal its inner space, Zeraora unleashed Thunderbolt, which, although fast and nearly simultaneous with the Shadow Ball, was blocked by several of its tentacles. Then the Trevenant happily devoured the delicious dark energy ball. Zeraora, Darkrai. This time, Lan Yu did not shout any move names, but gave the 2 Pokemon a glance. Jia! Cha! The 2 Pokemon instantly understood and rushed towards the Trevenant. Seeing this, the Trevenant frantically attacked Zeraora with its tree tentacles, even throwing fruit bombs from the tree, causing Zeraora to dodge here and there. However, when Darkrai charged in, although it was also attacked by tentacles, it faced no fruit bomb attacks, and those tentacles seemed to be holding back. Darkrai easily broke a few tentacles with 2 or 3 Shadow Balls and quickly approached the Trevenant. Is it trying to eat Darkrai? Seeing this, Lan Yu smiled, but it was a smile with a hint of coldness. Just right, I was still thinking about how to get close, and now I could take you down directly. The Trevenant's intentions allowed Darkrai to easily hold the Shadow Ball right in front of it. When the Trevenant saw Darkrai coming so close, its face was filled with joy. Darkrai continuously releasing Shadow Balls was too enticing for it, just like a beautiful woman attracting a man, making it want to swallow Darkrai whole. Thus, at this moment, as Darkrai approached, it wildly extended several tentacles from its body, tightly binding Darkrai, and then quickly opened its mouth, wanting to eat both Darkrai and the Shadow Ball in its hand before Darkrai could escape. However, this played right into Darkrai's hands. Darkrai erupted with powerful electricity, launching a strong thunder attack directly into the space of its mouth. With a bang, the thunder exploded inside the Trevenant's mouth. Darkrai took the opportunity to distance itself as the Trevenant released its hold. This guy, after taking a hit, first appeared unaffected, then showed a painful expression as it fell to the ground, rolling around, looking like a child who couldn't get a toy and was very unhappy. Having taken such a direct hit, the Trevenant still didn't die, so adhering to the principle of taking advantage of its illness to end its life. Lan Yu waved his hand and shouted, Darkrai, continue using Shadow Ball. This time, give it a big boost. Lan Yu also made a gesture towards Zeraora. Jia! Cha! The 2 Pokemon understood what to do. This time, Darkrai raised both hands, quickly gathering an oversized Shadow Ball, and then hurled it forcefully towards the Trevenant. Meanwhile, Zeraora moved rapidly around, seeking an opportunity to attack. This Trevenant truly loves dark energy, seeing such a large Shadow Ball. It couldn't help but show joy even through its pain. As long as it could eat such a large Shadow Ball, the pain it felt could be alleviated. Of course, it still had to prepare for defense. All routes, except for the Shadow Ball's path, were blocked by the Trevenant's tentacles. Even if it couldn't completely block other people's sneak attacks, it could still delay the assault. As the Shadow Ball was about to hit, the Trevenant opened its mouth wide to eat the Shadow Ball, but at that moment, Zeraora, crackling with electricity, appeared behind the Shadow Ball. One could say that both the blocking and the failing were due to the Trevenant's tentacles. They did indeed block Zeraora's attack, but they also obscured its line of sight, allowing Zeraora to quickly hide behind the Shadow Ball. This time, Zeraora would not give it a chance to survive. A powerful plasma fist struck into the Trevenant's mouth, and at the same time, the electricity from Zeraora surged into the Trevenant's mouth. Bang! Two incredibly powerful bolts of lightning exploded the Trevenant's entire body into countless pieces. Is this finally over? The goddess officer looked at the countless pieces of wood scattered on the ground. This time, the Trevenant did not regenerate like before. It should be over. There is no movement from all this wood debris. For these two summoned beasts, I can only describe them as impressive. The fairy archer shook her head in admiration. Such summoned beasts are amazing. They have their own thoughts and strong moves, unlike the lizardman skeleton I summoned, which requires me to control it and consumes my mental energy, the lizard monk sighed. The goblin slayer also nodded in praise. Clearly, no commands were given, yet they coordinated so well. These summoned beasts are indeed magical. I couldn't have imagined such a good match. Lan Yu smiled. All I can say is that they are very clever. To be honest, Lan Yu gestured with his eyes, unsure if the two Pokemon could understand. However, the final result was great. They understood and took down the Mo-Face tree. Great! The two Pokemon came to Lan Yu's side and said that since they wanted to become his Pokemon, they naturally had to understand his every move. So even though they had only followed him for a day, they easily grasped what he wanted to express. Let's go. Who knows if there are more monsters ahead? The Goblin Slayer took the lead again and moved forward. Lan Yu had no intention of recalling the two Pokemon, since they were out. It was perfect to take them to see the scenery of other worlds. As they walked, the group became more alert, fearing that another monster might appear and cast an illusion spell. However, the further they went, the fresher the air became. If they were outside, it wouldn't be a problem, but this was a gathering place for monsters. Such fresh air would be strange if there was no problem. So while walking, they kept an eye out for whether that monster was casting illusion spells again or using some air confusion magic. Just as they continued forward, no strange monsters appeared. Instead, a few familiar giants showed up. What kind of place is this? Why are all the monsters we encounter so strong? Looking at the few giant trolls in front of them, the fairy archer didn't know how to describe her feelings at that moment. A few goblins from different families, several giants, a few blade tigers, a Mo-Face tree with powerful regenerative abilities, and now several strong trolls. So many monsters gathered here. Is this place hiding gold? Chapter 63. Picking Fruits, Darkrai, and Zeraora. It's up to you. No need to hold back. Feel free to unleash your power. Lan Yu waved his hand towards several trolls. Cha! Ja! The two Pokemon charged forward rapidly, one with a black energy claw and the other with a fiery fist. Bang! Bang! Two consecutive sounds rang out. One was from a troll trying to swing its mace to attack the two Pokemon, only to miss and hit the ground instead. The other sound was from the two Pokemon dodging and then mercilessly striking through the troll's body. After all, there was no need to hold back. So it was a fatal blow. After testing the strength of these trolls with one move, the two Pokemon exchanged glances and nodded. Ja! Darkrai spread its arms, and a flash of red light flickered in its eyes as it emitted an energy aura that quickly attached to a few trolls, completely immobilizing them. Ja! At the same time Darkrai locked the trolls down, Zeraora gathered electricity around its body, once charged with powerful currents. Zeraora took a few steps forward to assist and then spun rapidly towards the trolls. Bang! 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 Zeraora darted through the immobilized trolls like a frenzied lightning drill, instantly piercing through several of them. Oh, that's impressive. It completely gave the opponents no chance to escape or counterattack. Seeing the cooperation between the two Pokemon, Lan Yu was a bit surprised, especially Zeraora's method of drilling through with electricity, which almost resembled the Electro Dragon drill with a touch of white light. It's over again. This is really too easy, and we don't even have to work hard. The witch shook her head and smiled, feeling a bit embarrassed about this task, as she had no opportunity to make a move. Let's go. After seeing the two Pokemon return, the Goblin Slayer walked forward. Feeling like aside from the goblin he fought at the beginning, he was somewhat like a lead tool for the rest of the time. The others followed suit. As they continued walking, the fresh air became increasingly refreshing, so much so that they guessed a big creature would definitely appear ahead. After a while, they saw a vast expanse of plants before them. What are these? The priestess blinked, looking at the waist-high plants. These are. Upon seeing these plants, the witch's face lit up with joy, as she clearly recognized them. Hiss! Before the witch could explain what these plants were, several large snakes reared up, their cold eyes staring at the group. Here we go again. How many times is this? Just as the fairy archer was about to complain about the number of waves, a sword energy quickly struck the snakes, severing their heads cleanly. All done. The minor Taoist took a sip of wine to ease the current excitement. Now I finally understand why there's so many monsters here and why the air becomes fresher the closer you get. After the snakes were dealt with, the witch approached the plants and picked a small fruit from one. After examining the small fruit a few times, she smiled and said, "This is all because of this thing. What kind of fruit is this?" The priestess also approached to pick a small fruit and looked at it. The witch introduced the fruit. "This is a magic fruit. It can replenish magical energy, and for mages it's a treasure. Many items also require it as a material. So the monsters here likely want to use these magic fruits to expand their ranks." "Oh, this fruit has such great effects. I wonder what it tastes like." The fairy archer picked a fruit, took a look, and curiously took a bite. Result: ugh, ugh, ugh. As soon as the fairy archer bit into the fruit, she felt a strange taste and quickly spat it out. "Why does this taste so bad?" The witch smiled and said, "That is exactly what I was going to say. This magic fruit contains different magical elements, which is why it tastes bad. Mages usually swallow it whole. If you want to taste it, it's best to juice it and add some sugar to mask the awful taste." "All right, I was too hasty," the fairy archer said helplessly. She just wanted to try the fruit's original flavor. Swallowing it whole wouldn't allow her to taste it, and adding sugar would ruin the flavor. The goblin slayer also picked a fruit, examined it for a moment, and asked, if these magic fruits were sold, would they be valuable? Although the magic fruit is very effective, its rarity, due to difficult cultivation, has led many to gradually stop using it for crafting items, opting for other materials instead. The witch shook her head. Moreover, mages have also started using new items to recover their magic, so the current market price for magic fruits is 1 gold coin each. 1 gold coin is not bad. You know, there are at least thousands of them here. The minor Taoist looked around and smiled. "That is true. The guild called us to explore, but these magic fruits were not included in the task scope, so the money from selling them is all ours." The witch expressed that they had struck it rich this time, getting a task reward and now making money from so many magic fruits. "Then let us start picking the fruits now." The goblin slayer took out a cloth from his bag, but his eyes shone with excitement. These fruits were all shiny money. The others also took out cloths and began to pick. As for Lan Yu, who had contributed the most here, he didn't need to pick fruits at all. Originally, Lan Yu wanted to help pick, but the goblin slayer stopped him, saying that since Lan Yu had done all the fighting, if they made him pick fruits too, they would feel very embarrassed about the money from this task. So it was unanimously decided that such trivial matters as picking fruits would be left to them. With no need to pick fruits, Lan Yu wandered nearby to observe while Darkrai and Zerora stayed in place, just in case more monsters appeared. After walking away from the magic fruit plantation area and traveling through the forest for a while, Lan Yu arrived at a cliff where there was an exit, but it was sealed off. Does it need a mechanism? Thinking about how those goblins could capture people, Lan Yu guessed that this place probably had a way to open it. He then searched around the door and eventually found it at the top. However, the top of the door was a bit high, about 3 meters tall, and to Lan Yu, this mechanism was definitely meant for larger individuals. After the door opened, how to put it, this door was about 10 meters thick and made of special materials. So Lan Yu could not sense the situation inside with his observation hockey. Upon opening the door, it revealed a place resembling a nest, where a large group of goblins was happily jumping around. When the goblins saw the door open, they thought it was the arrival of some big boss and welcomed it with cheers. However, when the door opened and they saw Lan Yu, a human, they didn't know how he managed to open the door from the outside, but they only knew that the first thing to do when encountering a human was to attack. So, these goblins have all been taken out. With their strength, how could they possibly be a match for Lan Yu? Since they were so eager to rush to their deaths, Lan Yu naturally gave them a fast-track ticket. After taking them all down, Lan Yu moved forward, but when he reached a place that looked like a kitchen and saw the food they were cooking, he felt a bit nauseous. It was too dirty, too unpleasant to look at. Lan Yu destroyed the kitchen with a single strike and then continued on. Perhaps because there were a large number of goblins living here, Lan Yu didn't encounter any traps along the way. There were no traps, but occasionally a dozen goblins would pop out, allowing Lan Yu to take them down with a sword. However, the terrain was a bit difficult to navigate, mainly because there were many forks in the road, which were all goblin-inhabited areas. Lan Yu could only deliberately let a few goblins go, using them as guides to lead him out, allowing him to reach the exit. These guys really knew how to pick their spots. This exit was located on a hidden hillside, blocked by several rocks, making it hard to spot from a distance. Below the hillside was a dilapidated ruin, clearly abandoned for a long time, covered in moss. Next to the ruins was a forest, and from the hillside, Lan Yu could see signs of life on the other side of the forest. He didn't expect to have walked so far down below. Lan Yu climbed to the top of the mountain and looked around, only to find that he couldn't see the small island or the lake they had come from. It seemed that returning the same way was not an option. Lan Yu glanced at the sky, noticing that it was approaching dusk. Seeing this, Lan Yu decided not to linger and went back to where he had been picking fruits. Chapter 64. Resynthesis. After returning, the group discovered something interesting near the magic fruit, and the witch who recognized it brought it over for Lan Yu to see. Looking at the plant with green bean-like pods in front of him, Lan Yu smiled and said, "A 100-flavor bean? This should be called a weird flavor bean instead." The 100-flavor bean can slightly restore stamina and has a healing effect, primarily relying on the excess energy emitted by the magic fruit for its growth. The magic fruit emits magical energy, which contains various elements, leading to the absorption of different elements during its growth. In other words, although the appearance of the 100-flavor beans is quite similar, their tastes vary widely: sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, and many indescribable flavors, hence the name 100-flavor bean. The witch chuckled at this, saying, "Your name is indeed better than 100-flavor bean. Its taste is quite strange. Is this thing not valuable?" Lan Yu asked when he saw that the others had only picked a few, although it has slight stamina recovery and healing effects. These effects are only noticeable if consumed in larger quantities, akin to buying vegetables at a market. The witch shrugged. Upon hearing this price, Lan Yu understood why they had only picked a few and shook his head, saying, "All right, it's pitifully low, but I could take some back to try out the various flavors." Then Lan Yu asked, "How many magic fruits are left unpicked?" "Just a little. We can finish picking soon," the witch replied after checking their location. Seeing this, Lan Yu called out to the others, "Please help me pull out the remaining magic fruit trees along with their roots and leaves, and also pick a few more 100-flavor bean trees." "Okay." The others replied simultaneously without much thought. The witch questioned, "Are you planning to take the magic fruit trees back to plant?" "Yes." Lan Yu nodded. The witch reminded him again, "I mentioned before that these things are very difficult to cultivate. The term very difficult means that 99 of places cannot grow it, only that one can. Although it's said to be one, it still requires a good environment, making it more like a 0. One chance. And since this place is too far from us, it's not suitable to continue growing here. To avoid being exploited by other magical creatures, once we finish picking these magic fruits, this area will be destroyed. Therefore, just finding a place to plant it would make people give up, especially since there are now many substitutes for it. Who would still want to grow such a thing?" Hearing this, Lan Yu shook his head. The odds are indeed low enough to make people lose interest. However, he smiled again, "But for me, planting it is secondary. I have another use for it and need to take some back." After seeing the 100-flavor beans and the magic fruit, Lan Yu had an idea, which is why he wanted to take them with their roots and leaves. "Is that so?" The witch did not inquire further about Lan Yu's other use. She understood what to ask and what not to. After the group finished picking the remaining magic fruit trees and a few 100-flavor bean trees, they packed their things and headed out, directly destroying the magic fruit trees. This time, Lan Yu led the way, as he had found the exit. While walking, they encountered the goblins lying on the ground, but the group was unfazed. After all, this was a place where experts had passed through, and there was no way anything alive could still be jumping around. Once outside, they blocked the entrance to prevent other goblins from using it as a gathering point. After they emerged, it was completely dark, so they found a place nearby to camp. Although this mission was thrilling, it was not dangerous, and everyone was very happy. During dinner, they clinked their cups with Lan Yu, thanking him for leading them and bringing back a rich harvest this time. However, Lan Yu mentioned that he might not join them for tasks next time. There was no way. For them, Lan Yu's strength was too great. Once he took action, it was over, leaving no chance for the others to contribute, which was not good for them. Although Lan Yu could also choose not to act and just watch them. That would be akin to being a babysitter, which he would rather avoid. Through this experience, Lan Yu understood why Little Magu only played high-tier matches. The low-tier ones were too bland. The others also expressed their understanding. This mission made them realize the gap between them. With Lan Yu's strength, it was indeed unsuitable for him to continue joining them. Sticking together would only make them seem ineffective and useless. Of course, Lan Yu also stated that they were friends, and if they encountered trouble, they could always seek his help. He jokingly added that he only helped with big troubles, so they shouldn't come to him with small ones. The group laughed and agreed that they definitely wouldn't bother Lan Yu with minor issues. After everyone fell asleep, Lan Yu was the one assigned to keep watch during the first half of the night, which he had suggested himself because he had something to do. Seeing that everyone was sleeping soundly, he sat on a large rock and thought, "Synthesis, brother, it's been a while. It's time for the second synthesis." Synthesis system. You have almost 1 million reputation points. Do you want to wait? 1 million synthesis points are great, but I can wait. The things I have in hand can't wait. Lan Yu held a magic fruit tree, 100-flavor bean tree, a bottle of advanced healing potion, and a bottle of advanced vitality potion. This time, Lan Yu wanted to use these items for synthesis. Although the magic fruit tree can survive for a while after being removed from its planting site, that time is not long, and it could wither within a day. So he needed to take advantage of this time to synthesize it. However, at this moment, were the four gods watching here? Lan Yu asked. No, I don't sense their gaze here. Moreover, they won't notice during the synthesis. In fact, the four gods used to pay attention to what was happening on the ground, but after getting their phones, they had no idea how engrossed they had become. We still had time to watch the same old scene below. That's good, Lan Yu said. Now let's get to synthesis, holding the items in his hands. He thought about how the synthesis brother had initially stated that 2 items would be fused to create a new one. However, this did not mean that multiple items could not be synthesized together. Although there had only been one synthesis so far, after spending so many days together, Lan Yu understood that the fewer items involved in synthesis, the more concentrated the resulting abilities would be. If too many items were synthesized, the abilities would become mixed, and the new item would be quite different. For example, when synthesizing the dimensional gate, if another fruit was added to the door fruit and teleportation fruit, the result might not be a dimensional gate anymore. The reason Lan Yu chose to synthesize several items this time was that their abilities were very close and could blend well together. The magic fruit tree's magic fruit has magical energy and is a material for many items. The 100-flavor bean tree's 100-flavor beans have stamina recovery and healing effects. The healing potion and vitality potion serve to heal wounds and restore stamina, respectively. The 100-flavor bean is like a smaller version of the healing potion and vitality potion. Combining them would yield similar effects, with the magic fruit acting as an intermediary material. So the effect of the new thing after synthesis can be anticipated by Lan Yu. As for why use the magic fruit tree and the flavor bean tree instead of just using fruits and beans, it's obviously because the new thing that is synthesized can be planted. Things that can be planted represent sustainability, which is more appealing than using something that has gone after use, right? Are you sure about the synthesis? Yes. Using a synthesis with a reputation of 100,000. Without a guaranteed 1 million, Lan Yu can only use a 50% synthesis rate with 100,000 reputation, and a synthesis with 10,000 has only a 10% success rate. Lan Yu feels this option is meant to contrast 1 million and 100,000. Then let's get started. Instantly, the item in Lan Yu's hand disappeared. During the synthesis process, 1 second, 2 seconds, synthesis ended, this time failed. All right, I knew it would be like this. Lan Yu had long anticipated this result. After all, with only a 50% success rate, success and failure are equal. That's why he prepared several items. Lan Yu took out a few more items from his bag. At the same time, with his current reputation, he could still synthesize a few more times. He didn't believe that among these attempts, there wouldn't be a single successful result. Here we go again. The item in Lan Yu's hand disappeared once more. The synthesis system didn't say anything to dissuade him and just started. During the synthesis process, 1 second, 2 seconds, synthesis ended, this time failed again. No need to say much. Lan Yu took out a few more items. Here we go again. The item in his hand disappeared once again. During the synthesis process, 1 second, 2 seconds, synthesis ended. Congratulations on obtaining the strange-flavored magic bean tree. Chapter 65, Strange-flavored magic beans. Strange-flavored magic bean tree? No way. I just made a casual remark. And now, there's really something called a strange-flavored name. Looking at the small tree seedling synthesized in his hand, Lan Yu shook his head and smiled. Then Lan Yu internally asked, Synthesis Big Brother, what is the function of this strange-flavored magic bean tree? Synthesis system. As you might have guessed, its function is to restore stamina and heal injuries. Of course, to a much greater extent than usual, and as its name suggests, it has various flavors. However, if you remove the flavors and compare to something else, it would be easier to understand. Like the senzu beans from Dragon Ball. Senzu beans. When a synthesis system mentioned senzu beans, Lan Yu immediately realized it was that kind of thing. Sure enough, it's this divine item. Lan Yu smiled. Although this magic bean tree looks similar to the 100-flavor bean tree, the green beans on the tree, which greatly enhance stamina recovery and injury healing, what else could compare to senzu beans? Since it's something similar to senzu beans, it's essential to take it back and plant it properly. Losing it would be a huge waste. You might be disappointed. You can't plant it when you take it back. Why can't I plant it? In an instant, Lan Yu realized. Could it be that this strange flavored magic bean tree inherited the difficult planting characteristics of the magical fruit tree? If that's the case, wouldn't I be at a loss? Although difficult to plant doesn't mean it can't be planted, just the 30,000 prestige points alone would be a loss. That's not the case. Since this magic bean tree is a synthesized item with enhanced effects, it can be planted anywhere. But this anywhere refers to this world, not the world you are in. What is the difference? Hearing that it can be planted anywhere in this world, Lan Yu felt relieved, but he still didn't understand why it couldn't be planted in the One Piece world. Strange flavored magic bean tree. Strange flavored magic bean tree. Don't forget, it has a magic character, which refers to magic. In other words, its planting conditions have changed from the specific 1% environment of the magical fruit to requiring magical elemental energy. And in this world, the air is filled with magical elemental energy, which is also very active, so it can be planted anywhere here. But in your world, while there is magical elemental energy, it is somewhat obscure and not as active as in this world. So if you really want to plant the magic bean tree in your world, you need to find a place with a very good environment. Find a place? Lan Yu shook his head directly. It would be better to plant it here. What if this place is like the magical fruit tree with that 1% requirement? Not to mention finding it, just the seedling wouldn't survive the planting process. It would be better to plant it in this world. Find a random place to plant it, and wait until the magic bean tree produces a lot before slowly searching in the One Piece world. It seems I need to buy a piece of land in the town. Lan Yu smiled. However, if I buy land, I'll need someone to guard it. With that thought, Lan Yu looked at the few people sleeping beside him. He couldn't stay in this world forever and would definitely need to send someone to guard it. However, it would be better if more people from this world watched over it together. The planting area for the magical fruit tree was hidden enough to plant freely, but it was inconvenient to enter and exit. Next, he needed to check on the situation of the few people. Although he understood some of their personalities through the plot, he had spent much time with them and didn't know their situations well. Of course, if they weren't suitable, he wouldn't say much to them and would just send someone to guard it. But can I try these beans? Lan Yu curiously looked at the green beans on the small tree seedling. Although the seedling was small, it had many little beans on it. So eating a few wouldn't be a problem. Since there were so many, he decided to give it a try. Lan Yu picked a few, wanting to see what their strange flavor was like, and if it was similar to the 100 flavor beans he had eaten before. As the saying goes, try it and see. Lan Yu tried one, and although he didn't die, it was a bit. How should he put it? As soon as Lan Yu ate the first bean, the effect was outstanding. Although he wasn't injured and didn't know the healing effect, after eating that little bean, he instantly felt full of energy. However, feeling energetic was one thing. The flavor of the bean was spicy. The spiciness was such that it instantly ignited Lan Yu's passion, filled him with vigor, and made him want to find someone to fight. The spiciness made it impossible for him to remain calm, and he felt an overwhelming urge to move. In the end, he could only summon Darkrai and Zeraora to watch over the others while he started running with all his might toward the small island they had initially come from. After reaching the island, his stamina did not decrease, so he directly engaged in a fight with the monsters guarding the bridge and destroyed the island, not sparing the piranhas in the lake either. He took advantage of this momentum to continuously unleash Conqueror's Haki, rapidly consuming stamina. This had the benefit of being a workout. After messing around for a while, he had consumed much stamina, but the energy within him gradually faded. Phew! Lan Yu exhaled. That was intense. I didn't expect spicy-flavored beans to affect my emotions. Although he had never dealt with Wei-Gu, the effect of Wei-Gu was nothing compared to the spicy beans. Then Lan Yu looked at the few beans in his hand. Are all the flavored beans this powerful? Or is it because of the spiciness that it's so intense? Or is it because my stamina hasn't been consumed much, and I ate these beans without any injuries, causing an overflow of energy? It seems I need to try again to know for sure. However, Lan Yu first observed these beans, checking their appearance for similarities and differences to see if it would affect the results. After looking, he found that among these beans, 2 of them had the same appearance. In other words, he could try eating these 2 beans to gather some information. If the emotions are the same after eating, it would indicate that beans with the same appearance have the same effect on emotions. Just looking at these 2 beans, Lan Yu hesitated about whether to eat them. If they're both spicy, it would be fine. He could expend some energy to eliminate that impulsive emotion. However, he didn't know how other flavors would affect his emotions, if they were even more intense than the spiciness. He couldn't imagine how long it would take to remove that emotion. At this moment, the synthesis system chimed in. Although emotions can vary, the essence of these beans is still to restore stamina and heal injuries, So regardless of the emotions, you just need to focus on consuming stamina or spirit. Although the synthesis system knew some aspects of the magic bean tree, the specific effects of the beans on the tree could only be determined through Lan Yu's own trials. Alright, that's true. At worst, he could just explode the conqueror's hockey again. After all, if he exerted himself, his mental energy would indeed deplete quickly. So, Lan Yu took a breath and started with one of the beans. However, this time he tasted a very mild flavor. After swallowing the bean, he replenished the little stamina he had previously exhausted, putting him back in a state of abundant energy, but he didn't feel overly energized or impulsive, wanting to move around. Instead, he only felt an unprecedented calmness, as still as water. For him, what was the best thing to do in this calm state? Of course, it was to activate his observation hockey. Once activated, he found that while the observation hockey was still the same, it was clearer and more focused than before. However, this feeling was shorter-lived compared to the intensity of the spicy bean and quickly faded away. Through this, he understood that stamina wouldn't overflow and was merely in a state of abundance. It was just the different flavors that influenced different emotions, each with varying durations. He then tried another bean, and as expected, the flavor was indeed mild, and the emotional effect was that of calmness. This indicated that while the beans looked the same on the outside, their corresponding flavors were identical, allowing Lan Yu to categorize them based on their appearances without eating them randomly. He could directly consume the beans that influenced specific emotions. Of course, after reaching this point, Lan Yu decided not to test the effects of the other flavors. One reason was to leave it for others to try, and the other was that he had been out long enough and should head back. Shortly after returning, the Goblin Slayer's biological clock woke up on time to take over the watch from Lan Yu, while Lan Yu happily fell asleep, feeling satisfied with what he had synthesized this time. Chapter 66. Mission completed and returned the next day. Several people got up early. After having some breakfast, they set off for home. Fortunately, the place was relatively close to the sacrificial hall, and they arrived after a short walk. Thus, they experienced dizziness again and, after a short ride in a carriage, returned to the Adventurers Guild around noon. How'd you come back so quickly? The location of your mission usually takes several days to travel back and forth, the counter lady said with a surprised expression upon seeing the Goblin Slayer and his companions return. Or did you encounter some issues and turn back? We used the teleportation array to come back, the Goblin Slayer said, placing a bag on the counter. This is proof of the completion of our exploration task. Ah, no wonder you returned so quickly, the counter lady said with a slight smile. It seems that with Mr. Ruyo leading you, you were confident enough to use such an expensive method as the teleportation array right from the start. Let me see what kind of monsters you encountered this time. However, when she opened the bag, she was immediately startled. Inside were various bloody items. Bloodiness was not unusual for someone who often completed missions. She had long been accustomed to seeing such proof. But this time, the Goblin Slayer had brought back quite a lot, and they were all proofs of powerful monsters, which made her somewhat incredulous about what she was seeing. Are these all real? As an experienced counter lady, she could tell at a glance that 8 or 9 of these items were genuine, but she still looked at the Goblin Slayer with a puzzled expression. Yes, they're all real. The place we explored had. The Goblin Slayer explained some of the situations they encountered. After listening to the Goblin Slayer's account, the counter lady slapped her forehead. Your mission was too dangerous this time. I didn't expect so many monsters to gather at the mission site. If it weren't for the powerful Mr. Rueyo leading you, I wouldn't know how many of you would have made it back. If it weren't for Mr. Rueyo, how could we dare to take on such a dangerous mission? The witch smiled. By the way, we also had some unexpected gains. I wonder if the guild will accept them? After the witch spoke, the group placed the collected mana fruits on the counter. So many. The counter lady was at a loss for words as she looked at the several bags of mana fruits. If the guild doesn't want them, I can contact someone else to sell them, the witch said with a smile, shrugging. In fact, she could sell them for a slightly higher price by contacting someone herself, but it would require selling them in batches, and she didn't know how long that would take. Only the guild had the strength to buy them all at once. I can make decisions for a small amount, but for this many, I need to ask the guild leader. The counter lady then asked the group to wait a moment while she went to find the guild leader to discuss the matter. As soon as the guild leader heard about this, he quickly came down. At this moment, the people in the guild were also stirred up upon hearing the news. This is incredible. Although we don't know how many monsters they encountered, the proof they brought back is already astonishing. We all witnessed the strength of this powerful individual. Now, this is just his normal performance, but looking at their haul, I'm really envious. Yeah, envious indeed. Not only did they get such a hefty bounty, but they also returned with mana fruits that are worth their weight in gold. What a loss. If I had known, I would have gone with them. Want to go with them? Who knows if they would even take you along? Then I would just pester them. That's what I'm good at. Who would have thought? They actually found mana fruits, and so many of them. The guild leader examined one of the mana fruits. He had seen one many years ago, but now he could affirm that the ones in front of him were indeed real mana fruits. Guild leader, can a guild buy all of these? The goblin slayer asked. Yes, we will buy them all. Although mana fruits are somewhat outdated, they are still a precious item. So we will definitely take them. Even though you brought back so many, the price should be lower, but since such things are hard to come by, we'll buy them at the market price of 1 gold coin per fruit, the guild leader said before taking a bite of one. Ugh, the taste is still so peculiar. He didn't spit it out like the elven archer did. Instead, he ate it as if it were a normal fruit. Guild leader, you can actually eat such a disgusting fruit? The elven archer said in astonishment, seeing how he was enjoying it. It seems you've eaten it before, but I must say, you youngsters don't appreciate treasures. The best way to enjoy mana fruits is to eat them directly, the guild leader said while shaking his head. The elven archer wanted to say that despite looking young, she could easily be the guild leader's grandmother. By the way, guild leader, this mission was so difficult. The bounty doesn't match the level of the task. Shouldn't it be increased a bit? The goblin slayer said at this time. Yes, you're right. The guild leader nodded. Indeed, the guild misjudged the evaluation. The bounty for such a task should be double. Just as the group was preparing to celebrate, the guild leader calmly added, however, since you got such a great deal with the mana fruits, the money you receive is already several times the bounty. So I assume you won't mind the bounty being a small amount. We are. The elven archer was about to say they did mind, but the guild leader completely cut her off, continuing, of course, you could disregard the bounty, but the mission level still needs to be increased. So rest assured, the guild will add this to your records. After finishing his statement, the guild leader took several mana fruits upstairs, completely leaving no chance for the group to refute him. The group, how about you don't leave? Let us see if we care or not. However, just as the guild leader said, the bounty paled in comparison to the money from selling the mana fruits. Without the mana fruits, double the bounty would be a significant amount of money for them, and they would certainly fight for it. But with the money from selling the mana fruits, they felt that they didn't need to worry about the bounty. They treated the small amount as a friendly gesture towards the guild leader. After receiving their share of the money, the group was filled with joy. With this money, they could eat well, drink well, and buy even better equipment. As an excellent counter lady, she felt it was time to fulfill her duty and recommended many items and equipment to the group, but others expressed that they would come back to buy when needed. At this moment, Rueyo asked the counter lady, does the guild have any commissions for buying and selling houses? Oh, you want to buy a house here? The counter lady was somewhat surprised. It wasn't strange to want to buy a house, but many adventurers came from out of town and primarily rented, as no one knew when they might meet their end while on a mission. Thus, buying a house seemed like a waste of money, unless one was a local. That's right, Rueyo nodded. There are indeed some, but even though you are now an adventurer, considering your situation, you probably won't stay here for long. So wouldn't it be a bit wasteful to buy one? The counter lady reminded him. She's a very kind-hearted person and is friendly to many adventurers, so she doesn't want Lanyu to waste this money. It's fine. Anyway, I'll be back after completing one task, Lanyu said nonchalantly. All right, since that's the case, I'll go look for it, the counter lady said, turning to find the information. Why did you suddenly want to buy a house here? The goblin slayer asked in confusion. Lanyu used to be a traveler, and although he has now become an adventurer staying here, the goblin slayer estimated that Lanyu wouldn't stay for long. Plus, since Lanyu said he wouldn't do tasks with them, his life would likely be as uncertain as it was before. So what does Lanyu want to buy a house for now? You'll know in the future, Lanyu said with a mysterious smile. All right, seeing this, the goblin slayer didn't ask much, but he did smile and say, that's nice. It will be convenient to find you later. It's just, the goblin slayer suddenly felt a bit shy to say. What is it? We've done tasks together, so there's nothing to be shy about, Lanyu shrugged. Hearing this, the goblin slayer took a breath and said directly, I want to ask you about swordsmanship. He had this intention before, and after this task, he clearly saw Lanyu's powerful swordsmanship. He felt that if he didn't take this opportunity to ask, he might not have such a chance again later. Is that such a simple matter? When I have time, you can come find me anytime. Lanyu patted the goblin slayer's shoulder. What a pity. I wish I had studied swordsmanship, the fairy archer said enviously. Haha, although I didn't study swordsmanship, I can use a small knife so I can watch on the side. The miner said happily. Me too, although I use a curved sword, I can also reference some sword techniques, the lizard monk laughed. It's a bit of pity. None of the three of us females use melee weapons, so now we all have no chance, the witch smiled. That's true. The priestess scratched her head. but we can use small knives so we can still look and learn from it. Chapter 67. Going back, the receptionist brought over a stack of documents related to selling houses. These are small houses suitable for living in. This one is a slightly larger house with 2 or 3 rooms. This is a large house with a small yard. The receptionist laid out these documents in 3 stacks on the table, but she still held some documents in her hand that she hadn't placed on the table. Seeing this, Lanyu praised her. You're quite attentive. Although Lanyu mentioned buying a house, he didn't specify any requirements. Yet the receptionist had organized all the information neatly, making it easy for him to find the house he wanted to buy. These are still small. Do you have anything bigger? The bigger, the better. Lanyu directly opened the documents for the house with a small yard to take a look, but there wasn't anything that suited his fancy inside. Is bigger really better? There's indeed one place, she said. It was a very large house, one that could accommodate dozens of people, with a small lake and a backyard large enough to plant many things. So, would it be good for you to live in such a place alone? The receptionist handed Lanyu the documents she was holding. Oh, this place is too big, isn't it? It's practically a noblesse residence. The priestess beside him was surprised when she saw the documents in Lanyu's hands. This was indeed a place where a noble had lived. The receptionist nodded. Because this is a border area, things happen from time to time, and the noble was worried that something might occur near him, so he wanted to sell. Isn't this near your home? Although the Goblin Slayer didn't see detailed pictures in the documents, he noticed some familiar things in the information. All right, this is indeed near my home. If Mr. Lanyu lives there, then my side will be safe. The receptionist smiled a bit shyly, as she had previously asked the Goblin Slayer for help and thus knew some situations near his home. Of course, there are other large houses for sale, but this one is the biggest. If Mr. Lanyu wants to see other places, I can bring them over. The receptionist turned to get more documents. However, Lanyu set down the documents in his hand, shook his head, and said, "No need, I'll take this house." "Are you sure, Mr. Lanyu?" the receptionist asked. "Sure." Lanyu nodded. Seeing this, the receptionist had nothing more to say and led a few people toward the house. After a while, they arrived at the house. However, upon seeing it in person, it was indeed much larger than it appeared in the documents, and they discovered something not mentioned in the information. It was a large estate. Whether it was a large estate or not didn't matter to Lanyu. The most important thing was that it was big enough to plant plants. Moreover, this estate had a great feature. It had thick walls 2 to 3 meters high, making it hard to see inside from the outside. Thus, Lanyu could plant magic bean trees here without worrying about being seen by outsiders. Since Lanyu wanted to move in today and the noble wanted to leave quickly, they struck a deal. One paid the money and moved in directly, while the other took the money and left in a carriage without any nostalgia for the place. Does this noble really want to leave this place? The priestess scratched her head, watching the carriage carrying the noble disappear. It must have been the goblin invasion a couple of days ago that scared him, the Goblin Slayer said calmly. Indeed, these pampered nobles are all afraid of death. The fairy archer sneered. The goblin invasion was at least a few kilometers away from here. People in the town are not afraid. This noble has guards and thick walls, yet is the first to run away. What the nobility does is not our concern. However, with such a large space, I will need to trouble you a few to help clean up. Lanyu smiled at the others. It's not that the noble left the place in disarray. He only took some valuable items and left behind all the furniture, so it wasn't too messy. It was just that with a new home and a new owner, some rituals and tasks still needed to be performed. No problem, the others responded. In the following days, Lanyu carefully cultivated the strange-flavored magic bean trees in this estate. He also sprouted and separated some beans to plant a large area, and he consulted some planting specialists. Well, he only planted the one synthesized magic bean tree in an inconspicuous place. Everything else was handled by people he called to come from the Infinite Kingdom. During these days, the Goblin Slayer and others would occasionally come by. To be precise, they almost stayed at Lanyu's place. After splitting a large sum of money from the magical fruit, they were not in a hurry to take on tasks. So the Goblin Slayer had time to come here to practice swordsmanship, and others would come to visit as well. In fact, Lanyu didn't teach the Goblin Slayer much. He just taught him 2 aspects. One aspect was to train with weights and to study swordsmanship seriously. There was no need to elaborate on weight training. Up to now, the Goblin Slayer was still using very basic sword techniques. Unfortunately, he had been too busy dealing with goblins to improve his skills, and no one had reminded him. Now that someone was there to guide and teach him, he naturally accepted it willingly and worked hard to improve. The second aspect was teaching the Goblin Slayer how to understand how to slash. In plain terms, it was the slashing technique from the world of One Piece. capable of cutting through steel and producing sword energy that could slice through anything. Initially, he taught him to see and listen for weaknesses in a slash. And later, he would have to comprehend how to sense the slashing technique that could cut through steel. Even a simple slash could significantly enhance his strength. Once he learned how to cut through steel, his power would increase geometrically. At the magic bean tree planting area, these magic bean trees were growing quite fast. At this rate, they could be harvested in just a few months. Crouching down to look at the finger-length seedlings, Lan Yu was a bit surprised. To plant more, he synthesized another magic bean tree, but this time he succeeded in one go, saving him from wasting tens of thousands of reputation points. Your Majesty. At this moment, a guard approached Lan Yu. In a certain part of the estate, Lan Yu had opened a fixed-dimensional portal, allowing some guards from the Infinite Kingdom to enter and guard the place, appearing to the outside as newly recruited guards. How did the healing potions perform after testing? Lan Yu asked him. The effects are just as your Majesty expected. For those with slightly stronger abilities, the effects are not very noticeable. The guard nodded. However, for ordinary people, these potions are quite effective. They can quickly heal minor cuts and bruises without leaving scars. I see. Lan Yu smiled. Then these potions can be bought in bulk and sold to the public at a reasonable price. The healing potions were not particularly effective for Lan Yu, but relatively speaking, they were for ordinary people. Therefore, he certainly wouldn't mind purchasing them in large quantities from the Adventurers Guild to benefit the people. As a platinum adventurer, he was experiencing the effects at this moment, as the guild knew he was strong and thought he consumed healing potions like food, so they didn't mind how many he bought. Lord Simon and several other lords think the same way. The guard then said, Your Majesty, there's news that the dragon has arrived. Has he come? Then let's go meet him. Lan Yu stood up and said, I'll leave this to you. If there's anything with the people here, have someone let me know. Anyway, there's nothing much going on in this world, and Lan Yu doesn't need to stay here long. Yes. The guard nodded. Then Lan Yu walked toward the vortex in front of him. A mysterious lake, well, it's the place of the gods. This human is impressive. The boy in the small suit said while playing a game. They actually opened a fixed passage and brought some people over. Idiot. This passage has been open for several days. You just found out now? The girl in the white dress was also playing a game. Ahem. This game is so fun. Who would pay attention to it all the time? After clearing a level, the boy in the small suit looked at the three and said, So, should we sneak through that passage to another world? I do want to go, but I don't know if there are any restrictions on that passage he created. If there are, what if we accidentally get pulled into another world and can't come back? The elegant lady in the black evening dress was horizontally holding her phone, watching a thrilling drama. She was tired of taking pictures and was now watching an interesting melodrama. If you want to go, there's no need to sneak. Just tell him directly, sneaking has too much risk. The elegant lady in the white evening dress said, while taking selfies. After watching dramas for several days, the elegant lady in the white evening dress wanted to take a break. This time, she liked taking selfies. However, this human has quite a lot of abilities, surprisingly creating new species of things. After finishing her game, the girl in the white dress opened her hand, and at that moment, a green bean suddenly appeared in her hand. This bean is the strange-flavored magic bean. New species? Why not bring it from another world and plant it here? The boy in the suit started playing the game again. Idiot, you've gone silly playing the game. This bean clearly has the aura of magic fruit and various flavored beans. I don't believe there's something so similar in another world. The girl in the white dress rolled her eyes at the boy. You've called me an idiot for the second time. If I were playing at a critical moment before, I would have definitely scolded you to death. The boy was seriously playing the game. Sigh. The four lords have changed. They've lost their divine majesty. The four lesser gods behind side. In fact, they really want to say, give us a show. Watching every day is too tempting. Chapter 68 Arrival of two people at the port of the Infinite Country Dragon. Why don't we fly into the city and stop here instead? Ace asked him. On the way here, it was Dragon who used the power of the devil fruit to carry Ace through the air. So he thought it would be more convenient to fly directly into the city now. Actually, he had brought a large bag of things with him, so flying in would save him some walking. Let us start your understanding of this country from a port. Otherwise, when else would you get the chance to see such a scene? Dragon looked around. He didn't know how many years it had been since he last visited this country. The prosperity of the port was better than he had imagined, and there were many unfamiliar creatures here. Macok, let us go. After moving these goods, we'll go for a big meal. A porter said while lifting a load, speaking to his Pokemon. Macok, Macok. Macok was carrying a box several times its size and was almost running. Hitmonchan, we can't lose to them. After we finish moving these goods, we'll challenge that big eater combo at the newly opened KFC. Another enthusiastic porter said while moving his goods. Hitmonchan, Hitmonchan. Upon hearing about the big eater combo, Hitmonchan excitedly lifted 2 large items. Huh, the big eater combo. I heard you can add anything to it. Our chance has come, beware. Another porter said while looking at Beware. Roar, roar, roar. Beware suddenly roared, carrying 3 items at once, wanting to finish work quickly. After all, adding anything means they could fill it with honey, right? Wouldn't that mean it could eat honey to its heart's content? All food lovers, shouldn't we stretch our bodies after moving things? I heard there's a new spa and many pretty Pokemon. We should go there later, Crocodile. The team leader looked at the 2 people heading towards the city, then raised an eyebrow at his Pokemon. Croc, Croc. Crocodile responded to the team leader with a raised eyebrow while dragging the load. Not only these people were working with their Pokemon, but the port was filled with humans and strong-looking Pokemon working together. Although the eastern country had not communicated with the outside world before, there were still fishing boats in places without reefs nearby. And since they had decided to open the country, the previously rare foreign merchant ships had now become more frequent. Just as Dragon and Ace arrived here, it happened to be the return of one of those merchant ships. What kind of creatures are these? Why do they all look so strange? Ace, carrying a large bag of things, saw many creatures he didn't recognize on the way from the port to the city gate. Perhaps this is what they call a big change? Dragon had initially speculated why he was called over, but now he was seeing these peculiar creatures all the way here. You're not wrong. Their appearance will completely change things here. At that moment, the deputy captain of the patrol, Eris, walked over with several patrol members. I thought you hadn't noticed our arrival, Dragon said with a smile. Eris smiled back. You were spotted as soon as you appeared at the port. Otherwise, do you think a stranger, whom many people don't recognize, could just come into the city? As expected, I knew why those people at the port glanced at us and then completely ignored us. Dragon noticed that even though the team leader had only glanced at them. He then asked, but why are you the one here? Where's your brother, Yanis? Yanis and Eris were 2 brothers who knew Dragon, or rather, the senior officials of this country all knew Dragon. He is out on business, so I came instead, Eris said while sizing up Ace. You do look quite a bit like Sister Luju. Sister Luju? Ace looked at Eris and asked, who are you? Poor Gasti, Eris. Your grandfather is my uncle. And I am your uncle, he replied. Uncle? Ace murmured, surprised that the first relative he met upon arriving here wasn't his grandfather, but his mother's brother. His uncle. Let us go. I'll show you around here. His Majesty is busy and will need some time to meet you. Eris instructed someone to take Ace's luggage back first. Why do I need to meet your Majesty? Ace asked as he handed his luggage to someone else and followed behind Eris. It's not you meeting him, but me, Dragon said beside him. Isn't it good to have someone to show us around? At least we don't have to spend our own money to eat. Dragon smiled as he looked around. The nearby food was plentiful, many of which he had never seen before, and the prosperity here was indeed beyond his expectations. All right, you're right, Ace said as he looked around. Although he ate a lot of meat and fish every day, it seemed that those were the kind that needed to be put in parentheses, and aside from those 2 types of food, he had mostly seen ordinary food from Windmill Village. Where else could he find such a variety of unfamiliar delicacies everywhere like now? He was like Luffy, who would pounce on food as soon as he saw it, but with so much delicious food, he was also quite tempted. Eris smiled nonchalantly. I have money in my pocket, but it also depends on how much it can make me spend. The weather was a bit hot now, so he decided to get something cold to eat. After looking around, he walked to a shop. Dratini, give me some iced green tea mochi, Eris said to the Pokemon acting as the shopkeeper. Oh, and a bit of other flavors too. Sure, Dratini, as the shopkeeper replied. After putting some green tea mochi and other flavored mochi into a bag, Dratini blew a cold breath onto the mochi, instantly covering them with a layer of frost. Although many cables had been laid out, they were still being tested, so electrical appliances were not yet widespread. With Pokemon capable of using ice-type moves, many shops had given up on the troublesome ice cabinets of the past and simply let Pokemon blow a cold breath, which was much simpler and more convenient. Boss, isn't this a bit extravagant? Using a Dratini as a shopkeeper? Eris said as he took the items Dratini handed over and looked at the shop owner while paying. The owner shook his head slightly, At that time, I saw that Dratini was strong, cute, and could carry people, and I couldn't resist my daughter as please. So I had to grit my teeth and buy it. He then smiled and added, but although Dratini is expensive, it's indeed worth the price. My small business here has been revitalized by Dratini. It can handle various styles like grilling, baking, and chilling. And having it around during breaks has added a lot of interesting things. He said it lightly, but his gritting his teeth meant spending over 100 million berries. and his small business could afford to buy a Dratini worth over 100 million berries. Look, here comes another customer. Captain Eris, I want to talk to you anymore. Seeing another customer coming in, the owner quickly put away the money. Seeing this, Eris didn't say much to the owner and returned to the two with the purchased iced mochi. Try this. I can say you want to find such things outside. Oh, this thing is soft and squishy. What kind of food is this? Ace asked as he pinched one. Alex held up a mochi with a bite taken out and introduced. The green one is green tea mochi, just like its name, made with green tea and glutinous rice. There are other flavors too. The green tea inside is very fragrant, and the mochi has a subtle rice aroma. It's sticky when you eat it, but doesn't tea stick to your teeth? After taking a bite of an iced green tea mochi, Long commented, "Wait." Long suddenly remembered something and looked at the shop selling the mochi, which had a few people queuing to buy. "Isn't the quality of your grain not very good? So, you can only provide me with slightly inferior grain? How come there are so many good glutinous rice mochi now? Poor grain quality?" Hearing this, Alex laughed. How many years ago was that? Understanding what was going on, Long slapped his forehead. "All right, I was fooled by your former majesty. Trading a bunch of poor grain for so much intel. Then it's your fault. Who told you to not come back for so many years? Even when you took the grain, you just had people pick it up at the port and leave." Alex shrugged and took a mochi to eat. "If you had come back even once, you would know that the development here in the Eastern Kingdom is not inferior to first-class countries. How could the grain be poor? But it's already been renamed to the Infinite Kingdom. So we want you to come back and see how much this country has changed." Renamed? To the Infinite Kingdom? Then what are those creatures? Long looked around, noticing that each person had a peculiar creature beside them. They're called Pokemon, mysterious beings with infinite potential. Many of them possess the potential of a Navy admiral, Alex said with a smile as he walked. Chapter 69. The two watched the battle dragon squint at his eyes, a bit incredulous as he said, "More than that, becoming a Marine Admiral is not something just anyone can achieve. It requires more than just potential. If one possesses a good devil fruit, then that potential is understandable. However, without the abilities of a fruit, pure potential is hard to discern." From what Dragon could see of these Pokemon, he certainly did not think they had the potential of an Admiral, especially since he noticed so many smaller Pokemon nearby that looked completely like pets. He felt he could easily squash them with a single slap. "Do you think it's impossible?" Seeing Dragon's expression, Eris chuckled. Many people feel the same way when they first see them, but they have other names as magical creatures, beings capable of using various attribute abilities. Here, we have regulations that prevent them from using destructive powers freely on the streets. So, what you see here are just their appearances. You can't see their powerful sides. To witness their true strength, you need to go to specific places. Then let's go to this specific place. Ace was also curious about how powerful these Pokemon were that made his uncle say they had the potential of an admiral. "No problem. I was planning to take you to the commercial district anyway." With that, Eris led the two towards the eastern commercial area while explaining some details about the Pokemon. Near the eastern commercial district, there was an arena. This arena was previously used for fighting. Bored people could come here for a match, those with grievances could settle them here, and competitions were held here as well. But now, with Pokemon, the arena also featured Pokemon battles. However, no matter how large an arena is, it cannot accommodate all those wanting to battle. So an outdoor battle arena was established in the commercial district with staff to oversee it. As Eris led the two towards the arena, they happened to pass by this battleground, which was already surrounded by a large crowd. Quick Puncher, million-ton heavy punch. Good opportunity. Fly Kicker. Spin your body and use million-ton heavy kick to knock it away. We won't let you succeed. Quick Puncher. Use the move we've practiced for days. True Chi Punch with a left hook to slam it to the ground. Quick Puncher's million-ton heavy punch was not executed. Instead, it quickly stepped back a little to dodge Fly Kicker's foot, then swung its strong left fist forward, striking Fly Kicker. Bang! Fly Kicker's entire body crashed into the ground, creating a web-like crack in the surface. Quick Puncher's punch was incredibly powerful, causing Fly Kicker to be unable to withstand the damage, lying on the ground with spiraling eyes. Seeing this, Fly Kicker's trainer sighed and recalled it with a Pokeball, shaking his head. "You really are something. You held back such a powerful move until the end. How can I accept losing to you as a supporter of punching techniques?" The trainer of Quick Puncher bumped fists with Quick Puncher. "How have you been training Quick Puncher these days? How did you manage to develop such a powerful move in such a short time?" Quick Puncher's trainer shook his head. "TSK, TSK, TSK. It's clear you haven't been watching Princess Robin's explanations lately. Pokemon can accumulate understanding of moves, but some moves don't require accumulation. They can be learned directly through move tutors, and after some training, they can become fully proficient. Hey, now that you mention it, What do you mean not? Once you're done battling, don't hog the spot chatting. There are many people waiting in line. Interrupted someone waiting nearby. Exactly. If you want to chat, do it somewhere else. Many people are waiting for their turn. Although your battle was impressive, there are even more exciting battles to come. If you don't want to get hit, hurry up. After you're done, take your Pokemon to the hospital for recovery. What's the use of chatting here? Sorry. Quick Puncher and Fly Kicker's trainers quickly stepped down, fearing that they would be besieged if they took too long. After they stepped down, others waiting in line continued to take their places. Come out. Mega Horned Rhinoceros. One person on the left side of the battle arena threw a Pokeball. Oh, impressive. You managed to evolve your Kingler into a Mega Horned Rhinoceros. The person on the right side of the battle arena laughed, but sorry. It seems my Pokemon has an advantage over your Mega Horned Rhinoceros. With that, he threw a Pokeball. Come out. Gyarados. Roar. Gyarados let out a loud roar after emerging, while Mega Horned Rhinoceros also roared defiantly. You're not bad either, managing to evolve your Magikarp. But speaking of advantages, don't you know about reverse attribute masters? Also, this isn't a water field. Your Gyarados is like it has a leg cut off. Who has the advantage is uncertain. Mega Horned Rhinoceros, show him our power. Use Earthquake. Show it Mega Horned Rhinoceros trainer. Gyarados' trainer smiled slightly, then adopted a serious expression. Want to be a reverse attribute master? Then you have to get past me first. Gyarados Surf. Of course, Earthquake wasn't a large-scale earthquake. It was just an attack in the form of shockwaves within the arena. And Surf wasn't a massive wave, but rather small waves created within the arena. However, as these two launched their powerful moves right away, the spectators nearby quickly retreated, as being knocked down while watching a battle would not be covered by insurance. Bang! After the two moves collided, a wave of air surged in both directions. Fortunately, the people on both sides stepped back a little, otherwise they would have been knocked down by the wave. Gyarados, great opportunity. Hit it with Hydro Pump. Who can't use Hydro Pump? Mega Horned Rhinoceros, Cannon Beam. Another loud bang echoed. Gyarados hit it with a big move, Blizzard. We could do that too. Mega Horned Rhinoceros. Blizzard. The situation that followed was needless to say. These two seemed to unleash their big moves without care for energy, focusing only on hitting the opponent in a short time. In the end, Mega Horned Rhinoceros won against Gyarados with a close-range Thunder, granting its trainer a victory in reverse attributes. However, Gyarados' trainer looked down on the opponent, thinking, winning against a water and flying type with electric moves is not really reverse attributes. Nevertheless, after the previous match, Gyarados' trainer stepped down to continue looking down on the other. Meanwhile, Mega Horned Rhinoceros' trainer remarked that according to Mega Horned Rhinoceros' attributes, it had indeed won against the type that countered it. The next two trainers used small and agile Pokemon, with Pikachu battling against Snivy. The two Pokemon fought rapidly, leaving the spectators dazzled, and in the end, Pikachu won by a narrow margin. After watching this battle, Eris led the two towards the arena. The Pokemon battles inside the arena were actually no different from the battles in the commercial district. They were all the same kind of battles. The arena has added several features, one of which is the random change of venues. Unlike the commercial area where the worn-out venues are still used, for those who enjoy battling in the commercial area, this original ecological battle venue is much more interesting. What do you think? Do you now see their potential to become great? On the way to the arena, Eris smiled and asked Long and Ace, whose surprised expressions had not yet faded. All right, I underestimated them. Long took a breath and commented, although the Pokemon from the last 3 battles haven't reached the level of great commanders, their water, electric, fire, and wind moves can definitely be considered abilities of a natural type Devil Fruit. With such a variety of strong abilities, as long as they are willing to work hard and have enough time to train, they can indeed touch the level of great commanders. At the same time, Long also noticed the most important point about these Pokemon. They can be widely used, not to mention the Pokemon of the Navy Admirals, even the Vice Admirals. Based on the power displayed by these Pokemon, at least each one can grow to possess the strength of a Rear Admiral. If that's the case, if everyone in this country has a Pokemon, it would mean that all the people in this country are Rear Admirals. Just thinking about such a force is terrifying. In fact, Long couldn't understand where creatures like Pokemon came from, but even if he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't ask, as it is a secret of this country, and asking would only make both sides uncomfortable. The Pokemon battles were so exciting that I was completely fired up. After 3 battles, Ace was very interested in Pokemon and watched from the sidelines with great enthusiasm. wishing he could pull over a Pokemon for a battle right now. Ace also asked Eris, "Can I have one of those Pokemon?" "Of course." Eris smiled. There are stores in the commercial area that specialize in selling Pokemon. Instantly, Ace got excited. "Oh, how much is one? Let me see if I have enough money to buy one." There are Pokemon that cost a few thousand berries, some that cost over 10,000, and even some that cost over 100 million berries. A few thousand berries? But you can tell at a glance that those Pokemon are not good quality. Ace immediately thought of this and decided to buy one that costs over 10,000 berries, just right for the amount of money I have. Ha ha. Some Pokemon seem to be hit hard by this. Meanwhile, Long's eyes lit up. They could be sold. Chapter 70. Trading after a while. Alex brought two people to the arena. There, they witnessed more intense battles. The arena featured changing terrains that allowed certain Pokemon moves to gain greater power, and some trainers almost achieved overwhelming victories due to the favorable environment. At the same time, some participants were having a great time, stepping into the arena alongside their Pokemon, demonstrating what true synergy between a trainer and Pokemon looks like. Oh, this is incredible. Using one's own strength to launch Pokemon like a ball against the opponent. And this is amazing too. Synchronizing with Pokemon to unleash frenzied attacks that leave the opponent defenseless. That one is also good, using Pokemon as a gun to continuously attack the opponent. The more they watched, the more they wanted to own a Pokemon and have a match with others. The arena was large enough to host multiple battles simultaneously. After arriving, Ace was continuously amazed by the various battles. Dragon also remarked, "Indeed, even I, with my strong composure, feel the desire to have my own Pokemon after witnessing such exciting battles." As Ace moved a little further to watch battles at another venue, Dragon asked Alex, "I'm very curious. Can Pokemon be traded in large quantities?" Alex immediately understood what Dragon was getting at, but pretended to be oblivious, saying, "Having one or two is enough for you to cultivate. Do you want to trade in bulk?" "I made my point clear. You can't possibly not understand what I mean." Dragon shot Alex a glance, realizing he was just playing dumb. Alex shrugged and said, "All right, I understand your intention to trade, but as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, what would you do with a large number of Pokemon? Fight against the world government? Wouldn't that expose our presence here?" Upon hearing this, Dragon shook his head and decided to be straightforward, stating, "From my short observation, with the presence of Pokemon, this place will definitely develop into a powerful nation. And what does a powerful nation need? Communication and openness. In other words, when the time is ripe, this place will absolutely open up, completely lifting the restrictions of this nation. With a large number of Pokemon, we won't fear any external forces. So even if I don't trade, once the nation opens, the world government will still investigate here. I don't believe no one here has thought of this point. Moreover, after trading, our Revolutionary Army's strength will increase, which can draw the attention of the world government and relieve some pressure here. Isn't that a great deal?" "Indeed, it's a good deal, but simple trading is not very beneficial for us here," Blue Yu said as he approached. "Your Majesty," Alex exclaimed, seeing Blue Yu's arrival. Dragon smiled and said, "You finally showed up. It seems like this is the first time I've met the grown-up you. But what national affairs have made you so busy? Further enhancing this nation and also accelerating the opening of this nation," Blue Yu replied with a slight smile. Blue Yu had a vague memory of Dragon and didn't recall when they had met, but he was somewhat familiar with him, as he was a character in the story. "That is indeed a big matter," Dragon said, spreading his hands. "In that case, I wasn't wrong, since you all plan to open the nation. What's wrong with trading with me? We did not say we wouldn't trade. It's just that it's not worth it for us," Blue Yu shrugged. "We're so familiar now. The trade must be fair. How could it not be worth it?" Dragon asked. "Something beyond fairness," Blue Yu smiled. "Something beyond?" Dragon immediately understood what Blue Yu was hinting at, shaking his head and saying, "You still have a nerve to say that. Your father secretly provided me with inferior food, and you directly asked for something favorable. After all, we are of the same kin. Can't we not conduct this like a business? My father and I are both for this nation, so of course, business matters will be tilted in favor of this nation," Blue Yu shrugged. "You make it sound like I'm not from this nation," Dragon retorted. "Then why haven't you returned to this nation all these years? Haven't you provided this nation with any help? No help? How much intelligence has the Revolutionary Army shared with the nation through our intelligence personnel abroad? All right, let us settle this. One devil fruit for a fully evolved Pokemon with the potential of a general," Blue Yu said, raising a finger. He didn't want to say much to Dragon, fearing that the more they talked, the more Dragon would bring up previous grievances, making it seem like they were bullying him. Blue Yu continued, "I'm sure Alex has told you some things about Pokemon potential. You can guess that potential comes in good and bad forms. The good ones can reach the desired strength. Among Pokemon, there are those with excellent and strong talents. and as long as they are properly trained, they can definitely become generals. Such Pokemon can be bought for over 100 million berries here. So trading one for a devil fruit is not a bad deal for you. After all, some devil fruits can be useless and become trash. But as long as Pokemon are trained properly, their potential can be well utilized. Hearing this, Dragon laughed. I find you more eloquent than your father. You've left me unsure how to reply. This is not something I can say. If you understand Pokemon well enough, you can say the same. Blue smiled, then asked, so what is your stance? This can be traded, Dragon nodded. One devil fruit for a Pokemon with true general potential worth over 100 million was not a loss. However, he asked, what about other Pokemon? Can you give me a cheaper price? Or are there any with decent potential, but at a slightly lower price? Dragon had seen the Pokemon store prices in the commercial district, which varied widely. If he were to buy them himself, he would definitely go for the high-price ones, as higher prices usually meant better potential. But if the Revolutionary Army bought all expensive ones, they would completely drain their resources. It's impossible to lower the prices. That would be unfair to the people here. However, if you're looking for strong potential but lower prices, there are two Pokemon that are very suitable. Blue, you thought of which Pokemon to recommend. Magikarp can be bought for half price, 1,000 berries each, and its evolved form, Gyarados, is extremely powerful. You probably saw it in the battle arena. The lowest price for an evolved Gyarados here is 100,000 berries. Dragon frowned. So cheap before evolution? There must be some limitations for evolution, right? On the way here, Dragon had heard Alex mention that Pokemon could evolve. He also knew that lower prices indicated weaker Pokemon, and the price of 1,000 for Magikarp was probably close to the lowest. But he couldn't believe such a Pokemon could evolve into something as formidable as Gyarados. However, comparing the prices before and after evolution, there was a difference of 100 times, and with such a low price, who would believe that Magikarp had no issues? Blue nodded, that's right. There are significant limitations. One is that Magikarp's strength is very poor. Even a child with some strength can cook it. The second is that its evolution is very difficult. It has only a 10% success rate. Other Pokemon can evolve with a 90% success rate through accumulation. But for Magikarp, there are additional factors. It may need anger, so it requires insults and scolding. It might lack love, needing sufficient affection. Or it could have a preference for something specific that it needs to evolve. Its evolution is quite uncertain. However, if you find a rapid river with high and low slopes, its evolution success rate can reach 30. Fortunately, if Magikarp evolved easily, given its breeding ability, the Pokemon world would be dominated by Gyarados. After hearing what Lanyu said, Long shook his head. Weak strength, difficult evolution. No wonder it's so cheap. What about another one? Long then asked. There is another Pokemon called Feeba, which lives up to its name. Its strength is even weaker than Magikarp, and the Feeba we currently have can only exhibit the strength of a lieutenant. However, its price is 10,000 each, and it is not sold casually. You can't buy it all in the Pokemon store. Lanyu waved his hand. Why? Long was a bit confused. Why would a Pokemon weaker than Magikarp be banned from sale? It's simple. It has a unique ability, which is the ability to gather. When 10,000 Feeba with Lieutenant Strength come together, Lanyu clenched his right fist and then opened it. They can unleash the strength of a general in the sea. This was confirmed by the higher-ups of the Infinite Nation after testing, but encountering so many Feeba is difficult, even harder than finding a legendary Pokemon with a weakness. So far, they have only introduced 20,000 Feeba with Lieutenant Strength. Although there are some weaker Feeba, their combined strength isn't strong enough to be counted. If Long wants to buy, Lanyu can sell him 10,000 to provide the Revolutionary Army with a powerful ally to help hold back the world government. Does quantity lead to a qualitative change? Long thought of these words. No wonder it's more expensive than Magikarp. At the same time, his eyes lit up. The combined strength of 10,000 lieutenants isn't strong and would be easily eliminated by General, but now, this existence of Feeba can turn decay into wonders. So, are you interested in these two Pokemon? Lanyu asked, shrugging. Of course I am, Long said with a squint and a smile. Buying 10,000 Feeba is like spending 100 million for a general, and although Magikarp is a bit harder to evolve, buying 10,000 of them, with a 10 evolution rate, would yield 1,000 Gyarados, which could scare some armies of the world government just by their presence. Since the deal is done, I'll go back and prepare, Long said, putting on the cloak and hood behind him. So soon? Lanyu asked in surprise. I brought Ace with me, and I've been out for a few days. Now that I know what has happened in this country, I should go back and tell others so they can come here when they have time to choose their favorite Pokemon. With a whoosh, long disappeared without a trace. Chapter 71, 3 Pokemon. The Pokemon battles here are so exciting to watch, especially the way various moves are flying around. It's just thrilling. After looking around the battles, Ace returned to where Ailey's was. However, upon returning, he didn't TC Long, so he turned to Ailey's and asked, "Where's Long?" Ailey's replied, "Long had to leave for something." "Left? He just got here for a short while, and he has already gone." Ace scratched his head. "Let me introduce you. This is our country's king, His Majesty Lanyu." Ailey's waved towards Lanyu beside him, then gestured towards Ace. "Your Majesty, this is Ace, the son of Sister Lugio. You're the king here?" Ace looked Lanyu up and down, feeling it didn't quite match. He thought he was just a bystander watching the Pokemon battles. Seeing Ace speak like this, Ailey's reminded him with a slightly heavier tone. "Ace, don't be rude." "Ha ha ha. Sorry, I've been in Windmill Village for so long. I've never seen what a king looks like." Ace laughed, realizing that the other party was indeed a king. "It's fine. Sometimes looking like a bystander makes it easier to get along with people," Lanyu said with a nonchalant smile. Even without Ailey's introducing him, Lanyu already knew Ace. He understood Ace's personality better than Ailey's did. Ace was just casual and meant no harm. However, Lanyu suddenly remembered something interesting. The Revolutionary Army would come to choose Pokemon in a while, which meant Sabo would come here. He wondered what would happen when Ace and Sabo met. "By the way, your grandfather found out you were coming a few days ago, so he hasn't returned to the village these days and has been staying in the palace." Lanyu looked at Ace and asked, "Would you like to go see him now, or take a stroll and then find him in the palace?" Hearing this, Ace took a breath. "Let us go now. Sooner or later, I have to meet him, and it's better to be early than late." With a nervous heart, Ace followed Lanyu to the palace. Upon arriving at the palace, they didn't even need anyone to inform them. Imoku ran directly into Ace. "You're Ace?" The moment Imoku saw Ace, it was as if he saw Lugio's shadow. Then he sighed, "You look a lot like Lugio, and thankfully you don't look like that bastard Roger." "That bastard Roger, always doing." Ace directly interrupted Imoku. "Let us not talk about him in such a situation today." "You're right, today is our meeting, so let us not mention him." Imoku waved his hand and said, "Come on, I'll take you to tour the palace. Everything that's outside is here, and there are things here that aren't found outside. Whatever you want to find, you can easily find it in the palace." "Lanyu, you make it sound like it's your home." Imoku took Ace around the palace for a while. During this time, Ace saw many more Pokemon, which were just as abundant as outside, and he realized that his grandfather was a very kind old man. In fact, Imoku used to be very stubborn, but after Lugio's departure and passing, along with some time spent with Pokemon, he understood that being stubborn was no longer useful. It would be better to open his heart during the remaining time and watch how this country would develop, leaving a good impression for his grandson. In a garden somewhere in the palace, Mizuri-ku gave Ace a few gifts. For the infinite country now, what kind of gift is easiest to give? Nothing other than Pokemon. Your mother used to want to soar in the sky, but this country couldn't provide it for her at that time. So she went out to seek it. Imoku pointed at the Pokeball in Ace's hand and said, "Now that we have Pokemon, her dream can be easily realized, and this Pokemon was originally meant for her. But now she doesn't have the opportunity. So I'm giving this Pokemon to you. I hope you can take good care of it." Ace nodded. He had no goals before, but now he would make his mother's dream his own. "Come out." Ace imitated those at the battle arena, pressed the button on the Pokeball, and threw it out after it enlarged. Bang! A Bagon appeared. After the Pokemon came out, Ace stared wide-eyed at it. If he didn't know that Pokemon evolved and would transform, he wouldn't believe this little guy could soar in the sky. Bagon, a very strong Pokemon. His Majesty Lanyu said its dream is to fly in the sky, just like Lugio's dream. Its final evolution is the powerful Salamence, and when that time comes, it could take you flying. However, whether it can take you flying in the end depends on your training. His Majesty Lanyu mentioned that Dragon-type Pokemon can promote the growth of other Pokemon. So if you want to grow to 2 or 3 meters tall to carry you flying, you'd better feed it plenty of Dragon-type food. Dragon-type food? I've caught some of those before, so little guy, if you follow me, you can eat Dragon-type food every day. Ace squatted down and smiled as he patted Bagon's head. Bah! But just as Bagon made that one sound, it suddenly butted Ace in the stomach with its head. After the bump, Bagon rolled aside to play. This little guy has such a hard head. Ace stood up while holding his stomach. Looks like you still need to spend some time getting used to it. Imoku chuckled. At first, Bagon also bumped into me like that, but after getting familiar, it stopped. So were these 2 Pokemon. After Ace's stomach felt better, he took out the other 2 Pokeballs, wanting to be cautious. If they were anything like Bagon and headbutt him, he would throw up everything he ate today. Mo pointed at the two Pokballs and said, "These two Pokemon are a gift from your two uncles. One is a water-type Psyduck, which evolves into Golduck, and the other is a fire-type Dreadnought, which is already its final evolution. These two Pokemon were selected with the approval of His Majesty Lanyu. To quote His Majesty Lanyu, one is a duck that restrains dogs, and the other, Dreadnought, can ignore magma." Restrain dogs? Ignore magma? What does that mean? Ace scratched his head in confusion, not understanding what Lanyu meant by this. Mo shook his head. "I don't know either. His Majesty Lanyu said you might understand it in the future, but also said it's best not to understand." Really? What understanding? Ace found this very vague. However, Psyduck is easy to get along with. It has another nickname called Silly Duck with a silly personality. On the other hand, Dreadnought is a bit difficult to get along with. It's very strong. Choosing it was meant to give you some assurance. But if you can't make it trust you, then it will only help you when you're in danger. And Mocha reminded. Is that so? Then let us see how they are. Ace threw the Pokballs a bit further away to avoid being attacked. Bang! Bang! Two Pokemon, one yellow and one red, appeared. Oh, this Psyduck looks a bit like that guy Luffy. As soon as Ace saw Psyduck's silly look, he laughed. Then Psyduck saw Bagon and began to roll around and play with it. However, Ace smiled, but when the Duckbill Fire Beast came out, it fired shot, presumably resting its hand on his chin, then glared at Ace with a fierce expression. It then looked at Mach and called out twice, as if to say, "Am I going to be his nanny from now on? That's right. I hope you take good care of him in the future." As if understanding the Duckbill Fire Beast's meaning, Mach nodded. Fire. The Duckbill Fire Beast approached a nearby rocky table, placing its hand on it to signal Ace. What is it doing? Ace didn't understand its action. It wants to arm wrestle with you. Previously, Alice made it submit using arm wrestling. But you have to. Mach's words were not finished when Ace ran over to the Duckbill Fire Beast. "It's just arm wrestling. I'm very strong." Then, a loud bang sounded. The rocky table broke directly. Ace stared blankly at his numb arm. How did it start and end so quickly? He hadn't even reacted before the arm wrestling was over. Don't underestimate any Pokemon, even the weakest Caterpie. Its strength might be greater than yours. Mach chuckled and shook his head. At this moment, a Caterpie passed by, looking at the two with confusion. "Are you calling me?" "Fire." The Duckbill Fire Beast shook its hand, indicating, "Kid, you're not strong enough. If you're this weak, being my nanny will be very difficult." As if understanding the Duckbill Fire Beast's meaning, Ace immediately shouted, Next time I'll hold on longer. "No, next time I will definitely win against you." Fire. The Duckbill Fire Beast showed a contemptuous expression, which was not exactly contemptuous. It always had a look of disdain. It was now indicating, "Kid, don't talk about winning against me. At this rate, if you can last a while next time, I might even let you give me orders." And so, in order to make his Pokemon listen to him and to improve his own strength, Ace temporarily stayed in this country. Chapter 72. The Gift Giver arrives meanwhile in a certain sea area of the New World on the ship of the red-haired pirates. "Damn, that crazy dog Carp has been chasing us for so many days without letting up. We're pirates. He's the Navy, so it's normal for him to chase us." "No, that's not normal. Isn't it easy to chase? Shouldn't he be chasing bigger pirates to match his status?" It seems our recent actions have indicated that we are aligning ourselves with the three biggest pirate crews. If you ask me, the reason Carp is chasing us is that our captain, Shanks, got his grandson into trouble, and with all the noise we've been making lately, who else would he chase if not us? You're right. It must be that when Carp went back to check on Luffy, he kept saying he wanted to be Pirate King, which annoyed Carp. After Carp gave Luffy a beating, Luffy directly blew up our captain. "So, Captain, because of you, we're being chased by Carp like this. What are you going to do to compensate us?" The crew of the red-haired pirates all looked toward Shanks. The atmosphere in their pirate crew was great. As long as it wasn't too serious, even their captain Shanks could be joked with casually. "Ahem, you all have a part in this too." Shanks coughed and shrugged. "TCH, we're just innocent bystanders here." "Yeah. You know our captain gave a strong near sea king an arm, and also gifted your favorite straw hat to Luffy. So, as his guide, now that we the onlookers are implicated, what do you have to say for yourself? We don't need much. Just give us each 100 or so thousand berries for drinking." As soon as this was said, the corners of Shanks' mouth twitched. With so many of you, that drinking money would add up to billions of berries. We would go broke in no time. Shanks could only say, "Drinking money is fine, but I can't give you hundreds of thousands." Ha ha ha. That's exactly what I was waiting for. Brothers, since we've shaken off Carp for now, let's start the feast. Oh, a feast. The logistics crew didn't give Shanks a chance to respond and hurried to prepare. Of course, even though they said they were having a feast, they needed to leave some personnel on guard. Otherwise, if Carp suddenly caught up, wouldn't they be waiting to be slaughtered? After some time into the feast, this is great. After being chased by carp for so many days, I can finally have a drink. Once we become the fourth Emperor pirate crew, we'll be able to stabilize, and Carp 1T be able to mess with us like this anymore. Not necessarily. Carp is like a mad dog. Whoever provokes him, he will chase to the end. Once we have a stable territory, he will have a clear target to bite down on. Indeed, all of this is to blame on the captain. Why did he have to provoke Carp's grandson? Exactly. That innocent and adorable kid was led astray by the captain. Sigh. Poor Luffy. I wonder how many punches he has taken from Carp. Shanks, you guys are all eating and drinking, and yet you still bring this up? Are you thinking about that 100,000 or so? Ahem. Let's not talk about that while we're so happy. Let us drink freely now. Shanks raised his glass to signal to the others. Who? At this moment, Shanks felt something rushing towards them, and his expression turned slightly serious. Except for a few people, the others hadn't yet reacted to what Shanks meant when suddenly there was a swoosh sound, and a bird about 2 to 3 meters in size flew onto their ship. What kind of bird is this? Why is it so big? Since we're having a feast, why not roast it and eat? Idiot, this is clearly a devil fruit user. What type of devil fruit is this bird? This isn't the time to discuss that. The other party has already come onto our ship. Shouldn't we be on guard? The people on the ship, seeing the suddenly appearing giant bird, exchanged a few words before reacting and wanting to grab their weapons. However, Shanks waved his hand to stop everyone. There's no killing intent from the other side. We don't need to be overly tense. Who are you? Shanks asked the bird. As soon as the bird entered Shanks' sensing range, he noticed it, but he didn't expect it to fly onto his ship so quickly, as expected of the soon-to-be emperor. Shanks, to notice me so quickly. Let me introduce myself. My name is LearnsHe's, sent by His Majesty Blue You to deliver a gift to congratulate you on becoming the 4th emperor of the New World. The big bird transformed into LearnsHe's form. LearnsHe's is a user of the bird fruit, swift-tail swallow fruit, and can fly at super fast speeds. He didn't expect to be locked onto as soon as he entered Shanks' ship. Upon hearing this, Shanks laughed. Oh, so you're one of Blue U.S. people. It's been a while. I didn't expect him to become king. Why did your previous king want to retire so quickly? Did he see Blue You living too freely outside and want to give him something to do? Our previous king has passed away. LearnsHe's replied calmly. Immediately, Shanks' eyebrows furrowed. Passed away? Although he hadn't seen Blue U.S. father since the Roger Pirates disbanded. He remembered that Blue U.S. father was only about 50 years old, and at that age, it wouldn't be easy to die without external forces. So, Shanks asked with a serious expression, was it someone? No, he died of illness. LearnsHe's shook his head, but he didn't want to say much more and continued. This happened a long time ago. There's nothing more to say about it now. I'm mainly here to deliver gifts. All right. Seeing this, Shanks didn't ask much and cheerfully said, what gift did Blue You prepare for us this time? It's these. LearnsHe's took down a backpack from his back and pulled out a box. After opening it, it revealed several Pokballs inside. Red and white balls? What are these for? Shanks asked in surprise upon seeing what was in the box. You'll know in a moment. This one is for you, Shanks. That one is for Beckman. This one is for Jesus Burgess. This one is for Lucky Roo. And this one is for... LearnsHe's read out each person's name. And after they raised their hands to signal, he handed the Pokballs to them. Oh, we have a share too. Yeah. I thought we were just going to quietly watch the captain show off. But what use is this ball? This can't be a decoration Blue You sent us, right? It shouldn't be, right? Even if it were a decoration, shouldn't they be different? What is the point of these identical red and white balls? The few people looked at the red and white balls in their hands and didn't find anything particularly special. This is a Pokball. It contains the Pokemon that our king has prepared for you. LearnsHe's explained. Pokball? Pokemon? What are those? Shanks asked with a puzzled expression. With his extensive experience, he had never heard of these two things. You'll know if you follow my lead. LearnsHe's took out his own Pokball and demonstrated to the others by pressing the button on the Pokball, then enlarged it and threw it out. Bang, bang, bang. Several beams of red light flashed out from the Pokball. Illo, bow, bow, ci, cabby, rue. After a few Pokemon appeared, they all called out in turn. Such small balls can contain creatures of such large sizes? And these are Pokemon. Xianx widened his eyes and blinked a few times, looking at these Pokemon, which were all peculiar creatures he had never seen before, somewhat like the diverse and unique Sea Kings. That's right. They are collectively known as Pokemon. They are magical creatures with different species attributes. They can use various attribute moves, and they can evolve. LearnsHe's introduced Pokemon and also mentioned that the Pokball is a space technology. This space technology of the Pokball is so powerful. How is it able to shrink living beings and put them inside. Sigh, we're not tech people. Asking these questions is useless. Are these Pokemon really that amazing? They just seem so cute like pets. Indeed, being so small, having them feels a bit like a burden. Could it be that this guy thinks we're lacking fun on our sea voyage? So he specifically sent us a few pets? We do lack fun, but raising pets is still a no-go. I raised one before, and after getting into a fight with the Navy, that pet got involved, leaving me heartbroken for several days. After seeing the appearance of the Pokemon, the others somewhat ignored Yanen's introduction. Seeing this, Yanen's waved at the Pokemon. Everyone, from now on you'll be following them. But they currently underestimate you a bit. So, to ensure you can enjoy the good life in the future, show them what you've got. Chapter 73. After delivering the gifts upon hearing Yanen's words, these Pokemon's eyes lit up with determination. How dare anyone underestimate them? To ensure they can enjoy a luxurious life in the future, and to shock those who look down on them, it's time to demonstrate their power. So, they unleashed electric attacks, breathed fire, slashed with energy, struck with claws, hurled rocks as big as people, and released water. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of moves erupted from the Pokemon, blasting the nearby sea and sending waves higher than the ship itself. Was I dreaming? A person near the ship wiped the water splashed on their face. Dreaming? Were so many people dreaming? It felt more like watching a show. These Pokemon couldn't have all eaten devil fruits, could they? How could they execute so many different types of moves? Didn't Yanens just say they were amazing Pokemon? That they could use moves of various attributes? So what he said was true. This world is vast. There are still things we have yet to experience. These Pokemon, with their small frames, contain tremendous energy. The red-haired pirates were astonished after witnessing the Pokemon's varied moves and had to admit they had underestimated them. It wasn't that they lacked experience. They had seen many strange occurrences at sea, and it wasn't that they hadn't encountered grand spectacles. After all, they had seen it all. But at this moment, they couldn't comprehend how these small, adorable Pokemon could use abilities even more diverse than those granted by devil fruits. If Yanens hadn't mentioned they hadn't eaten devil fruits and shared some details about them, they would have thought these Pokemon were simply biological forms of devil fruits. After analyzing the moves displayed by the Pokemon, Shanks remarked, "These Pokemon are indeed powerful, even more so than those pirates worth tens of millions or even billions." Yanens shook his head and laughed. This isn't their final strength. They can evolve, which means their potential has yet to be fully realized. As for how far they can go, it depends on your training. With proper training, each of them could possess the strength of a Marine Admiral. The strength of a Marine Admiral? Beckman squinted his eyes. The Navy only managed to cultivate a few admirals despite having so many talented individuals. Now, Yanens claimed that the Pokemon sent over could all be trained to the level of a Marine Admiral, which was hard to believe. Not convinced. Seeing Beckman's expression, Yanens said, "Then let me show you the next gift." "Come out, Rotom." Yanens tossed another Pokeball, and then pulled out a smartphone from his backpack. Rotom. As Rotom emerged from the Pokeball and saw the smartphone in Yanens' hand, it attached itself to it. Soon, the smartphone had eyes and a mouth added to its back, along with two horns, and it spoke. Rotom. "Hello everyone, I am Smartphone Rotom." "Smartphone Rotom, introduce your functions to everyone," Yanens instructed it. "Okay, Rotom," it replied. "I'm an all-purpose smartphone. I have functions such as a Pokédex, information recording and querying, photography, video playback, music, communication, and internet access. However, there is no network here, so the internet and communication functions are temporarily unavailable. Smartphone Rotom has been introduced in the Infinite Country, but due to network issues, it has not yet been sold. The network issue is a bit complicated since there are too many magnetic fields in this world, making signal transmission difficult. If the network problem cannot be resolved soon, Smartphone Rotom will still be available, but only for local area network use within the Infinite Country." So many functions? Shanks was a bit surprised. This Smartphone Rotom was practically a combination of all the Den Mushy. However, he didn't ask what a network was or why it was unavailable. With so many functions, it was clear that the technology still needed improvement. Once it was perfected, he would understand. But even if he didn't, it wouldn't matter. The wonders of the devil fruits could explain everything. It can even take photos? Cool, take a picture of me. Click. As soon as Jesus said this, the light on Smartphone Rotom flashed, and the image captured appeared on the smartphone screen. So clear, faster than a camera Den Mushy, and I can see it immediately. Seeing his own appearance on the smartphone, Jesus displayed an expression of surprise. Yanens gestured, "Smartphone Rotom, play the intense Pokemon battle." "Okay, Rotom." Smartphone Rotom faced the crowd, quickly searched, and then directly played a video of two Pokemon battling. One was a Dragonite from Dew, and the other was a Garchomp from Cynthia. However, the video only showed the battle between the two Pokemon, without the appearance of the trainers. The red-haired pirates gathered around as the video played on the smartphone. The battle between the two Pokemon escalated from initial probing to serious fighting, becoming increasingly intense and powerful, shocking the red-haired pirates even more. What kind of Pokemon is this? How are they so powerful? So strong. That fire breath attack felt like it could melt me. That lightning move was impressive too. It exploded on impact with the ground. Their speed is incredible. If I weren't watching the video, I'd feel like my eyes couldn't keep up. It seemed that the battle scene between these two Pokemon was not inferior to what they had witnessed from Marine Admirals. The battle being played on the smartphone exceeded their expectations. Watching the two Pokemon battle felt like witnessing admirals in combat. After the video ended, seeing the stunned expressions on everyone's faces, Yanan smiled and said, "Now you must have seen their potential. I hope you will treat them well in the future so they can unleash their true strength." Of course, Shanks and the others nodded. Although there were no Devil Fruit users on their ship, they certainly wouldn't mistreat companions that had abilities akin to those of Devil Fruits, especially those capable of using various attribute abilities with such great potential. "What are our Pokemon called?" Lakairu asked, looking at his round Pokemon. "That's simple. Smartphone Rotom can introduce them to you. It has a Pokédex and can quickly query Pokemon data," Yanan said, looking at Rotom. "Introduce each of these Pokemon one by one." "Okay, Rotom." The Rotom phone started introducing Shanks' Pokemon, Dratini, a dragon-type Pokemon with a hard head that dreams of soaring through the sky. Its first evolution is Dragonair, and its second evolution is Dragonite. After introducing Shanks' Dratini, the Rotom phone went on to introduce other people's Pokemon, such as Bepekman's Piplup, Jesus' Magnemite, and Riki's Snorlax. Lord Blue once said that they match your personalities quite well. Although I don't know what your personalities are, some of them are probably easy to tell. Giannis looked at Riki, who was holding a chicken leg, and smiled. Snorlax is a Pokemon that loves to eat and can eat a lot. Once it reaches a certain point, it will evolve into a Snorlax, so it must be quite similar to you, right? Haha, both round and chubby. It really suits Riki's appearance. After Giannis said this, others realized that this person and Pokemon did indeed resemble each other. Being able to eat is a blessing. Snorlax, I hope to learn more from you in the future. Riki unexpectedly pulled out another chicken leg and handed it to Snorlax. Gah! This chicken leg instantly delighted Snorlax, who expressed that from now on, Riki would be his big brother, and as long as he provided food and shelter, he would be a loyal little brother. The group then looked at Bank Benji, who had a monkey on his shoulder, and then at the nearby water monkey, and they all laughed. "And Benji, you'll have a monkey on each side from now on, and one of them can spray water. Devil Fruit users will be severely countered by you." "Not necessarily. Many strong users can ignore some water." Bank Benji smiled and extended his hand for the water monkey to climb onto his shoulder. The water monkey climbed up and greeted the other monkey. This monkey indicated that from now on, he would be his second brother. After everyone interacted with their Pokemon for a while, Giannis took out the remaining gifts. He also apologized to those without Pokemon, saying that if they wanted Pokemon, they would have to buy them in their own countries. After there was nothing else to do, Giannis left. After Giannis walked away, those without Pokemon all looked at Shanks. Their gazes seemed to say, "Shanks, as the boss, you, and several officers of Pokemon. Shouldn't we smaller ones have them too? Otherwise, it's not fair. Even if our potential doesn't match yours, at least having one would be fine, right?" Seeing so many people looking at him, Shanks sighed and said, "It feels like this gift was just a side note. The main purpose is still to advertise. That kid Blue must have his eyes on the money in our pockets." Chapter 74 Witnesses After Acquiring Pokemon. The life of the red-haired pirates on the ship became much more exciting and convenient, leading to daily competitions among them. They discovered the incredible functions of the Rotom phone. The musician Bank Benji and some music enthusiasts, after learning about the phone's music features, always wanted to spontaneously record a few songs for later enjoyment, ensuring they wouldn't forget their daily inspirations. As a chef, Rikuru and some food lovers were thrilled to find numerous recipes and cooking videos on the Rotom phone, wanting it to accompany them in the kitchen to explore how to make these dishes. The navigator Bendixneck was particularly fond of books that introduced climate and geographical environments, and the Rotom phone had an abundance of such literature, along with various videos that he could watch for days and nights. Most importantly, the Rotom phone had a vast collection of movies and TV shows to pass the time, which captivated the crew of the Red-Haired Pirates. They were especially drawn to the intriguing and dramatic plots they had never seen before. One character, despite a tragic background, treated his disgusting enemies with compassion, earning their admiration. The love triangles and complicated relationships left them utterly bewildered, like when someone loved another person who loved someone else, who in turn loved their father. The protagonists destined for greatness faced numerous challenges along the way, providing them with great enjoyment. If someone who frequently watched shows were nearby, they would definitely criticize them, saying they watched too little. If they watched more, they would feel like throwing up. However, the scene of the crew competing for the Rotom phone made Shanks furious. Where are the rules? Where's the dignity? We're all on the same ship. How can we let the Rotom phone disrupt our harmony? So, Shanks put the Rotom phone away, not allowing anyone to see it. But in reality, he secretly watched it himself, especially laughing heartily at the Mary Sue plots. Then, rules? We have no rules on this ship. Dignity? On this ship, your face is the most important. So, there is no more to say. Shanks secretly watched the Rotom phone, and when the crew found out, they all ganged up on him. In the end, Shanks was forced to establish a rule. They would take turns watching it to maintain harmony. And every 7th day, he would have his turn. Instantly, the entire crew gave him the middle finger. Nonetheless, during times of joy, they were joyful. And when it came to serious work, they were serious. During this period, they swept through everything with the demeanor of kings, defeating or forcing many powerful pirates in the New World to flee, or recruiting those they took a liking to. After becoming familiar with their Pokémon, they began to showcase them. However, understanding the current strength of these Pokémon made it inappropriate to let them fight in high-level matches. So they were only allowed to battle alongside some weaker crew members. While they couldn't compete in high-level matches, in low-level ones, their strength was overwhelming, easily annihilating the weak, turning them into cannon fodder. On a small island belonging to the Big Mom family, a decisive battle for the throne was underway. Shanks unleashed his 3 types of hockey, suppressing Charlotte Linlin thoroughly, especially his Conqueror's hockey, which even she recognized as superior. Finally, Shanks arrogantly laughed at Charlotte Linlin. Big Mom, admit defeat. You lost this battle, and from today on, our red-haired pirates will be one of the 4 emperors. Not necessarily, Charlotte Linlin coldly snorted. Just as she said this, a commotion erupted in the nearby battle. Charge! Eliminate the red-haired pirates. A large cloud appeared in the sky, for which a swarm of small soldiers jumped down, as numerous as ants. Not only was Shanks suppressing Charlotte Linlin, but the high-level combatants of the red-haired pirates were also overpowering the Big Mom family's elite fighters, which the Big Mom family likely anticipated. So, they had come prepared, bringing many small soldiers to try and wipe out the lower-tier members of the red-haired pirates, then surround and exhaust the higher-tier fighters, hoping to defeat them in one fell swoop. Even if the red-haired pirates won, they would be left with only a few high-level fighters, which would disgust them. Using numerical tactics? Shanks smiled. Perhaps this tactic was useful before, but now, it serves as mere background noise for us. Come on, Pokémon. In this great battle, how could they do without their Pokémon? Bang, bang, bang. At Shanks' command, the other crew members temporarily holding Pokeballs released their Pokémon. The appearance of the Pokémon made Charlotte Linlin scoff. What can these peculiar creatures do? She had received intelligence that the red-haired pirates had some unique and powerful creatures, but there were plenty of such creatures in the ocean. Moreover, she could create them using her devil fruit abilities, so she didn't think much of the red-haired pirates' unique creatures. Is that so? Many people have underestimated them before, and they all fell before them. Now it's time for you, the Emperor, to witness their strength. As soon as Shanks finished speaking, several Pokémon began their full-scale assault, unleashing a variety of moves involving wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, combining their attacks with the lower-tier members of the red-haired pirates, completely annihilating the Big Mom family's small soldiers. To those engaged in high-level battles, this was merely seen as a standard excellent attack, but for the small soldiers, these were moves only seen in high-level matches, leaving them utterly defenseless. Seeing this, Charlotte Linlin was slightly startled. She hadn't expected the creature she dismissed to be so powerful, wielding moves akin to devil fruit abilities. And that blue monkey, was it spraying water? Wasn't it the nemesis of devil fruit users? The Big Mom family members were also taken aback, but they quickly realized they couldn't let the Pokémon continue their assault. Otherwise, they'd be left with no small soldiers at all. Bang! Katakuri. It's not good to attack the small ones. Ben Beckman shot at Katakuri's feet. This shot made Katakuri frown, as he had no chance to retaliate. Another bang. You too, Cracker. Dare to attack my little brother? I'll smash you. Rikiru slammed in a Cracker with a brutal charge. Then he threw a chicken leg to a nearby Snorlax, which seemed to be energized by it, immediately using Rollout to knock a group of minions flying. Meanwhile, The members of the red-haired pirates took the opportunity to reap those who were knocked down. And you all, don't think about interrupting their battle. Jesus Burgess stood in front of the sons and daughters of the Big Mom family, preventing them from entering the battlefield of the Pokemon. Seeing this, the sons and daughters of the Big Mom family showed expressions of gritted teeth, as their path to rescue their minions was completely blocked by the high-end combat power of the red-haired pirates, and they could only watch helplessly as their minions were swiftly taken down one by one. Damn it, red-haired, you little brat. Just like Roger, you love playing schemes. Let me send you down to meet that old bastard Roger today, seeing their minion strategy being easily countered by several peculiar creatures. Charlotte Linlin was irrationally furious and swung her big knife at Shanks. Bang! Shanks effortlessly blocked Charlotte Linlin's attack with his griffin blade. You're being a bit unreasonable. Shanks laughed. You were the one who played tricks first, and now that you can't win, you're saying the other side is scheming? Or is your ability just this much? Shanks's eyes widened slightly, and black-red lightning appeared on his blade. Today, I will claim the throne, and your Big Mom family will become witnesses to our red-haired pirates. Bang! A powerful and terrifying black-red lightning slash erupted from Shanks's sword, directly sending Charlotte Linlin flying. All right, if they don't admit defeat, what should we do? Shanks shouted while raising his sword. Annihilate them. The morale of the red-haired pirates surged as they charged at Big Mom's people like they were on a blood rush. If at first it was suppression, now it had turned into a one-sided battle. In the end, the unyielding Charlotte Linlin had to reluctantly admit defeat after taking several more hits from Shanks. Although her injuries weren't severe due to her strong physique, the problem was she couldn't defeat that little brat Shanks. If she didn't admit defeat, her children would suffer heavy casualties, and then she would only end up isolated. However, before leaving, Charlotte Linlin made a fierce remark. Next time, I will have more children, whether they are minions or high-end combatants, and I will not lose to you. That brat red-haired. After this battle, the red-haired pirates officially became the rulers and one of the 4 emperors. The news of the situation here quickly spread through the newsbirds to the New World and among some major powers. Chapter 75, Trends, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. In the office of the Fleet Admiral. After looking at the imposing photo of red-haired Shanks in the newspaper, Sengoku sighed. In the end, he ascended to the throne of the emperors. I never expected he would choose Big Mom. I thought he would go after Kaido. As for why Sengoku didn't he mention Whitebeard, it's because he feared that red-haired Shanks might take him out. After all, Whitebeard is clearly on a different level compared to the other two. Is there any difference? Whether male or female, they're all emperors ruling the New World. Do you think anyone would say that red-haired is bullying a woman? Garp, sitting on the sofa nearby, was munching on a plate of sunbae, one after another. You still have the nerve to say that. I told you to teach him a lesson, but you ended up coming back after just a few days, completely wasting your time. Sengoku shot Garp an annoyed glance. This isn't my fault. You know that brat red-haired is a former crewmate of Roger. He has completely mastered Roger's escape techniques, even better than Roger himself, escaping from my grasp like an eel. Garp shrugged his shoulders. So, under such circumstances, why should I stick around? Waste time with him at sea? In this battle, what really caught people's attention was not their displayed strength, but those peculiar creatures called Pokemon. Sitting across from Garp, Vice Admiral Tsuru pointed at the Pokemon pictures in the newspaper. Although intelligence suggests they are not particularly powerful, in this Emperor battle, they cooperated with red-haired pirates to sweep away Big Mom's minions. The newspaper clearly introduced these peculiar creatures called Pokemon, describing their abilities similar to devil fruit powers. Why could the newspaper report so clearly? Of course, because this is the Emperor battle, major powers are paying attention, and it's normal for someone fearless to be on-site taking photos, right? Just minions. I could easily take them out with a cannonball. As for those creatures that can unleash strange abilities, Big Mom could create them herself. She must be upset about losing and asked the newspaper to hype it up. Garp had a look that suggested he saw through Charlotte Linlin's tactics. Although the newspaper made those Pokemon seem impressive, they were only dealing with minions. While Big Mom's elite forces were directly restrained by the elite of the red-haired pirates, so Garp didn't pay much attention to the Pokemon. The key is not what strength these Pokemon have, but where they came from. Are there only a few of them? Sengoku squinted and said, if they're created using devil fruits, can they be mass-produced? If they're not created using devil fruits, then where do they come from? Are there large numbers of them? If they can be mass-produced, and if they exist in large quantities, and if their strength can be even stronger, then this is a significant threat to the Navy. Sengoku looked at the pictures of the Pokemon in the newspaper. If the red-haired pirates have a large number of Pokemon, then in the future, if the Navy wants to deal with them, they can only deploy elite forces. as sending minions would be suicide. But elite forces are limited. If they are dispatched, what about the other major pirates? Therefore, this matter must be investigated thoroughly. Even if they do not know the details, they must find out whether these Pokemon have any weaknesses. The Navy can only monitor the red-haired pirates, while they will secretly investigate those Pokemon. After all, the red-haired pirates are one of the 4 emperors, and they cannot clash with them recklessly. In fact, even if they investigate publicly, they won't find out much. Although the members of the red-haired pirates know where the Pokemon come from, only a few people know who Blue is. Others only know that he used to be on the ship, on the island of Onigashima in the New World. It's infuriating. That brat red-haired didn't come to challenge me, but went to find that old woman Lin. Does he look down on me? Kaido cried sadly while gulping down alcohol. His subordinates thought, at least he didn't come looking for us. Otherwise, we would end up like Big Mom's minions, wiped out. After all, we have undercover minions in Big Mom's crew, and those who survived are in a pitiful state. Red-haired and his gang must be afraid of us. If they dare to come, my fist will show them the might of the beast pirates. Jack raised his fist with a disdainful expression. In fact, he thought to himself that just red-haired, being Roger's little brother, doesn't he even need his big brother Kaido to intervene? He could handle him easily. Kaido, even though they would definitely be defeated if they came looking for us, it's better if they don't come. At least we won't lose so many subordinates. Queen said, while sipping a bowl of red bean soup. Unlike Jack, Queen wasn't as arrogant. If the red-haired pirates really came, he couldn't predict the outcome. After all, the strength of Red-Haired's crew was too formidable. But it was true that the subordinates were safe. After Queen said this, some subordinates looked at him with gratitude. Their brother Queen was good to them. They didn't know that Queen just didn't want to be short on subordinates and didn't want to go out looking for them. Jean said calmly, if they don't come this time, we will still clash next time. We are the beast pirates, who love to absorb the abilities of Zoan-type devil fruit users. Red-haired, on the other hand, brought out those peculiar Pokemon creatures. ISNT that clearly aimed at us? If there are only a few Pokemon, that's fine, but if they have a large number of Pokemon, doesn't that mean they can control beasts? In other words, ISNT that a blatant mockery of our beast pirates? Bang! Upon hearing this, Kaido angrily smashed his wine bottle to the ground. Good. That red-haired brat. So this is your plan. You want to control beasts? Then I'll play along with you. Kaido then instructed Jean, tell that Inuyasha kid to work hard to create Zoan-type devil fruits. Once I have enough Zoan users, I'll go meet that red-haired brat and see how capable he is, whether he can control so many beasts. If that Inuyasha kid dares to say he can't make them, I'll go kill him. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo, who understood the situation, immediately felt it was an unwarranted disaster. And you guys in the beast pirates seem to have misunderstood the meaning. I also know about those Pokemon, and they don't imply beast control. So is it possible that Red-Haired and his crew don't intend to control beasts at all? But as a subordinate, Doflamingo had no say and could only silently endure working overtime to create artificial devil fruits. In a certain sea area of the New World, aboard the Whitebeard pirate's ship, looking at the photo of Red-Haired in the newspaper, Whitebeard burst into laughter. Gurara, not bad. I didn't expect Roger's little brother to be on equal footing with me now. Hearing this, Marco snorted. Humph. So what if Red-Haired has become one of the 4 emperors? He still doesn't dare to challenge us. Actually, he didn't know how envious he was inside. After all, Shanks was clearly younger than him, yet he had become a king, while he wasn't even the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates. It's really true that comparing people can make one feel inferior. Sachi nonchalantly said, it's fine if he doesn't come. With our relationship, it's better to avoid a situation where things get heated and difficult to control. Indeed, it's not good to fight hard, and it's not good to not fight at all. But where did Shanks and the others get these creatures? Bista was carefully looking at a newspaper in his hand, and a duck on it caught his attention. Such a small duck could actually unleash sword energy. These Pokemon are quite amazing. I wonder if there are any Pokemon similar to dual swords? I could use them to practice my sword skills. Some crew members of the Whitebeard pirates started to tease. Then you should go ask Shanks if he has any other Pokemon available. When the time comes, you can use your face to ask him for one. He'll definitely give it to you, haha. That'll sound good, Zong added with a laugh. TCH, don't think I don't know. Some of you are also looking at these Pokemon with shining eyes, Bista sneered. Why don't you use your face to ask Shanks for one? We don't have a face as big as yours. Haha. Everyone burst into laughter. It's decided. Whitebeard stood up at that moment. Decided? Seeing their old man like this, the ones who were just laughing had their eyes light up because this decision represented. But the outcome was not what they expected. Whitebeard shouted, holding his great sword. That brat Shanks can actually stand on equal footing with me. So, as my sons, how can you lose to him? So starting today, sons, we will begin special training. In terms of fame, you may have lost to Shanks, but in terms of strength, you cannot afford to lose again. Sons, they initially thought their old man saw how much they loved Pokemon. So he decided to go to Shanks to ask for or buy some Pokemon, but it turned out to be just training. They were so disappointed. Chapter 76, The Third World, since the news of red-haired Shanks becoming one of the 4 emperors spread throughout the New World. How could a country like the Land of Infinity, which also belongs to the New World, not know about it? However, for the people of the Land of Infinity, such matters are not particularly significant. After all, the fighting outside won't affect them here. They are merely curious why someone from Red-Haired's crew has Pokemon. Nevertheless, some clever individuals seem to have guessed something. Previously, there were no Pokemon appearing on the ocean, but now they have suddenly appeared, leading them to speculate whether these Pokemon have leaked out from their country. If the Pokemon leak from elsewhere, it wouldn't concern them. But if they leak from their country, then it can be ruled out that it was a private leak, as anyone wanting to leave their country must apply for permission. Pokemon are officially owned, so there remains only one possibility. It was indicated by Royal Palace personnel, meaning Their Majesty is using Red-Haired, the newly appointed Emperor, for promotion. Promotion of what? On the surface, it is about Pokemon, but in reality, it is preparation for opening the country. Because if you promote Pokemon, it implies a desire to export them in large quantities, and without opening the country. How can they do that? Smuggling them out? Even if they could smuggle them indefinitely, the appearance of Pokemon would attract investigation from various external powers, which would inevitably lead back to their country. Then everyone would know of their country's existence, especially the world government, and at that point, their country would no longer be a hidden one. What use would isolation be? It would be better to open the country directly. After opening the country, are they afraid the world government will cause trouble? They might have been worried before, but with the limitless potential of Pokemon, what do they have to fear? Each of them can command a Pokemon to become a fighting force. Isn't Their Majesty thinking along those lines? Which is why they gave Pokemon to Red-Haired. Of course, all of this is speculation, but it is quite possible. Therefore, those who have guessed this situation are all strengthening their Pokemon's abilities while also enhancing their own strength in preparation for the anticipated situation. Meanwhile, Lan Yu is unaware of what is happening here. Even if he knew, it would have been something he had already guessed. So where is Lan Yu at this moment? Why is he unaware of the situation here? After eating a few of his privately cherished magic beans and training for a few days, he has now arrived in a new world. He didn't expect to come to a modern world this time. Lan Yu walked from an empty alley onto a busy street, looking at the nearby skyscrapers and the bustling traffic. It was evident that this was a modern world. He just didn't know which world it was. In a modern world, finding something distinctly familiar can be a bit difficult. In fact, there are many familiar things around in this modern world. But unless he runs into a specific character from storyline, it would be hard to determine which world he is in. However, with people coming and going on the street, even if a familiar character appeared, he might not notice them. Thus, he could only treat this as a casual stroll. Lan Yu looked around at the modern environment, which he hadn't seen in a long time. Although he had encountered many modern technological items in the Pokemon world, those environments leaned towards a blend with nature, unlike the city he was currently in, which was entirely modern in style. As he walked and strolled, Lan Yu headed towards the most prominent building in the city. What kind of building is this? It's so tall. Lan Yu looked at the towering building in front of him, estimating it to be over 1,000 meters high. At that moment, a passerby glanced at Lan Yu with a look of disdain and muttered, "Dressed so well. Yet he is just a bumpkin who doesn't even know about the famous Sky Arena." Sky Arena? The passerby thought that muttering would go unheard. But Lan Yu clearly heard what he said. It seems that there are not many worlds in the modern environment that have a place called the Sky Arena. So could this be that world? Lan Yu quickly thought of a certain world. Confirming whether this is that world is also quite simple. You just need to go in and take a look. However, shortly after entering, Lan Yu came back out. He completely forgot about the need for identification and money. Having stayed in the pirate world for too long, and not having visited the cities in the Pokemon world, he momentarily forgot that identification is required in the modern world. As a visitor entering the Sky Arena, identification is not necessary. Just money is enough. He does have money, but it's gold, and he needs to exchange it for the local currency to use it. As for why he needs identification, it is because he heard that fighters can enter for free, so he wanted to register as a fighter. But registering as a fighter requires identification, and at that moment, Lan Yu realized he did not have identification from this world. This left Lan Yu stuck in the lobby of the Sky Arena. However, Through the conversations of some people in the lobby, as well as some brochures about the Sky Arena, Lan Yu confirmed that this is indeed the world of Hunter x Hunter. And this Sky Arena is where fighters gather in that world. It seems he needs to figure out some way to obtain identification. Now that he knows this is the world of Hunter x Hunter, the first thing Lan Yu needs to do is participate in the fighting competitions at the Sky Arena. In the Sky Arena, he can observe the abilities of the people from this world, especially their nun abilities after the 200th floor. And he can also gain a lot of prestige by participating in the fighting competitions. But being unfamiliar with the surroundings, where can he get identification? Lan Yu rubbed his hair and wandered around the vicinity of the Sky Arena, looking for any relevant places. After walking for a while, he spotted a gold shop. He couldn't get identification for now, but he could exchange his gold for cash. After glancing at the shop, he walked inside. As soon as he entered, Lan Yu straightforwardly took out gold to pay. However, the shopkeeper insisted on identification and proof of gold, as if he were running a legitimate business. But Lan Yu could see through his intentions at a glance. Lan Yu didn't want to waste time negotiating for a 10 discount, so the shopkeeper played hard to get, claiming he had difficulties. In the end, Lan Yu directly offered a 30 discount, stating that if it didn't work, he would leave. The shopkeeper reluctantly agreed to exchange at that rate. After Lan Yu left, the shopkeeper made a phone call. If it were just the money from a piece of gold, it wouldn't be enough for him to make that call. However, he noticed that Lan Yu's pocket seemed a bit bulging with gold. So he guessed Lan Yu still had more gold on him. Seeing the shopkeeper's sly expression, Lan Yu suspected he would try something. While exchanging money, the shopkeeper had been eyeing Lan Yu's pocket with a strange look. So after leaving the shop, Lan Yu decided to see if any unsavory characters would show up. He walked deliberately slowly. After walking for a while and sensing someone following him, he smiled and then turned into a narrow alley he had passed earlier. A few people following Lan Yu entered the dead-end alley and found that Lan Yu had vanished. Where did that guy go? The leader with the airplane hairstyle looked into the alley. Boss, do you think that guy will discover us and climb over the wall? A crew cut guy pointed at the over 3-meter-high wall at the end of the alley. That's possible. No wonder that guy went into the alley. It seems he has noticed us. Looks like he's lucky. Let's go. The airplane-haired leader turned around and waved his hand, signaling his underlings to leave. Just then, Lan Yu suddenly appeared in front of them with his arms crossed. No need to rush off. Weren't you looking for me? Kid, you've got some guts to come back after running away. Be smart and hand over the money and gold on you, or else you'll end up like a pig's head, lying in bed for a few months or worse. You'll be dead. The airplane-haired leader signaled his underlings to quickly surround Lan Yu. Seeing the several underlings swiftly encircle him, Lan Yu smiled. Oh, you guys are quite quick. It seems you've done this kind of thing before. But let me ask you a question. Do you know where I can get an ID? Lan Yu squinted at the airplane-haired leader. Since he couldn't find out where to get an ID, he wanted to see if these would-be robbers knew. Otherwise, why would Lan Yu let them follow him? Get an ID? The airplane-haired leader suddenly guessed something. It seemed this kid was an undocumented person. In this city, there were many undocumented individuals needing proof, so he directly guessed that direction. After all, would spies or agents ask him about it? Since he was undocumented, there was no need to worry about anyone backing him up. The airplane-haired leader didn't say much, just nodded to his other subordinates, preparing to go all out and rob. Lan Yu shook his head, as he said, if I were to be smart, I'd just end up like a pig's head, lying in bed for a few months, but why would I go for the heaviest punishment? Sensing their intentions, Lan Yu no longer held back. Then, a swift sound rang out, followed by several loud claps. The group was instantly knocked to the ground by Lan Yu. Can I speak now? Lan Yu squatted down to look at the airplane-haired leader lying on the ground. The airplane-haired leader, seeing his gasping underlings, was furious and said defiantly, after you've beaten us like this, do you think I would talk? What a pity. I was originally going to give you a chance. Since you don't want it, then I have no need to hold back. With a kick, several of them were tossed into a nearby trash bin like lifeless garbage. After that, Lan Yu walked toward the exit. But at that moment, from a building in the distance, someone with binoculars spotted the situation here. After seeing Lan Yu leave, this person hurriedly ran downstairs towards Lan Yu's direction. Chapter 77. Tracking the money was in hand, the ID card. At this moment, Lan Yu was walking down the street, and sensed that someone was following him from behind. A second group? Or someone from the plane crew? No, it was just one person. Lan Yu didn't glance back. Instead, he walked while using his observation hockey to sense behind him, discovering that only one person's gaze was fixed on him, with no one else nearby. If it's just one person, then let's find a good place to meet this person. Lan Yu looked around and headed toward the shopping mall. The person followed him into the mall. However, as soon as this person entered the mall, he found that Lan Yu's figure had disappeared. Even after searching a few nearby stores, he couldn't find Lanyu. What a pity. It was rare to see such a person, and now he was gone. This person sat down on a resting chair in the mall and sighed. What difference does it make if I don't leave? So what do you want from me? The chair he was sitting on was a two-way chair, and behind him, Lanyu was eating a hamburger, leaning back and looking at him. What did you sit down? The person turned to look at Lanyu, and his pupils slightly constricted. He clearly hadn't seen anyone behind him when he sat down. I sat down right after you did. You still haven't answered my question. Lanyu was a bit surprised when he saw the person's face. He could sense someone behind him, but couldn't make out their appearance. Now that he was so close, he didn't expect it to be a character from the story, and a very important one at that. Kurapika calmed himself and said, I just happened to see you dealing with those few people through binoculars. You saw it? So what? Are you here to extort me? If you don't get the money, will you tell their boss or the relevant departments what you saw? Lanyu smiled. Of course, he was joking. He guessed that Kurapika didn't have any intention of doing such a thing, but had another purpose. However, he didn't expect that Kurapika would see him dealing with the crew from the plane through binoculars. But that was normal. There were many people in the city, and it was difficult for observation hockey to detect the environment from a distance. After all, not everyone could use observation hockey like a skilled practitioner, clearly sensing their surroundings. Nor could they use it like Enel, who could act as a radar and accurately launch lightning strikes over a vast area. It was normal to detect Kurapika following him from slight distance. Extort? After seeing you deal with those few people, I don't have the courage for that. The main reason is that I feel you are very strong, so I want to learn some powerful fighting skills from you. Kurapika said straightforwardly. Learn that from me? This world is so big, and there are many people stronger than me, as well as many martial arts schools. Is it really necessary to follow me like this? Lanyu couldn't imagine that Kurapika would take such a risk just to learn fighting skills. Martial arts schools? Kurapika shook his head. I want to learn something real. Are there any martial arts schools that will seriously teach? Most martial arts schools are just for show. As for strong people, so far, I haven't seen anyone stronger than you. Lanyu's speed when dealing with those few people astonished Kurapika. He had seen fast people before, but those so-called fast people seemed to be moving at a snail's pace in front of Lanyu. At the same time, his intuition told him that this was a good opportunity, and if he missed it, he might have to wait a long time for another chance, so he followed. Oh really? What reason do you have for wanting to learn fighting skills from me? Although he had an idea of what the reason might be, Lanyu still asked. Kurapika simply explained, I want to retrieve something, and it might be dangerous, so I need strong fighting abilities for self-defense. And it sounds like these things are very important. Although he didn't say what the things were, Lanyu guessed that Kurapika was trying to become stronger to better retrieve the scarlet eyes of his clan. All right then. Hearing Lanyu say all right, Kurapika thought he was going to teach him and looked slightly pleased. But after Lanyu stood up, he said flatly, But why should I teach you? We're not related. So why should I teach you just because you said a few words? After saying this, Lanyu walked away. Although Kurapika was a known character, given the current situation, they were essentially strangers. Would Lanyu be foolish enough to teach him just because Kurapika mentioned wanting to learn fighting skills? Kurapika was stunned. He realized that he had acted impulsively. Upon seeing Lanyu, he hadn't thought much and just followed him. As a result, he overlooked the biggest question. Why would someone teach him fighting skills for no reason? If it were someone with a worse personality, they might have at least beaten him up. However, he understood why he had been so impulsive. In recent years, he had been striving to find those things and strengthen his abilities. It was one thing not to have the opportunity to meet such a strong person before. But now that he had, how could he let it slip away? Otherwise, he wouldn't have impulsively followed Lanyu. Coming back to his senses, Kurapika stood up and walked behind Lanyu, saying, I can pay you. As long as you're willing to teach me, I'll pay any amount. Sorry, I don't need money. Lanyu had previously needed money in this world, but he didn't anymore. If he really wanted money, given Kurapika's situation, he probably wouldn't have much. And he would inevitably end up saying something classic, like working like a slave to repay the debt. As long as you teach me fighting skills, I can do anything within my ability to help you, Kurapika said earnestly. What can someone as weak as you do? Lanyu continued walking, showing no intention of stopping. With Kurapika's current situation, Lanyu guessed that the story hadn't unfolded yet, meaning that Kurapika hadn't learned in abilities, so he was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Seeing that Kurapika had nothing more to say, since he had already said he could do anything, and Lanyu still hadn't agreed to him, he had no more words to say. However, he continued to follow Lanyu, this time openly. After walking for a while, Lanyu remembered that he still hadn't taken care of the ID card issue, so he turned to Kurapika and asked, Do you know where I can get an ID? If I tell you, will you teach me? Karapika asked. No, if you don't want to say, then forget it. Lan Yu shook his head. Although Lan Yu still refused him, Karapika wanted to strengthen their relationship and ultimately told Lan Yu where he could get an ID. There are too many undocumented people in this world, or rather, too many places like slums, especially in this world-famous Meteor Street, which leads to many people lacking identification. Therefore, apart from the legitimate relevant departments, there emerge places where one could obtain identification as long as they paid. Actually, places like this should be hidden away in secret locations. But Lan Yu never expected that this place would be near such a formal department called the agency. Of course, the price goes without saying. It's definitely expensive. But Lan Yu isn't short on money and paid directly to get it done immediately. Through this matter, the two had some exchanges. Karapika learned Lan Yu's name. While Lan Yu got to know a bit about Karapika's situation, what's more important is that Lan Yu learned he is now 16 years old, which confirms Lan Yu's assumption that there is still some time before the events of the story unfold. Lan Yu speculates that it might be because Karapika hasn't found what he is looking for here, including combat abilities, which is why he wants to take the hunter exam to find work as a hunter. After Lan Yu obtained his identification, he headed straight for the Sky Arena. Karapika, who followed behind, asked Lan Yu after he registered as a fighter in the Sky Arena, "Why did you come here? Why can't I come here?" Lan Yu countered, "I don't deny that some fighters here are very strong, but they can't compare to you. And some fighters here have despicable methods, while some spectators are downright crazy." I was disappointed after just watching a few matches. Although he didn't know what Lan Yu came here for, Karapika expressed that the place might let him down. "Have you ever seen battles above the 200th floor?" Lan Yu looked at him and asked. Karapika shook his head. "No, I was disappointed after seeing the lower levels. And since the battles above the 200th floor are irregular, I stopped paying attention." "I see." Lan Yu nodded. The Sky Arena has a total of 251 floors. Below 100 is one level, from 100 to 200 is another level, and above 200 is yet another tier. If Karapika had watched a few more matches here and seen battles above the 200th floor, he would understand that it was just his bad luck to see those matches that affected his mood. As for the crazy spectators, how crazy could they be to help fight in the ring? Some group leaders do indeed use large crowds of spectators to help fight. So today, watch a few more matches and see if the situation is still as you previously thought. Lan Yu smiled and headed towards the stage on the first floor. Chapter 78 Testing. A punches matter. I didn't expect that the first floor here is a bit different from the other floors. Karapika followed Lan Yu and arrived at the arena on the first floor. He had never been to the first floor before, as the competition level was too low. Now that he was here, Karapika saw that there were many arenas, unlike the other floors that only had one large arena. The first floor is specifically designed to test the strength of the contestants, which is why there are so many arenas. Each arena's judges will assign contestants to the corresponding floors based on their strength. Author's note: the Sky Arena here will be a bit different from the plot. Arena 20 is over here. Lan Yu walked near this arena. At that moment, this arena had just finished a match, and the judge looked at the tablet in his hand and shouted the numbers of the next contestants. Arena 20, Contestant 13, so-and-so. Contestant 14, so-and-so, please come up. Haha, my flowers have wilted waiting. Finally my turn has come. A somewhat handsome man quickly jumped up when he heard his number. And he wasn't just saying it. He really brought a pot of flowers with him. This is an arena, and you actually brought a pot of flowers? Are you giving flowers to yourself? A big fat man walked up from the side stairs. Let's start. The handsome man was about to say something, but the judge directly shouted start. With so many matches to handle every day, the judge didn't have time to listen to their pre-match banter. Bang, bang, bang. I thought this handsome man bringing flowers would serve some purpose, but turned out to be just for show. He was directly knocked out of the arena by the fat guy. However, after the flower pot shattered on the ground, the petals scattered on the handsome man's body after the impact, as if their purpose was to mourn this handsome man. After the judge evaluated the fat guy's strength and assigned him to the corresponding floor, he called out again. Contestant 15, so-and-so, contestant 16, so-and-so, please come up. In a short while, these two quickly finished. After the judge did the same work again, he called out the next two numbers. These two fought a bit longer, but the judge indicated that watching such matches too often was boring. After they finished, he routinely evaluated the winner. After seeing these three matches and glancing at the battles in the adjacent arenas, Karapika shook his head. These people's levels are too low. Even I could easily pass if I went up. It's just a test. How high do you think the level can be? Lan Yu laughed. High-level people are hard to find here. While they were chatting, another match ended, and the judge shouted, Contestant 21, so-and-so. Contestant 22, so-and-so. Please come to the stage. As soon as the judge finished shouting, the arena echoed with sounds. At this moment, a very strong man, over 2 meters tall, stood on the arena. The contestants and audience nearby became lively upon seeing this person. Isn't that Oni from 3W? Why is he here at the Sky Arena? Right? The Sky Arena has unrestricted fighting. If a celebrity like him gets injured here, it would be a loss. Maybe he feels he's reached the top in 3W, so he wants to challenge himself here. It is indeed possible, although the prize money in 3W is high. The prize money at the Sky Arena after reaching the 100th floor is even more. Now, that would be an interesting match. I wonder if this wrestling champion can make it above the 100th floor. In the eyes of these people, the test matches could be passed with just a bit of strength, but at this moment, they felt that Oni's opponent was very unlucky. Out of so many people, he just happened to meet Oni, the pinnacle of wrestling. However, their thoughts might be dashed. They only noticed Oni's appearance and did not pay attention to who contestant 22 was. In fact, even if they did, they wouldn't think highly of this person, as they did not recognize him, but they recognized Oni as the king of wrestling. However, it didn't matter for them to pay much attention, as this person finished the test match as soon as he stepped on stage. And this person was Lanyu. After Lanyu came up, he didn't say much, and after the judge shouted to start, he immediately punched Oni, sending him flying. Judge, give a good evaluation. After finishing, Lanyu smiled at the judge. The judge suddenly looked like he was being stared at by a fierce tiger. Yes, yes. The judge swallowed hard and said with slightly trembling hands, then, please wait a moment. I will discuss it with the backstage. Or you can walk to the lobby now and ask the staff at the counter what floor you will go to. During this time, I can confirm which floor you will go to. Thank you very much. Lanyu happily left the arena. After seeing Lanyu leave, the judge wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered, that was a bit scary just now. This is the aura that only experts possess. And that punch was obviously very casual, but it could easily send a wrestling champion like Oni flying. It seems another monster has arrived here. Since that's the case, I will use my utmost authority to send you up. The judge tapped a few times on the tablet in his hand. Originally, after finishing, the judge could immediately confirm what floor the contestant would go to. But since Lanyu is so strong, he decided to give him the best floor. So the judge used his privilege to explain to the backstage staff. The contestants and audience who were initially optimistic about Oni were dumbfounded. Didn't they say he was the wrestling king? How could he be sent flying by someone with just one punch? Does he weigh so much that he eats vegetables? Does his body have springs? How could he fly so far? No, if Oni's strength is not an issue, then it means his opponent's strength is too strong. In that case, this person is so strong, he will definitely rise to the floors quickly. Should I place a bet on him winning now? This opportunity won't come again. What are you waiting for to bet on him winning? Exactly. I wonder how many floors he will be raised later. So what are we waiting for? Run. Let's go to the lobby and see what floor he rises to. Most of the audience here came to see if they could discover powerful contestants, so they could bet on them winning from the start, as the odd for contestants starting here would be much higher. And now, with Lanyu, who can easily send even the wrestling king flying, who else should they bet on? Even some contestants who considered themselves weak chose to forfeit and headed toward the lobby. For them, it was better to gamble on Lanyu winning than to go on stage and get beaten. Could you help me check what floor I reached? Upon reaching the lobby, Lanyu handed his contestant information card to the staff at Counter 1. Sure, the staff at Counter 1 took the card and swiped it on the machine. After seeing the information on it, the staff member exclaimed in surprise, yes, it's the 90th floor. The 90th floor is not a big deal. There are many contestants on the 90th floor here, but Lanyu's information shows that he went directly from the first floor to the 90th floor. It should be noted that the maximum authority of the judges on the first floor is to elevate a contestant to the 90th floor. But this authority can only be used once a year. At other times, they can only raise contestants to between 10 and 50 floors. A judge needs to evaluate thousands of matches in a year, and the total number of matches involving all judges adds up to tens of thousands or even over 100,000. Yet in a whole year, there might not be 2 or 3 individuals who can make use of this right among so many judges. But unexpectedly, the first person has appeared this year. Level 90. Huh, that's quite high. Lanyu chuckled and asked, can I start the match on this level soon? I need to check and see if there are any players available, replied staff member number 1 as they quickly typed on the computer keyboard. After seeing the information on the screen, they said, just so happens the player at the second arena on level 90 is waiting for someone to battle. Are you sure you want to proceed with the match? Absolutely. Just a moment, Lanyu confirmed. Staff member number 1 typed again for a moment. It's all set. The time is in 1 hour. After handing back the information card to Lan Yu, staff member number 1 waved to the side. There's a dedicated elevator here that can take you quickly to level 90. You can start in a few minutes. But this hour is not for both parties to prepare. It's for the audience. All right, thank you. Lan Yu took the card and walked towards the elevator, with Kalapika naturally following behind. Just as Lan Yu stepped into the elevator, those who had rushed over to bet on Lan Yu winning missed her and were unaware of which level she had gone to. Staff member no. 1 happened to be busy, so they all turned to staff member number 2. What level was that person at? Quickly tell us where they went. Yeah, hurry up. If we wait too long, their match will end and the odds will drop. Seeing so many people rushing over, staff member number 2 asked in confusion, "Who are you talking about? Many people came by here just now." It's... For a moment, they couldn't recall Lan Yu's name. Oni's appearance had drawn all their attention, so they hadn't noted Lan Yu's name. Oh, it's Arena 20, Player 22. Someone who was in the same arena as Lan Yu quickly said. Although he also didn't remember Lan Yu's name, he recalled her number. Are you asking about Player 22, Lan Yu, from Arena 20? At that moment, staff member number 1, who was free, overheard and asked. That's right, that's him. Quickly tell us what level he's on. These people didn't really know if the name was Lan Yu, but they were sure about Arena 20 and Player 22. He's at the second arena on level 90. As soon as staff member number 1 mentioned Lan Yu's level, everyone started pulling out money. Level 90, second arena? Hurry, I want to place a bet. I want to bet half my fortune. Half your fortune? Go all in. Seeing these people so frenzied, staff members know. 1 and number 2 wipe their sweat. Chapter 79, it's just a punch in the elevator. At the Sky Arena, you might see someone stronger than me. You can talk to them then. Lan Yu crossed her arms and looked at the elevator door, which was shiny like a mirror, clearly reflecting the faces of the two. You said maybe. Perhaps there's no one here who can match you. Kurapika calmly stared at the elevator door. Besides, we've already met, so there's no need to waste time looking for others. After all, if I recklessly talk about learning combat skills with strangers like today, I might get hit. Doing something foolish like this once is enough. So, according to you, are you going to stick with me? Lan Yu's lips curled up slightly. Then if I don't teach you, will you follow me for the rest of your life? Of course not. Maybe after a while. I will leave since I have things to do, so I won't waste time on things without results. Kurapika certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to follow Lan Yu indefinitely. Otherwise, he wouldn't get his own things done. Since you said that, you can go do what you need to do now. Lan Yu gestured. What I need to do at this stage is to bet on you. If I win, things will be easier later. Otherwise, I will leave when I can no longer bet. Having said that, Kurapika opened up. 9 out of 10 bets lose. Do you think you'll be that last 1%? I don't know, but I'm still young and don't mind wasting this little time. Ding! The elevator door opened. Being young has its advantages. Lan Yu smiled slightly and walked out of the elevator. Lan Yu arrived at the arena on the 90th floor, and just as she sat down on the contestant's rest chair, many spectators came flocking in. Seeing this, Lan Yu was slightly surprised. Oh, is my opponent famous? So many spectators are paying attention. I hope he is strong enough. Before she could finish her thought, a spectator behind her shouted, "Handsome guy, I bet on you to win, so you have to give it your all." That is right. Bro, I'm also a contestant from the first layer, Venue 20. I forfeited just to watch your match, so you must win this battle. Big brother, I called you big brother, so you have to live up to that. Don't let me down. Handsome, you have to win. Otherwise, I'll rally the brothers to call you a loser. Looking at the spectators behind her, Lan Yu wondered. I only threw 1 punch on the first floor, and I have so many spectators paying attention to me? It has to do with the opponent you defeated. Kurapika, standing behind Lan Yu, pointed to the monitor above the arena. At that moment, the monitor displayed Lan Yu's record, showing that she had defeated the wrestling champion Oni, along with some of Oni's achievements, making her seem impressive. If Oni were here, he would definitely be furious. Usually, having such a record is something to boast about. But right now, it feels like kicking a man when he is down. On the monitor, Lan Yu also saw who her opponent was, the Taekwondo champion Han, who had 6 wins and 0 losses. If the spectators behind Lan Yu were here to support her, then the numerous spectators across from her were there to see Han. And even before the match started, some irrational spectators began to shout, "Pretty boy, are you just going through the motions? This is a place for men. How dare you stand here, you little pretty boy?" No. Calling him a pretty boy is too much. After all, his face is quite handsome. But maybe it's too handsome, so he needs to come into Han for a few lessons. What a joke. With a face like that, does he really need a makeover? Ha ha ha. Exactly. A dog face like it should go back to the doghouse. This is a place for humans. Get lost. This isn't a place for you. Be careful, or you'll end up with your little brother becoming a little sister. Even our powerful Han fought his way up. How did trash like you get from the first layer to the 90th layer? Did you sleep your way to the judges? These spectators were getting more and more outrageous, their words becoming rougher, enough to anger anyone who heard them. This is what I mean by madness. Madness that is unbearable. Kurapika squinted at the spectators across the way, especially when some spectators used foul language to attack families. He couldn't tolerate that the most. If he were in LearnsHe's position, he would probably beat those spectators up after the match. Let me teach you something. LearnsHe smiled at Kurapika and said with implication, always learn to stay calm. A person who can't even control their own emotions is very likely to fail. Of course, LearnsHe also had moments of losing his cool, but he wouldn't get angry over things said by some spectators because it's not worth it. Time passed as the spectators continued their tirades. Then, contestant Dahan appeared on stage, wearing a white cloak and looking quite handsome. To be honest, Dahan was indeed a bit good-looking, capable of charming many girls, which explains why there were so many spectators on the 90th floor. Also, many of the foul-mouthed spectators were mostly young girls, or rather, dinosaur sisters. After LearnsHe stood on stage, Dahan awkwardly said, I heard that many of my fans are not very friendly to you. I want to apologize on behalf of my fans. They are too irrational. How can they use such words? But as he said this, his expression changed, turning into one of disdain and arrogance. They are too low in their remarks. Someone like you, what ability do you have to qualify from the first layer to the 90th? Someone like you should be. LearnsHe casually picked his ear with his pinky finger, completely ignoring Dahan's words, and turned to the referee beside her. Can we start? Yes. The referee, obviously used to this, responded calmly. Hey, the little stick can start now. LearnsHe reminded Dahan, who was still chattering away. What little stick? My name is Dahan. Hearing the word stick, Dahan felt inexplicably angry and glared at LearnsHe fiercely, then dramatically threw off his cloak. There's nothing you can do. Your name sounds like a stick, specifically one that stirs up trouble. LearnsHe laughed. You vulgar person, I'll make you pay dearly. Great universe chaos strike. Dahan quickly charged at LearnsHe, sliding closer after a certain distance, then swiftly swung his leg to attack LearnsHe. To be honest, this guy's legs were quite fast, and it's not without reason that he has 6 wins. Anyone with a bit of strength would struggle to dodge his legs. But, bang! After dodging a few times, LearnsHe lost interest in playing and directly retaliated with a punch, sending Dahan flying, crashing into and embedding him into the wall beneath the spectator area. The spectators couldn't fight, but they could still exert some effort against you. LearnsHe calmly looked at Dahan, who was rolling his eyes. Some spectators who were about to praise Dahan suddenly fell silent. Wasn't he there, Dahan, supposed to sweep through opponents without a hitch? How could he be knocked down by a single punch? Some irrational spectators even shouted about foul play, insisting someone must have drugged their Dahan. Otherwise, how could he have been so easily knocked away? They demanded the referee investigate the matter and called for a rematch. But the referee looked at them as if they were fools. The matches were all temporary pairings, so when would there be time to drug someone? Then he directly announced LearnsHe's victory. Originally, stepping out of the ring didn't count as losing. There needed to be a 10-second countdown. But Dahan rolled his eyes. What was it a countdown? The audience on LearnsHe's side was extremely excited. Amazing, a one-punch KO. Ha ha ha. Well, a load of nonsense about the great universe being chaotic. It turns out it's so vulnerable. Just before the battle started, their faces were so annoying. Now look. Are they all swollen? So strong. One punch for Aoni, and now another punch for Dahan. Luckily, I bet my entire fortune. Now I have 2 fortunes. What a pity. I've only won half my fortune, so now I have 1.5 fortunes. After the referee declared him the winner, LearnsHe looked at the referee and asked, Referee, can I continue to fight the next match? Yes, originally according to the usual rules. You need to move to the 91st floor, but as you have risen from the 1st to the 90th floor, you have a privilege. You can fight directly here. Moreover, I have the privilege to arrange a match for you against someone from the 99th floor. If you win, you will be promoted to over 100 floors based on the evaluation. So do you need it? The referee said calmly. Yes, why wouldn't I need it? LearnsHe smiled. All right, it will start in half an hour. The referee walked aside to speak with the staff. Then the referee took the microphone and announced, Ladies and gentlemen, in half an hour, contestant LearnsHe will battle someone from the 99th floor. Those who wish to continue watching, please do not leave. For those who need to do other things, please return in half an hour. As soon as the referee said this, Dahan's fans erupted in a chorus of curses. Their Appa's matter hadn't even been resolved, and now they were starting the next match? But the referee completely ignored them. Meanwhile, the audience on LearnsHe's side was filled with joy. Betting. This time I'm going to bet 1.5 fortunes. Ha ha ha. I didn't T-bet before, but now I have the chance. Aren't you afraid he'll lose? Lose? One punch for Aoni and one punch for Dahan. It's clear he hasn't even shown his full strength. With that kind of power, isn't it easy to fight someone from the 99th floor? Chapter 80. Rapid Rise. Lightning Sock. 9 wins and 3 losses. Just hearing this name makes it clear that he's a fast person. Lan Yu sat on, looking at the introduction on the display. I hope he isn't as talkative as some certain players. Before Lan Yu could finish her sentence, the group of spectators who hadn't left yet began to curse loudly, interrupting her words. However, since Sock, Lan Yu's opponent this time, was not the idol they were fans of, they didn't use Nick to insult him, but they still had plenty to say. Seeing this, Lan Yu smiled. These spectators have such sharp tongues. Have they not been beaten before? At this moment, Kurapika, who was standing behind Lan Yu in the audience area, asked, "Are you going to continue after this match?" "Of course. I'll keep fighting until I run out of stamina. Let's see if I can reach level 200 today." Lan Yu didn't turn around, but answered Kurapika's question while curiously watching the spectators' outbursts. "In that case, I don't need to take out money. I'll just keep betting on you to win," Kurapika said calmly. "Huh? You also placed a bet? What did you place it?" Lan Yu asked. In fact, he had placed a bet himself. It was before the match started. Bets can be placed directly at each level S arena. There's no need to bet on the first level. Kurapika didn't bet on the first level because he didn't have time, and it would be foolish not to bet on a relatively safe match when he got up here. "Be careful." 10 bets. Before Lan Yu could finish, Kurapika jumped in. 10 bets, 9 losses, but you also bet on yourself to win, so I think you believe you can win. Or do you have too much money and think you will lose? All right, the kid is quite quick-witted. Lan Yu stood up and looked at the arena. This time, his opponent Nick had already arrived. Soon, both sides stood face to face in the arena. "Is this you who defeated that pretty boy from Dahan?" Nick sided up Lan Yu. Those spectators cursed Lan Yu as a pretty boy, but Dahan's face looked even more like a pretty boy, and with those annoying spectators. Other high-level players showed no respect for Dahan, and instead called him a pretty boy. "That's right, but I don't like pre-match chatter. Let's just get started quickly." Lan Yu waved his hand at Nick. "Straightforward. My principle as Lightning Nick is to be quick, so I don't like long-winded people, especially idiots like Dahan. Since that's the case, let's start." Nick quickly charged at Lan Yu. "The referee. Are you two starting like this, as if I don't exist?" The match begins. The referee shouted immediately to assert his presence. Whoosh. Nick swiftly flashed to Lan Yu's side and kicked out. Smack. Lan Yu easily blocked Nick's leg with a finger. "Good speed, but too weak. This must be why you have 3 losses and why you are at level 99, right? It seems you're a tough nut, reacting so quickly and blocking my leg with just a finger." Nick squinted his eyes. "But you're too arrogant, with no sense of defense, exposing all your weaknesses." Whoosh. Nick swiftly moved behind Lan Yu and used a spinning kick to strike Lan Yu's head. "But," smack, "you're just underestimating me." Lan Yu's hand reached back and easily grasped Nick's foot. "However, this battle completely aligns with your principle, so let's end it now." Bang. Before Nick could react, he was thrown away, landing right where certain Han had been half an hour ago. Winner, Lan Yu. The referee glanced at Nick, who was rolling his eyes, and announced the result. Oh, another win. Although this time it wasn't a single punch, it ended so quickly, okay? I haven't even had my fill of watching. It certainly isn't good, making me win too quickly. Hey, the spectators over there. Did you bet on our big brother to win? Of course not. They would rather see Nick unleash his power and take revenge for their Hanappa. Ha ha ha, another win. Now I have quadrupled my fortune. Lan Yu's quick victory once again thrilled the spectators behind him, who also teased the opposing audience, making them show expressions of anger. Referee, Lan Yu looked at him, wanted to say something, but the referee guessed what Lan Yu meant and said, "Here, only battles below level 100 can take place. Battles above level 100 can only happen once you move up. But you are so strong. Going to level 100 is no different from level 99. So you can go directly to level 122. That works." Lan Yu wanted to say something else, but the referee seemed to have foresight. "I suppose you haven't consumed much stamina. I'll tell the referee over there to start your match quickly when you reach your next level." "All right, thank you very much." Seeing this, Lan Yu left the arena and walked out. Hearing the conversation on the arena, should I say a large portion of the spectators here had left, all heading towards level 122. The referee, seeing the situation, sighed. "How long has it been since I've seen such a scene? If I weren't the referee on this level, I want to stay and watch live to see what other exciting performances this Lan Yu could deliver." Upon reaching level 122, there was only one match before it was Lan Yu's turn. This time, Lan Yu's opponent was a strong man, even more muscular than Oni, known for his thick skin and endurance. Perhaps it was a routine. There was definitely some pre-match chatter. But Lan Yu decided to give him the chance to talk this time, as once the match started, no matter how tough-skinned he was, it would end swiftly. The result was indeed as expected. Lan Yu kicked his opponent into the wall. The referee here knew the strong man's strength, so seeing Lan Yu resolve him so easily, he recognized Lan Yu's strength and gave him a special exception, sending him directly to level 152. After Lan Yu went to level 152, the spectators who had followed along, plus some attracted by Lan Yu, also moved towards level 152. Upon reaching level 152, the opponent was no longer as weak as the previous ones. Both strength and speed were considerably strong. But just considerably, Lan Yu still sent the opponent crashing into the wall with one kick. However, level 150 was a threshold. So this time Lan Yu couldn't jump levels significantly. He could only win a match to jump 10 levels, reaching level 162. Regardless of whether it was level 162, 172, or 182, Lan Yu cleared them all with a punch or a kick. Although Lan Yu quickly resolved each opponent, every match required waiting time, so by now, it was already evening. At the arena on level 192, Lan Yu sat in the player area, waiting for the match to begin. After several consecutive matches where Lan Yu easily won with a punch or kick, and with more people in the evening, a large crowd had gathered at this level. One could say the entire arena was packed with spectators. Hello, dear audience friends. Here is the battle at level 192. Whoever wins will directly ascend to level 200. To my right is the veteran powerhouse Dasun, a former UFC boxing champion in the Sky Arena. He is known for predominantly knocking out his opponents, and very few fighters have been able to withstand his fists, which are acclaimed as being made of steel. The female host holds a microphone in her left hand and gestures toward Dasun in the right corner of the ring's resting area, stating that it's finally time for me to make my entrance. In the past, Dasun would have received a roaring cheer, as although he is currently on the 192nd floor, he didn't ascend here, but was knocked down from the 200th floor. For those below the 200th floor, he is regarded as a big boss level competitor. However, the audience here is all supporters of Lan Yu, who made it to this point alongside him. So they show no reaction to Dasun and are busy discussing their own matters. On my left is the fighter Lan Yu, who has no prior record, only today's achievements. But those are quite extraordinary, having climbed from the first floor and knocking out opponents with each punch and kick. If he wins this match, he will break the Sky Arena record, ascending to the 200th floor within just a few hours. The host is also a bit excited at this point. If Lan Yu wins, she will be a witness to the record. The Sky Arena gathers many powerful individuals. It's not that no one can reach the 200th floor in a single day, but after such a long day of matches, stamina will always be depleted. Normal fighters would usually take their time to maintain their stamina for future bouts. So, there are in Team many who would disregard stamina consumption like Lan Yu and charge straight here. In fact, there are hardly any who can manage to conserve their stamina like Lan Yu. Chapter 81. The emergence of nun users after the host introduced Lan Yu. The audience suddenly became lively. Oh, handsome guy, even though you won too quickly, which lowered your odds, I will still continue to support your victory. Brother, today, because of you, my dream of eating well and living lavishly has come true, but I still need the money for a house. So it's all up to you now. Handsome, I'm calling you handsome now. Because of you, I won't support that weakling Dahan anymore. Please keep winning. Let those who continue to support Dahan see that their choice was wrong. Ah, what a pity. The odds are low, and this time I can only bet the amount that could buy a car, but I will continue to support the number 22 contestant. Number 22. I brought my whole family to support you. Don't let us down. Number 22. Go for it. I've been supporting you since the very beginning. Number 22. From the first layer accompanying Lan Yu to the 192nd layer here. But Lan Yu has been climbing up so much that he seems to not want this number. Why? Because there are too many twos. The first layer, the 20th arena number 22, the 90th layer number 2 arena, the 122nd layer, the 152nd layer, up to the current 192nd. Is he feeling quite foolish today? The worst part is that when he reaches the 200 layers, every layer starts with the character for 2. Of course, asking him to admit defeat and not be foolish is impossible. So, well, this too he has taken for granted, standing behind Lan Yu in the audience. Karapika said at this moment, my choice was indeed correct, although you only threw a punch or a kick, just from the way you instantly defeated your opponents. Your strength and speed are terrifyingly strong. So for a strong person like you, I have no reason not to learn combat from you. No, I should say learn how to become stronger. After these few battles, Karapika understands that what Lan Yu possesses is not some powerful fighting skills, but rather a very strong ability, After all, ordinary fighting skills can't achieve what Lan Yu has done. And for a strong person with such an ability, he certainly will not miss the opportunity to learn by following him. Lan Yu didn't say anything, just shook his head. This Kurapika, his character is a bit different from the one in the story. So irrational. Once he sees someone strong, he clings to them. Is it because of his appearance that Kurapika's personality has changed? Actually, it's not. Kurapika can sometimes be this emotional. As long as it helps him find his clan SIs, he will persist like this. A moment later on the arena. Young man, are you enjoying these cheers? Lan Yu's opponent, the Sun, looked at him seriously. But these cheers from the audience are only for your victory. Once you lose, even if it's just one match, their cheers can quickly drag you into hell. I was no worse than you are now. I quickly climbed to the 200th layer in just 3 days. But the people at the 200th layer made me understand what the world of the strong is and what the beginning of hell is. It also made me feel that the words of the audience are like a series of small knives that can completely stab the loser into darkness. If I'm not strong enough, if I do not work hard after my failure, I would not have the qualifications to stand here again. As a senior, I can tell you that fame only accelerates your downfall. Only a firm will is what a strong person needs. Thus an asumit an atajkink boing stance. Having been to the 200 layers, he must know what the world of the strong is like, especially in terms of nin abilities. So Lan Yu smiled slightly. As a senior who has been to hell, I wonder if you possess nin abilities? I see, you came prepared. Upon hearing Lan Yu mention nin abilities, the Sun realized that Lan Yu was not someone who knew nothing and also possessed nin abilities. Since I have experienced the power of hell and worked hard for so long, how could I possibly not possess nin abilities? Then please. Hearing this, Lan Yu waved his hand, signaling for him to start, as well as to use his nin abilities. Seeing this, the Sun clenched his fists, and immediately a layer of red aura attached to his body. Of course, ordinary people cannot see this aura. Only those with nin abilities can see it. Although Lan Yu does not possess nin abilities and cannot see the situation on the Sun's body, his observation haki sensed a light red aura appearing on the senior. In simple terms, it was like seeing a nun aura with only 30 to 40% transparency. As an experienced referee on site, he also felt this faint situation, and seeing this, he quickly raised his hand and shouted, "The battle begins." After saying that, he quickly jumped down from the arena. One side possesses nin abilities, and the other's strength is unknown. He did not want to get caught in the crossfire if they started fighting. I will be the first to attack. The Sun pushed off the ground with his foot and charged towards Lan Yu like he was flying. Once his foot landed, he quickly threw a right straight punch at Lan Yu. Bang! Lan Yu directly caught his punch with his right hand. But the moment Desin's fist collided with Lan Yu's palm, it made a loud sound. Fortunately, knowing that the Sun had nin abilities, Lan Yu took it seriously. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to catch Desin's punch with just his palm. And the Sun wouldn't be foolish enough to let Lan Yu hold onto his fist. He quickly drove his right knee towards Lan Yu's abdomen. Seeing this, Lan Yu released his grip and dodged to the side, avoiding Desin's attack. The Sun then pushed off with his left foot and quickly closed the distance again, throwing another punch at Lan Yu. However, this punch was sidestepped by Lan Yu, and then he quickly unleashed a series of sharp punches, all of which were easily dodged by Lan Yu. Feeling that his attacks were so easily avoided, the Sun understood that his speed was still not fast enough, so he accelerated. As the aura around his hands and feet became denser, he unleashed sharper and faster attacks towards Lan Yu. But even with Desin's increased speed, he still couldn't hit Lan Yu, who continued to dodge while saying, "Your punches are several times stronger than the opponents I've faced before. And as your aura becomes heavier, your attacks become even more powerful. So, you're an enhancer? That's right. I'm an enhancer. And I'm glad to be an enhancer because this category is simple. You just need to work hard in one direction," the Sun said while continuing to attack Lan Yu. However, Lan Yu was like an eel, darting around everywhere. "And you? Aren't you going to reveal your nun abilities directly? Or do you look down on me?" The Sun, seeing how quickly Lan Yu dodged and was able to block his initial attacks, thought that Lan Yu was secretly using his nin abilities. "I wish I could, but I can't." After sensing and being in such close contact with nin abilities, Lan Yu discovered that nin abilities are somewhat similar to hockey, not to mention other aspects. Just as Sun's current use of enhancer nin abilities is very similar to armament hockey, both strengthening attacks by wrapping around a certain part. Can't. Upon hearing that Lan Yu couldn't use nun abilities, the Sun showed a surprised expression. He had always thought that Lan Yu could. You should know that a person with nun abilities fighting against someone without them is like an adult fighting a child, with nun abilities attached. They can easily shatter large rocks. These are all truths he learned after going through several battles in the 200 layers and after learning Min abilities. As a result, this principle did not work on Lanyu. However, he thought of a possibility that his Nun ability teacher had told him. You don't have Min abilities, yet you can easily dodge my attacks and easily grab my fist. It seems your physical capabilities have reached an astonishing level. But such a body has a fatal flaw. That is, without Nin abilities, you cannot defend against internal attacks. Watch my burst fist. Bang! When Osamu swung his fist, his elbow acted like a jet, allowing him to strike Lanyu quickly. Although he hit, Lanyu blocked it with his arm. You blocked it, but blocking my burst fist won't help. Once I hit an object, the aura on my fist can impact the inside, which means your hand is already incapacitated. Boom! After Osamu finished saying incapacitated, Lanyu kicked him away, sending him crashing into the wall like his previous opponent. This move is indeed powerful. Even if you hit my hand internally, it would be severely injured. But as long as I don't let the aura reach the inside, I'm fine. Lanyu touched his arm. Fortunately, he didn't get overconfident. When the opponent called out his move, he reacted in time to use armament haki to block the opponent's internal aura. However, if the opponent's Nin energy is as destructive as armament haki, then Lanyu wouldn't be able to block it. Lanyu used black armament haki in that brief moment, so during the rapid collision earlier, the surrounding audience did not notice the condition of Lanyu's hand. However, Kurapika, who had been paying close attention to Lanyu's every move, keenly observed that the area of Lanyu's arm where he was hit turned black in that instant. Author's note: armament haki is invisible like Nin abilities. Only those who can use it can perceive it. It's just that when writing Pokemon battles, it's depicted as visible hardening. So I made haki always visible. Chapter 82. The battle comes to a temporary halt. Cough, cough, cough. This guy's kick is so powerful. The son climbed down from the wall, holding his stomach and spitting out blood. Fortunately, he had his aura wrapped around him, enhancing his body's defenses otherwise. With Lanyu's kick, he would be rolling his eyes by now. But why was his hand unharmed? The son wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Lanyu on the arena, who seemed completely unscathed. Just a moment ago, when he attacked the Sen's arm, he vaguely saw something black appear on Lanyu's arm, and then it felt like his fist hit steel. Was he hiding a metal plate? Impossible. The son shook his head slightly. There are cameras everywhere here, and if weapons are detected, it would lead to immediate disqualification. Moreover, there was no place for him to hide anything on his hand, and with such heavy kicks, it proved that he was also a capable fighter, with no need to use a metal plate to tarnish his own reputation. Besides, weapons can be used freely above the 200th floor, so there is no rush to use them here and risk a foul. The son realized that he himself didn't know about the aura ability until he fought through to the 200th floor. So he thought of a possibility. Could it be that he possesses other abilities? The son. Seeing the son in a daze, the referee shouted, "If you don't get back in the ring in the next 2 seconds, you will be declared the loser." "I'm sorry." The son, who was still lost in thought, quickly jumped back onto the arena after hearing the referee's reminder. Although you don't have the aura ability, you must have other abilities, right? After getting back on stage, the son voiced his suspicions. "You noticed." Lanyu smiled and acknowledged it. If the opponent had managed to hit his arm, it would be foolish not to realize that. "Huh, so it is." The son looked seriously at Lanyu. "It's a clash of abilities, but I won't give up. Let's see whose explosive punch is stronger, mine or your steel-like ability." Swish. This time, not only did Sen's fist surge forward, but his legs also shot forward like jets. Just as he burst forward to Lanyu's side, Lanyu also appeared behind him in a flash. "You broke my previous time record and also shattered my record for knocking out with 1 punch and 1 kick. So as a reward for you, I'll put some strength into this next strike and end this battle right here." Lanyu said from behind his senator, "If you have that ability then." Bang! Just as the son tried to turn around to counterattack, he was kicked hard by Lanyu and sent flying, crashing into the wall again. However, this time, he crashed into the wall of Lanyu's resting area. Even with his aura defense, he still rolled his eyes from the force of Lanyu's kick. The referee quickly rushed to the Sen's side to check his condition and then announced, "The son has fainted, so the winner of this battle is Lanyu. Congratulations to Lanyu for advancing to the 200th floor." After the referee announced the result, the audience erupted in cheers. Incredible. Even his son, who had been to the 200th floor and beyond, couldn't withstand just 2 kicks. But to be fair, the son did quite well. At least he landed a punch and withstood a kick. Although it took a little time, that made it more interesting. At least it lasted a while. Otherwise, if it ended with just 1 punch or 1 kick, it would be too fast, and it would feel boring like a second-rate fighter. I wonder when the battles on the 200th floor will start. Probably not tomorrow, as battles above the 200th floor require advanced applications. The audience wanted to know when Lan Yu's next match would start, and Lan Yu was also curious. After stepping down from the arena, he headed directly to the floor counter. 10 days later, after applying at the floor counter and learning the time for his next battle, Lan Yu made his way to the 200th floor. Since he reached the 200th floor, the Sky Arena set him up with a luxurious room there. Is there really a need for you to come up to the 200th floor with me when there's no match? In the elevator, Lan Yu looked at Kurapika, shaking his head. I won some money, and since I told the staff I'm your assistant, I've booked a room right next to yours, Kurapika said, holding a room card. You've done well. Lan Yu shook his head. I saw a small part of your arm turn black when you were blocking Descend's attack, Kurapika said, recounting what he observed on the arena. It was too noisy in the observation area for Kurapika to hear the conversation between Lan Yu and Descend. Otherwise, he would have directly asked what that ability was. Oh, I thought only Descend on the arena noticed. I didn't expect you did too. But knowing it doesn't change much. Lan Yu shrugged and said nothing more. For you, it might be nothing, but for me, it's a good thing. It proves my choice was not wrong. It also shows that you possess a strong ability that you haven't utilized. Kurapika smiled slightly. If only Kurapika had seen Descend using his aura ability, he would have been shocked by how powerful Descend's punch was, and even more astonished at how strong Lan Yu was for blocking it. All right, it's up to you. If you want to follow along, then go ahead. Lan Yu could teach Goblin Slayer swordsmanship, so why not teach Kurapika how to become stronger? It's really about the relationship formed afterward. If Goblin Slayer had approached him right away for advice, Lan Yu might not have taught him. But after working together on a mission, they became friends, even if it was just for a day or two. Many friendships are built this way, right? So friends can teach each other. However, if Kurapika had approached him right away, anyone in that situation would be reluctant to teach. Of course, after getting to know each other, he might consider it based on the situation. Or to put it another way, if Kurapika had known him for a few days first and then asked for advice, Lan Yu would likely be more inclined to teach. Big brother, how much reputation did we gain this time? Lan Yu asked in his mind. Synthesis system, about 100,000, mainly because your battle was too quick, and the time involved was too short. If it had lasted 2 or 3 days, it might have been more. That's fine. After all, there's still battles above the 200th floor coming up, right? There will be a period of buffer time, and a lot of people will gather then, which is where the big game lies. Lan Yu smiled. If it's over 100,000 in a day, then after a few days of spreading the word, the battles on the 200th floor could provide him with hundreds of thousands of reputation points. This way, his reputation could reach 1 million. After the elevator reached the 200th floor, the two entered their respective rooms. Once Kurapika returned to his room, he opened his computer to browse some web pages. As for Lan Yu, he entered his room and activated the vortex to return to the infinite country. The king who went out has finally returned. I thought you were staying out all night, Robin said with a smile, glancing at the suddenly appearing vortex while reading at the desk. What kind of world did you visit this time? Now the higher-ups of the infinite country knew that Lan Yu was not in the country, so he must have been in known or unknown worlds. Lan Yu smiled and briefly explained. It's an environment similar to the Pokemon world, but this world has no Pokemon and is even more prosperous than the Pokemon world. At the same time, there's a kind of power in this world, with all sorts of strange abilities, just like the devil fruit powers. Really? Another unexpected world. It always feels like after coming here, my brain capacity is insufficient, and I don't even know what bizarre world I will go to next. Robin shook her head. Oh, right. There are 2 things today. Robin told Lan Yu about the news in the newspaper regarding Shanks, and also mentioned that the Revolutionary Army had arrived. Really? These things were all expected. So Lan Yu didn't ask for more details. As the night deepened, it was time for both of them to start. The next day, bang, bang, bang. Early in the morning, Lan Yu was awakened by several explosion sounds. Who is bombing so early? After getting out of bed, Lan Yu looked out the window, but due to other buildings blocking the view, he couldn't see what was happening where the explosions were. He only saw a few plumes of smoke rising in the distance. Of course, he knew that it wasn't an attack on this place. If it were an attack, the guard would have been in an uproar long ago. So it must be the locals causing trouble. Lan Yu glanced at Robin, who was sleeping soundly, using her Hana Nomi powers to cover her ears. Let's see who's causing trouble so early. I can't let my morning anger go without giving them a beating. Then Lan Yu got dressed, grabbed some convenient breakfast to take with him, and headed toward the direction of the explosions, gradually walking toward the new training ground. Since there was a fixed dimensional gate at the training ground, ordinary people couldn't go there, and it was heavily guarded. So a larger new training ground was open elsewhere, which also had several Pokemon battle arenas. Normally, this new training ground wouldn't disturb Lan Yu's room, but Pokemon battles are loud and noisy. and no soundproofing could keep it from being heard. Of course, generally, no one would dare to be so bold as to start Pokemon battles so early in the morning and disturb Lanyu's sleep. However, there were two daring individuals, or rather, two foolish guys, who had begun battling Pokemon at the training grounds so early. When Lanyu arrived and saw these two familiar faces, he shook his head. I guess these two would run into each other. But even so, it's not a reason for you to disturb my sleep. Chapter 83, Two People Karakara, swinging its bone wildly. A young man wearing a hat and holding a water pipe was commanding his Pokemon. A good opportunity arose as Baby Dragon kicked Karakar's bone away and then charged at Karakara with a headbutt. Bang! Ace's command wasn't even finished when he received a critical hit to the head, causing him to crouch down in pain, holding his head. Who are you? How dare you attack Ace? The young man with the hat and water pipe posed as if to attack the person behind Ace. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ace rubbed his head and looked behind him. Upon seeing who it was, Ace complained, Your Majesty Blue, why did you hit me out of the blue? Did you wake up too early and are still groggy? How can you say that? You just admitted it's early. Don't you know that many people at this time are still not awake? Blue replied irritably, It's because you were battling with someone that woke me up. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll dare to battle here so early again next time. Hearing this, Ace stood up and awkwardly rubbed his head, saying, Ha ha ha, sorry. Sorry. I got excited when I saw a good brother and couldn't help but want to have a Pokemon battle with him. Sabo. This is His Majesty the King of this country, Blue. Ace introduced the two to each other. Oh, so you are His Majesty Blue? Nice to meet you. Sabo politely greeted Blue by taking off his hat. However, Ace made a bit of a mistake. He and Sabo had not confirmed their brotherhood yet. Instantly, Blue looked puzzled. What do you mean? One says brother, and the other says not confirmed yet. Have you two not seen each other for so long that you fell out over something after recognizing each other? It's like this. Ace began to explain. It turned out that yesterday, members of the Revolutionary Army came to trade Pokemon. And after the main ones selected their favorite Pokemon, they came to this new training ground to familiarize themselves. This new training ground was also a place Ace frequently visited after coming to this country. So there was no such thing as missing out, nor was there any luck involved. Ace and Sabo simply happened to meet. Sabo looked at Ace as if he were a stranger, but when Ace saw Sabo's familiar face, he was taken aback for a moment, then excitedly shouted, You are Sabo? You're my good brother Sabo. Even if you turned to ash, I would still recognize you as my brother Sabo. He then hugged Sabo and started crying. However, Sabo still looked at him like a stranger, remaining indifferent, and even asked Ace who he was. In the end, it was Sabo's partner, Kura, who told Ace that Sabo had suffered a cannon blast in his childhood, resulting in amnesia, so he did not recognize Ace. Upon hearing about the cannon blast, Ace understood what had happened, as he had witnessed Sabo leave and then get hit by the cannon of a large ship. He then pulled Sabo along to recount their childhood memories, including the times they had played with cannons, beaten up Luffy, and even wet the bed together. However, after hearing these stories, Sabo remained unresponsive, as if these events had nothing to do with him. In order to give Sabo a chance to recover his memory, Dragon decided to keep Sabo here for a few days while the other members of the Revolutionary Army returned. As for Ace, he was also eager for Sabo to regain his memory, so he dragged him over early in the morning for Cannon Blast. Oh no, I'm in a Pokemon battle. Is that so? Blue hadn't expected that Sabo had not yet recovered his memory. In the story, didn't Sabo regain his memories immediately upon seeing Ace's death notice? Why, upon seeing Ace alive, did he not regain them now? Could it be that because Ace did not sacrifice himself, Sabo's memories were stuck and could not be released? Blue shook his head and said, Amnesia involves the brain, and the brain is the most complex part of a person. No one can fully understand it, meaning no one knows how to completely restore memories. However, when it comes to methods for restoring memories, the most effective way is stimulation, either by stimulating past events or familiar things. It's possible that a slight bump could trigger a memory recovery. So Ace, before Blue could finish his sentence, Ace's eyes lit up. If a bump can restore memories, past events and familiar things definitely won't work. The best thing is my own matters, and the most familiar thing is me. But that didn't restore Sabo's memory. So could a bump be worth a try? Ace looked at Sabo. Sabo, suddenly feeling something was off. Come on, Sabo, bear with it for the sake of your memory recovery. Bang! Before Sabo could react, Ace threw a punch at his head, just like they did when they fought as kids. Ouch, ouch, ouch. You bastard Ace. It hurt so much when you hit me as a kid, and it still hurts now? Sabo shouted angrily while rubbing his head. However, his words made Ace happy. Haha, it really works. The bump really works. Sabo, does that mean you have some memories now? Oh, now that you mention it, I seem to remember some things from the past. Sabo looked as if he indeed had regained some memories. Ace's punch seemed to have opened up his meridians, allowing him to feel that the pain was familiar, and his memories flowed smoothly in his mind, reminding him of past events. However, since he had regained his memory, Sabo naturally sought revenge. Ace, you bastard. Always hitting me so hard. I'm gonna hit you back. Sabo quickly punched Ace. But after taking that punch, Ace did not retaliate. Instead, he hugged Sabo and started crying. Welcome back, Sabo. Ace, your brother Sabo is back. Sabo smiled and patted Ace's back. It was originally a touching scene, but what brother Sabo? I'm clearly the older brother. Ace quickly pushed Sabo away, pointing at him indignantly. TCH, we agreed that the first one to set sail would be the older brother. Sabo spread his hands. Is that what you call setting sail? It doesn't count at all. A bamboo raft can't be considered a ship. But I did set sail. I won't admit that. Anyway, I did set sail. Blue slapped his forehead, unable to bear watching the two quarrel. The touching scene from just now was completely ruined. He hadn't expected that a punch would actually help Sabo recover his memory. It was too childish. One of them took a few punches and became a Yonko. Another took many punches and became someone else's son. And one got hit by a cannon and became the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. So are you three brothers all in need of a beating? Can't you unleash the power within you without getting hit? Blue decided not to care about the two anymore. They could fight as they liked. He had no time to watch such a drama, so he took the opportunity to walk towards other places. As he walked, Blue arrived at the newly established department, the Development Department. The main work of this department, since its name Development, it encompasses anything that can be used for development. It's a department that you don't need to understand, you just need to know it's related to development. Oh, Dr. Oak is here, so early? After entering the Development Department, Lan Yu saw Dr. Oak in a research room. Huh, come over for breakfast and take a look while you're here, Dr. Oak said with a smile. In fact, this Development Department includes Dr. Oak, or rather Dr. Oak has collaborated with the Infinite Kingdom to set up a research room here to further study the genes of the Sea Kings. There are also people from the Infinite Kingdom guarding Dr. Oak's lab, so he is not worried about anyone intruding into that vortex passage. By the way, is there any result from the previous network communication issue? Lan Yu asked. Still not working. There are too many unstable magnetic fields here, especially in the New World, where each island seems like a different world. Once you get far away, you can't receive any signals at all. Dr. Oak shook his head. With Dr. Oak and two champions' abilities, they easily bought a satellite from the Pokemon world. Although Dr. Oak is not a communications researcher, he can still take on this part-time job. However, after the satellite was launched, due to the ground, well, not the ground, but the magnetic fields of various islands being too chaotic, it completely hindered the satellite's signal transmission. Wireless signals like those for mobile phones do not require satellites, but need base stations to transmit signals. But would the people on each island allow you to build base stations freely? At the same time, the signal transmission of the base stations is still affected by the magnetic fields. Of course, there are ways that are not affected by magnetic fields, like using optical cables. But only a fool would use such a method. With each island so far apart, what would they connect? In other words, with the current technology in the Pokemon world, it is very difficult to establish extensive network communications in this world. Of course, establishing base stations only in the Infinite Kingdom can still achieve network communication. Is it only possible to establish a network in this country? Lan Yu frowned. It's not that establishing a network only in this country is bad, but it's too closed off. Achieving network connectivity in most areas of this world would be the best choice. Because once this is achieved, there are many benefits. It can strengthen external communication, keep up with news in real time, and, most importantly, many high-tech weapons can be used remotely. At the same time, it also means that the Infinite Kingdom would have a say in the Pirate King world. While having a say does not equate to strength, it can control the public opinion of this world. Having the power of public opinion, releasing some dirt on the world government every day could gradually lead to its downfall. Even if the world government mobilizes all its forces to eliminate the Infinite Kingdom, Lan Yu would have already escaped and the power of public opinion would remain in hand, meaning the dirt would never stop. Over time, as more dirt is released, even if the world government does not disband immediately, it will be stirred up to the point of losing cohesion and trust. At that time, the forces in various places will erupt and work together to overthrow the world government. Moreover, with the strength of the Infinite Kingdom, it might not even be eliminated by the world government. Just Lan Yu using the dimensional gate to relocate the populace could scare the world government to death. Currently, it is indeed like this. One can only say that the current communication devices are not advanced enough unless they evolve like Pokemon. Dr. Oak shrugged. Evolve? Lan Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. He almost forgot that there was still this possibility. Chapter 84. Signing up for the Hunter exam. After chatting with Professor Oak for a while, Lan Yu returned to the luxurious room at the Sky Arena. Have you been waiting for me the whole time? As soon as Lan Yu opened the door, Kurapika was standing against the wall opposite the door. That's right. I was afraid you might sneak away, so I came here early to wait, Kurapika said directly. I don't even know what to say to you. Lan Yu shook his head. Fortunately, he hadn't stayed long in the infinite country that morning. If he had lingered until noon, Kurapika would have had a long wait. Lan Yu then walked towards the elevator, with Kurapika following behind. Once inside the elevator, Kurapika asked, since there are no battles today, where are you going? Do I need to tell you where I'm going? Lan Yu retorted. Kurapika calmly shook his head. Of course not, but it would be best if you could tell me where you're going. I'm somewhat familiar with this city and can act as a guide to save you time. I don't need a guide for wandering around, Lan Yu replied. Are you going to follow me anyway? Yes, why not? It's a good opportunity to build a rapport. If you want to go to a bustling area, I have some great recommendations. Great recommendations? I want to buy a satellite. What good recommendations can you give me as a guide? Lan Yu asked casually. Most people would laugh at the idea of buying a satellite, but Kurapika responded calmly. There is a proxy agency can help you buy one. Lan Yu, isn't that agency for handling documents? Can a proxy agency really buy a satellite? He asked skeptically. Yes, they can indeed buy one. You must have seen that it doesn't list any services, which means that as long as you have the money, they can handle anything. Kurapika shrugged. What about buying a missile? As I said, if it's something that can be resolved with money, they can generally do it. All right, this agency is quite powerful, Lan Yu said, not knowing how to describe it, astonished that they could even sell missiles and satellites. However, Kurapika reminded him, for items with high value like satellites and missiles, you need a specific qualification. But this qualification can also be obtained by paying for it. You can use someone else's qualification to buy it. What qualification? Lan Yu asked. A hunter license. A hunter license? Does an agency need a hunter license? Lan Yu suddenly thought of something. So, is this agency run by the Hunter Association or some related people? It seems similar to the nature of tasks done by the Hunter Association, where money can resolve matters. Upon hearing Lan Yu's words, Kurapika was surprised. You know about the Hunter Association? Why wouldn't I? Lan Yu grinned. Weren't you previously undocumented? Someone with a mohawk could guess that Lan Yu was undocumented. So how could Kurapika, who followed Lan Yu to get identification, not guess? Just because someone is undocumented doesn't mean they don't know about the Hunter Association, Lan Yu said, spreading his hands. That's true. Kurapika thought Lan Yu came from a remote place and thus didn't have identification, which is why he didn't know about the Hunter Association. This was perfect, since he needed a hunter license to buy high-value items, and the proxy agency was related to the Hunter Association. He could directly ask if he could sign up for the hunter license there. Lan Yu had originally not wanted to apply for a hunter license because it wasn't very useful for him, although it could allow him to learn new abilities. What other use did it have? At the same time, wanting to learn new abilities didn't necessarily require this license. Many people without licenses learn new abilities, and Lan Yu could learn from them. But now that he knew this license was so useful for buying high-value items, he naturally wanted to take the exam, especially since he, or rather the infinite country, needed a large number of firearms. The Pokemon world doesn't emphasize firearms, as these weapons are difficult to use against Pokemon, or the high-tech weapons in Pokemon are strange and not suitable for widespread use like firearms. In other words, if the infinite country wanted a large number of firearms for defense, it would have to manufacture them itself, but many firearms can't be produced quickly. With a hunter license, Lan Yu wouldn't have to wait for production time. He could easily buy a large number of firearms here to further strengthen the infinite country's power. So after exiting the elevator, Lan Yu headed towards the proxy agency. On the way, Lan Yu curiously asked Kurapika, did you ever think about applying for a hunter license to find someone stronger than me to learn how to become stronger? I have thought about it, Kurapika nodded, then shook his head. But you can't just take the exam whenever you want. Although thousands of people take the exam each year, only a few pass, which means the success rate is about 1 in 1,000. I've also investigated and found that many people get injured every year. So, until I have some assurance, I won't take the exam. If I go take the exam, will you come with me? Lan Yu smiled. Kurapika said calmly, if you're willing to teach me how to become stronger, I might come along, but if you don't teach, then I definitely won't go. Why not? Didn't you insist on me teaching you how to become stronger? Why are you afraid to come with me to take the hunter license exam? Are you afraid of getting hurt? Lan Yu teased. Fearing injury is secondary, but the most direct reason is that you're very strong, Kurapika reasoned. Once you decide to use some effort to pass quickly, those taking the exam with you would only be eliminated. So why should I waste my time? If you teach me how to become stronger, even if I get eliminated, I can still consider it training. You even thought of that. Lan Yu indeed had the idea of wanting to pass the hunter exam quickly, especially like Killua in the story who passed effortlessly without being tormented by the examiners. After a while, Lan Yu and Kurapika arrived at the proxy agency, but Kurapika waited in the lobby while Lan Yu entered the office of a staff member he had visited yesterday. Oh, isn't this the star contestant who broke the Sky Arena? A staff member teased when he saw Lan Yu enter. Were you at the battle site yesterday? Lan Yu sat across from the staff member. With work, I had no chance to watch live. I mainly watched on TV. The staff member waved a tablet. Did you bet on me winning? Lan Yu spread his hands. Many people made a profit yesterday. Of course. Those who came to get identification directly at the Sky Arena are either strong or foolish, but I've been doing this for many years, and my eyes are quite sharp. The staff member laughed. Then the staff member stopped chatting with Lan Yu and asked, what service do you need from us this time? I heard you can buy missiles here. Can you only buy one? Lan Yu didn't mention the hunter license first, instead teasing the staff member. But the staff member replied calmly, sure. There are qualifications added to the price. If there are no qualifications, we need to provide qualifications as intermediaries, hence this price. The staff wrote down 2 large prices for Lan Yu to see on paper, and at the same time, Lan Yu could mention the missile matter. He also knew that Lan Yu understood what qualifications meant. Simply put, the 2 prices are that those with qualifications pay double the normal price, and those without qualifications pay 4 times the price. You guys are really amazing, even selling missiles. Aren't you afraid someone will use them to cause trouble? Lan Yu asked tentatively. Afraid? Who's afraid when there's money to be made? Selling one makes a huge profit. However, what we sell has been slightly modified, so it can't be used to attack our partners. The staff candidly said. So if you buy a missile and find it unusable, it's not a quality issue, but rather that you used it to attack our partners. All right, I knew you must have sold them with insurance. Lan Yu shrugged. That's normal. If a buyer happens to use it to attack the seller, that would be quite something. However, compared to missiles, Lan Yu was more interested in buying mushroom bombs. It's just that mushroom bombs are different from missiles. Many countries have missiles, and they are easy to obtain. But mushroom bombs are life-saving weapons, and apart from certain countries, many cannot produce them and may not be able to buy them. Even if they can buy mushroom bombs, they can only purchase them from those countries, which might lead to being closely monitored by those countries in this world. Even if not closely monitored, the restrictions on the obtained mushroom bombs would be significant. So do you need to buy them? The staff asked. I'll wait for an opportunity to buy them. This time I mainly came to obtain this qualification, which is to participate in the hunter exam. Lan Yu leaned his hands on the table. As expected, you have done your homework. The staff smiled, but you're in luck. Today is the last day for registration. If you come tomorrow, you'll have to wait until next year. Then please help me register. Indeed lucky. If Lan Yu didn't know about this place and when to find registration elsewhere, he would definitely miss it and have to wait a year. No problem. It's 100. 000 genie, 6000 yuan. The staff handed over a registration form. Oh, you guys make money too easily. Lan Yu didn't haggle and directly filled out the form and paid. But we provide good service. If you go to register elsewhere, you have to find a place. Whether you can find it is one thing, but time will be wasted. Unlike us, we handle everything for you, and you just go take the exam. The staff smiled. Indeed, that's why I didn't negotiate with you. Actually, even if Lan Yu wanted a bargain, it wouldn't work. Their prices were fixed. Lan Yu asked about the exam location and time, learned that it would start in a few days, and then left with Kurapika. Meanwhile, the staff looked at Lan Yu's departing figure and smiled. I wonder what interesting things will happen in this exam. Chapter 85. At the auction, as Kurapika wandered aimlessly down the street, he observed Lan Yu, noting that some of Lan Yu's behavior seemed unlike those of an illegal resident. Instead, he appeared to be someone very familiar with bustling cities. After wandering for a while, Lan Yu spotted a building across the street with many people coming in and out. An auction house. Squinting at the large characters in front of the building, Lan Yu decided to see what good items were up for auction. After a moment's consideration, he headed towards the auction house. To enter this auction house, a membership card was required, or someone else had to bring you in. Kurapika reminded Lan Yu from behind. However, after passing a few people near Lan Yu, he had a card in his hand. Is this the membership card you mentioned? Kurapika exclaimed in surprise. When did you get this? Is that so? Remembering the people who had just walked past Lan Yu, Kurapika understood. With Lan Yu's abilities, it was easy for him to quickly acquire their membership cards. Then, with the card in hand, Lan Yu took Kurapika inside effortlessly. Fortunately, these membership cards were anonymous. Otherwise, during security checks, the computer would reveal they were borrowed. This was intentional on the part of the auction house, ensuring that participants would not easily disclose their identities. This dagger was used by a king from a certain country 500 years ago, weighing 1 pound, with a blade length of 666 centimeters, extremely sharp. A gentle stab draws blood. This dress was worn by the princess of a powerful nation 666 years ago, made of genuine silk. Warm in winter and cool in summer, fireproof, waterproof, and tear-resistant. This pistol was used by a leader of a military powerhouse 122 years ago. Its feature is an open chamber, allowing the user to quickly load and attack. This leader fired continuously for 15 minutes with it. Upon entering the hall of the auction house, Lanyu saw various stalls auctioning items, but such stall auctions were often just for picking up scraps. Out of 100 items, there might not even be one good one. To one side of the hall, there was a staircase leading to the second floor, where a large auction was taking place, the main event for today. However, security personnel guarded the staircase, and to access the second floor auction, an invitation was required, which indicated that the person had some capability and would not cause chaos during the auction. Lanyu wanted to attend the auction on the upper floor, and, without hesitation, he used the same trick again to obtain an invitation from someone before heading up to the second floor auction room. Inside the auction house, there were private rooms on the third floor, alongside seating arrangements for many people on the second floor. However, to prevent incidents from occurring later, those sitting together had to wear masks, while the private rooms had one-way mirrors, allowing only those inside to see the auction scene, while outsiders could not see inside. Fortunately for Lanyu, he had drawn a private room invitation, allowing him to avoid sitting with others. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction is a very rare card. Only a few of these cards are added each year. The original owner had to put this card up for auction due to debts. Although winning this auction does not grant you complete ownership of the card, it does give you 90% of the rights to it. Furthermore, because it is publicly auctioned, the original owner cannot cancel or report the card lost, nor can they use any rights associated with it anymore. Even if the original owner passes away, the auction winner can still use the card, unless the original owner repays double the auction price. Without further ado, some knowledgeable individuals must have guessed what this card is. The item up for auction is a hunter license. The auctioneer took out a box and opened it, revealing the hunter license inside. The audience had mixed reactions. Some wealthy individuals didn't need the card, or thought it would be easier to just hire someone with a hunter license. Others, who were adventurous but lacked the ability to obtain a hunter license, were quite interested in this card, as it could grant access to many restricted countries and areas. The starting bid was 30 million jenny, 8 million. The auctioneer tapped the table to signal the auction's official start. 30 million, 31 million. The auction for the hunter license was quite lively. Although the increments were small, there were continuous bids. Watching the auction unfold on the second floor, Lanyu shook his head. Just from the auction, they can fetch such high prices. No wonder so many people want to obtain a hunter license. If you have the money, you can bid, Karapika suggested. Although it's only 90% of the rights, that's enough to give you qualifications at an agency, allowing you to purchase what you want without having to take the exam. Upon hearing this, Lanyu guessed Karapika's thoughts. If you don't have to take the exam, then you can continue to follow me. We both benefit. Karapika crossed his arms, resting them on his thighs, quietly watching the auction below. That is beneficial. But why would I want someone else's hunter license when I could have my own? Lanyu smiled. Eventually, the hunter license was won by a strong man for a final price of 88,888,000. According to the man, he intended to use this card to venture into certain restricted areas, hence starting with a good intention for the price. Next up for auction was a compilation of learning insights from a certain powerful individual. This compilation included the skills learned from scratch, enabling one to become extraordinarily powerful. This ability was essential for every hunter, as it allowed them to undertake dangerous missions effectively. However, a caution was issued. This ability is best suited for those with some strength or strong comprehension skills, as attempting to learn it without the right mindset could be risky. And this ability is none. Starting bid, 1 million jenny. The auctioneer hammered the table after announcing. Upon hearing this item, the audience erupted in boos. Boo, not this again. How many times has it been returned? Exactly. I've auctioned this before, and I consider myself somewhat capable, but I nearly suffocated trying to unleash the energy within. I couldn't get a thing out. I bought it too. With an IQ of 250, I could quickly learn many things without a teacher, but I stumbled on this none. The first auction had bids in the billions. After so many returns, it's down to 1 million now, clearly indicating it's worthless. Why are we even auctioning this? Let us move on to the next item. Beep. Before some of them could finish speaking, a red light lit up in a private room, indicating a bid of 1 million. The auctioneer, sweating slightly from the audience's remarks, felt relieved as someone placed a bid. However, as a conscientious auctioneer, he reminded this buyer, please note that once you win the bid, it cannot be returned. So, beep, beep, beep. The red light in the private room rang again. Of course, this didn't mean an increase in the bid, but rather 3 confirmation sounds. In fact, the meaning of these 3 beeps was that there was no need to keep blabbering. It meant I bought it, and the one who placed the bid was naturally Lanyu. Seeing that there was an auction for nin abilities, how could he not bid? Although someone had bid before and couldn't learn it, he knew what the problem was. Because the insights were different from what someone would teach, which would have a clear and specific explanation. If certain keywords were omitted in the written text, it could easily lead to confusion. But this was not a problem for Lanyu, as he had seen the plot and had insights along with some hint from the story. He believed he could learn it. Even if he couldn't learn it, after getting the hunter license, he would still have the opportunity to learn. And this insight could become an advanced reference. When Lanyu placed his bid, Kurapika advised, although I don't know what kind of ability none is, the items that have been auctioned several times haven't been learned by anyone. So this insight must either be unclear or this nin ability is very difficult to learn. So spending 1 million might be a loss. It doesn't matter, I can afford to lose, especially since I won so much prize money in battles yesterday. Lanyu replied with a smile. All right, that's true. Seeing this, Kurapika had nothing more to say. With no one competing, Lanyu won the bid at 1 million. The host then sent the nun ability insights to Lanyu for payment. When the people in the audience saw the host calling someone to collect the money, they all shook their heads, thinking it was a waste of money for the person buying the insights, saying they had money but nowhere to spend it. In fact, among those auctioning, there were also people whose subordinates could use none, but they all said, if you can use none, why do you need to auction it? Can't you just ask your subordinates? They wouldn't remind those wanting to bid on the nun ability insights to learn. Although the basics of nun abilities are the same, the 6 major categories afterward are different. Whether you can learn it after buying it is one thing. Simply learning none from different categories can make the value of this insight low. As the noisy crowd quieted down, the next auction item came on stage. And as soon as this item appeared, the audience erupted in astonishment. Kurapika, upon seeing this item, gripped his hands tightly together and stared intently at it. Chapter 86 Auction. After the host introduced the item, he announced its price. As soon as the price was revealed, bidding voices erupted continuously. For collectors, items on the auction stage are like stunning beauties. After Lanyu obtained the insights about his nin abilities, he wanted to take a look and didn't pay attention to the auction, but he sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. So he looked up at the auction stage. Upon seeing what was on the auction stage, Lanyu exhaled and shook his head. I didn't expect such a thing to appear here. This auction featured a bottle containing a transparent liquid, in which a pair of fiery red eyes was submerged. In simple terms, this was the scarlet eyes of the Kurapika clan, one of the 7 beautiful colors in this world, and also the eyes of the Kurapika people. Lanyu then looked at Kurapika. The appearance of his clan's eyes caused Kurapika to become overly emotional, and his eyes had turned crimson. Fortunately, they were in this private room. Otherwise, if he were sitting outside and his living crimson eyes suddenly appeared, it would create a sensation. After glancing at Kurapika, Lanyu turned his head to look at the people below who were continuously bidding. Are you not surprised to see my eyes? Kurapika stood up and moved to the one-way mirror, looking at the bottle on the auction stage. Through the reflection of the one-way mirror, Kurapika also saw his crimson eyes. Surprised? I investigated some of your circumstances and know that you are the last of the Kurapika clan, Lanyu candidly said. So your eyes changed color because of the scarlet eyes on stage, and I have nothing to be surprised about. Of course, Lanyu hadn't actually investigated. He was merely using the plot as an excuse. Is that so? It seems that when you registered for the hunter exam at the agency, you also happened to check up on me. Kurapika wasn't surprised that Lanyu knew about him. He knew the agency was powerful, especially since his previous identification was also handled by the agency, so it was easy for Lanyu to find out about him. Because you stubbornly followed me, a stranger. I had to know what was so important. Lanyu understood that Kurapika would guess it was the agency that investigated him, as that agency was indeed too strong. This was why Lanyu wasn't afraid to reveal Kurapika's identity, knowing he would be asked how he knew. But I'm curious. Why don't you use the agency to find your clan's eyes? Lanyu asked Kurapika. Since this agency was so powerful, Kurapika had no reason not to let them intervene. Investigating information costs one price, and retrieving it costs another. I don't have that kind of money or qualifications. At the same time, they analyzed the existing information and kindly advised me not to search without strong power, because my clan's Scarlet Eyes are all in the hands of the wealthy and powerful, and the ones who killed my clan and took their eyes are people I cannot deal with. Kurapika clenched his fists, his eyes reddening. And indeed, his eyes were red. In response, Lanyu could only marvel at how considerate this agency was for its clients. However, regarding Kurapika's comment about those he couldn't deal with, Lanyu knew it was the Phantom Troop, and with their strength, they were indeed not something an ordinary Kurapika could handle right now. So, now that you see your clan's eyes, what will you do? Lanyu crossed his arms and squinted at the bottle on the stage. Will you rely on the auction? Or will you rush up to snatch it after someone bids? Or just charge up to take it now? If I can buy it, I'll buy it. If I can't, then I'll snatch it. Kurapika turned his head back to the bottle on the stage, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. However, at that moment, the auction price for the Scarlet Eyes continued to soar, reaching tens of millions. Although Kurapika had won a large sum from his battle with Lanyu, this large sum was just small change compared to the constantly rising auction price. Lanyu then gestured, "This price is so high. Are you sure you want to snatch it? And just a reminder, there are people monitoring all around here. If you attempt to snatch it with your strength, it's just asking for death." Lanyu stood up and moved to the one-way mirror. Damn it. Hearing this, Kurapika felt utterly powerless and could only clench his fists tightly. At this moment, he simply didn't have that much money, and with his abilities, he couldn't snatch it. His earlier tough words ultimately turned out to be mere bravado. "Can you help me?" Suddenly, Kurapika looked at Lanyu, realizing he had to place his hopes on him. "I'm willing to accept any price." "Really, any price?" Lanyu said indifferently. Kurapika nodded seriously. "That's right. If you can help me and give me time to retrieve all the Scarlet Eyes, I can serve you for the rest of my life." Originally, he wanted to say that this pair of Scarlet Eyes alone could earn him a lifetime of service to Lanyu. But considering that there were so many clan members' eyes still out there, he could only say to retrieve all the eyes. "You're quite something," Lanyu smiled, playing with words. "If you find all the Scarlet Eyes by the time you're 100 years old, then you won't have much time left to serve me, will you?" Kurapika realized the flaw in his words and quickly shook his head. "That's not what I meant. I absolutely didn't mean that. Since I am the only one left of the Korda clan, my goal has always been to recover my clan's eyes. I want to find them back as soon as possible. I won't wait until I'm 100. Even if it takes 10 years, I would be extremely distressed. If I can retrieve all the eyes in a year, I would only take a year to do so and wouldn't delay. Then I would have enough time left to serve you. Then why do you think I have the ability to help you?" Lanyu waved his hand toward the bottle on the auction stage. "This pair is manageable with some money, but what about the other eyes? What makes you think I have the ability to help you retrieve them? Just having strength doesn't necessarily mean I can get back so many pairs of Scarlet Eyes." Kurapika took a deep breath and said, "I don't know how strong your abilities are. I can only say they are unfathomable. And while you seem to be an undocumented person needing to get identification from your shopping demeanor and expression, as well as your familiarity with many things, you don't look like an undocumented person at all. You don't have the appearance someone like that would have when entering a city. You seem very familiar with these things. Also, I guess your identity must be noble. Although your clothes have no markings after comparing them online, I found they resemble silk that only people of noble status can afford to wear. Plus, you handle things with great composure and calmness. At first, you didn't care about me, a stranger, following you, and you don't seem like someone who has come to this auction for the first time." Kurapika articulated everything he had observed in less than 2 days. To sum it up in one sentence, in his eyes, Lanyu was not an ordinary person, but rather someone significant hiding their identity to come here. After hearing Kurapika's words, Lanyu shook his head and smiled. "Not bad. You managed to analyze so much in such a short time. You're right. I do have the ability to help you. But can you really sell your life?" Lanyu glanced at Kurapika before returning his gaze to the situation below. At this moment, the auction price for the Scarlet Eyes had risen to over 100 million. Lanyu continued, "You need to understand that once your life no longer belongs to you, you'll find yourself doing things you don't want to do. Eventually, you'll feel regret and annoyance, and you'll harbor resentment, wishing not to live that kind of life anymore. Then, in pursuit of freedom, you'll rebel." Before Lanyu could finish, Kurapika interrupted him. "Since I've said I would sell my life, I will definitely do so. If I can't, you can kill me, or I will keep my promise and commit suicide to give my life to you. Isn't killing you or making you commit suicide a waste?" Lanyu shook his head. Also, promises are indeed very important, but if a person has no regard for their own face, then it becomes worthless. Upon hearing this, Kurapika was momentarily at a loss for words, because Lanyu was absolutely right. A promise based solely on words and deed could not be trusted. However, while Karapika was unsure of what to say, Lanyu surprisingly pressed the auction button and opened the microphone, saying, 200 million Jenny, 12 million. At this moment, Karapika was a bit confused by Lanyu's actions. Wasn't the deal still being negotiated? Why was he bidding? Upon hearing this price, those in the audience who wanted to bid were momentarily stunned. They'd been fussing and raising the price just to reach over 100 million, and now someone had suddenly jumped to 200 million. However, once they regained their senses, they understood that this was a big shot making a move. And not just any move, but one that started at 200 million. They realized that there was no need for them, the small wealthy, to continue competing. They couldn't win against the big shot. Chapter 87. Attempt to rob, however. Although the 200 million Jenny had stunned the people in the hall, causing them to stop bidding, the people in the private rooms were not intimidated. From a private room on the right, a voice emerged. 250 million Jenny. 300 million Jenny. Responded Lanyu. 350 million Jenny. Came another counteroffer. 600 million Jenny. Lanyu made a bold move, not wanting to engage in back and forth bidding. Once this price was announced, the private room fell silent, and the audience below swallowed hard. This big shot had indeed raised the price to 600 million in an instant. When it became clear that no one would continue to bid, the host knocked the gavel 3 times and instructed the staff to deliver the small bottle and collect the payment. After the staff brought the item over, they watched as Lanyu paid with a card without batting an eye, and they couldn't help but marvel. A big shot is indeed a big shot, making payments so smoothly. After the staff left, Lanyu handed the bottle to Karapika. Karapika stared at the bottle in his hand, momentarily taken aback, then looked at Lanyu and asked, "Haven't we agreed on anything yet? So why?" Lanyu smiled and shook his head. "You are mistaken. We have indeed reached an agreement. Your life is quite valuable. However, I don't need you to risk your life. Just consider our relationship. It wouldn't be appropriate to call each other friends. What you need to do is help me seriously in the future, but not the you of now, rather the you of later." Lanyu sat down and continued to observe the auction below. At this, Karapika was at a loss for words. Initially, he was adamant about not teaching him how to become stronger, and now, without any agreement, Lanyu suddenly bid 600 million for his clan's eyes. This person was quite strange. "You will understand later," Lanyu smiled faintly. For Lanyu, 600 million was actually too easy. The winnings he earned from the Sky Arena alone exceeded 600 million. From the beginning, he intended to interact with plot characters or take Karapika under his wing, especially since he had his own experiences to deal with later. But now that Karapika wanted to follow him, Lanyu decided to observe him for a few days to see if he was truly resolute, and he would teach him based on the situation. However, after encountering the auction, and with Karapika already mentioning risking his life, Lanyu felt he couldn't ignore him and decided to take him under his wing. As for Lanyu's words about promises being worthless, that was merely casual talk. Considering Karapika's character, he would never go back on his word. Another important reason was that Lanyu considered that once Karapika retrieved his clan's eyes, he would become a free man. Even if there was still one pair of eyes left in the plot, he would act like a free man working for some gang. Therefore, rather than letting him remain a free man in a gang, it would be better to bring him into the infinite country, where he could realize greater value, especially in the development department, working on affairs in other worlds. It's worth noting that aside from being influenced by the matter of his clan's eyes, Karapika was a very calm person, making him perfectly suited to be an advisor. There was originally another person who would fit this role, and that was Goblin Slayer. Especially with his determined character to kill goblins, someone like him, who could commit to something once he decided, would certainly keep his promises. However, because goblins could not be completely eradicated, he would undoubtedly continue hunting them, so he was not considered in Lanyu's plans. During the rest of the auction, Karapika did not focus on anything else, but quietly stared at the bottle in his hand. Once he calmed down, his eyes returned to their normal color. There was nothing else that caught Lanyu's eye during the auction, so after it concluded, the two left the auction house, each holding an item. However, after walking a short distance down the street, Lanyu shook his head and sighed. "Ah, how did I end up in this situation?" "What do you mean?" Karapika asked, puzzled, glancing at Lanyu. "Someone's trying to rob us." Once Lanyu said this, Karapika understood what was happening. It was just that someone in the auction had seen an opportunity and wanted to rob them. However, he wasn't foolish enough to look back. Instead, he asked, "Should we take a detour to avoid them? Or should we?" Karapika gestured across his neck. Those who wanted to come and rob them were ruthless individuals, and they would definitely aim for the scarlet eyes in Karapika's possession. rather than attempting to steal the lower-priced non-ability insight from Lan Yu. Therefore, Kurapika would not let these people go. Seeing Lan Yu's calm demeanor, Kurapika also believed in his strength to deal with those following them. Of course, we'll just have some fun with them and see who is so eager to find death. Lan Yu smiled slightly. Got it. Kurapika then led the way down a small path by the street. The men in black suits, following Lan Yu and Kurapika, saw them heading toward the alley and quickly followed. Hurry, follow those two. If they slip away, it will be hard to find them in this city. The main concern was that if they let them escape, they would surely be blamed by the prince. Just thinking of their prince's bloodthirsty and brutal nature made several of the men in black suits shudder. Thus, even if they were exposed, they could not let Lan Yu and Kurapika get away. However, while they were quickly following, these men in black suits always managed to catch sight of Lan Yu and Kurapika every time they turned a corner. If they had been a little calmer, they would have realized something was wrong, but thinking of their terrifying prince made them feel as anxious as ants on a hot stove, leaving no time for calmness. Where did they go? I just saw them a moment ago. How could they suddenly disappear? What do we do? We can't see them, and if we can't get the Scarlet Eyes, we'll be dead when we go back. After chasing through several alleyways, the men in black suits suddenly found themselves without any trace and became frantic. Oh, right, you use your ability to take a glimpse of their private room, so you know what they look like. Now, use your ability to see where they went. Said a bespectacled man in a suit to a man in sunglasses. Yeah, I almost forgot about my ability. It wasn't that he forgot. It was that he had been so scared by their prince that he couldn't remember his ability. The man in sunglasses took off his sunglasses, focusing his eyes on the nun energy. He then blinked his eyes repeatedly at the surroundings, his brain snapping pictures like a camera of the nearby situation, but the images his eyes captured showed scenes from several seconds to a minute ago. Found them. They went. The man in sunglasses looked up and saw Lan Yu and Kurapika standing in a protruding part of a building above, watching them as if they were enjoying a show. It seems they discovered us early on, a refined man in a suit recalled calmly. But what does it matter? They can't escape now. You two come down. Several men in suits pulled out guns, aiming at Lan Yu and Kurapika above. At the same time, they understood that the two who could evade them were definitely not to be trifled with, so they infused their thoughts with power. The blue-haired one also sensed a faint aura on the few people. Are they all users? You stay here. The blue-haired one said to Kurapika before jumping down. One person coming down? The strong man in a suit pointed his gun at the blue-haired one. No need for us to say much. Hand over the Scarlet Eyes. What? Couldn't buy them at the auction. So now you resort to robbery? Then why even go to the auction? Just rob directly. The blue-haired one mocked. Stop wasting words. Hand over the Scarlet Eyes. The suited man in sunglasses shouted. Since that's the case, I won't waste words either. Who's your boss? With a whoosh, the blue-haired one instantly appeared behind the last two suited men, simultaneously wrapping his arms around them. The few turned their heads to look behind them. The blue-haired one's speed was too fast, and they completely couldn't react. Speak. Who sent you? The blue-haired one tightened his grip on the shoulders of the two, causing them to cry out in pain. Umph. Do you think he would talk? One of them tightened his grip on the gun and fired a shot at the blue-haired one. So you want to die? The blue-haired one slightly tilted his head to dodge the bullet. It doesn't matter. I'm not very interested in knowing your identities. But you just need to know that anyone who shoots at me is my enemy, and I have only one way to retaliate against enemies. The blue-haired one's eyes widened slightly. Boom! A powerful aura emanated from the blue-haired one, directly pressing down on the few men. Instantly, several suited men felt dizzy and fell to the ground, rolling their eyes. Is this the pressure of none? How can it be so strong? There were still one or two suited men who were not knocked out by the blue-haired one's aura, but they were also forced to kneel on the ground, gathering their none to defend. Not bad. You managed to hold on. It seems your boss has a decent status to have someone like you. However, even your little lackeys can't withstand it. It would only make me look like a failure. The blue-haired one emitted an even stronger aura, directly pressing the one or two suited men down to the ground. The things the fourth prince wants, I will never let go. One of the suited men said this as he fainted. Chapter 88. Another pair. Is it the fourth prince? Upon hearing the words of a man in a suit, Lan Yu sneered coldly, thinking to himself, do you think that just by mentioning this title, I wouldn't be able to guess who sent you? Although this world has a modern environment, many countries still have a monarchy system. In other words, many countries in this world have princes. Lan Yu really wanted to investigate that prince, but it would take quite a bit of time, which is presumably why that man in the suit wasn't afraid to mention it. However, the Scarlet Eyes, the fourth prince, and his ability-wielding subordinates linked together in 3 directions, and Lan Yu's first thought was of the 4th prince of the Kaken Empire. The original plot didn't elaborate much on the situation in the Kaken Empire, only mentioning that the country wanted to join V5, an organization formed by 5 powerful nations, to become V6, and that it funded the Hunter Association and a group of people to go to the Dark Continent. However, the Kaken Empire's methods are somewhat brutal, using the ships going to the Dark Continent to directly carry out a battle for succession among heirs, where the last person standing becomes the new king. The 4th prince of the Kaken Empire was mentioned a bit in the plot. In the Succession War, he was one of the princes with the most hope. But he himself was bloodthirsty and brutal, enjoying collecting human organs. He possessed the last pair of scarlet eyes. Kurapika also went on the ship to the Dark Continent to obtain the scarlet eyes from the 4th prince, participating in the battle for succession as well. Although Lan Yu didn't know how strong the Kaken Empire was, or what the 4th prince would do for the scarlet eyes, would Lan Yu be afraid? If he has the ability, let him continue to send people. If he really provokes me, I can easily call Lokia to sink the Kaken Empire, or open a dimensional portal to let a large group of goblins go and party there, making them restless. Dark Lokia, let me out. This momentum. Kurapika above was surprised to look at Lan Yu. Although the aura that Lan Yu emitted wasn't directed at him, he could still feel its strength. However, having such an aura also made Kurapika understand that his choice was not wrong. Are you going to let them go? Kurapika landed on the ground, looking at the several men in suits lying on the ground, who were clearly still alive. He didn't say to let them go, but the one who acted wasn't me. Lan Yu glanced at Kurapika and then turned to leave. With Lan Yu saying this and looking at him, Kurapika understood that if he didn't dare to act against such people, how would he face the enemies who exterminated his clan in the future? He then picked up the gun on the ground, took a deep breath, and gripped it tightly, pointing it at the men on the ground. After a few gunshots rang out, he ran a few steps to catch up with Lan Yu. First time, or have you done it before? Lan Yu said as he walked. First time. Kurapika was still holding the gun. Then you have some guts. There was no vomiting situation. Lan Yu shook his head and looked at Kurapika. If Kurapika didn't dare to act against these men, then Lan Yu would have underestimated him. And the current situation made Lan Yu appreciate him. He shot decisively and didn't appear nervous. Compared to those dead clansmen, what does my situation count for? Kurapika said calmly. But in reality, he still felt a bit tense and uneasy inside, and his stomach was churning. After all, it was his first time using a gun against someone, and it was impossible for nothing to happen. What are you still holding that gun for? To prevent them from finding your fingerprints? Seeing Kurapika still holding the gun, Lan Yu asked, fingerprints can indeed be wiped away. It's just that for the first time, I want to keep it as a memento. Kurapika looked at the gun in his hand, then put it in his pocket. What's there to commemorate? Lan Yu shook his head. Kurapika didn't say anything. For Lan Yu, there was nothing worth commemorating, but for him, it was significant. Today was his first time killing someone, and it was the day he retrieved the first eye of his clan member, so he wanted to keep something meaningful. The two of them zigzagged for a while, and after confirming that no one was following them, they returned to the Sky Arena. After returning to the room here, Kurapika immediately ran to the bathroom, and of course, it wasn't to use the toilet, but to vomit into the toilet, to avoid embarrassment and to maintain his composure, which indeed was composure. He had been enduring his physical discomfort, but after returning here, he couldn't hold it any longer and started to vomit heavily. Much better. Kurapika washed his face and sat on the edge of the bed after coming out of the bathroom. I won't be so embarrassingly vomiting like this again, and I won't let go of those who kill my clan members. Kurapika looked at the bottle in his left hand. Thinking of the scene where his clan members were killed and the scene where their eyes were auctioned off, Kurapika clenched his right hand tightly, and his eyes turned red again. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Lan Yu noticed when Kurapika was vomiting. I thought you really wouldn't vomit. Lan Yu smiled. Although he vomited, Lan Yu didn't look down on Kurapika. Being able to endure for so long showed he had good self-control. Although this self-control would directly collapse when facing the matter of his clan's eyes, without that matter, his self-control was exceptionally outstanding. Then Lan Yu ignored the situation beside him and opened the book on nun abilities to read. In a luxurious room at a hotel in the city where the Sky Arena is located. 4th Prince, your subordinates have been taken out. An old man respectfully said to the person on the sofa. Useless. They said they were strong, and I spent so much money hiring them, only to have them taken out so easily. The 4th Prince watched the program on TV calmly. He didn't even ask who could take out his subordinates. To him, those who couldn't accomplish their tasks were useless. And he was the 4th Prince of the Kaken Empire that Lan Yu guessed, Chetelaniki Gregua. Have you found out who took the Scarlet Eyes? Chedoloniki leaned against the back of the sofa, resting his chin on his hand and asking. The auction house didn't set up surveillance to protect the interests of the clients, especially for private clients, so it's difficult to know who took the scarlet eyes. Although there are surveillance cameras in front of the auction house, there are too many people coming and going, and it's impossible to see who it was. The old man shook his head. Moreover, all the subordinates with tracking abilities were taken out, and we only found their bodies. There are no surveillance cameras on the paths near the bodies, so we completely don't know who made the move. So, fourth prince, should we spend more money to investigate, or borrow the power of the Kaken Empire? Suddenly, Chedoloniki showed a very disdainful expression. Borrowing the Empire's power? Wouldn't that make me the laughingstock of my siblings? And what does it matter if we spend money to investigate? Those useless ones are no match. Even if we send more useless ones, it would still be the same. Wouldn't it? A waste of money? But, fourth prince. The old man hesitated for a moment and then boldly asked, if you really like that pair of scarlet eyes, why not just bid for them? Bid for them? Do you have a brain? Chedolonixi's tone became cold. The other party suddenly raised the price to 600 million genie, proving their determination to win. Can I compete with them in terms of wealth? Although I am rich, it doesn't mean I will go head-to-head with them. I originally thought I wouldn't have to spend a single penny to acquire the Crimson Eye from them. But it turned out to show that you are useless and that the other party is not someone to be trifled with. And when it comes to my business, do you have a right to ask? Chedolonixi looked at the old man expressionlessly. As soon as Chedolonixi said this, the old man felt a shiver and quickly knelt down. Fourth prince, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Please forgive me. Fourth prince, please forgive me. This guy talks so much. I should turn him into a specimen and make him listen to me every day. Chedolonixi waved his hand at his subordinate beside him. No, please forgive me. Fourth prince, please forgive me. The old man shouted in panic. He had seen the scene of making specimens, and it was too cruel. He didn't want to go through that. However, at that moment, he remembered something and hurriedly said, fourth prince, I know the news about another pair of crimson eyes. I know the news about another pair of crimson eyes. Oh, another pair of crimson eyes? Upon hearing this, Chedolonixi waved his hand to stop his subordinate from moving and looked at the old man with a slight smile. You should know the consequences of deceiving me, right? I understand, the old man nodded repeatedly. I received news that the Phantom Troop, who exterminated the Kaluta tribe, has another pair of crimson eyes they want to sell. We can trade with them. Phantom Troop? Chedolonixi didn't recognize them at all and had no feelings towards them. He then waved his hand. I'll give you a chance to trade for the crimson eyes in their hands. But I want at a low price. Over 100 million. You know the consequences. Understood. The old man stood up, and as he turned to leave, he breathed a sigh of relief. It had been too dangerous just now, and fortunately, he thought of that news. Author, if it feels inconsistent with the plot, then it has been modified. Chapter 89. Teaching and training the next day. Morning. In a rocky area on the outskirts. After Lanyu set down a bag of things, Karapika asked in confusion, what are we doing here? You even brought lunch. Why? Since we've made an agreement, you are now my person. Don't you want to learn how to become stronger? This is the best place for that. Lanyu smiled and waved his hand around. Isn't there a place for indoor training? There are plenty of complete equipment over there. Karapika was, of course, happy to learn abilities, but all he saw around him were rocks, with only a forest nearby. Lanyu nodded. It is a good place, but that's where you will stay in the future. Not where you should be now. Is that so? Actually, it doesn't matter where it is for Karapika as long as he can learn abilities. Enough talk, let's get started. However, Lanyu was a bit unsure about how to begin. It seemed that he had forgotten how to teach Karapika because he was too focused on finishing that Ability Insight last night. So he started to think about it on the spot. But seeing Lanyu deep in thought after saying to start, Karapika wanted to ask if this was the beginning. After thinking for a while, Lanyu spoke. I will teach you two types of abilities. One is Haki, which consists of Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki. First, let me tell you about Conqueror's Haki, and to give you a direct experience. Lanyu slightly opened his eyes. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from Lanyu, rushing towards Karapika, causing him to bend down. So this aura was Conqueror's Haki. Unable to withstand this pressure, Karapika knelt on one knee, and he recalled how Lanyu used his aura to intimidate the man in the suit yesterday. Then Lanyu withdrew the Conqueror's Haki and continued. The ability of Conqueror's Haki is to exert pressure and intimidate. Weaker individuals can easily be knocked out by it. Of course, you didn't lose consciousness because I didn't use my full strength. This ability is quite rare. Only 1 in a million people can awaken it. Note that it is an awakening, not a learned ability. If you want to awaken Conqueror's Haki, you should first check if you have the qualifications of a king. Qualifications of a king? Kurapika frowned, seemingly realizing that he probably did not possess such qualifications. So I won't say much about conqueror's haki. When the day comes that you can awaken it, you can ask me again. As for armament haki, you can learn that. Lan Yu clenched his right fist, and his entire arm turned black. This ability can be applied to any part of your body and any weapon you hold, adding a layer of armor-like aura. The purpose of this armor is to enhance both offensive and defensive capabilities. While speaking, Lan Yu swung his fist and struck a large rock nearby. Bang! The rock was shattered by Lan Yu's light punch. The scene of the rock being shattered shocked Kurapika, who also stared at the debris on the ground. It should be noted that the rock Lan Yu hit was even bigger than him. One might think that a powerful punch could break it, but he shattered it with just a light punch. So how much did armament haki enhance his attack power? If he threw a strong punch at the ground, could he potentially destroy an entire street? A street, not a small alley. You have seen the enhanced attack power of armament haki. Now let me show you its defensive capabilities. Lan Yu took a small knife from his pocket and swung it at his right arm. Clang! Lan Yu's arm was completely unharmed, while the knife bit. So, that big guy's attack was indeed strong. The defensive capability of armament haki surprised Kurapika. However, remembering that Lan Yu's arm turned black when facing that big guy, it indicated that Lan Yu used armament haki. He had underestimated him. Actually, whether he underestimated him or not is a matter of 1 or 2 kicks. I won't go into detail about armament haki for now. This ability requires a very good physical condition. Lan Yu also reminded, your current physical condition isn't sufficient, so for now, focus on physical training. And once your body becomes stronger, you can learn it. In other words, you can only learn observation haki for now. The effects of observation haki are numerous. But in my understanding, it boils down to 2 things, prediction and perception. Predicting the movements and attacks of the target, and perceiving the surrounding environment, as well as sensing the emotions and strengths of the target. When using observation haki, you need to remain calm. Once you're not calm, this ability will lose its effectiveness. Therefore, this ability is very suitable for you, but at the same time, is not suitable for you. At this point, Lan Yu shook his head. Kurapika understood why Lan Yu shook his head. When not influenced by his clan's eyes, he was indeed very calm, but when there was, his emotions would explode. Then Lan Yu continued. However, if you only learn observation haki, your strength won't improve much. Because in my understanding, observation haki enhances the brain's reaction ability. If the opponent is slightly stronger than you and is also of the speed type, even if your brain reacts, your body may not be able to keep up, and in the end, you'll still get hit. Just like how the Empress Boa Hancock's 2 younger sisters clearly predicted Luffy's attack, but Luffy's speed was faster than theirs, rendering their observation haki ineffective. So while teaching you observation haki, I will teach you another ability. At first, Lan Yu thought about what ability to teach. If it were about none abilities, Lan Yu himself hadn't learned them yet and couldn't teach him at all. As for haki, Conqueror's haki isn't something you can just learn. And it seemed that with Kurapika's slender body, he didn't have the conditions for armament haki. Observation haki doesn't require a very strong physical condition, and after improving his reaction, he can also learn it through his own understanding. However, it seemed a bit too singular to only learn observation haki at the beginning. But it seemed that he only knew haki, and there weren't other abilities to teach. At this moment, he remembered that there were other things he could teach, namely the speed technique from the 6 powers called Shave and the aerial technique called Moonwalk. What ability? Haki had already shocked Kurapika. What other abilities could possibly shock him? Before Kurapika could react, Lan Yu disappeared in front of him with a whoosh. At this time, Lan Yu's voice sounded from behind him. It's a very simple ability. You can guess it after seeing it once. This speed. Kurapika's pupils contracted slightly. Then he turned his head to look behind him and said, "Is it a speed enhancement ability?" That's right. This ability is called Shave, a type of body technique that enhances speed by rapidly stepping on the ground in quick succession to achieve high-speed movement. At the same time, this ability also has another usage in the air called Moonwalk. Bang, bang, bang. Lan Yu jumped in the air as if stepping on invisible stairs. This ability, at this moment, Kurapika didn't know how to describe it. The speed was fast, and it could also allow him to fly in midair. After jumping a distance in the air, Lan Yu returned to Kurapika's side. All right, the demonstration of abilities is complete. Next, what you need to do is learn Shave. And after mastering Shave, you can extend to learn Moonwalk. Meanwhile, while learning Shave, you should also learn observation haki. Seeing this, Kurapika nodded. Then Lan Yu explained in detail to Kurapika some key points about the Shave technique and some knowledge about observation haki. After finishing these explanations, Karapika began his training. Lanyu stood by to correct some of the mistakes he made during training. After a while, as Karapika made no mistakes, Lanyu also started his own training. What was he training for? Of course, it was for his nin abilities. He had been staying up late to understand that document. The document was actually quite detailed, but as he had thought before, it omitted some key terms, especially the keywords for the most important steps. This step was the 4 major actions of nun activation, specifically the pointing tongue practice. In the storyline, this practice only mentioned the phrase hinting at will, which is very simple. Although the document wrote a bit more, it only stated that after completing the pointing tongue, one should unleash the hidden power within, and as long as it was unleashed, the will of none would emerge. This was practically useless. The key was how to unleash the will. Originally, Lanyu couldn't figure it out. Everyone knew there was hidden power within, but the key was what method to use. However, he recalled his battle with Osamu, during which Nun gave him the first impression that it was somewhat similar to hockey. Thus, Lanyu thought that hockey was a form of will manifested as energy, while Nun was the energy of life operated by will, and both were related to will. In other words, he lacked nothing in terms of will. So could he use the will of hockey to replace the will of Nun for the next steps? Fortunately, aside from the unclear part about the practice, the subsequent methods in the document were quite clear. So Lanyu used the will of hockey to start the activation process after the practice. The document described the activation process as follows. After having will, spread the will throughout the body to seek out certain life energies that respond. Then use these life energies to drive the surrounding energy, followed by driving the energy of the whole body, and finally, like steam, erupting with Nun energy. Following this process using the will of hockey, Lanyu gradually found that life energy. However, the most explosive moment took some time. He needed to imagine the situation of steam burning and exploding. In the end, he did manage to unleash Nin energy. Although it felt like a very short time to him, in reality, it was already afternoon. Chapter 90, a day of training few. I thought only a few minutes had passed, but unexpectedly, it was already afternoon. Lanyu opened his eyes and looked at the sky. Even without checking the time, just by looking at the sun, he knew it was the time of day when the sunlight was the most intense. Fortunately, Lanyu had chosen a shaded spot to sit. Otherwise, under such strong sunlight for so long, he would have suffered from heat stroke. What have you been doing since morning? You seem unresponsive, Karapika, who was resting nearby, asked. At the same time, he emitted an aura that suggested he did not want to be disturbed. Originally, Karapika wanted to poke Lanyu, who had his eyes closed, to remind him that lunch was ready, but he was warned off by the energy emanating from Lanyu, as if it were saying, don't touch, or it will be dangerous. What else is there to do? I've been practicing my Nun abilities. Lanyu indicated with the notes on Nun abilities he was holding. Practicing Nun? Can you really practice? After all, I've seen you use it a few times. Karapika expressed his doubts about whether this knowledge could be practiced. Of course. Why can't I? Lanyu smiled and said, I can only say that something crucial is indeed missing from the notes, but it seems to be somewhat similar to hockey, so it requires some effort to practice. That's lucky, but how strong is this ability? Karapika handed Lanyu his lunch, and then added, the people who wanted to steal the Scarlet Eyes mentioned Nun abilities, but I didn't see them do much with it. Lanyu shook his head and reminded him, the strength of an ability is often not determined by the ability itself, but rather by the strength of the user. You need to be aware of this, otherwise, if you're careless, you could get killed by Nun abilities. Also, any one of those who wanted to steal the Scarlet Eyes could easily take down dozens of you armed with guns using Nun. After reminding Karapika, Lanyu began to eat his lunch, and he ate a bit quickly. Extracting Nun energy was indeed a bit tiring. Even Lanyu, who was physically fit, felt a bit hungry after sitting and extracting for a while. But this was normal, as Nun energy was life energy, and activating it consumed a lot of stamina. Is that so? Then I'll look for opportunities to engage with Nun abilities later, Karapika said, not wanting to underestimate Nun. However, his current focus was on learning hockey, so it wasn't suitable for him to dabble in other abilities. He just didn't know whether to say he was weak or those people were weak. Anyway, it was a matter of one round in front of Lanyu. Hearing Karapika wanted to engage with Nun, Lanyu smiled while eating his lunch, estimating that Karapika would be quite frustrated after he started practicing Nun. In the story, after Karapika began to engage with Nun, he favored the enhancement type, which could reach the limits of human capability because of the obsession with his clan's eyes. The enhancement type would make him incredibly powerful. However, what he obtained were merely the materialization type and the specialization type. After learning Nun, Upon realizing he belonged to these two types, he would only train harder in using hockey. I'm full. Luckily, I thought about training and brought extra lunch. Otherwise, I wouldn't have eaten enough, Wanyu said. After finishing his meal and taking a sip of water, he looked at Kurapika and asked, "How's your training going?" "The training for shave has improved a bit compared to the beginning, but my observation hockey feels very floaty, and I have no clue about it," Kurapika shook his head. "That's normal. You can't expect to make progress in observation hockey in just one morning. Even a little bit might not happen. While shave can be easily practiced if done step by step. However, to succeed with observation hockey, it requires both feeling and taking hits." Wanyu first instructed Kurapika to look for observation hockey through feeling, as this approach had no side effects. But in reality, taking hits was the most effective way. Though with Kurapika's physique, he wouldn't be able to withstand too many. Taking hits? Kurapika thought for a moment. Finding the feeling was too difficult, and he had completely no clue. He wanted to see the effect of trying a different method. So he asked, "Can I use this method? If you were more muscular, I would have started with taking hits, but with your physique, you might not last long." Wanyu assessed his body. "I'll endure it. Let me try this method." Kurapika's expression turned serious. He didn't want to waste time. The sooner he became stronger, the better. "All right then," Wanyu nodded, allowing him to try. "You continue to practice shave, and don't keep your eyes on me. I'll suddenly attack you with some small stones, and you can only detect and dodge my attacks using something other than your eyes." "Okay." Kurapika stood up. The training began again. Kurapika continued practicing shave, keeping his ears alert for any approaching sounds. However, after some time of training, he didn't notice any small stones coming, so his focus gradually shifted back to practicing shave, and his attention to the small stones decreased. But the less he paid attention, the easier it was to get hit. At that moment, a loud pop sounded. A small stone hit Kurapika's right arm. It was indeed sudden. Kurapika touched the spot on his arm where the small stone had hit. "Don't stop. Keep going." Upon hearing Lanyu's voice, Kurapika took it seriously and didn't say anything more, but then another small stone hit his left hand. "It seems I can't stay in one place." Kurapika quickly practiced shave, dodging to other areas. But running was futile. He still had to endure the small stone attacks. However, Wanyu didn't frequently hit Kurapika with small stones. A single hit now and then was enough to keep him tense. If he hit too much, Kurapika would quickly collapse on the ground. Furthermore, he needed time to practice, especially the 4 major techniques of Nun, the practice of control. Control refers to stabilizing the body's Nun energy. In simple terms, it is about being able to manage the Nun energy within oneself. For other beginners, it might take many days to master, but for geniuses like Gon and Killua, they could do it in just a few hours. As for Lanyu, he wasn't claiming to be a genius, but the control of Nun energy was quite similar to the control of Haki, both being types of control. Thus, after gaining similar experience, Lanyu learned to control Nun energy in no time, at least faster than Gon and Killua. At the same time, he could throw small stones while mastering control, eventually learning to stabilize. After mastering control, Lanyu proceeded to learn the next step, the techniques following stabilization and practice. However, when it comes to practice, the control and strength of Nin abilities were indeed quite similar to Haki. Techniques like Zhuang, Ning, Yuan, Jian, and Lu, which are applications of control and strength, all relate to body enhancement, object enhancement, perception, and defense. Aren't they very similar to Haki and observation? However, when it comes to the overall inclusion of Nin abilities, which contains 6 major types, it resembles Haki combined with devil fruits, both having all sorts of strange types. As for the techniques of absorption and concealment, they involve reducing one's presence, which, while not very similar to Haki, isn't difficult for Lanyu. Thus, Lanyu had rich experience, and learning the techniques following stabilization would be quite fast. How fast? He learned it all in one afternoon. Of course, learning it was just the beginning. He still needed to familiarize himself with and enhance the effects of using it. However, throughout that day, Lanyu did not test which of the 6 major types of Nin abilities he belonged to. He only focused on mastering the techniques of stabilization and practice. Because he was too absorbed in practicing application skills, it got dark. On the way back, Lanyu looked at Kurapika and asked, "How do you feel?" Lanyu was not asking about the technique of shaving, but about his observation Haki. Kurapika nodded in response. The effect is much better than in the morning. Although only a slight reaction had gotten faster, it was still better than searching aimlessly for that feeling. But I don't know if your body can take it. Lanyu glanced at Kurapika. At that moment, his hands were covered in bruises, and although he couldn't see the injuries on his body due to clothing, Lan Yu estimated there were quite a few. Lan Yu hadn't used much force, but Kurapika had been hit by many small stones, apart from dodging a few times. Accumulating over time, these small stones had to show some effect. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be considered stones. I recognize many medicinal plants. Treating these minor injuries is easy. Kurapika looked at the bruises on his hands. The pain was worth it for him. Don't push yourself too hard. If it's too much, just say so. It's not good to leave hidden dangers in your body, Lan Yu reminded him. I will. Kurapika nodded. The two of them left the rocky area, had dinner outside, and then returned to their room in the Sky Arena. Kurapika went back, applied some of his specially made ointment, and then laid down on the bed to sleep. He was utterly exhausted that day. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Kurapika opened the door a bit groggily. It's me. Here. Take this. You can use it during training in the future. Lan Yu stood outside the door and handed Kurapika a box. Kurapika took the box from Lan Yu and asked, What is this? It's a potion for restoring stamina and healing injuries, Lan Yu explained. The effect is quite low for me, but it should work well for you. Lan Yu hadn't brought this before, and after returning to the room, he went to buy some from the Goblin Slayer world. Really? Thank you. Kurapika slightly bowed. This thank you was not just for the medicine, but also for Lan Yu helping him retrieve his clan's eyes. After drinking it, you should go to bed early. Tomorrow's training will be tougher. Lan Yu turned and went back to his own room. He treats me like family. Kurapika opened the box in his hand and looked inside. There were over a dozen small vials. Then, as he closed the door, he sighed. After retrieving my clan's eyes, I really don't know what to do. So I might as well just follow him and work. Based on his personality these past few days, the things I'll be doing in the future probably won't be too difficult for me. Though it could be said that I'm putting my life on the line, it means doing anything, but Kurapika had some concerns in his heart. However, at this moment, he slowly began to let go of some of the worries he had been holding on to. Chapter 91 Power on Another Day begins. Lan Yu and Kurapika started training again at the quarry. Today, Lan Yu was throwing stones while testing what type of nin ability he had. The test was simple, the water identification method. After filling a cup with water, he placed a leaf on top, then injected his nun into the water to differentiate the type. An increase in water volume indicates enhancement type. A change in water taste indicates transformation type. The appearance of crystals in the water indicates materialization type. A change in water color indicates emission type. And if the leaf on the water moves, it's manipulation type. Any other phenomenon would indicate specialization type. Upon seeing the water in the cup turn blue, Lan Yu shook his head and smiled. So, it's emission type. I thought it would be some specialization type. Of course, he didn't dislike emission type. It was just that specialization abilities were mysterious and unpredictable, like a lottery, perhaps yielding a grand prize. Even if it wasn't a grand prize, specialization abilities were varied and often very practical. However, if Lan Yu was indeed an emission type, it could only be said that he was lucky because the author of the notes he had was also an emission type, resulting in many experiences related to emission type in the notes. This way, Lan Yu wouldn't have to explore on his own like those in the other 5 types. He could practice according to the notes first, and then carve out his own path based on his understanding, making things much easier. If Lan Yu wasn't an emission type, then the notes would only serve as basic insights for him, lacking a central focus, like a pair of legs that couldn't run. By the way, the author of the notes had already passed away, and his descendants, lacking funds, sold his notes to an auction house. However, after this auction, the auction house probably wouldn't auction nin abilities anymore, as they were initially testing the waters. As a result, there were several returns, affecting the auction house's reputation. Those who auctioned would be better off consulting those who understood nin abilities directly. Thus, the two began several days of individual training. However, Lan Yu didn't just practice none. He also focused on other abilities alongside it. On one of those days, in the infinite country of the Pirate King world, in the minister's office of the palace, Lord Simon, is it really okay to sell those weapons and Pokemon in bulk to them? A civil servant asked Simon, who was standing by the window. Having spent so many days in the hunter world, Lan Yu was certainly not just training, so during his free evenings, he would go to the agency to buy weapons in bulk to bring back to the infinite country. Although large weapons required a hunter license, small arms did not. However, the quantity Lan Yu wanted was quite large, causing some staff at the agency to suspect whether Lan Yu was preparing to battle some large organization. Nonetheless, while the number of weapons was considerable, they weren't particularly powerful, so for the sake of money, the agency helped Lan Yu acquire them. The weapons the civil servant mentioned were indeed the ones Lan Yu had brought back, trading some to the red-haired pirates. The person from the red-haired pirates who came to trade was their first mate, Ben Beckman. It's important to note that they were pirates and also the Navy's adversaries. If Simon interrupted him, saying, "Many pirates are more like adventurers than true pirates. These adventurer-type pirates can actually be trusted. Moreover, His Majesty has spent time with them. He knows the character of the red-haired pirates better than we do. If he sees no problem, we who have not interacted with them cannot judge." In other words, even if we are not familiar with the red-haired pirates, we can still establish a cooperative relationship and become allies. After all, given their current territorial position, if they expand, it will not be far from us, effectively creating a mutual shield for both sides. Furthermore, our country's current strength is not to be underestimated. In many situations, we really have nothing to fear. Plus, His Majesty mentioned that once we obtain that mushroom bomb, we will have no fear of anyone. If someone confronts us, we could just hold that mushroom bomb and take them down with us. In the hunter world, even if Lan Yu couldn't buy the mushroom bomb, he would find a way to obtain the manufacturing method, because such a powerful weapon was something the infinite country had to be prepared for. It would be easy to manufacture as well. Although the Pokemon world didn't have mushroom bombs, it was a high-tech world with plenty of materials available. By the way, has the electrification work been completed? Simon asked the civil servant. The civil servant nodded and replied, "It was completed yesterday, and trial runs have begun without any major issues. The nationwide electrification can start in these few days." Hearing this, Simon thought for a moment, and then said, "Then let's start using it today." "Today? Shouldn't we report this to His Majesty?" the civil servant asked. Simon shook his head. "No need." His Majesty said that if he is not here and the electrification work is completed, it should be turned on directly without waiting for him, so the people can use electricity as soon as possible. Lan Yu had been training these past few days. He didn't have time to return during the day, and he would come back at night, depending on the situation. Seeing that the electrification work was nearing completion, he had informed Simon in advance that if it was finished, there was no need to wait for him. "All right, I'll go inform the staff." The civil servant nodded and walked out. As evening fell and the sky gradually darkened, ding, 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 a series of ringing sounds echoed throughout the infinite country. What happened? This sound has such a rhythm. Is this an alarm sound? An alarm sound? No one would attack us here, right? Silly. How many people overseas know about us? And look at the patrol's calm demeanor. It's clearly not an attack. Exactly. Not to mention everyone. Most of us here have Pokemon. Who would dare come? With so many Pokemon around, they could easily be overwhelmed. So what is this about? After the sound rang out, the people in the infinite country were confused. If it were a dangerous situation, that would be one thing, but the patrollers were going about their usual business, proving that it was not a bad thing. Cough, cough. Greetings to the citizens of the infinite country. I am Robin. At that moment, Robin's voice echoed throughout the infinite country. What you just heard was a test sound. Please do not panic. This sound was broadcast through speakers placed all over the country, and in the future, it will only sound during significant events. Additionally, different sounds will be given for various situations. If a dangerous event occurs, a wailing sound will be played. I won't elaborate on other sounds. If any citizens wish to learn what sounds correspond to what events, they can inquire at the relevant departments. Next, I want to talk about something that concerns all of us and is something we have all been working hard on. I won't keep you in suspense. This is about the nationwide electrification that will begin shortly. No matter where you are in this country, you will see the results of the electrification. Everyone, let's start the countdown from 10. After Robin finished speaking, without giving anyone else a moment to breathe, he began the countdown. 10, 9, 8. As Robin counted down, everyone finally reacted. Great, it's finally powered on. I wonder what the power will bring. But that doesn't matter now. It's countdown time. Everyone ignored everything else and started counting down together. 3, 2, 1, bang, bang, bang. As soon as the countdown finished, several fireworks appeared in the sky. At the same time, the fireworks erupted across the country, whether in cities or certain villages, at ports, anywhere there were people and vertical poles, bright lights began to shine. With so many lights reflecting off each other, the surrounding environment became as bright as daytime. The sky had completely turned dark, further accentuating this brightness. The public marveled at the scene around them. Wow, it's so bright. Yes, it's really too bright. It feels almost like daytime around here. I always thought these poles were just for decoration, but I didn't expect that the little things hanging on them, LEDs, were lights. Haha, in the past, to save energy, there were only a few important places with dim lights on the streets, but now, all the roads, big and small, have bright lights at night. Yes, with such bright lights at night, I'm no longer afraid of walking on those pitch-black roads. Even though our country is very safe and now I have Pokemon with me, just seeing the dark road gives me a sense of fear. With such bright lights, I won't have to worry about coming back late anymore. Oh, if the lights are always this bright, Wouldn't it be bad if many shops closed too early? Can't they stay open a little longer? This way, I can have places to hang out with friends at night. Young man, as a shop owner, I can assure you that I'll stay open very late. So, come by in the evening for some Pokemon relaxation. That's great. Our village has become so bright. We won't have to sleep so early anymore. Oh no, with such bright lights, I can't even go to bed early tonight. I need to go wander around the commercial area to ease my excitement. Chapter 92, Buying Appliances. Wait a minute. With electricity, doesn't that mean we can use all sorts of electrical items? Someone realized this. Surely there are otherwise just for these light bulbs. That would be a bit of a waste of electricity. If we want to know what electrical items are available, that is simple. It really is simple. That's right. It's really easy to find out. How is it simple? Very simple. The public stated they would know by tomorrow. Last time, after mentioning Pokemon, so many Pokemon-related shops popped up the next day. This time, with electricity being introduced, it goes without saying that there will definitely be new electrical items by the next day. Perhaps anticipating their thoughts, Robin didn't inform them. Many people were looking forward to electrical items, but tonight, with the power being turned on, they wanted to have a good time. So tonight, whether in bustling commercial areas or anywhere else, as long as there were places selling food, a huge crowd of young men gathered. Even at some village convenience stores, groups of elderly men and women congregated. Their discussions revolved around what they could do at night in the future and what changes there would be. Thus, that night, most people in Infinite Country stayed up late again. Last time they couldn't sleep because they were too excited, and this time, they stayed up late because they were having too much fun. The next day, just as the public had anticipated in the 4 commercial districts, several different stores had indeed opened. We guessed correctly. An appliance city? A place selling electrical items? Whatever it is, let's line up first. That's right. Whether we buy or not is one thing. But lining up means we can see the new item sooner. I'm sure there are things we want to buy. Otherwise, why would they go through the trouble of powering up just for the lights? There must be something. Don't forget, each of our homes has an electricity meter installed to calculate how much electricity we've used. If we can't use electricity, what is the point of having this meter? Speaking of which, I remember those workers even helped us install sockets and similar items in every household. That is clearly to connect to something. A large crowd gathered in front of the newly opened stores, forming long lines. Some late risers, seeing the situation, quickly joined the queue. When 8 o'clock arrived, the stores opened their doors. Haha, I'm going alone. What electrical items do they have? A strong young man rushed into the store. Although there were many things he didn't recognize, he immediately went to the counter and asked the staff. According to the normal procedure, you can browse freely here. Just tell us what you want after you've made your selection. The staff waved towards the surrounding electrical appliances. However, since there were many people today, it's not suitable for you to browse slowly. So to save time, you can first look at this electrical appliance manual. Quickly select the appliances you want from it. Electrical appliances? That sounds good. The strong young man opened the appliance manual. After looking for a while, he found it a bit difficult because there were too many types of appliances and each type had various models, making it hard for him to choose. The main issue was that there were many people behind him urging him to hurry up. Is there anything you recommend? Unable to make up his mind, the young man could only look at the staff. The staff asked without hesitation, what is your budget? Unlike Pokemon, which can be adopted for free, you have to pay for appliances. So if your budget is low, I suggest you buy 1 or 2 must-have items, like a rice cooker for cooking every day, a kettle for drinking water, or a lamp for lighting at night. If your budget is high, then I don't need to say much. The staff said, if you have a lot of money, just buy as much as you want. I have a high budget, so I can buy a lot. The strong young man nodded. He then asked, but what about microwaves and refrigerators? Are there electric versions of those that used to run on other energy sources? The staff nodded in response. Yes. Everything that used to run on other energy sources can now use electricity. You can skip the other energy sources. Each appliance has a plug, and you just need to plug it into the installed socket, and the lamp just needs to go into the socket in the wall. In that case, I'll buy a rice cooker, a kettle, a lamp, a fan, a refrigerator. The strong young man's budget was indeed high. He bought everything he had seen and what he already had at home. Do you need a TV? The staff noticed there wasn't a TV and reminded him. A TV? What kind of appliance is that? The strong young man asked in confusion. A smaller version of a liquid crystal display for homes. As soon as the staff finished saying this, the strong young man was pleasantly surprised. Oh, a smaller version of a display? Is that also for sale? That's great. I won't have to squeeze with others in the commercial district anymore. I can just sit at home and watch slowly. The strong young man also asked, what is the largest size of this smaller version? This big. The staff gestured with his hand. Seeing this, the strong young man was very happy. Oh, the smaller version is this big. I want it. However, the staff didn't calculate the price with him, but reminded him, there's just one issue. Because many people are buying appliances today, we don't have extra manpower to deliver, so you'll need to take it back yourself. You can deliver? The strong young man was surprised for a moment. But he waved his hand. It's okay if you can't deliver. I anticipated that I might buy a lot, so I brought a helper with me. Come out, Bulbasaur. Victory Bell. The strong young man threw out 2 Pokeballs. Bulbasaur and Victory Bell. I'll need you to help me carry some things back later with your Vine Whip. Bulbasaur. Victory Bell. The 2 Pokemon indicated that it was no problem at all. However, after the strong young man finished paying, the 2 Pokemon looked at the pile of items and felt like cursing. Is this what you call a little bit? This is a whole bunch. Fortunately, both Pokemon were quite strong, so they could use their Vine Whips to bind everything and take it back. But they indicated that if he didn't bring them something delicious when they got back, they wouldn't play with him anymore. This scene wasn't only happening with the strong young man. Many people buying appliances ended up purchasing too much, and the stores couldn't deliver. So they all relied on their Pokemon helpers. As a result, many Pokemon seem to have increased appetites today, eating much more than usual, and the sales at those food-selling stores skyrocketed. In the afternoon, over at the battle arena in the commercial district, a battle was about to take place. Come out, Pidgeot. Come out, Spearow. As soon as the 2 Pokemon appeared and saw each other, flames ignited in both of their eyes. Pidgeot, this is our arch-nemesis. It looks like this battle will be exhilarating. The trainer of Pidgeot laughed when he saw that his opponent was a Spearow. Fortunately, we live in a harmonious country. Otherwise, encountering a bitter rival would lead to a life-and-death battle. The trainer of Spearow sneered. But even if it's not a fight to the death, I can still win and show off. The Spearow trainer waved his hand and shouted, Spearow, use Quick Attack. Is that all you can do? We can do it too. The Pidgeot trainer waved his hand as well. Pidgeot, use Quick Attack with all your strength to knock it away. Oof. Add strength? Spearow, we can't lose either. Add more strength. Bang. The 2 Pokemon collided directly. However, their strengths were evenly matched, and both Pokemon flapped their wings and retreated. Again, next move. Use Awakening Power. Both trainers seemed to have a telepathic connection and shouted simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 Pokemon collided fiercely once more. After a while of hard fighting, Pidgeot emerged victorious. Why? Because this Pidgeot finally unleashed Thunderbolt. Angered, the Spearow trainer said indignantly as he left the battlefield. So cunning. So cunning. Using an electric-type move against a flying type. Wait, how can a Pidgeot learn Thunderbolt? Ha ha ha. My Pidgeot is a rare, mutated Pokemon. Learning Thunderbolt was a piece of cake. The Pidgeot trainer laughed happily. After the 2 left, 2 more people came up. It's my turn now. It's finally time for me to show off. One of them was Ace. Previously, Ace had been in the palace familiarizing himself with Pokemon. But the people in the palace were too strong, and Ace only ended up getting beaten. Finally, he waited for his brother, Sabo, to come and battle Pokemon with him. However, just when Ace was about to surpass Sabo's number of wins, Sabo left, saying he had big things to do, which made Ace want to hit him. He was clearly the one scared of losing and calling Ace brother before leaving, saying something about doing big things. After Sabo left, Ace didn't want to battle with the palace people anymore. So he planned to come out today and have a big battle with the people in the commercial area to showcase his talents. But the crowd for buying appliances was smaller now. They quickly went to buy appliances. Someone shouted this, and the spectators who had been watching the battle all ran towards the appliance store. They had watched battles here for the whole morning and had heard from others who had bought appliances how useful they were, how great they felt to use, and how appliances could make life so much more exciting. Hearing this made them itch to buy. However, the line was too long, and they had waited for a long time without seeing it shorten. Now that the line was finally shorter, why not rush to buy? Even Ace's opponent, upon hearing that the line was shorter, didn't care about the battle and ran straight towards the appliance store. Hey, it's just appliances. You can buy them tomorrow. Come battle me. Ace shouted at his opponent. There are battles every day, but if I buy appliances a day earlier, I can use them a day earlier. His opponent replied, come on, it's just appliances. Using them just makes things a bit more convenient, a bit easier to drink water, a bit easier to cook. Food can be stored longer, and it's a bit cooler when it's hot. Ace shook his head, recounting the various conveniences of using appliances. Fortunately, no one heard him say this. Otherwise, he would be seen as a show-off. You can use so many appliances, so of course, you don't care. And calling it just a bit more convenient? That is a huge convenience difference, okay? Chapter 93. Another movement after becoming one of the 4 emperors. The red-haired pirates settled down on a certain island as their base. On this island, When Jesus Burgess saw Ben Beckman returning with a group of people, he asked, "Why did you take so long to come back?" "We had no choice. The route from Blue Yonder was difficult to navigate. If it weren't for their people guiding us, our ship would probably have sunk in a hole," Ben Beckman replied as he set down the cloth bag in his hand. "What good things did you bring back this time?" Lockie Lou approached Ben Beckman and started rummaging through the contents of the bag. Upon seeing a lot of ingredients, Lockie Lou instantly became excited. "Oh, these are all the ingredients from the videos. This is great. I can make many of the delicious dishes from the videos without just drooling over them anymore." "Is it just ingredients? Is there nothing else?" Jesus Burgess asked as he noticed Lockie Lou pulling out only food items. "Of course, there's more than just ingredients. There are also many powerful weapons." Ben Beckman pulled out an automatic pistol from his waist and shook it before handing it to Jesus Burgess. "This gun just came out from Blue Yonder not long ago, and we happened to come across it. Given our relationship with Blue Yonder, they agreed to provide it to us." Ben Beckman also explained the gun's details. "Oh, just hearing about it makes it sound great. Plus, this gun looks much better than the one you had before," Jesus Burgess said as he examined the gun. Bang! Bang! Jesus Burgess fired a few shots at an empty area nearby. The gun performed well, with a fast firing rate and capable of holding more than 10 bullets at once. Jesus Burgess opened the magazine to take a look. "Is it just a pistol? Do you have a sniper rifle?" he asked as he handed the gun back to Ben Beckman. "Of course we have one. How can we not prepare a gun for you? Our ace sniper." Ben Beckman waved his hand. Immediately, one of the crew members brought over a bag from beside him. After opening the bag, the crew member handed a stylish sniper rifle to Jesus Burgess. "This is a dual-purpose gun. With a slight adjustment, it can be used as a rifle. Perfect for both long and short distances." The crew member introduced the gun's usage and performance. "Oh, so impressive." Jesus Burgess tried out the rifle mode as instructed by the crew member. Bang! 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 The intervals between these shots were much faster than the pistols. Then, Jesus Burgess switched the gun to sniper mode and casually aimed towards the sea. Seeing a fish surface at a distance, he fired a shot, and, with a bang, the fish exploded. The distance and power surprised Jesus Burgess. "I like this gun," he said, gently stroking the gun's body with a smile. Feeling that his previous gun was too inferior, this one was truly meant for a sniper. Besides ingredients and weapons, what was the most important? Shanks was watching a show on his phone with Rodham, and after the show ended, he walked over. "Of course we can't do without them." Ben Beckman smiled and waved his hand again. Immediately, the crew members behind him took out several pockballs from their pockets and tossed them out. Bang! 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 A large group of Pokemon was released. However, they were all concentrated in a few types like Pidgey, Butterfree, Beedrill, Tauros, and Gyarados, etc. "Oh, the sight of so many similar Pokemon being released is quite impressive." Shanks smiled at the Pokemon. The ship's doctor, Dr. Correja, asked, "Why did you all choose similar types? Didn't you consider personal preferences?" "First, their prices are reasonable and their strength is decent. They can demonstrate great group combat effectiveness right from the start. If you want your favorite Pokemon, we can buy more once we stabilize here," Ben Beckman explained. "Secondly, these Pokemon have corresponding effects. Pidgey in the air, Gyarados in the water, Tauros on the ground, and Butterfree, which can use Poison Powder, Paralysis Powder, and Sleep Powder, along with Beedrill that can use toxic attacks." As Ben Beckman spoke, everyone understood what he meant. They were preparing for air, land, and sea operations. The Butterfree with 3 powders was undoubtedly meant to disrupt enemy forces, and even if it didn't take them down, it would certainly annoy the enemy subordinates. Finally, there was the most important item. Ben Beckman pulled out 2 phones and 2 Pokeballs. "Oh, indeed the best items." Now, they had 2 more Rotom phones. "This is great. The waiting time will be reduced. Checking every 7 days was too hard to endure. Now, with 3 Rotoms, we can check every 2 or 3 days." Before Ben Beckman even released the Pokemon from the Pokeballs, the crew on the ship already knew what it was when they saw the 2 phones. They had been eagerly awaiting the Rotom phones for a long time. "Wrong. One is mine, and only one is for you all to share," Ben Beckman shook his head. After releasing Rotom, which then attached to one of the phones, Ben Beckman held one phone in his right hand and opened his left hand, indicating that the one in his left hand was the one for them to use together. Immediately, everyone gave him a look of discontent and expressed their disdain for the crafty vice captain. After finally getting 2 Rotom phones, the vice captain actually kept one for himself. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't overpower him, they would definitely have confronted him. "This won't do. If even Vice Captain Beckman has a personal phone, how could I, as the captain, not have one? So starting today, this one belongs to me." Shanks quickly reacted and clutched his Rotom phone to his chest. Everyone. They didn't expect there to be an even craftier captain. If it weren't for the fact that he was the boss, they would have wanted to hit him. But this was something. Wait, why did you only buy 2? Jesus, Burgess asked, realizing. If you had bought a few more, we wouldn't have to fight over them, right? Jesus Burgess believed that Ben Beckman knew this point. The Rotom phones haven't been officially released over at Blue Yonder yet, and the quantity is limited. Many items are still being debugged, so they can't give us too many, Ben Beckman explained. Well, Blue Yonder is treating us quite well. They gave us 1 and sold us 2. Shanks smiled. Then he asked, by the way, have you seen that kid Blue Yonder? How's he been doing lately? I haven't seen him. Ben Beckman shook his head. He seems to be busy with something, and only people from their country receive me. But to be honest, what I saw over there was quite surprising. They developed a strength that is not inferior to superpowers in a nearly closed way. Once this strength is revealed, certain people will be in trouble. Ben Beckman squinted his eyes, revealing a smile. He probably wants to show it off, otherwise. How could he dare to sell us so many things without fearing other forces investigating them? Shanks analyzed a bit and guessed that Blue Yonder was making moves to establish a nation. But when that day comes, we should go congratulate him and express our intentions. Shanks said meaningfully with a smile. Before that, we can't let the new world underestimate us. Ben Beckman fired a shot into the air. Listen up, everyone. Although we are one of the 4 emperors, it seems some people still doubt our strength. So what should we do? Let's take them down. The crowd shouted in unison. Beat them until they bloom. Shanks, it seems I am the captain. Shouldn't I be the one giving the orders? Thus, the red-haired pirates continued to expand their territory, and those who pretended to submit but secretly caused trouble were easily swept away. Whether it was the new weapons or the large number of Pokemon, they stirred up excitement in the new world. This made the forces keeping an eye on the red-haired pirates curious about where their Pokemon came from and how they managed to acquire so many without being detected. Furthermore, the powerful weapons they possessed were far superior to the flintlock guns in their hands. While their guns fired 1 shot at a time, the red-haired pirates' guns fired continuously, leaving them no chance to reload. However, these forces couldn't investigate for the time being. One reason was that they had few spies within the red-haired pirates, and the other was that Ben Beckman was leading the team that brought these back, making leaks difficult. However, if certain keen observers looked at the territory of the red-haired pirates, they would find that although their territory was several islands away from the Infinite Country, it blocked one direction leading to the Infinite Country. In other words, to head towards the Infinite Country in that direction, one would have to pass through the red-haired pirates. Chapter 94. The movement in a certain building in a country across the seas, a large group of people had gathered. These individuals were members of the Revolutionary Army, including the second-in-command Sabo, the trainee Kara, and one of the 4 army commanders, Betty. They had gathered here to prepare for a significant undertaking, to overthrow the tyrannical rule of the king of this country. Of course, the people in this building alone were not enough. There were others in different locations, but this was the starting point. Since the plan had not yet commenced, Kara lightened the mood by teasing Sabo, saying, "Why don't you spend more time with your brother Ace? The leader hasn't asked you when to come back." Sabo, feeling annoyed, muttered under his breath, "I've told you many times, it's Ace's younger brother. Younger brother, younger brother. Why do you keep saying brother then?" Kara shrugged. "But Ace looks like an older brother. You are the one always causing a ruckus, not at all like a brother." TCH. Just because I don't look like a brother doesn't mean I'm not one, Sabo pouted. However, according to your birth dates, even though you were born in the same year, Ace is in January and you're in March, so. Kara spread her arms, clearly implying that Ace was the older brother. I'm not talking to you anymore, Sabo declared, indicating that even if she said a lot, he simply wouldn't acknowledge it. In fact, he just didn't want to admit that he came back only because he lost too many Pokemon battles and had to call Ace brother. Now, Sabo was 16, and Kara was 17. Young people like them were not allowed to participate in certain dangerous tasks within the Revolutionary Army. However, with the addition of Pokemon, it meant they had defensive capabilities. Together with others, many 17-year-olds in the Revolutionary Army requested to join this mission. Thus, this undertaking had included both of them and some other young lads. At this moment, Betty, who had been observing the situation outside from the window, spoke up. "It's time to begin. The tyrannical king of this country has come out to flaunt himself, as usual." Sabo moved to the window to look outside, where he saw an old king wearing a crown, sitting in a carriage and recklessly whipping the people pulling it. This king, enamored with the actions of the celestial dragons, fantasized about becoming a noble being like them. Therefore, he occasionally mimicked the disgusting acts of the celestial dragons in his own country. However, despite being cruel, This guy wasn't foolish. The celestial dragons had the navy to protect them, but he didn't. So he understood the need to control the military power of this country and traveled with hundreds of elite guards. That was why, even though the country was filled with resentment, no one dared to resist, or those who did were eliminated. Let us get started. Sabo squinted at the king in the street. As soon as he spoke, a gunshot rang out. A bullet flew towards the king from another direction, but was cut in half by a swordsman next to him. Scared me. Which lowly peasant dares to attack me? The king exclaimed, patting his chest. It's from this direction. The swordsman looked toward a building on the right. Catch the fool. The king commanded his subordinates. However, at that moment, yellow powder began to spread in the air. Oh no, this powder will paralyze people. The swordsman felt discomfort in his body and quickly covered his nose. It was too late to cover his nose. Inhaling even a little of the paralyzing powder could hinder their movements. Sabo had somehow made it to the top of the building on the left. People, today is the day you overthrow this tyrannical king. Sabo shouted at the surrounding crowd while holding up a pipe. We are the Revolutionary Army, here to help you. The Revolutionary Army? I think I've heard of it. What a small organization that is. Someone in the crowd scoffed. What does it matter? Overthrowing? Forget it. How many people have died before? Time and again we had hope, only to be disappointed. Those brave people will die again. Just stay away. This damn king will take his anger out on us again. Sabo's words didn't have much effect, only serving to bring negativity to the nearby crowd. After all, after repeated attempts at resistance, multiple failures, and blood-soaked streets, they had become numb. Moreover, because of the world government's blockade, many people in other countries didn't even know what the Revolutionary Army was. Even though the Revolutionary Army had liberated several countries, those countries could only influence their neighboring ones. Slightly farther islands were cut off from information. Are you really going to endure this? Sabo continued. Do you really want your descendants, your friends and family, to live in such a lifeless country? Are you really going to continue to endure the rule of this tyrannical king? Are you truly going to concede for a lifetime? At that moment, Betty stood on the opposite building from Sabo, holding up a flag. If others had said these words, the effect would have been no different from Sabo's. It would only have a counterproductive effect. But Betty's words seemed to possess magic, suddenly uplifting the despondent crowd nearby. Sabo realized that such uplifting tasks were not suitable for him. Only the one with the buff effect, the ability user Betty, was suitable for this role. That's right. If we concede now, we will lose for a lifetime. We cannot keep losing like this. I'm tired of living anyway. Life is already miserable enough. What else is there to be afraid of? The invigorated crowd picked up sticks, hoes, stones, whatever weapons they could find nearby, and charged toward the king and his guards. How dare you? A bunch of lowly peasants. Do you think this will work? The king shouted. Even if we're paralyzed, we can still kill you. Because of the effects of the paralyzing powder, the king knelt on one knee in the carriage. Then he shouted, Everyone, raise your guns and shoot these bastards. Although the paralyzing powder affected the guards, they still had decent physical condition and could make slight movements with their hands. At the king's command, they raised their guns to attack the approaching crowd. They want to succeed. Sabo yelled, Everyone come out. He threw a Pokeball, releasing his Pokemon, Karakara. A large group of Butterfree, Venomoth, and Beedrill appeared behind him. The previous paralyzing powder had been created by the Butterfree and Venomoth. Although Blue had introduced Magikarp and Feebot along, it didn't mean Long Wound T by other Pokemon. For both the red-haired individual and the Revolutionary Army, Butterfree and Beedrill were incredibly useful. Once the Pokemon emerged, Butterfree and Venomoth unleashed more paralyzing powder and sleep powder to affect the guards, while Beedrill released its stingers to attack the weapons or hands of the guards. Damn it! Even if you kill me, it won't matter. My dear son will avenge me. You lowly peasants will all be dismembered. The king began to threaten as he saw more and more guards falling and the crowd getting closer to him. You won't have a chance. After Sabo said this, an explosion sounded from the direction of the palace, and at that moment, the revolutionaries on the other side began their attack. With the explosive moves of Pokemon and the 3 types of powder, it was easy to breach the palace. Sabo waved his hand and shouted, Karakara, give his king a blow. I won't let you succeed. The Pokemon released too much powder, causing the swordsman to kneel on one knee. At this point, he could only throw his sword to knock away the bone club that Karakara was charging with. But as soon as he knocked it away, Sabo commanded Karakara to rush forward. After retrieving the bone club, Karakara slammed into the swordsman, simultaneously knocking him into the king, directly pushing both out of the protective circle of guards. Damn it! The cursed revolutionaries, the damned commoners, you. The king still wanted to taunt, but by now, the crowds had already surrounded him. Cursed king, may you repay the pain you've caused us this time. Slap, slap, slap. The crowd swung their crude weapons at the king. But they wouldn't kill him outright. Doing so would only benefit him. Some among the crowd, feeling unsatisfied after hitting him, surrounded him and urinated on him. After a while, under the leadership of the revolutionaries, the people of this country fought back fiercely and quickly broke through all forces loyal to the king. In this battle, the greatest credit went to the Pokemon, especially those that could release paralysis powder, sleep powder, and poison powder. Their presence made this liberation battle somewhat easier, significantly reducing the damage taken. It can be said that this battle was their first successful fight. Chapter 95. Navy movements the day after the Revolutionary Army finished their business. The world government received news. In the meeting room where the 5 elders were located, one of them, with white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, and a scar on his left cheek, sat on the sofa, squinting at the documents in his hands. Another elder, with long straight white hair and a long beard, stood behind the sofa, hands clasped behind him, calmly said, "His title is the most vicious person in the world. It would be strange if he didn't bring the Revolutionary Army to cause trouble. It's not surprising that the Revolutionary Army is causing trouble, but the report specifically mentioned that they possess a large number of Pokemon." Another elder, with blonde hair and a matching beard and a scar on his chest, placed the document on the table. With these Pokemon, the revolutionaries easily breached a country. The question is, what kind of creatures are these bizarre Pokemon? Why can they use abilities of various attributes? Wondered another elder, who was balding with 2 wispy mustaches and a birthmark on his forehead. Moreover, it hasn't been long since a large number of Pokemon appeared from the red-haired side, and now there are also a large number on the Revolutionary Army side. Where do these Pokemon come from? Are they targeting our forces? An elder in a white robe, bald, wearing glasses, and holding a knife, adjusted his glasses. It's hard to investigate this matter right now. The red-haired side is not to be trifled with. Infiltrating them will take time. The Revolutionary Army, led by Dragon, is even more unpredictable, leaving no opportunity for infiltration. The elder with the scar on his left cheek spoke more sternly. Even if it's hard to investigate, we must, if we don't uncover the secrets behind this. Once these Pokemon are acquired by other forces in large numbers, the world government will suffer a serious blow. The problem is, how do we investigate this? Where should we start? There's not even a vague source to begin with. The blonde-haired elder shrugged. The elder with the long beard said indifferently, "It's simple. Just hand this over to the Navy. We only need results." This matter should indeed be handed over to the Navy. Pokemon first appeared on the red-haired side, and since he is a pirate, the Navy should be responsible for clarifying this matter, nodded the elder holding the knife. The elder with the birthmark shook his head. Not just that, Dragon is also that carp's son. Now that his son is causing trouble, he, as the father, has an obligation to manage his son. Even if he can't control his son, he should manage the related matters. Since that's the case, it's settled then. The blonde-haired elder made the final decision. In summary, since Pokemon is a troublesome matter, let the troublesome Navy handle it. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, after Sengoku finished the call with the 5 elders, he slammed his hand on the table in anger. Damn it, those 5 old men are coming down hard on us again. It's not that Sengoku doesn't want to investigate the Pokemon matter, but they had previously conducted secret investigations, which were cut short as soon as they reached the red-haired side. It seems the red-haired side was prepared, waiting for investigators to fall into their trap. They even issued warnings afterward, indicating they wouldn't mind eliminating a few investigators or visiting the Navy's base in the New World. In response, Sengoku could only halt the investigation for the time being and wait until the red-haired side let their guard down before resuming. And now, those 5 elders were ordering Sengoku to investigate immediately. Failing to do so would be seen as negligence, and negligence would mean less funding, a clear and authoritative message. This is why I don't want to be an admiral. Not only do I have to take orders from the celestial dragons, but even as a marshal, I have to endure the finger-pointing of the 5 elders. Carp, sitting on the sofa, laughed heartily while munching on senbei. Carp, Vice Admiral Tsuru reminded him sternly to watch his words, as it wouldn't be good if someone overheard. Carp understood her meaning, but he casually replied, "What's the difference? The celestial dragons are no different from dogs. And those 5 old men always have something to complain about. If they have the ability, let them take action. They sit in the meeting room all day, not much different from being useless." "Carp, you shouldn't say that. It makes it sound like I'm a dog," said Kizu, who was trimming his nails on the nearby sofa. Because Kizuru is fast, he often stays on duty and handles matters related to the celestial dragons. Now that Carp referred to the celestial dragons in such a way, wasn't that implying Kizuru, as their enforcer, was a dog too? Why not do more work outside and not play with the celestial dragons? Then it wouldn't have that implication, Carp suggested. If you don't punch the clock and do more business, wouldn't that be fine? Carp, if they find out about your words, you'll be in big trouble, Akainu said with a serious expression. Although he wasn't fond of the celestial dragons either, as an admiral, he couldn't avoid dealing with them. So Carp's words struck a nerve with him. Here we are, who said that? Kazan, will you speak up? Carp asked while eating senbei, glancing at Akiji, who was dozing off beside him. Spare me. You all ask me every time you speak, but what good is that? I'm just a nobody compared to you big shots. So I pretend to be unaware when I sleep, Akiji replied. All right, whether it's the celestial dragons or the 5 elders, let's not talk about this matter anymore. Sengoku interrupted them with a wave of his hand. The group of them acknowledged Sengoku's authority in cutting off the conversation. The issue now is that the 5 elders have given the order to investigate the Pokemon matter, but the previous investigation had already been cut off. So, what do you all think we should do? Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head. This matter is indeed a bit difficult for us. It's not that we don't want to investigate, but the Red Hair Revolutionary Army is a tough force to deal with. Why not just confront them directly, take the opportunity to capture some people with Pokemon, and torture them for information? Akainu suggested coldly. Well, that's indeed a good idea, but I won't go. I'll stay here to keep watch, Kizuru said, acknowledging the suggestion but preferring to follow the Celestial Dragon's orders. After all, with no one causing trouble by the end of the month, the Celestial Dragons wouldn't let him go out, allowing him to pass his days easily. Indeed, this is a good approach. We can easily find out. Since it's so easy, I don't need to go, so I'll patrol somewhere else, Akiji agreed. Feeling that the issue was resolved perfectly, planning to go on a bike tour. Ha ha ha, Sakazuki, your suggestion is good. I leave it to you. I'm going back to see my grandson, Carp said, fully supportive of the idea. Sengoku's face turned dark at this moment. These 3, no, for unreliable guys. 3 of them were directly shirking responsibility, off to enjoy themselves wherever they pleased, while one merely proposed an idea, thinking it would be that easy to fight. Once the Navy engages with the red-haired, it would only signal to the other 3 emperors that the Navy would come after them. Kaido and Big Mom aside, Whitebeard would certainly join forces with red-haired. At that time, it would be equivalent to a situation where 2 of the 4 emperors, Kaido and Big Mom, are involved. Even if they don't form an alliance, they will definitely take advantage of the chaos to cause trouble for the Navy, which the Navy cannot handle. Moreover, the entire sea will be thrown into chaos, with many troublemakers appearing. Sengoku does not want the situation to become irreparable due to these Pokemon matters. At this point, Vice Admiral Tsuru said, it's unrealistic to start a full-scale fight. However, we can capture a few people. But as for the Revolutionary Army, we can't find them. We can capture the red-haired pirates, but we need fast individuals because they can think of capturing people just as we can. Therefore, we need a small number of people to make a feigned attack to show that we are not launching a full assault, and then have fast individuals take the opportunity to capture them. After speaking, Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at Garp and Kizuru. Her meaning was clear. Using Garp as a feigned attack while Kizuru seizes the chance to capture people is completely appropriate. Garp thought, that means I have nothing to do, so I'll take my leave. Akiji had a bad premonition and prepared to slip away. Sure enough, just as he thought, Vice Admiral Tsuru said, no, you have a role. Kazan, you are in charge of the undercover capture, in case Borisolino fails. All right. Hearing this, Akiji helplessly shook his head. Garp spread his hands. It's just capturing a few people. Do we really need 2 admirals and a vice admiral for this? No one wants strong individuals to do small tasks, but to accomplish the mission of the elders, they have to do it this way. Sengoku agreed with Vice Admiral Tsuru's approach and looked at Garp, asking, or do you have a better plan? Garp? All right, you guys are bullying the weak. Garp expressed that he had no choice, but what you are doing is too much. Akainu, in the end, it's me, the one who came up with the idea, who won't be needed. Chapter 96. Preparing for the deal after the meeting, Garp left Sengoku's office in frustration. Why was he always the one called to handle such troublesome matters? However, after returning to his ship, Garp stayed alone at the bow and took out a din-din mushi to make a call. Once the call was connected, Garp asked seriously, is it true that Pokemon was created on your side? Huh, you still have the nerve to call me? On the other end of the din-din mushi was Portgasti Ace, who did not immediately answer Garp's question. Since it's easier to talk to someone familiar, Garp didn't call anyone else. Actually, he didn't know how to contact others. Simply put, he didn't know their numbers. TCH, what is there to be afraid of? Garp asserted that he had a thick skin and was not afraid of anything. You should just answer my question quickly. Garp insisted. With so many powers in this world, how could you think Pokemon is from our side? Ace retorted. The existence of Pokemon is known to anyone who reads the newspaper, but only some major powers would pay attention. Ordinary folks only see it as entertainment. With the red-haired pirates and the Revolutionary Army involved, do you think I'm foolish? Lanyu has been with the red-haired pirates, and Dragon went to the East Blue not long ago. Carp would be foolish not to suspect something related to the East Blue. So what if it is true, and what if it isn't? Ace sneered. If it is, then you should be careful. The Navy is preparing to investigate Pokemon from the red-haired side. If it isn't, just forget I said anything. As a Navy officer, Carp couldn't elaborate too much, so he could only give a warning. Investigate if you want. The Navy has investigated before, and in the end, it came to nothing. Ace said indifferently. This time, it's probably because of the Revolutionary Army that the Navy, no, the world government wants to put some effort into the investigation. Which is why you, Carp, called me. After the Navy sent someone to investigate the red-haired pirates, they had already given a warning. Now, with the Revolutionary Army causing trouble with Pokemon not long ago, and Carp guessing the source of Pokemon and calling to warn, it goes without saying that this investigation will be significant. But what difference does that make? They won't find anything from the red-haired pirates or the Revolutionary Army. By your logic, Pokemon indeed comes from the East Blue, Ace said, making it obvious, and Carp could now confirm where Pokemon originated. Then why did you provide it to the red-haired pirates and the Revolutionary Army? Don't you know that doing so only exposes the East Blue to danger? Carp narrowed his eyes and spoke more sternly. Or do you really think it can all be swept under the rug? Do you really think they won't be able to find out? You underestimate the world government and the Navy too much. Underestimate? The strongest power in the world. How could we underestimate it? Ace scoffed. However, you are wrong about one thing. The East Blue will not be exposed because that name has become history. We now call it the Infinite Kingdom. So even if they investigate, they will only find the Infinite Kingdom. TCH. What difference does that make? It still leads back to you. But Carp also growled in displeasure. Also, with Pokemon and the name change, how many things are you still not telling me? Was the last time someone went back because of these matters? Since you didn't even tell me about Ace, why should I tell you about this? Ace coldly laughed. Hearing this, Carp's expression darkened. He felt hurt, as if he wasn't considered one of them. Ace continued. Even if they find out, what then? We've long been prepared. Prepared? You think you can withstand the Navy? Withstand the world government? Carp snorted. It's not arrogance. It's that you don't understand the power of Pokemon. Let me tell you something. Pokemon has the potential of an admiral, and we have many Pokemon with the strength of a rear admiral. There are also some with the strength of a vice admiral. As for the admiral, Ace said no more. For Ace, or for Lanyo, it is normal for the Navy and the world government to pursue the matter to the end. What is abnormal is not to investigate thoroughly. The initial findings will only be vague. Even if they dig deeper or find out about the Infinite Kingdom, they will just take the opportunity to establish a nation. In any case, the Infinite Kingdom is fully prepared to confront the Navy, no, the world government. This, even without an admiral, just a bunch of rear and vice admirals is enough to astonish Carp. The East Blue, no, the Infinite Kingdom now has such strong power? You guys. Carp was at a loss for words. Since he had learned all this, Carp didn't say much. After all, they weren't afraid, and worrying was useless. After Carp hung up the din mushy on the side of the Infinite Kingdom, Ace reported this to Simon. Finally coming, huh? But this was only a matter of time, so let us notify the red-haired side to be cautious. We need to speed up on our side too, Simon said while looking out the window. In the Hunter world, the night before the battle at the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, after Kurapika finished training and returned to his room, he took his usual medicine and prepared to sleep. At that moment, there was a knock on his door. Kurapika got up to open the door and saw Lanyu. Before he could say anything, Lanyu said, "Let us go. Something you want has appeared." After that, Lanyu turned and walked toward the elevator. Has it appeared again? Kurapika closed the door and followed Lanyu. He understood what Lanyu was talking about, his clan's eyes. In the past few days, Lanyu had already helped him retrieve several pairs of his clan's eyes. Once inside the elevator, Lanyu said this time, "We received the news from the representative office again. However, it might be a bit troublesome this time." "What kind of trouble?" Kurapika squinted and asked. "Is the opponent very strong?" "Strength is one thing. The most important thing is..." Lanyu crossed his arms and leaned against the side of the elevator. Looking at Kurapika, the parties wanting to trade the Scarlet Eyes this time include the ones who tried to rob us last time and the Phantom Troop that exterminated your clan. The Phantom Troop. Kurapika's right hand tightened into a fist. This was the first time he heard the name of the culprits who exterminated his clan. "Your strength is still insufficient. Going would only hold us back, but to let you see your enemy. I brought you along this time," Lanyu said directly. Understood. Kurapika knew what to do. When the time came, his job was to dodge, not to confront them directly. Later that night, in a forest on the outskirts, an elderly man, who had nearly become a specimen, breathed a sigh of relief after arriving. Finally, I managed to contact the Phantom Troop. If I don't trade for the Scarlet Eyes tomorrow, the fourth Prince 1T let me off. For the past few days, he had been sending people to find the members of the Phantom Troop, but they had been elusive, making him extremely frustrated. Old Fei, after all, they're a gang of thieves. Aren't you afraid they might regret it later? A suited henchman beside him made a slicing motion across his neck. Old Fei, the elderly man, squinted and said, I have identified myself as a person from the Kajin Empire. With their abilities, they should understand the might of the Kajin Empire. They surely wouldn't be foolish enough to confront an empire. They won't confront your Kajin Empire, but the price you're offering is too low. At this moment, a few people jumped down from the trees. These people were the Phantom Troop members, Kubi, Woken, and Paikanoda. I heard the auction fetched 600 million, yet you only offer 999 million. Are you looking down on us? The hero mocked coldly. This figure clearly shows you look down on us. Woken clenched his hands, his fists cracking, signaling his readiness to fight. Then let's make it 1 billion, and at the same time, you can gain the friendship of our Kajin Empire. Old Fei tried to leverage the Kajin Empire's name, but in reality, he had no authority to invoke the power of the Kajin Empire. No need to say so much nonsense. Let's settle on 1 billion for the transaction. We didn't come here just for money. If it were just about money, we wouldn't even bother with this old man and would go straight to the auction. Paikanoda said expressionlessly. Just as Old Fei said, they wanted to befriend the Kajin Empire, which is why they were here for a low-price deal. Really, they won't even give us a decent price. The hero shook his head helplessly. He then glanced at Kubi and gave a nod. Kubi nodded back and pulled out a bottle from his long hair, which contained a pair of crimson eyes. Seeing this, Old Fei also signaled to the people beside him to hand over the money. His henchman understood and took out a computer to prepare to transfer the money. However, just as both sides were transferring money and handing over the goods, a small stone flew swiftly over, hitting Kubi's hand and causing the bottle he was holding to drop. Chapter 97. 3 extinctions before the people present could react. The fallen bottle was taken away by the suddenly appearing Kwang. Who? The Phantom Troop members quickly looked to the side. This thing, or rather all the Scarlet Eyes, do not belong to you. This person is of course Lanyu.